Welcome, welcome, a very warm welcome to the Crystal Cove Casino here in Corinian, North Cyprus, where I, David Lappin, alongside, for at least the first segment, Dara O'Carney, will be taking you through bubble coverage, Dara, bubble coverage of this Merit Poker Western Series. 3.3k, 1.5 million guaranteed, smashed it, 2 million in the prize pool. 89 players will be paid. Couple of short stacks, as you can see here on this table, as we go to blinds 10k, 15k with a 15k big blind ante. Mustafov there at the bottom definitely needs to do some work. He is very, very short. Needs a little bit of an old-fashioned spin, get himself back above water as we approach this bubble. It won't go immediately. I reckon it will go at the end of this block, maybe early in the next block. That is my prediction. But who better to be alongside, really, in a situation where we have bubble coverage than Dara O'Carney, the ICM maestro?
I thought you were going to say the perennial bubble boy. Yeah, it's a really exciting phase of the tournament, and it's the one time where your stack really dictates your priorities and your strategy. The big stacks don't really have to worry too much about the bubble. They're going to love the bubble. They're going to love. They're going to want to really put pressure on, increase their stacks, come to the bubble with a very big stack, irrespective of what cards they get. The cards really don't matter for them at this point. The short stacks, they're really going to be wanting to try and get to the money. Just how short they are will determine the strategy. Now we can see Mustafov, who was the shortest stack that we saw on the table, he obviously can't fold into the money, so he has to take any spot, and he's found one straight away with the Ace-7.
Everybody's scared, huh? TV table.
Yeah, not the greatest draw in the world for Mustafov. Obviously under the gun, the big blind and big blind ante. We're going to get him the next hand. That does play a little role these days. Obviously with the old-fashioned antes, Dara, it was a bit more gradual, but when that big blind ante is taken in one fell swoop, it does sort of change the early position ranges in this spot.
Yeah, it does for sure. If you shove 6 big blinds from under the gun, and let's say the big blind calls you, you're going to win 13.5 big blinds. If you wait till the next hand, you have to post one of them as a big blind yourself. And if say the small blind shoves into you, you're only going to win 11 big blinds. So you should be a lot wider in that spot than even an average hand.
I need 7.
Well, we see there Ari Kleiper, a familiar face to this stream. I think this is his third visit to the live stream over the course of this festival. He obviously made a deep run in the warm-up as well. Well, there are some opportunities here for Mustafov. He did ask for a chop. He was very happy with the prospect of a chop. Well, he's got the kind of board where chops do happen. Oh, well, now he might be a little greedier, Dara.
Indeed. He does have to fade a queen or a 10, though. And he does.
Michael.
So he's very, very happy with that start. Got it in bad, but
yeah,
you're allowed to get there.
Yeah. Lot of outs for his opponent there at the end. Queen 10, King Jack would have done it as well. He'd like one more though. Good start for Mustafov. He can actually let the blinds go through now. He doesn't have to be too aggressive. He's got over 10 bigs. Can find a spot on the next. You're very welcome, Mustafov. Very familiar face here also. I mentioned there Ari Kleiper. Katerina Aristotelos is here as well. She has been bossing it up all week, it's got to be said. Nikolai Fall, another familiar face to the stream. Shoal Barnia. Kure Korkmaz, we've seen him before. Faradine Mustafov, well, this is his first visit to the stream and straight away he's doubled up, so he'll be happy with how things are going. Danielle Noha. Liviu Catalan, Todorita, and Orthodoxos. Orthodox. What a name.
That's a very remarkable name, yeah. I wonder if he plays Orthodox.
Orthodoxos. So good they named him twice. Although we were talking about Neville.
Neville, yeah, the
Neville
father
brothers.
of Gary and Phil Neville.
Kleiper straight back in the saddle here. Huh? He's going to open up the 6s. He was the isolator of Mustafov in the last hand.
I give you.
Took a little beat for a small portion of his stack. Small but significant though for Kleiper.
Yeah, same 2 players involved here. The 9-3 suited is a fine defend, as our friend Kevin would say. He's flop bottom pair, so he's going to probably lose a little bit more money because he also has the backdoor flush draw.
Yeah.
He's going to
Good
hit the ace
sizing.
and king on board, but yeah, he's going to have to call one here anyway. And if he doesn't improve, he can fold to the second barrel. But Kleiper might not might not fire the second barrel with just sixes.
Yeah, Kleiper in an interesting spot here, obviously beating
Yeah.
the 3x behind the king x, and probably assumes most of the ace x would have gone for it. Oh,
What
hello.
a river. Oh my
Wow.
goodness. Now, interesting spot for Mustafa because he can't rule out Kleiper having an ace here. Kleiper might check the ace, and it does go check check. He couldn't rule out the opener having the ace there and checking it back on the turn as a sort of a trap.
Yes. You're good.
Do you think
guy.
he needed to go for a little value himself there on the river, Dara? Obviously, could have targeted some pocket pairs.
Yeah, I think a small bet there would have made sense. Target the pocket pairs and the king x. If you get raised, then you're going to have to make a decision, but you're probably only getting raised by an ace
Taking
or a
the
bluff.
game, baby.
Because it was quite likely that Kleiper was going to check back, having declined to bet the turn. He was either trapping with an ace, or he was trying to get showdown relatively cheaply with a king or a pair.
Absolutely. Well, a great start for Mustafa, our short stack here. I mentioned there the bubble, 114 players left, so we are maybe 25-30% of the remaining field away. No, maybe slightly less. So on average, we would get there, I think, by the very end of this block, Dara. But of course, we've seen it many, many times. Bubbles do have a funny effect on a room full of players. Sometimes it gets very, very slow. And as players try to lock up that min cash, bust out's less likely to happen. Orthodoxu bumped this one up with a suited connector. He's got one of the bigger stacks at the table, so a bit like Dara said there earlier on, very keen to continue the onslaught, if you will. A lot of medium stacks at this table are forced to be somewhat tighter, bubble adjacent as we are.
Maybe you win, yeah.
With
Good
every
luck.
bust out, the risk premium creeps up here. And Kleiper again in the action here with the pocket eights. Won't love that board, but probably has to stick around for one bet.
Yeah, it does have a backdoor straight draw, specifically 7-5, which will embolden him. He's basically drawing here to either improve or his opponent to check the turn.
Well, a very good turn for the opener's range. Not his particular hand in this instance. He does go for the bet. I like that bet, Dara, I have to say.
Yeah, it's still his board and it's his card as well. So, he did well there. He ignored the hand that he had and just played his range.
Yeah, some orthodox stuff from Orthodoxu there.
Yeah.
GTO approved. As Dara and his fizzy drink cause him some discomfort here beside me. Don't know if that sound effect was heard by all. It was heard by me.
I'm pretty sure it was heard by all. Yeah, sorry about that.
Was that fizzy water going up your nose?
No, that was the glass scraping against the microphone.
Your ace.
We have 55 people watching us already. We are keeping an eye on the chat, so let us know any questions you have or anything else. This lady's been a real star of the streams, I have to say.
Maybe the star of the week so far.
Really enjoyed watching her play.
Yeah.
I'm just watching her at the table.
Yeah, absolutely loving it as well, I must say. Really great opportunity for any early risers here in the chat who've popped on to check out what's going on. I very much appreciate that people have their lives to get to. Maybe they pop in for an hour here and there during the day, which we really appreciate. They are long streams. Obviously, as time goes on, you might stick around a bit more as it gets more and more exciting. This is a particularly exciting phase, I must say. So please do join us for the next couple of hours, and please do bombard my co-host here, Dara O'Carney, with questions, because he is the maestro. He is the Jedi when it comes to understanding how the ICM dial moves up and down at different phases of this tournament, and it's very much moving up right now.
Yeah, reshove there with the S-Queen, which is gets the job done immediately. That's a very good move there. Obviously, he had just under 20 big blinds. Some chat shout-outs. Donna is in the chat. Good morning, Dara and David. Great as always to be joined by Dark Angel. And Hakan Sakar says, will today finish at the final table?
Definitely not.
Correct.
If I had to take a guess, I would say we'll get down to around 20 players.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Maybe
Similar
a few
to the
more,
warm-up.
maybe 22, 23.
Yeah.
But something in that region. Something between 20 and 25 is probably where all the smart money goes.
Yeah. So the lady we were just talking about, Aristoteles, opening the ace-jack. Foul, let's go the dominator, jack 10 off. I always think jack 10 off is probably the most overrated hand in poker. A lot of people like playing that hand, but actually it doesn't have that much going for it. It's very easily dominated by opening ranges.
Interesting to see Korkmaz willing to flick in a call here with the ace-3 of hearts. I quite like this if it was maybe the button. From the hijack not closing the action seems a little speculative.
Yeah, I don't really mind it. He's relatively deep. He's in position. You could also 3-bet that hand if you wanted to play it that way. But it's a hand which flops well, and you don't really mind too much if lots of people come in.
Well, both players have missed. Aristoteles, even on a wet board, middly card such as this, never one to be a shrinking violet here. She is going to fire out a probing 15%er. Korkmaz with the backdoor flush draw, 1 over card. Doesn't have a lot going on, but for that price.
For that
sort of
price,
can't
yeah.
Really, we're playing limit poker right now.
Yeah, he is in position as well, so he gets to see what he does on the turn.
Well, he has more 8x than she does, but neither player will really have that many.
Yeah, he's now picked up a bad gut shot. It'd be interesting to see if he fires out now, recognizing that she tends to auto c-bet and then not bet the turn when she doesn't have it.
Yeah, tough spot for Aristoteles now on this texture. Giving it some thought. Plausible that Korkmaz would have all the sets here. Certainly have an 8. Could certainly have a draw of some sort, which has a lot of equity if she is good. So probably on balance, I think this is a release by Aristoteles, but she is ahead, and it would show maybe the correct amount of adhesiveness.
I think her face really, let's see what she's thinking here. She does suspect larceny here. This is the kind of board where he can be betting just because it's his board, but at the same time you're in an uncomfortable spot because he's probably going to fire again on the river, and do you really want to call down with jack, ace-jack?
Looks like she is finding the call, Darren. This is very bold.
Yeah, I mean,
we've been fooled before by her bringing the chips into hand. Oh, what a great call at this point. Now, as you said, Dara, can she follow it up with some cagey river play? Well,
they're both playing the board now.
This is an interesting river for sure.
Very interesting river, yeah.
Is she going to come out betting? Kind of interesting to maybe go for a bet here. No,
She does check, and she gives them that kind of like, please check behind look. Her hand actually probably makes the best possible bluff catcher, blocking as it does jack 10 and ace 10.
Oh, he's going big, Dara.
But he is going, yeah. Once you're checked on these spots where either a 5-card flush or a 5-card straight gets there, you kind of have a free roll on the bet big to try and get somebody off a chop, because it's very unlikely that they would check themselves.
Horrible to be calling knowing you're only ever chopping.
Yeah.
Carving out what is half her remaining chips here for a call.
Basically went pot size. Yeah, this is because you're calling for a chop here, so.
I guess she's trying to figure out what 10x would have bet the turn that called the very small flop bet and not raise it, and then fire the 1/3 bet turns, piecing that together.
Pocket 10s, I think, might play like that.
Yeah, pocket 10's a good read. 10-8. Probably
It probably
not
has
too
to be
many combos
not
of
too
that.
many combos.
calling
It probably has
free.
to be 10-8 suited.
Yeah. Unlikely that he goes this sizing with a set, but maybe. I think it's unlikely though.
Yeah, she really does look suspicious here, but this is a horrible spot to be in.
Yeah, and rightly so. The line is a little fishy, it must be said. There are hands that would take this line, but there aren't many. So I think she's sort of calculating that all in, and also realizing that, you know, she's only going to get 100 back.
Yeah. Yeah, the risk to reward here is poor because you're not trying to win the entire pot, you're only going to get half the pot.
No open.
Yeah.
So you have to be good 66% of the time here.
Call.
Or she in the
Wow.
end she does call, yep.
Ten.
No, he shows the hand she chops with. So
Yeah.
a good read on the situation, but that was
I love the
heart and mouth
I
stuff.
love the
Dara.
hair flick afterwards there, yeah. She was
Yeah.
very really yeah, she was really in the agony, but she was staring at him throughout, so it was basically she sized up the player, decided he was going to be doing that without the 10 too often. And yeah, great call.
Yeah, that was a very difficult situation, but I think maybe in doing so, she may have put an important marker down for the next couple of hours where she, as one of the
Turn.
middly stacks, is basically saying,
Turn.
I won't be pushed around.
Yeah, yeah.
You trap turn, yeah?
Hakan Sayer and the chat says she can't let her cards go, and that is kind of the message that she sent them now. Be careful about bluffing me. Good morning to Katie Swift in the chat. Great to be joined by Katie. Katie's always such a busy lady.
Katie's, I assume, in the gym while working on a business project while
Yeah.
playing two-tabling poker on her phone
And watching us.
and watching us. And driving the kids to school at the same time,
Yeah.
all simultaneously. Korkmaz straight back in the saddle here with the 10-8 suited. So it's opening liberally here, but Orthodoxu picks him off here with the ace-queen.
Yeah. Kind of suited the hand we were speculating might play like that.
If you shove, she fold.
The previous hand.
If you shove, she fold.
What a great rub down
Just a
that
little
is.
needle. Yeah, you missed the spot there, mate.
Yeah.
You can have some tennis. Yeah, of course. This is the risk.
Yeah, it's one of the favorite games of players to play at the table. How could that have played differently and then you would have won the hand?
I think 10x may be better river.
So while people from the UK and Ireland sit back, have a listen to us over their morning coffee,
Alright.
we, with the 2-hour time
jam.
difference, Dara, had our morning coffees,
Don't jam.
the sun shining in on us while we cast our votes for GPI.
Yeah, the GPI long ballots were sent out yesterday.
First time I'm playing.
Some of the lists were very long.
So
Long lists they
Yeah.
were. A lot of talent out there. in
Bit of
fairness.
controversy about the Twitch category.
Tell me.
Next time.
38
no
people were
most
listed,
of the
not a
people,
single
if you
woman.
have straight and
No
bad
way.
river,
Yeah,
bad
which
river.
that seems like a
scary
major
for
oversight. There are
There are at
What
least
is
5
in the Oma?
female Twitchers in
There
the
are
poker
some-
space that I can
there
think
are
of.
some very good female poker twitchers
Dude,
out there.
dude.
Obviously at
Heads up.
Unibet we know Risk for a Biscuit. Emily is up for some other awards, but
Okay.
not that one.
Not bad.
GG have
You
called
lost the flip.
Malaysia and
You lost the flip in the end.
Stars of
Yes.
JG Reggie.
Stars of JG
Second
Reggie.
then.
Poker Bunny has also done some twitching.
but
Yeah,
my
it seems like a
friend-
major oversight.
No, I was just saying.
Sure does, Dara.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully the guys will rectify
He
that.
buzzed me.
I bought
It's possible they could. Well, there's write-ins as
So
well. So,
clear.
guys, if you are out there and you
Not
do get
only-
to
Yeah,
cast
we
the
ended
ballot
up
and you've
we
noticed
ended
that,
up writing
No, you
in
weren't good, yes.
some females, but yeah, it's quite the oversight.
I enjoy that event. Good
So
fun.
many awards you
Yeah.
up for, David?
Omaha, I wonder.
all of them, I think. I was best
Oh,
trophy.
down.
I think I was best trophy
Makes you
husband.
play a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
12
Yeah.
bounties. You have to run it good.
Best
12
trophy.
bounties.
Tournament director.
No, and then
Just
on
for
top
all
of
my
it, actually
interventions
finish.
with the
So
tournament
it's
directors
Yeah.
when I disagree with their
Yeah.
rulings.
They make lots
give
of
me that
bounties, but
category
then
as
they're
well.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
11
believe
can include the
actually,
bounties
David.
or
Well,
without?
obviously the chip brace is up.
No,
and,
no bounties.
one of David's
This is the
writing
price.
pieces is up. Piece he wrote on WPT, and David's up for Twitter Personality of the Year.
That's the Bath picks there. I'm pretty
The
sure that's
Bath
the Bath
picks,
picks.
yeah, yeah.
Bath picks took it over the top there.
Yeah.
People were just like, wow. Keep them coming. Slide into my DMs.
Have I missed anything? Oh, you're up for Broadcaster of the Year as well.
You're very modest there because I think you're up for every single one of those categories yourself.
I'm not up for Twitter Personality. Clearly, I have no personality. I think
You've lots of personality, just obviously not in
I just
cyberspace.
don't express it on Twitter.
Yeah, you keep it for the real world.
Yeah. So we have a hand here, blind on blind. Aristoteles has raised and 3x. No, she's just min raised actually, which is quite interesting. Small blind. I mean, Foul can't really fold for this price. He does cover her as well, so he can actually put a good bit of ICM pressure on her here if he wanted to. But given how sticky she proved last hand, she played. He's decided he's just going to call and see what happens.
And it's a very nice hand to play in position, actually.
Yeah, no 8-7 suited. Now they both hit the 7. He's in trouble with his kicker. Obviously, he does have some
Okay.
One orbit
ways to improve
penalty.
apart from the 8-5-6 would make him a straight, but
One orbit penalty, Misha.
there's no real reason for him to raise here. I
What is
don't
that?
think.
Nothing.
No, I imagine he would have used some board textures to try and take it away from
What is that
Aristoteles,
like
but
then?
now he seems to have gone smack bang into the middle of his hang-on range.
Yeah. Now he has improved in the sense he's picked up a gut shot here. Board looks a little bit scarier for her.
In her spot here, do you go for another small bet or do you go for a check call there?
I think I go check call
if
now.
that
I'm not
chips,
sure there's
it's
enough
probably
worse
true.
hands that can call us
I don't know.
second
it'll be
time,
a long bubble,
and
I think.
particularly with the ICM, I think.
Three level maybe.
Yeah, but I do like this bet.
I love this
What
river
else
bet.
is there?
This is a great bet.
There's not
This
many
is
short
just
stacks.
basically a blocker.
Yeah, she's targeting weaker 7s and 4x. Also, maybe, just maybe, a 6 makes sense as well. He could be in there with the 6-5, the 6-3
Yeah.
as a float on the flop.
Yeah,
so
I think once
there's
he
enough to
once he
target.
checked behind, she realized, well, he'd never check a king, so he probably most likely has a 7 or a 4, since he called the flop bet, or he has a draw, which is not going to pay anyway. So I might as well get value from the 7s and the 4s.
Yeah. And some of those draws contain a 6-star, which now might get tempted
Yes.
too.
Yeah, and if she checked, he might bet big with his missed draws. So this bet is dual purpose. It can get called by worse hands, as it looks like it's about to, and it can stop him from bluffing big when he's missed his draw.
And absolutely no doubt of where she stood in the hand. She
Yeah,
slaps
no,
that
she
down.
knew she had the best hand there.
Really well played.
Yeah, I think she's a really good hand reader. She's very, very good at figuring out what the likely holdings are.
Yeah, a formidable lady, it must be said. Enter pots against her at your peril.
Yeah.
We're obviously not allowed to talk about who we voted for, so we would never do that. But do you have any favourites in any category this year? Just somebody who really stood out to you this year as a sure thing? Angela Jordison is mine for breakout.
Angela
She's been a
Jordison
star.
seems fairly obvious breakout. Caitlin Comiskey is up for a couple of awards as well.
Great shout, great shout.
I thought she absolutely, yeah, she was amazing this year. Just so funny, her content. They're the ones probably that stand out the most for me.
Yeah, I would actually have picked the same too.
Yeah.
Oh, trouble on the horizon
Oh
for
Lord.
Noah here.
Oh, Noah's going home unless he finds a queen.
Yeah, he's 4x'd here. Obviously, gone for the larger sizing. Kleiper looks down at the big ones.
Yeah.
And,
I'd like to see a call here. There's enough of the stack in already, I think.
and
There's enough of the stack in already, I think.
yeah, a formidable lady. It must be said.
and he might induce somebody in behind, but he has gone for the 3-bet.
Yeah, I like the way you're thinking there, Dara.
I mean, she's definitely not playing the 5-3. Let's see if there's any hand that might have been tempted if he had just flatted. I don't think it would have made any difference. No, the hands behind were all very mediocre.
So, Noha is going to need
Is he
to
gone
see
all in?
one of the red ladies here.
Has he gone all in? Yeah, no, sorry. He had, well, obviously went all in because he was 3-bet. And he's going to get the very bad news that he's up against the aces.
Yeah, rough spot here for Noha.
No spot.
He would have been looking down at those queens thinking, oh, finally an opportunity to get back into this tournament. And, well, that's all but shut the door here, running King 10.
King 10, that's it, or Queen Queen.
10 king.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
so you're saying there's a chance.
Little split.
I'm saying there's a 9% chance.
Never easy.
Never easy. Until the river. Never easy.
I wonder if
No.
that kind of situation will arise at the
Alright,
poker
good luck.
table,
Thank
and
Thank you.
nobody at the table says never easy. I feel like,
You want help?
It's
that
it
just has to be said.
Must be
Yeah.
done.
yeah. So that's pretty cruel. You pick up the queens and you run into the aces, but it does bring us one player nearer to the bubble.
And you pick it aces.
An icy bat for Noha there. We will try to find a new player to join us here on the feature table.
Hey, you forget this 100K.
For the moment, though, we will play 8-handed.
But you take this, eh? This hand.
I want you with chips, so it's okay. Good range.
So Mustafov under the gun. This is pretty loose. This near the bubble of only 17 big blinds. Val has a tempter with ace-5, but he lets it go. It doesn't play great against an under the gun opening range. And the ace-6 in the big blind, comfortably covering the opener. He can call here and just put a lot of pressure on post-flop. No real reason to 3-bet this hand. It would play terribly against the get-ins. So the king-jack outflops him. But it is the second pair. Part of the problem of opening king-jack with ICM being a big problem is when you get this type of flop, it's tricky to know how to proceed. But since his opponent has absolutely nothing, it's going to work out on this occasion. But if you get called there, then you can suddenly find yourself with quite a big pot and you only have second pair and the bubble is not that far away.
Let's talk a little bit about post-flop ICM. I suppose the way in which people initially think, most people initially think, is the implication of ICM on ranges of like what hands you want to get in, sort of pre-flop play. But actually, in a much more nuanced, much more interesting way, ICM plays a huge role as you move down the streets, medium-sized stacks going up against one another, or maybe a medium-sized stack against a big stack. That medium-sized stack can sort of be put at risk by the river, not initially, but absolutely put at risk across 3 streets, and that changes the strategy immensely.
It does, yeah. I mean, the simplest concept, I guess, to get is that when the final bet goes in, that's all in. The risk premium that applied pre-flop still applies post-flop. So in a spot where you ordinarily might only need 40% to make a call, you have to add whatever the risk premium is to that, so it might be 50 or 60%. When you step back from that, that actually impacts the way the whole hand plays. If you can't call the final all in unless you have a very strong hand, then there are certain hands that you can't bet because your opponent would be able to put you all in, and you would have too many hands that you'd have to fold in that spot. So you end up having to play much more passively as well. And one of the common heuristics, particularly with the short stack or short effective stack, that myself and Barry identified when we were working on our ICM book was what we called min or all in. There's a lot of spots where if you're going to bet, there's only two sizes you can use. You use the minimum or you move all in yourself, so you don't have to face the all in decision. When two big stacks play against each other, it's much less of a factor because really the stacks have to be threatened by the end. If they can't get all in normally, then there's not that much difference. Medium stacks against big stacks, often the big stack can threaten by sizing up. When the big stacks play against smaller stacks, they will get more folds to small bets. So all the situations are really complicated to the point that myself and Barry will write a whole book on them at some point. But it's so complicated, and there's so many sims you have to run to try and identify the heuristics and the patterns that it's going to take us a while. So we've kind of kicked it down the road a bit.
Well, interesting spot brewing here. Dara Aristotelos from early position has opened up the ace queen offsuit, and Todorita can go both ways here. He could flat and try and navigate this one, but with only 20 bigs and against a wily opponent such as Aristotelos, he might decide to just go with it here. He does.
Yeah.
So he's not quite shoving, but he is putting almost all his chips in.
Yeah.
Although it is 300, he has
Yeah, I mean, this is 20 big blinds, and he's going to have all those problems post-flop that we just talked about.
Yeah.
He's going to be looking at one or two overcards a lot of the time. Have to make a decision in a spot where, as I said, he's going to have to be good more often than normal. So the best thing to do is to just stick it in here. It's not comfortable because he doesn't have any blockers. He's not blocking any of the bigger pairs. Ace King is also almost certainly going to call. Ace Queen seems to be right on the line, and she is giving this a lot of thought.
Yeah, no question she calls with a better hand. Jacks would be getting in here against him. Ace King would also. So Ace Queen and nines feel like the tank decisions maybe. Nines is possibly get in as well, so maybe Ace Queen and eights. So Aristotelos in the tank here with one of the cuspy ones.
Yeah, it's a lot of her stack as well. Like if she calls here and loses, she's sort of in the danger zone where she can't necessarily get to the bubble. On the other hand, she's not immediately at risk in this hand, and if she calls and wins, she has the kind of stack that can potentially attack the bubble. So this feels really close.
Yeah, flipping the perspectives here from her vantage point, she will be thinking, well, how many ace jacks and king queens are in the range? And if there's a few of them,
you have to think about the hands that you're actually in great shape against. If she could see his hand, she would fold because you don't want to be flipping at this point. But she's hoping, she's considering the possibility he could have ace jack here. Yeah, that's why she's made the call. Could have ace jack, could have ace 10, could have king queen. She's in a flip now. Well, he's flipping for his tournament life. Katie asked if we're in the money. We're not, Katie. We're 16 from the money at the moment. 89 paid, 105 remain. You can see she's not actually happy about the situation.
Huge moment for her now, and I have to agree with you, Dara. On balance, I think I might have let this one go, feeling like it would drag me into the danger zone.
But she has hit her queen, so he's already taking his microphone off. This is neck level stand up.
Wow. I think
if he hits his 10, they're going to have to mic him up again.
He has to break our stuff, and then maybe he goes a step further at that point.
Yeah.
No, very unlucky there.
Very unlucky. Yeah. I mean, he got it in well ahead, 57%, but can't really blame the call. It was very close. I think the deciding factor was she decided there were enough hands she was dominating.
Yeah, definitely a big factor there. It comes down to your perception of your opponent, maybe something you've seen before.
And as she stacks the chips,
so lots of post-mortem there, one would assume. I'm not familiar with what is being said, but
yeah, I think it's one of those spots where players, everybody has an opinion as to whether she should have called or not, and it seems to be the kind of culture where people don't hold back their opinions.
Ari Kleiper is going to bump this one up under the gun. Perfectly reasonable with this holding, but wow, Barney right in behind here with big slick. I wonder, given the fact that Kleiper covers, if he would ever consider flatting a hand like this against an under the gun open, keeping in the hands he dominates, and playing a little bit more cagely, given the risk premium a foot.
Yeah, I would like a flat here because when you 3-bet this hand, you just get the. and
Oh,
you're-
goodness
oh my
me.
God! Now actually the pot's gotten bloated as well.
Well, luckily for Barney, perhaps the fact that he did 3-bet now, I agree with you, Dar. I would have liked a flat there, but if it had gone flat and then squeeze, he may well have come over the top with the ace-king.
Yeah.
Now to a cold 4-bet, he might actually feel as though he's not in good shape.
The Hollywood has started already. He's looking very Hollywood uncomfortable. It's like, oh really? There's a what? That's a raise, and there's a 3-bet. Oh no! What do I do with my pair of 8s here now?
Well, Kleiper's hand will shrivel up considerably by the time it gets round to him. Now facing a 4-bet 250k. Korkmaz putting in a full third of his stack here, clearly meaning business. Barnia will have a decision too. I think when it gets back to him, he might feel as though he is flipping at best versus the range. Not sure ace-queen does this too often. Oh,
But the ace king
he
is
does. He's just snap goes all in.
Snap moved all in, and
No other race.
Yeah.
Would I like him to give that a bit more consideration? I got to say, Darren.
yeah, that seemed very, very. I'm not folding this hand. I'm all in. He will be left with 100k if he. No, he won't. He's covered. So
Chilling, huh?
he is in bad shape here.
Yeah, very bad shape. Korkmaz did cover by about 100 euro.
3% chops if it comes running straight cards, but that's it. No, he's dead now, and that was.
Not an easy situation to navigate from Barney. I wonder if a lesson will be learned there about the relative strength of Ace King
I
against
think
a
he
4-bet
was
in that
already
spot.
learning it there. That seemed very rueful, whatever he said.
They're going to count them
They're
down
kind
here.
of down, so it's not even clear to him that he's out yet. Meanwhile, in the chat, Katie says, "Great to have the commentary when I'm recovering." Sorry, I didn't realize you were sick or injured, Katie. Hope you're doing well.
Well soon, Katie.
Patrick Winterbottom says, "Good morning, David and Dara." Good morning, Patrick. Patrick is on the way to the Bahamas. He's one of the Platinum Pass winners that I'm coaching. So exciting week ahead for him. Yeah, so he gets the bad news there. He was covered.
Aces here, aces, magic.
I would have liked to see a little bit more time taken there just to consider the spot. Because it was early position open, 3-bet, and then the guy just behind 4-bets.
Πρόσεχε και τον κοινό δεξιά σου που τώρα. Λίγο έτσι επιθετικός.
Chilling. Aces.
Now it's your turn to have aces. Let's look.
I take queens also.
What a time to get aces, though.
Oh,
He pass out the phone.
Especially when
Sorry. But
the player who's opened has voted one of the kings.
excited.
indeed.
It's okay, it's okay.
And one of the
I'm
queens.
excited.
which
And
might
one of the
have helped
queens
in
as well
another
for the
way.
straight card. Yeah, it's literally the dream hand.
Well, Gavrilovic will be picking an unfortunate time to play this suited connector here. Super dominated by the 7s as it happens.
Είδες τον άκεψε.
Looks like he's gone for a raise. So bumps up to 90k here, making a move here against Fallon. The 7s in Orthodoxu with the ace king lurking behind. Wow, well, look at this. Interesting to see Gavrilovic stepping out like this off a stack of about 40 bigs. Dara,
Yeah, this is,
middle of the pack here, you'd think he would be knitting up at this phase.
yeah. And he's going to get stomped on.
Orthodoxu
Orthodoxu
just
bringing
drops the
down the
hammer.
hammer with the ace king.
Detection.
And the 7s quickly fold. And the 7-6 maybe will make a face-saving slow fold. No.
Yeah, lovely pickup there.
Yeah.
170k, no showdown. Orthodoxu
You change your color
could have
in the
induced
face,
there,
my
but actually
friend.
quite liked the jam.
Yeah,
Oh, I
you
do
look
too,
Fine
yeah.
against those
white.
two stacks.
Yeah, no, he picked up a decent amount
You
there.
see? You see the
He
face?
could really put a hand like 10s in the bin there as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you admire the ambition and optimism of the 7-6 suited, but this near the bubble, you know, maybe it's time to just not
It's not
take those
necessary
spots.
to I see after. It's TV table.
When you see, you
We're having
Okay.
the concept of the TV table
I see
explained there.
pocket kings, huh? King Kong. King Kong.
Ace 2 suited. This is. Ugh.
Nice,
You
nice
can
action for
open this,
TV
but it's
table,
very, very mucky under the gun.
So it looks like a new player will be joining us.
And another hand for Orthodoxu. Pocket sevens.
Yeah, definitely like flatten this one in position, Dara.
Yeah.
Tapping into what you said earlier about the ability to use post-flop ICM. Definitely a situation where that could become a factor on a river down the line. Also, Fal incentivized to tread carefully now.
Welcome.
Maybe shaving off
Hello. Thank you.
the bottom of his continues in certain situations. Aristotelos flicks in the call from the big. Seven still best here on the King 9-3 rainbow. Fal has backdoor, wheel and flush draw possibilities. Aristotelos, well, she does technically have a backdoor, but that will
Yeah.
feel very disconnected from you.
Yeah, with the one high card there and the back doors, that's enough for Fal to come out betting, try and get some folds. He's gone very small too, which again I like. He's just trying to fold out the nothings here. He won't get sevens to fold, but you know, he could have folded a 7-6 and an 8-7 suited type hand.
Yeah.
Now he probably wants to turn equity or hit his ace. That's good too.
I'd probably check it now.
I would
Dara.
check now, yeah. We have the worst ace, so we really have a bluff catcher / one street hand.
Yeah, it's a situation that if the positions were reversed, I might go for the advanced blocker, bet the ace here on the turn sometimes.
Yeah, but there's almost no draws. There are, in fact, there are no draws here. There's no flush draw. There's no open ender.
So Fal very happy to target the King Jacks of the world. Orthodoxu definitely can find a lot better hands to call a second barrel with, so I think this one can be thrown in the bin.
Yeah, good fold. Recognize that the ace was too bad a card. Improved almost everything he was ahead of going to the turn.
Reminder there, 89 players paid in this one, 4,500 US dollars is the minimum payday. But there is a very, very juicy first prize in this one, Dara. 360k, is it 380k maybe? It's something up there.
Yeah, yeah. It's very juicy indeed. And 25 of that K is Jack Sinclair money, so... We ran into Jack at breakfast this morning. He told us he was going off to edge the 1K. He'd broken his personal record, fired 8 bullets at this one and not bagged.
And then always fold. That's the rule. Look at them, always fold. Put first, then fold always. Doesn't matter. As long as you fold, doesn't matter.
Jack made the journey here from Tbilisi.
If I have ace,
Is that where he's based these days?
I'm not sure Jack's based anywhere. He's kind of like a nomad. But yeah, Tbilisi is one of the many places he does put his head down for a while.
And that hand again, ace queen, suited variety this time for Orthodoxu. He is maybe our biggest stack, certainly one of the top two.
Like it, yeah. But Kleiper has a big stack too, and I think also probably has a relative in the chat. Aurelia Kleiper says, "Go Ari Kleiper."
Well, Kleiper has gone for the 3-bet here on the button over Orthodoxu's cut-off. Seems pretty reasonable.
Aurelia says, "I've watched now from a different channel and was wondering where is the chat." Yeah, we are just keeping an eye on the official channel on Merit Poker. Even though
Yes,
this is
no,
another
I
channel. So if
wasn't
you're on
here.
one of those other channels and you're
Did I
wondering
go
why we're ignoring your comments, we're not. It's just that it's only the official channel we're watching.
Orthodoxu with a mandatory call here to the button 3-bet battle of the ace-X. There will be ways to win for Kleiper even when he misses. going to be difficult for him now, though.
Does have the gut shot though, so
Could check this one back, maybe, if it's checked to him. Could be reasonable.
yeah. I don't think it will. Oh no, it was checked. You're right, yeah. But he's decided to go ahead and bet.
So continuing his pre-flop story, Orthodoxu, second pair, top kicker with that backdoor flush draw. And, well, that backdoor flush draw is halfway there. Orthodoxu will be going nowhere to a second barrel here. Kleiper maybe shuts down. It is a very wet board for the open
Yeah.
defend to
I think
3-bet range.
once you get called,
You were kind of trying to clear out the pocket eights and
yeah,
weren't you?
just check and try and hit your gut shot.
Kleiper wheels spinning here, wondering if there's a decent number of hands he could get to fold to the second barrel. There are some.
There are some, yeah. But he does check, which I like.
Oh, and he gets there. And he gets there in a way that has also got Orthodoxu there. This spells trouble. Oh, this spells big, big trouble with that check.
Yeah, this is gross because he even has the 10 of clubs.
Action card
this
here
is
on the
horrible,
river.
yeah.
Could not have thought of a better card.
Love how Orthodoxu has played this. Finally, that river check.
And Kleiper unlikely to get away. As you said, Dara, that 10 of clubs blocker, and he has the nut straight. It's not
Yeah.
just the 10, but the ace 10.
The nut
Three.
straight,
He
the
said
blocker to the flush. This is
Cannot get away
This
here.
is terrible,
This is
yeah.
a must call. And
yeah,
Harry Kleiper is going to lose half a stack in this hand.
yeah.
One of our big stacks, Kleiper, up against our biggest stack, Orthodoxu. Well, the rich, about to get an awful lot richer, does make the call, hoping to see a 10 in his opponent's hands, maybe even ace 10 as well. Gets the bad news. Well,
Yeah, I mean that's just a really unfortunate run out for him there. His daughter in the chat, I like this comment. She says, "My dad and the dealer are wearing the same outfit."
Hello, Poda. Pixel story.
well, Kleiper now
Good
forced
TV table, huh?
into one of those stacks that will find the next hour, hour and a half a little bit more uncomfortable, Dara. We're now
Amazing creamer.
about 10 people away from the
Ace
bubble.
10, huh?
Yeah, now he's gone from sort of cruising to the bubble to now. This is squeaky.
Ace 10, no possible fault.
Mai colari già.
Very squeaky indeed. There you see 100 even, so 11 from the money to be exact. It's not going to discourage Mustafov opening up here from +1 with the Queen 9 of diamonds. He's going to stay active.
This is very loose open off his stack.
I got to agree with you there.
17 big blinds. Oh, and Kleiper straight away has a hand. Oh. Oh, this is a tricky spot.
And he is going to raise it up.
Yeah.
Kleiper does tend to default to the aggressive action
Yeah.
when two are available.
Yeah, he's obviously not going to play scared just because he's taken that hit near the bubble.
And Mustafov, well, he'd have to call another 55k. He's
You
only got to take the
tilted?
265 behind.
Tilted?
It would be very, very gambly.
Yeah.
Are you on tilt, he asks.
Me too.
And maybe induces the right sort of response from Kleiper to get a sense that he was legit there. Kleiper very happy to laugh
Cost the
along.
money.
Yeah.
Dare o flop su pese, vede te.
That being said, with Queen Nine of Diamonds, he didn't exactly have a decision. A reminder, guys, we're obviously bringing you bubble coverage here, day 3 of the Merit Poker Western Series main event. We will be bringing you final day and final table coverage tomorrow, and then there is talk of a possible
We have
cash
to raise
game
more,
on
eh?
Thursday.
It's
To be
okay?
decided on
Ah,
that one,
okay.
but we will definitely be bringing you the High Roller event final day on Friday. I imagine we're going to have some beasts in the field for that one, so do check that out.
Indeed, yeah. Question from Katie in the chat: any UK players still left in?
Good question, Katie. We did actually get here pretty
Maybe
close to
after,
start time, so I didn't get to have a scan around
More
the
green
field.
after, yeah?
No, I'm just looking at the list we were sent of the top stacks, which are not
Nobody's
all of the
smiling
stacks.
Only you.
But it is a lot of stacks. There's about 60 people on this
I don't
list,
know.
and none of those people are UK. So we can say with absolute confidence that there's nobody with an above average stack
Nobody's smiling.
from the
anymore in
UK. We
top
heard
six.
about quite a few best outs yesterday. Jack obviously bust
Everybody
8
thinking
times.
only for money.
Ryan Mandara bust as well outside the money. So
For money also, but I enjoy also.
Money and fun.
Yes.
The best.
Yeah, I've actually got up-to-date chip counts courtesy of the lovely people over at Poker News. I'm going to give a bit of a rundown here of any notables I spy. Dara, if you can keep an eye on the developments here with the Ace-9, Jack-9 already.
So this is Ace-9 suited is opened under the gun +1. The Jack-9 has made a perfectly reasonable defend. He has a big stack, so he can put pressure on. He has actually significantly outflopped his opponent. He's hit his Jack, so he might just want to play possum now and bluff catch with his hand, and that's what he goes for. Check call. He improved. They both kind of improved to a gut shot. Actually, a double gut shot for Gavrilovic. And Gavrilovic, this is very brave. He's the covered player here, but he is the one bluffing fairly large as well. He's gone pretty large here, about 80% of pot. That puts the Jack-9 in a tricky spot, but and he does get him to release. So that's pure street poker there.
Για να σε κολλάει, βάστα μόνο τις 10 σπαθήν, ρε. Δεν βάστα να σώβω, δηλαδή.
Aurelia Kleiper is asking, what are the prizes for the final table? David is busy scribbling down names at the moment. So let me see if I can find the payouts.
Okay, so I've got a few updates there. I just ran around the room, Dara.
Yeah,
I
clearly
literally sprinted.
You ran around the room
I ran out of the body.
virtually.
It's a shame there's not cameras in this room to prove me right here. I sprinted out there. I'm very good at recognizing chip counts from a distance, so a whistle-stop tour of the room, and I can bring you news now that there is one UK player in the mix, Andrew Hume, aka Stato. He's got 255k. He's one of the shorter stacks trying to battle through this bubble. Fabian Wolf, a lot of you guys will remember from yesterday, 410k. Julian Bogdanovic, 535k. Uri Reichenstein, familiar face on the poker circuit, 600k. Michael Lech of the USA. Remember him from our day 3 stream of the warm-up. As we see here, Mustafov calling with his gut shot here versus Kleiper, who's flopped top pair.
Yeah, he's very short here. A little bit too short to be calling speculatively here. Kleiper still has top pair. It's a very draw-heavy board, so he's probably going to fire out a second bet. Pot's already 125, and Mustafov only has 200 behind.
Yeah, he knows there's
Can you
no
speak now?
ace queens or ace kings about, given the pre-flop action.
Very
Ace
good.
9 may have gone for the
Bravo.
reshove as well, so pretty confident he's good here.
Say they have,
Looking to
eh?
charge flush
Yeah, the
draws
hands can speak, huh?
and
Does it say
weak
that?
aces and 9x
Bravo, my
with
friend.
the 65k bet.
Não me deve.
Gets the job done.
2 open-enders there as well.
As I return to my hastily scribbled list of chip counts that I did identify with my own eyes when I ran around the room.
I'm going to cut your microphone in a minute, Dave, if you continue this falsehood.
Charade.
I think you
Ivan
double up.
Stankov, you will remember from the stream,
You
710k.
agree?
Halil Baybars, I think, made a very deep run, a final day
Yep.
run.
No,
They
no
warm
speak
up,
now.
790k.
On the
The French pairing of Maxime Chilot, who of course was one of the big stacks on our warm-up final table, and his friend Luc
Yeah,
Bindel
Duma,
have
Hugh
830k and
Animais.
1.2 million respectively.
Oh, that's
Yep.
good. I was actually talking to those two gentlemen
Yep,
after play
by
yesterday,
Marsh.
and they were both in good shape.
Yeah, well, they continue to build towers as we speak. Yashin Kontouche, a familiar face from the stream yesterday. He's up to 985k, but here is the
My
one to
friend.
watch, Dara, and we have a serious one to watch.
Stealing.
Dominic Panka is about, and he's got 1.9 million.
Wow. I didn't realize Dominic was here.
Sorry, can I have
Okay, so
some
to
water?
answer Aurelia's question about the payouts on the final table, the first player eliminated on the final table, ninth place in other words, will get 37,300. The first pay jump is 12,000, and then the pay jumps rise around that rate until the top four. The top four places are 124,000, 168,000 for third, 274,000 for second,
you
and
double up, but maybe he double up.
372,800 for the win.
Oh,
They've done it again, Dara.
You're not looking the cut.
The gap between third and second is bigger than second
You're
and first.
super excited.
You're right, yeah.
Please, Americano.
That must be a feature of tournaments here.
Little
Tournaments
bit.
there.
That's remarkable.
They like a
Okay.
cagey three-handed
Water
game.
this. And Americano.
That is,
I take 1/7 more.
yeah, I've never seen that before.
No, I haven't either. But it's clearly part of the formula. Now we can confirm it wasn't
Not this time.
Yeah.
I'm
You
sorry.
stay.
Aurelia
If seven come, you stay in
says,
the
thank
line.
you, I'll pray for my dad.
I hope it.
I take 8 also.
So here we have the all-in. Mustavov, having lost a lot of his stack last hand, is in trouble here.
Yeah,
He's
some-
going to need a 7.
or that board to pair once again.
Ace queen and the button, huh? Easy poker.
Well, a 5, an 8, or a 7 for him to survive. A 2 is no
We
good.
lose him. He's been very talkative, very pleasant at the table. But
Have fun with this guy.
And with that, we break a table. 99 now remain. They will all come together hand for hand when there is 90. As we burst this bubble in, I'm going to guess sometime in the next hour. Stick around, guys. I think we're going to get there
yeah.
in this block.
A very important question from the chat from JB Wellbeing. Has David used the unorthodox gag yet?
Well, I used the orthodox gag, so I suppose, yeah, one or the other. I'm afraid so. I'm that transparent, JB.
They know you well.
Well, you haven't likened any of our feature tablists to a movie star yet, so you've shut that door pretty firmly.
Yeah, I will. I learned my lesson.
Seven seat looks a bit like what I imagine Joey Ingram may look like in years to come. I'm going to go with that.
Okay. Hakan says, bring a truck for Corey's chips. Korkmaz here on the button. He has a commanding stack now, well over 100 big blinds. This is a great time to have that kind of stack. 9 from the money. People looking up at the clock, thinking just have to survive 9 more people.
Come on, you've got to see it as well, Dara. Look at that. Joe Ingram.
I do see it, yeah. No, I definitely see it. Joe Ingram in about 3 years, maybe.
Joe Ingram, if he just keeps going with those late nights.
Yeah. So what's Gavrilovic Joe Ingram going to do here with the 7-6?
Papi Gavrilovic.
Just let it go. I took a long time on that decision. I would.
Pre-stalling. There's early stalling going on.
this is a good point. I completely missed this thing. This is what David is here for. The stalling analysis. There's no
What a-
bigger expert in the world
This is
on
what-
stalling.
They pay me the big. They pay you the big bucks to come in and talk ICM around the bubble. They pay me the big bucks to come in and talk about all the angles.
All the
to
stalling.
stall.
It never even occurred to me that was stalling, but that's exactly what that was.
I was like, I was surprised it didn't start
Yeah.
20 minutes ago, to be honest.
Question from Riding Round in the chat. What's the min cash? The min cash is $4,530. So comfortably over a buy-in.
What's the most gratuitous stalling you ever saw? Chat. Tell us the story of the time that somebody was the most
Yeah.
obnoxious
Yeah.
with that particular strategy.
Looks like we're hearing the announcement of the blinds up there. So this will be the last hand of this level. Jack 9 in the hijack with 24 big blinds, soon to be less. Gavrilovic, yeah, if he takes his time with this one, he's definitely stalling. Yeah. This man knows there's a bubble about.
I think we need at least maybe 25, 30 more seconds. I think we need to ask for a count, actually. I think that's probably the next
David's
thing to do.
answering Aidan Quinlan's question without it even being asked. Tell us the secrets of the dark arts, David.
Oh, look.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hang on a minute.
What?
He's made a liar out of us, Tara.
He's 3-bet.
He has made a liar out
This
of us.
is-
Gavrilovic.
This is ballsy. He has Jack 9 off, and the chip leader has opened.
Wow. And it's going to work.
I mean, it
think.
looks super strong. Oh no! If I'm Corkmaz, I'm shoving it in his eye here. Ace-5 suited.
strong, though, off this stack.
It
no?
does look strong, yeah. But
Well, we're about to find out. Gavrilovic.
yeah, he's all in.
Oh, Dara O'Carney knows all the tricks.
Yeah.
He can put him in the blender here, Gavrilovic. Let's go.
And let it go quickly as well, which again, you would have liked to see a long tank there, I think.
Well, I've now decided he's not tanking. And
Yeah,
that's
he's clearly not
given the fact
tanking.
that he went for that
No,
one.
no, he's clearly not tanking.
We
He
take
just,
it back. Apologies to Gavrilovic.
I think
will
he's
issue
one
an
of those
apology.
guys who doesn't like being pushed around on the bubble, and he just thinks that the chip leader is at it.
Yeah, Papi Gavrilovic. I take it back. I will fill out the apology form. You were not.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, Orthodoxu, 100 big blinds. What a spot to be
That
in
is
right
amazing.
now. 2 million chips. Corkmaz, as we just
Corrad
saw.
playing absolutely superbly.
Really good.
Yeah.
Absolutely loving it. Katerina Aristotelos, bit of a star again on this feature table. She won the big flip there with the ace queen against tens. She made the hero call when only chopping at best, but she was right on both occasions. Won those pots, 835k. Nikolai Fall, 820k. Ari Kleiper, 720k. He obviously took a bit of a body blow, but immediately got back on the horse and won the next pot. Gavrilovic, $500,000. Well,
Yeah. He just lost
Gavrilovic
100 of that.
just lost 100 of that.
No,
500k and anyone lower, really, they don't have to get involved.
No, you can just let the chip leader win a few pots and then until the bubble. Nobody's super short, which actually could make for a very interesting period now, because a lot of it is just the discipline of folding.
Yeah.
Not getting involved. Players don't like feeling that they're getting pushed around, and that can cause them to do rash things in these spots.
Well, already 97, so we've lost a couple more since just the last hand. Clearly a couple of people departed from outer tables. We are going to be down to this actual bubble. Obviously, we're bubble adjacent right now, but the actual bubble, I predict within maybe half an hour at this rate.
That sounds about right, yeah. It's going a lot faster than I would have thought, but from this table we see that it might be a cultural thing here. Players are not as concerned about the bubble as they might be in other places.
Who would you think are the bubble-aware, tankiest nation on the planet?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Little bit for everybody here. Rebes top, Cork Maz under pair, both open-ended, and Kleiper open-ended to the good end.
To answer your question, I'm going to go with Germany, I think. I think led by their poster boy Christoph Vogelsang, who tags even when he's the chip leader. I think the Germans do love a good tank.
Connoisseurs of the tank.
They are connoisseurs of the tank. I played a tournament in Germany once where somebody was tanking and he was called on it by another player at the table, and he explained exactly what he was doing and why, and the whole table went, "Oh yes, that is good strategy," and then they all started doing it.
Well, we did remove the Jack 2 there, I guess probably the least going on for it in one sense. Cork Maz with the pocket sevens. Rebey's keen to hang on. I really like that check back because he's basically decided I have to hang on here, but I don't want to put more chips in the pot when I've only got
this is very
this
good
stack.
ICM
Very good.
awareness there.
Yeah, just 300k behind. He really didn't want to lose that pot.
Really liked the way he played that hand.
Super stuff. Yeah, it will mean, unfortunately, for some of the shorter stacks or even short to medium stacks, they can't extract maximum value in spots where they otherwise might, but that's just part of it.
That is part of it, and that's another reason why you should be tightening your range anyway. You have hands which are very, very profitable without ICM, but with ICM, even when you win the hand, when you hit, you're not going to be able to win as much.
Indeed. Well, there are two very big stacks at this table. They will be looking to increase their wealth over the course of this squeaky bum hour of poker coverage. We've lost another on an outer table, so we're down to just 7 from the money now. 96 remain here. Price of poker having gone up there a couple of hands ago too, putting a little additional pressure on these shorties. See there, Juma, just 18 bigs. He's going to have to proceed cautiously. Gavrilovic is going to open regardless here. This definitely a hand I would have shaved off the bottom of my opening range given the context, but Gavrilovic we saw there with the Jack 9 3-bet. Happy to keep battling here. Rebez looks like he's going to just flat the 9s here. I quite like that as well. Like what we've seen from Rebez. Kleiper getting a small discount. Aristotelos with the bigger discount. She does let it go. And Gavrilovic. It's a loose open here, Dara, I feel, in this context.
Yeah, it is off this stack. I think he's one of those players who just doesn't like bubbles and doesn't like the feeling that he has to tighten up and be pushed around. Now he's flopped really, really well, but the 9s are still well ahead.
Yeah, it's hard to think of too many boards that would keep both players interested as this one.
Rebez is going to play this one the way. Oh no, he's raised this time, has he?
Interesting.
Interesting,
well,
yeah.
This opens the door for Gavrilovic to make a big semi-bluff here for all of it.
Puts him in a horrible spot,
And
though.
Rebez can be put in a very tricky spot as a consequence.
Yeah.
Obviously behind all the overpairs, drawing incredibly thin to all the overpairs.
This
Very
is
much in a guessing game. I would have liked a flat here.
I personally would have liked a flat as well, yeah. But the raise has put Gavrilovic in a horrible spot now, because if he shoves his draw and gets snapped, he's going to be in big trouble. And he's not being allowed to realize his draw cheaply, so I think he is going to just call and try and hit.
Yeah, stack to pot ratio now of just 1.3 to 1.
Yeah.
Can certainly imagine worlds where this gets in.
2 or a 7. No, the 6s. Now, he shouldn't have too much 6s as the opener. Rebez shouldn't really have too many 6s either, so this is kind of a blank.
Is Gavrilovic considering a semi-bluff here by leading, Dara?
Yeah. I mean, if he got a better card, I could see the merits of that, but
Thank you. Only this.
Yeah,
only
an ace
this,
or a
okay,
king.
no
Well,
worries.
obviously we see he does
It's
have the
for
ace, but even if you were
expression,
going to go with a bluff, maybe a king or a queen would be kind of a more interesting one to represent. Tricky spot now, 1.3 to 1, the stack to pot ratio. As mentioned, both players sort of similarly stacked. Obviously, Rebe's covers,
Just
but
check.
and it looks like we're going to go for an advanced blocker, I think, from Rebe's. He's going to go.
Yeah, I think he recognizes that the 6 is not a card to be scared of here. It's very unlikely Gavrilovic has it.
Now, Gavrilovic being given a direct price to catch his hand, but of course he could be up against a boat and already dead.
He could be already dead against 4s, 3s, or the one combination of pocket 6s. But he is going to hang on, and I think if they both miss the river, we're going to see check, check.
Yeah, I can see Rebez checking.
Yeah, that's not a card which could ever
Back
have
here.
helped him.
And I guess having gone for that raise on the flop and opened the door to potentially getting shoved on and being put in a tough spot, Rebez has actually played the remainder of the hand very well.
Yeah, no, I really like the turn bet there. Recognizing that the 6, while it might look superficially scary, really shouldn't have helped. Yeah, check, check. He played the hand really well there. He kind of paralyzed the action.
He did.
With the small raise on the flop and then the small bet on the turn.
Yeah, fascinating hand, must be said.
Yeah, and Gavrilovic is paying the price here for being just a little bit too active on the bubble. I did say that nobody on this table was under immediate threat, but if I had to name one player at the table most likely to bubble, it would be him now. He's lost another few chips there, and he doesn't look like he's the type who is willing to just hang around until the bubble bursts.
So as we approach this bubble, our expert team here, Sharehand, going to do their very best to provide some roving coverage of the outer tables. Obviously, what happens on those tables right now becomes particularly significant and relevant to proceedings. We want to try and capture as many of those all-in showdowns as we can, as we eliminate people close to this money bubble. Down to 95 now. Gavrilovic straight away. Dara, here we go. 15 big blinds are going to open up. Mini plus with the King Jack under the gun too. You called it here. It does feel as though he has a
Just doesn't like
death wish.
just doesn't like the tension of the bubble, feeling that you have to let these spots by.
Foul. Likely to call here, given what he's seen of Gavrilovic in Showdown. He knows that he's still playing kind of, I would say, actually not even normal ranges. He's playing lighter than normal
He's playing
ranges.
lighter than normal, yeah. I think he's decided he's going to attack the bubble here, irrespective of his stack. Now, hard board to hit here, so the c-bet might work. He might get back some chips here. On the other hand, Fal could put a bit of pressure on him here. 10-9 is, he has absolutely nothing going with this hand. He doesn't have a backdoor flush draw or straight draw or anything. The only thing he has is his stack.
Not to make a liar out of you, Dara, but
Sure, the
7-8.
7-8 would make a straight. Yeah, absolutely.
Unlikely though, and definitely
Very
not the
unlikely,
kind of
yeah.
backdoor you want to continue.
Yeah,
with, so
I
do
think he's
agree.
decided to let that one go. Gavrilovic will feel a bit better there. He's got some chips back.
Yeah, unusual to see a short stack driving the action at this
Yeah,
point in
yeah.
the
The others are
tournament.
all playing very, very snug, and it's the impatient short stack who is the one driving the action right now. So we continue, just 6 on the bubble now. Gavrilovic takes a hand off with the ace-2 off. Buys.
Kleiper getting in the mix here with the Queen 8. He's only playing 30 bigs.
Yeah.
He's opening into some shorter stacks. Just the one larger stack in Fal. Actually, Aristotelos has a good stack as well, but clearly Kleiper feels like this is a spot to try and sneak one through.
Yeah. Yeah, this is reasonable, I think, given that they're shorter stacks. Does Yuma want to defend the 8-6 off with 16 big blinds?
Well, this is a great example of a hand that you should defend in
Normally.
normal circumstances, but should definitely not under these.
Yeah. Yeah, all the thing we talked about. Yeah, he finds the right decision in the end. All the things we talked about earlier about the post-flop problems when you're covered, they just mean that you're not going to be able to realize your equity post-flop. You're going to have to fold to small bets. When you have something small, you're going to have to just give up more post-flop.
Can someone please find the location of Joey Ingham right now? Investigation.
Emergency investigation.
Emergency investigation.
Has Joey showed up in Cyprus and is he calling himself Gavrilovic? Might be a little bit of stalling going on here. Just a mini stall there.
Yeah, nothing gratuitous.
Kleiper with the 7-3, letting that one go. She's definitely playing this one. She raises, min raise. This should work quite a bit, although it is Gavrilovic's big blind she's going into. She's
Yeah,
a very brave woman.
Oh, and Juma actually has a spot now.
Oh, he
Could
does,
certainly
yeah.
consider.
Oh, my lord.
You might be letting this one go on the direct bubble, but with a
Yeah,
couple of orbits
this-
to go, I think
yeah.
you take this spot.
Yeah, I think you have to take the spot. You're going to blind down too much if you pass these spots. And
Part of me does want to know what would have happened in the alternate universe with that ace-4 against Aristotelos.
yeah,
As it turns out, Aristotelos, I think if she cottons to the context here and
yeah.
how
Good quick fold there from Hershey.
Yuma can't really be light.
No. Good quick fold there.
Well played.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a very considerate player. She takes her time on the difficult close ones, but on a fairly clear cut one like that, she made up her mind very quickly.
Yeah, really well played. Again, Aristotelos proving time and time again to be a bit of a star here in Korinia. Oh, and Rabiz, well, he will have to open this one up, one feels, but obviously a tricky hand to navigate into the entire field, some of whom have very big stacks and are keen to wield them. This could be an interesting hand.
Yeah, it's a hand you have to open, but you're really not hoping for action.
Yeah, and maybe that's part of the reason for that extra 5k on top, just a little discourager.
A little bit.
Slightly worse price to the big stack than the small blind in particular. Round to Yuma again. Does he have another hand? He does,
He
you
does.
know.
Oh my lord.
Different situation though, coming up
Yeah.
against an
Under
under
the
the gun
gun
opener.
opener. Yeah, he has moved all in, so again.
Well, oof, this is maybe going to be a call.
Mm,
You're not loving it.
you're not loving it, but it's not all of your stack. It's about half your stack. It's the guy who shoved last hand as well.
That is part of the equation, isn't it?
Yeah.
The guy who shoved left hands is maybe the guy. Oh, he does let it go.
Yeah,
Okay.
it just seemed that once he picked his cards up, he'd made his mind. I'm not going to flip for half my stack.
Yeah. And I can see why.
Yeah, absolutely.
We did somewhat foretell how the 10s under the gun was no clear-cut situation there as he
No,
opened.
it's one of those horrible spots. Dan Harrington talked about it once in one of his books, how even queens under the gun, it's not clear that in certain spots it's great, because if the ranges behind are very tight, when you get 3-bet, it's really not a good spot. Dark Angel in the chat says, Joey is missing in action. Sent him a message, but nothing back.
We were joking, Donna. I don't actually think Gavrilovic is Joey. Just in case that wasn't clear. Tara's in convulsions for some reason now.
Mr. Nader, talking to 5-10-5 cards is open. Mr. Nader.
Any Swedes in the field?
Yes, I think there was one. I think I spotted one on my travels. When I ran around the room there was one guy wearing
Run
a
around the
Swedish
room there and ask if there's any Swedish
There's
lads.
one guy in an FC Gothenburg jersey. I thought that might be a Swede.
Probably Swedish, yeah.
Yeah. Well, guys, just to give you a few updates here on the chip games, there's actually one player in the room with 3 million chips right now, Sergei Efimov.
Why do you keep qualifying one player in the room? There might be players outside the room who have chips.
Yeah, well, or in other rooms. There's players.
Yeah, Dominic Pank is right up there.
Or maybe because we're not in the room.
We're not in the room.
We've been pushed away. We've been pushed into the broom closet.
Yeah. But they do tolerate you like leaving the broom closet and running around the room sometimes.
Right. It's free range here at Merit. All access.
So we have some action here. Button versus blind. Byers, who has been the most active player recently, largely because he's just got hands. He should be check folding here. Yeah, the ace queen 5 board really is not what the big blind wants to see. No time cards yet, Daniel. They come in later in the tournament.
Yeah, they were a final day feature. So
Yeah,
just on the last day.
final day.
So probably last 24 players or so will be just an extra level of sportification.
Yep. It was interesting when they brought in the time cards. If anything, it actually slowed things down because everybody was using their full 25-30 seconds. You can see even here, like nobody is actually stalling, much to David's horror.
We accept.
Right on time.
They're all playing really fast, actually.
I think that might have been a bum deal, that one. Don't think we even got cards that time.
Yeah, but I mean in general, they're playing
That's
really fast.
speaking of moves. If you can induce the bum deal, if you're in the under the gun spot, and you can punch the first card.
Or the dealer.
If you see that card come, you give it a punch and it flips over. You can get the bum deal, and that gets you an extra 45 seconds. Next level tip for you guys out there:
Ace
as you
bubble.
navigate
Ace
your
bubble.
bubbles.
That's good, bubble.
Ρε μα φούρνος δάμε ρε. Δεν πειρά πολύ.
People standing up here, are we going ahead for a hand?
Well, we are going to an outer table for some roving coverage of potentially. Yeah, it does look like there's been a general stall, so we must be going hand for hand a little earlier. That's what happened. Okay. So yeah, maybe we had a little cluster of bust outs all at the same time, and the floor staff panicked that things might be happening a little too quickly. Let's get some
Do you
manners on
see
this.
a few people running around the room, but not David, crucially.
Hand for hand, it has been announced. It is official. I think we have gone a little early, maybe 3 or 4 from. We'll let you know exactly when our staff. So 92 so yeah, there was a cluster of bust outs there. And actually, you can imagine that happening if it suddenly goes, all in a call, player out, player
Absolutely.
out. You go, hang on.
Again, what I was saying earlier, the players are playing very fast, so you could very, very well get a bunch of bust outs very quickly on different tables, given that almost nobody seems to be stalling.
Well, it's official. We are 3 places from the money. 3 of the people in this room will walk away with absolutely nothing, while the other 89 bag up at least 4.5k.
It looks like we have an all in
We actually
here.
have an all in, Dara.
Yeah.
So with 92, we might be about to go to 91 here. Pocket 9's got it all in against the Ace 5. And the board K, it ran out 6, 7, 4, 3 Jack, Dara. So the Ace 5 cracks the 9s. We lose one there. We're down to 91 players now. Do we have another all in? We might have another one, Dara.
No, I'm just whatever.
I think 8-9. I don't. You give 8-9. He booked it.
He has such a
Oh, and there's Luke
Oh,
Bindell.
that's Luke Vidal, who I was chatting to in the lobby yesterday.
Looks like he's raking in a pot.
Yeah.
The rich get richer. Players on their feet having a little chat, I guess, as we get to grips with this hand-to-hand coverage. The guys afforded a mini break of sorts.
Yeah,
Opportunity to go over for the fist bumps to your friend. And we see that was a bust out. We didn't catch the hands, but it was a bust out there. We're down to 90.
Exact bubble now. You can see one of the players from the feature table, Mr. Kleiper, is having a look to see what's happening on these outer tables.
And there is an all in here, is there? Wow. Well, he's in the agonies, Dara. No, this hand is still in motion.
Yeah, and we're hand for hand, so.
Aristotelos surveying like a vulture
I love the way she just slid into the picture there.
the possible bubble boy. Yeah, this player seems to be in the horrors here. Obviously taking his time. Hands on other tables have already been played, so this would be the absolute bubble moment here. We see the board Jack 9-5 by the looks of things. Jack 9-3, Jack 9-5.
And that's Dominic Panko, right? Or is it?
The villain?
Not this gentleman, obviously, but the batter. I could be wrong though.
I feel as though he might let this one go, clearly letting time tick away. Might be one of these spots that if he thinks he could chop the bubble, he might go with his hand.
Yeah.
Last call to Mr. Nader, computer number 5, Mr. Nader.
Yeah, one can only assume that player left of screen here has a very, very close decision, one which might be tipped towards committing chips should more players be at risk at the same time. Clock has been called though,
Yeah.
pretty reasonable. You don't want to give the guy infinite time here, and that will mean a 1 minute countdown when the floor arrives. So you might see a very tight fold here from a hand that would otherwise get it in, Dara.
Yeah.
Bubble
Yeah.
factor.
This is, very high bubble factor here. The shorter his stack is as well, the more his bubble factor actually is. When you're very short stacked, securing the min cash is huge. When you have a big stack, not so much. And looks like he's made the call here.
Okay, well they'll go to a turn. Jack 9-5, 2 hearts. 7 on the turn. And, oh, a quick check back. Interesting. And another jack. So these guys might necessarily get all in here. This pot may just play out in a more orthodox fashion. Actually going to consider going for value here, Dara. Does actually bet to the man who is shorter and he gets it through. I guess using maybe the bubble situation, the calling of the clock to tell quite a convincing story there. Basically making sure it was recognized that he did know what was in jeopardy and then still bet regardless.
Yeah. You could just say it's the bubble maybe as well. Do it a bit faster than that.
Yeah, you could just say, I know this is the
I know
bubble,
it's
I'm
the
still
bubble,
doing
guys,
this.
but
Or
I'm all in.
to quote Andy Hills, I'm not bleeping about.
Even though he was.
And he always was. He always was attacking bubbles.
It was 6 million. Look what's that?
So looks like we will play hand for hand here.
Yeah,
Bit
that
of
was-
excitement now.
That was definitely the slowest hand, so we should be ready to continue with our next hand.
So normal procedure in hand-for-hand play is we will take 2 minutes off the clock for every hand. We won't let the clock keep ticking down because obviously some tables will play quite a quick hand and some may take 5, 7, 8 minutes. Wouldn't be weird. So we don't want to really wreck the structure playing hand for hand under those circumstances. So 2 minutes coming off the clock
Misdeal.
each hand.
Everybody give your cards back. Misdeal.
She doesn't like it.
Yeah, new players join maybe.
It looks like
No
it
worries.
may be a misdeal.
Continue.
Wait.
Wait.
Misdeal or no?
Players are screaming
Wait,
misdeal.
tell me,
The
explain to me
dealer is
why.
saying not a
I don't have any
misdeal.
cards.
Yeah.
Okay. What does that matter?
Because you're not here.
So the new player who moved to the table wasn't given a
Okay,
hand,
so I'm not
Yeah.
supposed to be dealt in. Okay.
and he's
Sure, I
not
was
meant to be
gonna fold
dealt in.
Why I don't have my card?
You're gonna
Last
set the
hand,
table,
you out of table.
so
You can
two hands,
give you card.
probably penalty, probably, yeah.
Oh, Aristotelos
Oh,
with
Lord.
the aces, with the bullets.
150.
Small raise.
So she goes big there. She actually bet open for 150.
7.5x.
That's an
yeah.
I do not want to bubble bet.
That's very much. I have aces, and I will not
No
let
delay
you.
now.
I'm not letting anyone flat and
Yeah.
scare me on loads of textures.
No thing, this. Too much, too big race.
All in or pass?
Aces.
I hope she's balancing that 7.5x open.
With the ace
Couple
four
of, cheeky,
suited.
couple of cheeky ones.
Last hand we still.
Yeah, I think she looked at her hand and then there was talk of the misdeal.
yeah,
She was like, hang on a minute. I need clarification on this.
Yeah.
I'm not surrendering these without a fight. As I think we'll take it to our outer table. You see there are 90 players left, 89 paid. We have 9 other tables. And, well, dare I say, we'll probably have a showdown somewhere to bring you. Chances are.
Huh?
Dannando galliccero.
You don't. Come on, double up to bubble.
Any memorable bubbles, Tara? Not that you did bubble, but just going through the period of the bubble.
Yeah, there was last year there was a 4.5-hour high roller bubble in UKIPT at UKIPT. Probably the most memorable bubble of my life, though,
30 minutes you will
was
be anonymous again.
I think it was definitely EPT, probably EPT Malta, and we were on the exact bubble. And I was on the feature table, and it was a pretty stacked feature table. There was, I think Shemian was there, Faraz Jacker was there, Dan Smith was there, and Christoph Vogelsang was on an outer table taking 20 minutes for every decision, so the hand for hand was lasting forever. But we have it all in here. I'll continue the story later on. And this is Panko, right?
Yeah, Dominic Panka sitting behind an absolutely monstrous.
Yeah, so that was
Number of
Panko I
trips.
meant before, beside the other guy.
Ah, okay, sorry. Apologies, Dad. So it looks like
Well, Panka
Yeah,
has
so
released here.
so in that spot there, Panka bet, our player in seat 8 there who was slow jacked in the last hand, he called. Contouche has squeezed it. Panka's released, and now same pairing, taking time.
You'd have to give this squeeze more credibility, given that he was also squeezing Panka, who would not be a man afraid to stick his chips in if he thought he had any sort of equity and chance to get you to fold.
Certainly not. Contouche obviously has around the million mark himself, but Panka, one of our chip leaders in the room, 1.9 million.
And he does fold, so we're on to the next hand, it looks like.
Yeah, you see now everybody's starting to play the hand. And see,
Yeah, so to continue my bubble story, EPT Malta feature table. I had about 15 to 17 big blinds, so I was mostly just looking to get through the bubble without any
because
great
it's a bubble. I don't want
problem.
even if he plays.
Yes, I know that.
I knew there was a player on another table who had one ante left, so he was going to be all in next hand.
I speak myself. If it's
Ivan
not come
Banic
ace,
opens in early position,
whatever is
and I had
down, I
aces.
call.
So couldn't fold. Moved all in, came back to him. He called fairly quickly.
I know, if it was after
Because it was
bubble.
hand for hand, we couldn't turn over our hands. He turned to me and he said, "Do you have it?" The entire table started laughing and said, "Of course he has it." I remember Faraz saying, "I'm just wondering what colour his aces are." We sat there for about 20 minutes while Christoph Vogelsang played out his hand. Then we were told that all the other hands on all the other tables were finished, so the guy with one ante was still there.
Oh no.
My friend Sonia, who actually started in the Fitz, you may know her, dealer as well. She was dealing, and she was looking at me. She was terrified she was going to put a queen up there. Her hands were actually shaking as she dealt. I decided I was going to watch her for her reaction rather than look at the board. So she dealt a flop and she looked very relieved, and there was no like, oh, so I thought, okay, well, it's obviously a safe flop. I looked down at the flop, it was completely safe, no queen, no ace, no straight draws or anything. And then, again, there was a long delay before the TV producer told her she could deal the turn. And then she was told to deal the turn, and she turned it over, and I remember she kind of winced at the card, and then she looked at our two hands, and I thought, okay, well, what's happened here? What it was a third diamond, and Ivan had the queen of diamonds, and I didn't have a diamond, so he picked up the flush draw. And another long wait while the TV producer allowed her to deal the river, and I could see she was really nervous now. Her hand was shaking as she dealt the river, and she looked at it herself before she revealed it to the rest, and she flinched. So I thought, oh no, it's the diamond. But then, so I looked at the card when she turned it over, but it was a heart. So she'd obviously seen the colour and thought, damn, this is a diamond.
So she reverse slow rolled you with the
She
flinch.
reverse slow rolled me.
She didn't know you were watching her.
Yeah, I was convinced I'd lost the hand and bubbled. And then the bubble did go the next hand, I believe.
Very good.
And the whole thing was on feature table. I remember watching it back afterwards on like PokerStars Russia or something. And the commentary was in Russian. So there was a long stream of Russian, and the only words I recognized were my own name and ultramarathon.
Oh, okay. So they did their homework.
Yeah.
As we wander off to one of the outer tables here, we'll try and find someone playing a hand for you guys.
Yeah. Which table are we zooming in on? I love this.
Such a good crane shot, isn't
It's
it?
amazing, yeah. It's very, very artistic.
Feel like like a slow bird.
Yeah.
Swooping majestically.
It's much better than
Michael Lech there, centre of shot.
Yeah.
Looks like his table and he himself is up to some mischief here. A lot of chips committed there. We see cards in front of him.
I wonder if the expressive face of his.
So looks like it's an all-in and call situation. Michael not at risk by the looks of things. Michael trying to take out our bubble boy.
Oh, he's on his phone, sure, why not?
Yeah, well, I guess there's nothing else you can do now.
Just texting his friends, yeah, I'm all in here, but we're all
So
good.
it is possible that We'll take these in turn. One has to assume premiums here, Dara, in both cases. I'm going to anticipate 2 premium hands here.
Yeah, feels like it should be.
Always fun with him.
Lech leaning back, the confidence of a man who has big slick. I'm going to say big slick there. Maybe a pocket pair in the hand of his villain. We shall have to see. So Aristotelios, she loves a wonder.
She does, yeah. She looks so happy as well.
Wakes up with aces, 7.5 X's, get the job done, and then over to every other table that might be
Yeah.
showing action. We do have an all-in now. We see that. Yes, I was right actually. Michael Lech with ace king. He's up against the ace queen. We might be saying goodbye to the man with ace queen here, Dara.
Yeah.
As the players swarm the table. There's 2 queens! Not 1, but 2 queens!
He doffs his cap.
Lech has gone from 70% to around about 5. And that will do it. 6 on the turn. We're about to see a irrelevant river. And hugs all around for the man who just dogs Michael Lech to survive in this tournament on the direct bubble. Would you believe it? What a heart-in-mouth moment. When he saw Lech's ace-king, he must have felt sick, hoping to see maybe jacks, tens, something closer to a fair fight. In the end, 2 queens on the flop will do it. Well, we are going to play another hand.
Yeah. Back to the feature table. Back to
Has
the sedate
Aristotelios
world.
made her seat? She has. She's back.
She has. Oh, she's a hardened pro at this point. She might get aces again.
And word there, the player who survives that all-in showdown, Ghanim Dashti, is the lucky man. A big dent out of Michael Lech's stack, it must be said. That's a tough body blow for him to take right now as well.
Bless you.
Very dangerous
3 million,
player.
you have 6 million? Huh?
Oh,
No,
1.8.
any time in the day you have 6 million?
No. I started with 8, then 900 here.
Ah,
Aces versus ace king,
yeah.
1.6, and some small pots. I wish I had 6 million. It's a lot of chips.
Sure,
Had ace king
6
on my
million, a lot of...
On my raise, you had ace king with aces.
Aces. Not
Often the
pocket.
case,
I have
Dara,
small
in
pocket.
these bubble situations, that we won't send
If you
these
make
guys
small
on
raise,
the
I will
scheduled
call.
break, even if it comes now. Obviously, with the 2 minutes coming off the clock, it's not going to come at hour.
Yeah.
As we anticipated, will probably be much closer to top of the hour.
Yeah, and the break and the bubble is also actually slowing things down because, as you say, they have to stop the clock, just take 2 minutes off every hand, but each hand is taking more than 2 minutes. So
It is indeed. And do you think they will just burst the bubble before sending the players a break, or do you think they will take the break?
I think if they get to the end of the level, they might just send them on the break anyway.
Well, off we go, looking for some hands of note from our outer tables. Aristotelios, she's just going to take it handy now until she hears the magic words all in her call, maybe?
Yeah. She's conserving her energy for when she needs to run over to another table to rail. Maybe she's going for a wander now.
So Dara, you're another reason why you're a good man to rail a situation such as this. You have the distinction of somebody who has successfully made it through over 200 bubbles in your career on the live felt.
Easier.
Yeah, it has to be said that they weren't all situations where I might have bubbled. But quite a lot of them were.
Well, hands on table 7 are complete. Hand on table 8 is complete. What a great shot this. I'm loving this.
This is amazing.
Can we just do this for the whole day?
This is so much better
watch
than
this.
lads running around with cameras on their shoulder, knocking people out of the way.
Or being knocked out of the way.
Shout out to Jack Effel at the World Series of Poker.
You gotta be careful as a cameraman in a spot like this. You can't get too close to the guy who's all in, because sometimes there's an explosive reaction.
Yeah.
We do have a hand
We have
here
a hand
on
in
the
progress
feature
on the
table.
feature.
So we didn't actually have a showdown that time.
And
One suspects our team
Yeah,
were
this
very
point,
good with the
if you
nifty
raise, I
edit
could see
there.
your
I feel
cards
like
and I
we've
would
taken
still
a few
have
minutes
fold,
off the
but-
clock and just moved along.
maybe.
Nicely done, guys.
And
Aristotelos happy to ditch the A6 there.
yeah, she's far less inclined to get involved because it's the bubble.
Yeah, and Rebez do feel like he's one of the tighter players at the table. Remember a moment ago he
Yeah.
opened the pocket 10, folded to the significant action behind. Foul, maybe considering a cheeky call here. Thinks that, well, with a chip lead over Rebez, he could maybe apply some pressure on later streets. Decides against it in the end, and off we go looking for some blood elsewhere.
Grown a lot since we
Indeed, yeah.
started together.
Andrew Patton in the chat, no idea who that is. This seems like a perfect time for some shilling,
Want it
lads.
all in or just
Section
lot
on
of
bubble
stealing?
play in a certain book. Segment on stalling in a certain
But
podcast.
did you win all in?
No, no.
Nice. No, with no stress.
Always have
How,
something.
how dare this
Andrew
Andrew
Patton,
Patton
whoever,
guy
if that is your real name.
suggest that we're shillers.
Yeah. But speaking of that bubble play section, there is probably my favorite section in the ICM book to write was on the gorilla maths of bubbles. And it came out of a conversation I had with Kevin Martin.
As we swoop
I just want this bubble to go on forever, just so we can revel in this sumptuous camera work.
Yeah, I agree there.
It's the best camera work I've ever seen in a poker room.
Now, it does appear that we're not fully committed in this pot. I think we've got very, very short the player in the one seat here.
I don't know my hand.
كيف بالطاولة ليش؟ لا بس هاي كثير لعيب عم ريس كل الهدية عم بيلعبها مضبوط على الجو. حسين احمد بده يعمل كورنر لان عارفه بده يعملها خليك سمول كمان مش معه 50 60 الف كثير
As we turn our attention to table 6, it appears we are on the flop. And an all-in call
All in there, yeah.
on the king.
And it's our friend again.
Jack 4
Oh, no,
gets the job done.
Yeah.
That's a fold. So 4 deuce against ace queen here. It looks as though the player didn't look at his hand, he's saying. So he goes for the reshove into the guy without looking with the 4 deuce. He's up against the ace queen. There could be some sickness here, guys.
Yeah, sick amount of equity with the 4 deuce here.
Flop comes ace queen 3.
Oh my god, that's pretty sick.
Is there a 5 ball coming? This would be nasty. Jack of hearts and a 9 of clubs on the river. We play another hand. Well, that was a little sweaty.
One more hand.
Amjad Nader, the player who survives. And it looks like we're going to play another hand.
With the hand winning.
So,
But Nikolai never die.
Sure.
a few sweaty moments there for the shorties who survived.
Very sweaty, yeah. You feel fairly sick when you see the hand and just how much equity it has.
Indeed, you
Ooh,
do.
and Reichenstein here as they picked up the kings.
Uri Reichenstein, one of the best players left in this tournament, it must be said. Oh, and Rebez, this could get him into trouble.
Tempter.
I ditched this one immediately, I have to say, Dara, in this context.
Yeah, you're a coward. he covers Reichenstein, so he can put on pressure post flop.
There's a lot of players stacked behind. I am a coward.
Yeah.
I will admit that. I do ditch that one, I have to say.
I call the flop in almost any situation and see what he does on the turn.
Yeah, well, that's a nice way to go about your business as well. But some big stacks behind. Well, they all get out of the way. Juma now, we've seen him willing to commit pre-bubble.
He
Jack
definitely
9
has a
suited.
nice hand, but does he really want to play this 3-way on the exact bubble?
Yeah, Reichenstein opening off 25 big blinds here.
Yeah.
Certainly likely to get a bit more credibility. He is very incentivized with that stack to not get involved. Does toss in the call, Juma, and there's a lot of flops that coordinate with all of these hands. It'd be interesting to see what comes.
Yeah. Well,
Bad news for Reichenstein.
Jack 9 has lost interest. Reichenstein is like, oh really, there's an ace there. The 2 aces is different situation from 1 ace being there. It makes it obviously less likely you are up against an ace. So he's going to try out the bet and see what Rebez does, and he's obviously not folding. Jack 9 probably is almost relieved there that he got such a bad flop he can just fold.
Absolutely, yeah. Interesting now for Reichenstein. He picks up a diamond draw here, and it is plausible that Rebez will have a pocket pair and call this 1 big blind bet on the flop. So will he maybe continue with the lead himself here and maybe bet 1 big blind again?
Yeah. Yeah, that might make sense.
Bumps it to 2 big blinds
2
this
big
time,
blinds.
and Rebez
So again,
not
you're
going
seeing
anywhere.
the effect of the post-flop ICM here. Just bet sizes go way down.
Yeah. Definitely still extracting value here, Reichenstein, and obviously has an interesting spot because he has the king of diamonds.
Yeah, if Rebez was worried about the flush before, he is no longer worried about that. He has to go and try and get value now.
And I guess you're targeting hands like ace king, ace jack as your
can fold and I will
best case scenarios.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already decided on folding. I'm just sad about it.
Don't be sad.
Very sad.
No,
I know you have a better hand.
Of course.
That's why I'm sad.
Much better hand. A much better hand.
Much better hand.
Much better hand, he just flashes the queen.
You want to do wow.
Yeah, but What hand apart from ace queen
Fold.
gets
Queen
there
card.
that way? Maybe or queens.
Maybe queens.
King queen doesn't get there.
Queen eight.
Queen jack doesn't get there. So
Good turn and bad
Maybe
river.
sometimes. But cards, you have bubble.
If I big blind.
Yeah, you call, yeah?
Well, if you are
Maybe
here
not all,
to see some
Yeah.
poor unfortunate walk away with no money,
Yeah, something.
150 on the river.
you've come to the right place.
No.
indeed, we're going to see one very unhappy person probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
And we do swoop our way through the field here. And I can tell you, we do have a couple of hands in motion. Will any of them produce that crucial elimination? We look to have a full board here. I think it's the ace jack 9-7-9. Smush there. Send her your picture right now. We remember him from last night's coverage. Ace jack 9-7. More chips going in this pot. This one's getting juicy, and the 9 river. Pairing the board. And it goes check, check in the end. Ace queen shown. Likely to be good. Yeah. So that seems to be the action table right now, Dara.
Yeah, it does for sure. It's possible the presence of Panka there is a catalyst. Often when you have an action player like him who is pushing things around on the bubble, it kind of transmits itself to the other players.
And I'm hearing word that we might have a prop bet taking place.
Tell me more, David.
I'm going to save that one for the next hand.
Okay.
But I'm hearing word from the outer tables that there's a bit of banter, a bit of fun going on. Table 2. And yeah. Possibly a prop bet afoot.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
So on one of the outer tables there, table 2 to be exact,
happens.
apparently there's a player begging for folds and offering to do punishments, offering to do dares if he gets the folds he wants.
At that level.
Are these dares you can talk about on a live stream that children might be watching?
Are there a lot of children watching?
Well, Andrew Patton is here for one.
We don't know what age he is, that's true.
I think he's 14.
Well, the good news is we can.
Okay. We've been given the clearance.
They are exercise related.
Olin ko.
Oh. She's gone
Stairs.
off.
Yeah, she wants to wander over and catch a glimpse of this crucial bust out should it come. Aristotelos. We could probably strap a camera to her. Have our Aristotelos cam.
Yeah.
And this is our table too. These are our players. They're engaging in a bit of banter, it's fair to say. It's our short stacks gone all in. So clearly he really does need these folds. Willing to do some dares.
Is that the gentleman with the ace queen before? Against the 4-2?
No, different table.
No, it was definitely that guy who had the 4-2.
Oh, sorry, it is the guy with the 4-2. Sorry, I
Yeah.
think you meant the gentleman in the 1 seat against Michael Lech. No, it is, you're right.
Yeah.
It is that guy.
Yeah, so that was the guy with the 4-2. He's just folded now.
So the offer was to do. Oh, hang on.
And if you fold, I will do 10 push-up.
There you go.
So he's added. So he's offered 20 already to the other players to fold. He's added another 10. So he's now he's up to 30 push-ups if he gets this fold through.
Now he's going to have to do the push-ups.
Here we go.
Here we go. Yeah.
Clear the
Clear the
area.
area. Push-ups.
30 push-ups in exchange for 1 set of blind and antes. Oh, there's a man who knows how to do push-ups. This is no
Yeah.
bother. This is no punishment at all.
Yeah.
13, 14,
Yeah, he's stowing a bit.
17, 18, 19, 20,
The extra 10 now. Let's see.
23, 24, 25, 26,
A very strange
5 more.
passage of play. I do feel like 50 would have been interesting.
Yeah. 30 was a cakewalk.
Poker is a sport, he screams. Great to see a bit of fun and games taking place there. Obviously, those 30 push-ups promise were binding.
Yeah.
And like any good poker player, a man of his word.
Action is binding when you have cards in front of you.
Well, we have not burst this bubble yet. It sometimes goes quick, it sometimes doesn't.
Just 100,000. He had a card. I mean, why he didn't call him? He doesn't have to be afraid.
Oh. Pappy with the yawn. We see there Yuri Reichenstein riffling chips on the rail. He's got his big chips down in front though. Looks to be on the short side now, maybe 350 something in that region. Unlikely to be the shortest stack around, but definitely needing to tread carefully now. All the way around to the button here. Yuma not going to get involved here. 20 bigs. He desperately wants to see this bubble go in the next orbit before he commits any more blinds. And blind v blind Kormaz, well, he's probably just going to stick him in here, Dara. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what your hand
Doesn't
is.
really
You
matter.
just
You
know
just
your
have to-
opponent can only call with aces and wouldn't love kings. No, he just opens, so he is going to try to proceed in a different manner.
Reichenstein isn't going to do anything crazy.
So we will not have our bust out on the feature table this time. We will take another glance at outer table, see if anyone draws blood. Here we go.
And there she goes. Aristoteles.
And there does seem to be a hand brewing here. Same table again. Any more sit-ups? Any sit-ups this time? He's got another one through, Dara.
Well, do you have to do sit-ups, push-ups, lift-ups, burpees?
What did you find to be the hardest exercise, Dara?
I'm definitely not a
Career?
push-up man.
Not a push-up man?
Definitely not a push-up man, no.
No.
Yeah.
Could you have done a chin-up ever?
No.
I could never do a chin-up
No.
either.
Never even tried. No, I've very strong lower body, very weak upper body. The only time I had to train my upper body was in the run-up to 24-hour races, and it was more about just having good, consistent muscle tone. The arms were really unimportant. It was more about the trunk, the core.
The trunk? Did you almost
The
say
trunk,
that?
I almost said, yeah.
That could be interpreted two ways.
Yeah. Yeah. Could be. Tom Shaman says, how many left is it in the money? No, we're literally right on the bubble now. Tom, 90 left, 89 paid.
Oh, and it looks as though we have a big one in progress here. You can always tell by the level of interest of the all in. Uh-oh. Player at risk. And again, just given the stacks, it feels like they will have to be premium hands, Dara. Button is shoved here.
Yeah.
With only, I'm eyeballing it here, but I want to say something in the region of 400, 350, 400, so 20 bigs. You're not going to put and shove in this spot without maybe queens plus.
Sounds about right, yeah.
And the player in the small blind's going to call it off with maybe queens plus as well. So I think we're looking at a really big showdown. Maybe an ace-king comes into the range of some people in this spot. Let's see. They're going to turn them over when all the other hands are complete. I'm going to predict some very premium hands.
Andrew Patton is back in the chat. He says, maybe not a chin-up, but definitely a gin-up for Lappin.
Is this the Western Poker Open, or did I just see tumbleweed?
And somebody called GTO for Normies with Barry and Dara, I wonder who that is, says, maybe the Dares for Full thing on the bubble is the Coke Can Greg origin story.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
No need for it.
I won't be touching that one.
No, yeah, well.
Nor would anyone else.
That's what she said. That's what Veronica said.
So, yeah, it does look to be more in the region of 300k. He was very incentivized to play no more hands. I think this is going to be a battle of the aces, kings, queens, things of that variety here. Our bearded gentleman who's all in there, does he look happy? Does he look like, oh no, I didn't want to get called? Or not that you ever want to get called, but he looks okay.
He looks chilled to me.
Chilled.
His opponent looked more pained. I wonder if they've whispered in each other's ears.
Probably told each other.
How about they have?
He's whispered, do you have it? And he said, of course I have it.
Of course I have it. Ask for Jaka.
Another all in over here, or at least a lot of chips committed. I haven't quite come to terms with that one yet, but we'll have a look at that in a moment. Don't know who's going to go first, actually. Looks like we have a full board out, though. I can read it for you. 9 of spades, 5 of hearts, 7 of clubs, 6 of diamonds, 6 of spades. Thank you very much to our amazing camera crew, somehow finding these angles.
Unbelievable.
It's like a drone hanging over our head right now.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff. And yeah, looks like not all in, unless, yeah, I don't see a triangle. I'm going to say that's just facing a raise.
I'm going to call it now. Forget GPI awards. This camera work is worthy of an Oscar.
Yeah.
This is the best camera work I've ever seen at a poker tournament.
Even just the way it can do it so smooth.
It's
so
just, it's artistic. It really captures the what it feels like.
It's also showing us that one of the players has his. Is that a sim? Someone's
Yeah.
got a laptop out.
Somebody's got GTO Wizard on their laptop.
Can we get a look at the screen of the player with the laptop, please? So it is aces in the end, and queens was the
Yeah.
call. So yeah, pretty gross one here.
This is an action replay of my hand versus Ivan.
Deep breath, Dara. Deep breath.
Are we going to get the same flop?
It looks like a fairly dry ace, deuce, eight.
Yeah.
4 of hearts on the turn. 5 of clubs on the river.
Did he have the Queen of Hearts?
He did not have the Queen of Hearts, but there's only 2 hearts on board.
Okay.
So he's okay. It wasn't a pure action replay.
Yeah.
The aces survive, get the crucial double up. The bubble goes on, guys.
I actually thought you had like ace-7 up or something from this direction.
Looks as though
Obviously, yeah. I'm
action
like,
is complete on that other table
yeah.
where we saw the 95766. So another hand will be dealt. Of course, that wasn't an all-in on that other table. It was just we were waiting to see if the player who had been raised was going to commit more chips. As we turn now. To Rebez, who's got the Django's.
Yeah.
Now he opens. There are definitely players who may look to make life uncomfortable.
Yeah, that hasn't really been happening at this table. People are just
No.
playing relatively straightforward. Nobody's trying to use their stack, so to speak.
Juma, cheeky suited connector here. He's going to pitch this.
Yeah, this isn't really the time to get involved. Yeah.
More interestingly, around to the big stacks.
Yeah,
for
again,
whom
like
cards less important.
Yeah, there are players there who would play almost anything just to put pressure on, but that just hasn't been the way this table's been playing.
Yeah, and the Django's and the 3x do the business there, and we will look to find you a hand elsewhere of note. He's told everyone he has kings. Some nail biting, some leg jiggling,
Yeah.
some hair twiddling. That's my personal preference. As we watch these nervous moments play out hand for hand here at the Merit Poker Western Series main event. 3K buy-in, 2 million in the prize pool, and 360K up top. Pretty sick. Before we get to the important business of ladders and progress towards the final table, we've got the all-important bubble here. If you're joining us late, I'm David Lappin. I'm alongside my chip race co-host and co-commentator for this week here at Merit, Dara O'Carney. Sort of the perfect duo we're setting it up as to cover a bubble for 2 very different reasons, Dara.
Yeah, we have the Staller versus the
ICM awareness.
ICM guy, I guess.
Well, actually, the time for stalling has passed.
The time for stalling has passed. We can sub you out now.
Is Ali about? We can get
Yeah.
Ali in for this bit.
Yeah, you've lost interest now. They're not even stalling.
طلعنا في واحد
Some of these players probably trying to calculate the average time each hand is taking place and wondering if they could sneak out to our banquet hall or poker kitchen off to the side, maybe pick up one of the snacks, maybe get a coffee in between hands.
I think you might be projecting there with the. I'm sure these players are all a lot more professional than you, thinking about how do I cram in a snack on the bubble. So we have 232 people watching us on the official channel now, as we have reached this really exciting portion of the tournament. I mean, it doesn't look exciting because everyone's just kind of standing up and talking, but the reason for that is we're on the direct bubble, and we are hand for hand. We've had quite a few all-ins already, but the short stacks keep winning.
Any other memorable bubbles, Dara, while we scramble to fill time?
I like the way you just tossed me for bubble stories. I'm going to give one of yours, actually.
Uh-oh.
WSOP main event. The one that was in November.
I only got to the bubble once, so I know which one that was.
Yeah, you got to the bubble, and you were the least excited player in the room. Everybody else was running off to doing Aristoteles, looking at the all-ins, and you were just lying back, chilling, almost falling asleep under your sunglasses. Somebody got a photograph of it. It's an iconic photograph, it's fair to say.
Should have a GPI award-worthy photograph.
Yeah.
Taken by Kneep. Great guy. Yeah, I got to be honest, it was a good photograph. It was purely a function of the fact that, Dara, you and I had flown out the night before when they opened the borders and we were allowed again.
Yeah, you were genuinely tired.
I was exhausted. I think we were well past our bedtimes in Europe. As we see here, the 10-3, 10-5 board, 2 hearts now. Is pot developing. Are we going to see another showdown? These guys still pretty deep. Don't necessarily think we're going to see an all-in here, but obviously keen to see any hands develop now. Slim pickings.
Yeah.
And I feel as though board hasn't changed a huge amount. This player who called flop, probably ranging him somewhere around pocket pairs. Could have some 10x as well out of the big blind. 10 jack, 10-8, suited, that sort of stuff. Again, the tendency is to remove some of those types of hands in this bubble situation.
Yeah,
so more feeling like you would continue with pocket pairs where you feel like you'll have a more
clear-cut decision.
Yeah, although not so much a clear-cut decision if you are playing 4s through 9s on a board such as this and facing aggression. 2 on the river, likely to be inconsequential. And will we see a third barrel here from the aggressor in position? He's opened it pre, he's fired all 3 streets. He's gone small sizing, it must be said. Now he does check, and we see pocket 7s flipped over by our big blind defender, and that's good. So yeah, not willing to empty the clip when maybe that was what was required to get the job done there. Nice little pot for the pocket 7s, who showed the right amount of stickiness.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, quite the contrast in that photo, Dara, of I think the bubble was about to burst on the table directly behind me. There were about 200 people around the table. Everyone was pointed in one direction, and I had my sunglasses
You had
on.
your sunglasses on, you were lying back, sleeping on your chair.
And I was kind of taking those little micro naps that I've seen you do from time to time.
Yeah, you got to get, as you get older, you need to learn how to sneak in those micro naps. Oh, Kleiper has a hand here, but he just lets it go quickly. He doesn't want to get involved in the bubble. Yeah, these players are not stepping out of line at all. They're waiting for the bubble to pass.
And she's off.
And she's off. She's off already. She's not waiting for this. It'd be funny if the bubble burst on this hand on table and she was gone off to another table. Maybe she's doing what you suggested, running off to get a coffee and a snack.
Like, you do have enough time. Bathroom break.
Oh yeah, you've already seen that.
Cup of coffee.
Each hand is
the
taking
food's
quite
just
a while.
there as well. There's a brilliant thing
the
about
food
Merit.
is right next
it's
door.
Just
Yeah,
there's biscuits, there's cakes,
yeah.
there's actually a dangerous number of desserts.
Yeah, and it's all inclusive, so you can just eat as much as you want anytime you feel like it.
I think I'm going to have to ration my visits to Merit.
It's a dangerous, dangerous place. Yeah, I think you need to get in shape before and after.
Yeah, or hit the gym more. Yeah,
Yeah.
hit the gym and then you could be here more often.
Yeah.
The food options are fantastic.
Brendan Brady says, hello David and Dara, great to hear you. Any danger of you in Westport? Yeah, I'll be heading to Westport next week, Brendan. I'll be down there on the Friday.
I absolutely love Westport, one of my favourite places in the world, but I won't be there, I'm sorry to say. Best of luck to anyone playing poker all around the world, whether it's online or live right now. Obviously this weekend, it's going to be a busy weekend for poker.
Katie Swift says, I love that photo of you, David, so great.
As we take a look at Smush, as Ali Najad nicknamed him yesterday. He's not involved in this one, but he does look to be very, very short on that outer table. And same player who had the pocket sevens in that last hand now looking to maybe be sticky once again. This time the board reads King 9-8 Jack. And a relieved player takes one down. And I think we play another hand, Dara.
Yeah, this is potentially developing into an epic bubble. We should have gone on break 25 minutes ago, roughly just over 20 minutes ago, but because the level hasn't gone up, it's the fact that each hand is taking longer than 2 minutes, but only 2 minutes is coming off the clock, has delayed this portion of the tournament. Don't know how near to the end of the level we are.
20 minutes on screen there, so 10 more hands at this level by the looks of things.
Wow, that could take an hour.
Definitely. Longer, in fact.
Yeah.
Only premium friends. Oh.
Interestingly, no incredibly short stacks about. We obviously saw the two raises get through by the very short stack.
I didn't know.
On our table is the man who was willing to do press-ups if necessary to get the job done. Back to our feature table. Aristotelios retakes her seat. Harry Kleiper not going to get involved, nor is Aristotelios. None of these stacks incentivized to get in the mix really, unless they look down at some premiums. Very big stack releases here, making way for Reichenstein. Papi Gavrilovic, 15 bigs here on the button, lets it go. So Rabiz, who's been more active than most, mostly a function of hand distribution, is going to raise it up here into the very, very, very, very stacked Orthodoxu. So Jack 10 suited of Rabiz sort of mini raises into the enormous stack of Orthodoxu, who has ace-4 here. And, well, Rabiz may well fire a little c-bet in this situation, feeling Orthodoxu would maybe call his entire range to that sizing. Orthodoxu unlikely to go into bluffing mode, trying to lean on his opponent when he does have a hand of showdown such as this one. Oh, and a heart is very interesting here. Rabiz improves to flush draw with the gut shot. Certainly likely to call a bet here from Orthodoxu. 100k though it's going to cost him. He is 835. By playing pot control here and going for the check call with his uber draw, he has probably made the likelihood of having to commit his entire stack at some point in the hand almost down to nil.
Yeah, Orthodoxy now has to decide what he can really get value from. In the end, he decides there's nothing there.
Yeah, I do like that ace king. Certainly possible. Some sets that became both certainly possible, and you know your opponent's going to call with an ace in his hand and the queen kicker anyway, so you're not really targeting much.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're definitely in this context not getting called by lighter hands.
Yeah. You can tell from the noise that we're going back to the outer tables. Are we going to have another all-in? In case you're not familiar with hand-for-hand procedure, you might be wondering why the dealers seem to be standing. The procedure is the dealers will stand at the end of every hand on their table, so the floor staff can tell by looking around quickly which tables are still in play. A signal from God there to the all-in player, and everything's going to be all right as the phone jingles. And now the message jingles. Somebody's really keen to get in touch with this man. Looks like quite a big shove here. It appears to be a blind versus blind situation, limped in and just a shove from the big stack. Interestingly, not a quick release here, Dara, so maybe there's a sort of a range where this guy was hoping to maybe go for a limp shove of his own, and because his opponent is just taking that option away from him, he's in a quandary. Maybe also hoping to hear all in a call on another table, and again, that risk can be hedged somewhat. Yeah.
You are going to make the heroic call. Oh, we do have an all-in with an incredibly short stack on another table. No, sorry, that is the same guy. Oh, they fooled me, Dara. They fooled me with a close-up.
Oh, the camera
They
got
fooled me with a
you.
close-up. I thought there was a shorty had put a stack in somewhere else. Ah. You guys.
What?
Yeah, he has decided that the ace-king was going to go for the limp shove hand.
I've gone instead for limp call. He's in great shape, but he's still going to bubble a significant percentage of the time here. Ace king against king 4.
Big pot, this one.
Big one, yeah.
Maybe 1.5 million, something of that nature. No
Flop is safe. Oh, is that a 5?
No.
So, got shot. Got shot for the 4.
And the ace-king. Fortune favours the brave, Dara. And a player there with 700, maybe even more than 700k, now going to double it to 1.5 million. Give himself a real shot now when this bubble finally bursts.
Yeah, the fact that he wasn't super short there made it better for him to call off, because the upside was fairly big. He now has a really good stack, good chance to push on. If he'd been super short, he would have been better off just securing the min cash. But when you're the medium to big stack, you can play a little less prudently, let's say, or prudiciously. Your new word.
My portmanteau.
Patrick Winterburst asking, do you like the king 4 shove?
Can discuss before and he's open to me like first.
It's very villain dependent. I mean, it's for a lot of big blinds, so
I think I'd also be a little bit wary of the limp.
I would be. I'd be worried. I think it's the wrong kind of opponent. I think there are some opponents who have no limp calls, but I felt that gentleman looked like he would have some trap limps in his range, and also he would be possibly astute enough to know that if he has a hand like Ace King, it is a call off, even though he's a big stack, because as I said, the upside
Yeah, less of his equity in the tournament is in the min cash at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's something people sometimes misunderstand because they really prioritize not bubbling themselves. They think everybody thinks like that, but I mean, the massive is that if you are a medium stack or a big stack, you shouldn't be as worried about bubbling. If you've never bubbled a tournament as a medium stack, then you're playing the medium stack too cautiously, almost certainly.
Interesting spot here for Reichenstein with 17 big blinds. He might have some fold equity here if he were to come over the top. Over Korkmaz's open, which will be on the loose side. He does decide to go for it here, Dara. Bubble be damned.
Yeah.
You're saved.
Really?
Yes, yes, it's
You
okay.
never came to me.
As we swoop once again around the outer tables here, we see plenty of tables having finished their business nice and quickly as well, but one or two still in motion. A couple of shorties about there. I see one very short stack left of picture. Oh, look at this camera work.
It's incredible. I'm just sitting and admiring it. This is art.
And a real sense of poker room from it. Like
Yeah,
a really
no, this is it. It conveys everything that's going on, how people are feeling, the drama.
It's like a Martin Scorsese shot. Opening shot of a
Orson
movie.
Welles.
Yeah. Gonna pinch my eyes here and try and locate this board for you. Looks like maybe it's a 6-9 deuce 3 queen. I want to say 3 spades are out there. 9 of spades, 2 of spades, queen of spades on the river.
Incredible eyesight, David.
Well, I could be wrong, but I'm doing my best. As that hand progresses, we move to the turn spot over there. Again, we're just going to go with the mood vibe here. Swoop around.
Swoop around. See, catch Aristoteles, the most frequent character at this phase of the tournament.
I think she might be moonlighting as a blogger for Poker News. I think that's why she's up there.
I feel like they could go to almost any table and she'd be there.
So I can bring you news there that hand did go to showdown, and it was a rivered flush. There it is. Those guys playing really deep together. I feel like it's an online bubble, and I've opened up all the other tables.
Yeah,
and
you're watching them all.
I'm swooping from
and you're
above.
like, oh, they're finished, they're finished. Oh, that guy's short.
Looking at this one, we have a board, full board out there. It's the King of Hearts, 6 of clubs, 9 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds, 6 of spades. That's 3 6s out there.
One more hand, the TD announcing there. So this, not quite marathon yet, but certainly this bubble has been going on for a while as Aristoteles makes her way back to the feature table.
يعني يا بدي فل يا بدي اطلع الاول خلصت.
You see, they don't leave.
You're big.
I'm big. Big blind, big problem.
It's her big blind this hand as well.
لا respect from everybody. Only lady.
Only lady. Only courageous lady here.
Respect.
Yuma +1 now. Blinds and antes on their way round to him.
No respect.
Gavrilovic now with the ace-10.
Eh,
Will he
that's
take
how
a
it's
spot? Now he decides this bubble should go
Yeah,
before I have to make my move.
he's had his excitement earlier. He didn't. He was attacking the bubble from 8 or 9 out, but now that we're on the direct bubble, he's taking a more chill approach. This is the man who keeps getting dealt hands after hand after hand.
Yeah, going for the 3x here, but Orthodoxu with the dealer button, ace-10. All that's really served to do is bloat this pot, Tara.
Yeah. And it's against the chip leader. Not the dream here. You're playing 35 big, so yeah, at least he recognizes that he has to play this very passively, and he's up against a chip leader who is not really using his chip stack to exert pressure. So he gets to win it with ace-queen here.
You win.
A lot of chip leaders would not allow you to win that pot with ace-high on such a scary board.
Yeah, almost like he felt as though he had enough showdown, but
Yeah,
actually in reality
he
he
had
wanted
some
to try and
showdown, but
exploit.
in general his strategy has been to just sort of play,
Thank you.
in inverted commas, normal poker.
And out we go once again to our unfeatured tables. They're being featured a little bit right now.
Lightly featured.
Lightly featured tables. Oh, and we do have an all-in.
We have an all-in now.
This is pre-flop. We get a close-up of another all-in situation here. The board reads 9 of hearts, 6 of spades, 2 of spades, jack of diamonds.
Diamonds, I believe, yeah.
And looks to be a 4 or 5, probably a 700k shove into a pot of around about the same. This battle of the two larger stacks here. Very nonchalant player who is shoving there. We have one player who has succumbed to a micro nap. And it looks as though the effective stack is something very similar. So this is an all-in, I think, for the player in the tank, should he wish to call. Always harder to make the all-in call, and it does get the job done. Those two guys both very similarly stacked. Looks like a chunky one to the aggressor. And we scoot back over to
In the beginning, when they invaded first time, but then
I'm sorry, that's definitely not a board I can read from here. I will do my best to get the info on that one.
It looks like there's two players involved here, and one player's all in, and the other two players are checking it down.
Yeah, I'm going to go with this being...
There it is. 2 of diamonds, 7 of hearts, 9 of spades, Jack of spades, 8 of spades, and it's been checked down. It looks like we might have lost someone. It looks like the bubble is gone.
Yeah, so he got called in 2 spots there, Dara, and they did check it down, as you said. The ace-jack ultimately winning the hand there on the jack-high board. Jack 9, 8, 7 deuce.
Yeah, the all-in had ace-king, so got unlucky. He was up against queen-jack and ace-jack, but the jack came to eliminate him and to break the bubble.
So now that we have stopped playing hand for hand, the clock will return to normal. Back to our feature table. Roughly, what, 10 or 12 minutes left on that clock? Maybe 15, something in that region?
Something like that, yeah. They were playing 2 minutes per hand. I don't know how many hands from the point we said there was 20, but now the clock goes back to normal. It won't be being stopped, so we will just play that amount of time, and then we'll go on a break. Players will all feel very relieved to be in the money before the break.
Yeah.
So we're likely to get in 4 or 5 more hands, I guess. And then we should be going on a break.
Yeah, all of these players now guaranteed $4,500, 89 of them. Ladders about. They'll begin at 80 players, so every 9 roughly for the next few hours.
Kleiper getting active on the button with the king 7 off. Aristotle is calling the small blind with the pocket 3s to set mine. Foul will probably call as well with pocket 4s. Feels just a little bit too much to shove.
Yeah, all of these guys playing roughly 30 bigs right now. Certainly with the discount in the big blind.
Yeah.
Calling feels good.
So he counted out a stack and then decided that it was too much to shove, and certainly didn't want to 3-bet call or 3-bet fold, so call it is.
Oh, and Aristotelos.
Oh, and she looks so cool there. She doesn't look like a woman who just hit a set.
She certainly didn't. Well, it
No,
checks around.
she's going to have to start doing her own betting. And she will.
75,000.
And a little unlucky no one has connected here. She's going to just get the job done.
One set.
One set.
I have 4, turn 4, and
Yes, I was problem.
5.
It's a good story. Cool story, bro. I think that was the Eastern European version of cool story, bro.
בצ'אט של היוטיוב. היה מצחיק, היא רשמה שאתה והמחלקת לובשים את אותו דבר. זה מה שהיא רשמה. Sorry.
A fascinating period of play there, Dara. Obviously a lengthy bubble. Bubbles can be a little bit tense, but when they go on that long, they can almost become irritating for the players who
you're only
just want to get on with it. Almost act as a sort of a lull in play in a sense, but nonetheless, all the short stacks around will be relieved to see the back of the 90th place player. They can go about their business now. We often see what some term to be a post-bubble bust-out bonanza.
Yeah.
That's kind of a thing. We didn't see it in the warm-up so much, it just didn't really materialize, but it is normal enough to see people sort of now decide, okay, I'm going to take the lower portions of my range and gamble with them.
Yeah, I think it's less of a thing than it used to be. I think people kind of realize even if you have 8 big blinds, you don't necessarily have to lash it in next hand. It's also, I think, a function of how long the bubble goes on. When the bubble goes on really long, you typically have a lot of people who just scrape through the bubble with a small amount of chips. We had a more normal bubble, let's say, here. Didn't seem to be too many guys hanging on with 1 or 2 big blinds.
You're right. As Pappy reaches for the banana, Rebez contemplates the merits of flatting these 6s against the dangerous Aristotelos. This pot very bloated now, 290k in the middle, stack the pot ratio just over 2. Neither player with a premium, both sort of working with the lower portions of their range. And both missing this ace, 9, 8, 2 spades board. Aristotelos with the king of spades and the betting lead and a board she can better represent will probably go something in the region of a quarter to a third.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think you can pretty much range bet this board as the pre-flop
And
raiser.
I love that she even went smaller, Dara. 20% in the end, her choice. I love that.
Yeah,
I think that's absolutely brilliant, to be honest.
I think she recognised that type of hand 6s will fold to any size.
ברור, זה כיף. כן. צריך עכשיו לשמור את הקצב, אתה יודע.
And we look at what will be our next feature table. Well, we saw a little bit of them during that bubble period. They were in action quite a bit. Basil Kapazet, Milan Stefanov, Vladislav Ivanov, well, we remember him, Alper Karim, Nuri Hadioglu, Boris Smushkevicius, or Smush, as we decided was prudent to call him, Matan Krakow and Zeki Zuyagaz. 3 Turks on this table. We will be bringing you action from these guys after a short break. That will be coming up in just a couple of moments. I will be staying in the booth. Dara O'Carney stepping out to make way for Ali Najad. We do encourage you to come back though after, well, I think will be just about 12 or 13 minutes.
Yeah.
Dara will return to the booth before dinner.
After my old man nap.
We'll set the alarm for Dara.
Yeah.
Make sure he's back for a stint later on. Yuma, delighted to look down at a hand as good as 10s now. He is one of those guys looking to make some headway post-bubble. 4,500 locked up, zipped into the satchel, and maybe, just maybe, you can add to it over the next few hours. Got any nice plans for your little break, Tara? Maybe
nap.
Walk around the Merit Resort, eat some of the Merit food.
Both of those are viable options, yeah. I've already had my run, so I won't be doing that. But yeah, it's an incredible resort here. It's really physically very beautiful. Sea, mountains, etc.
Incredible vista. In fact, that idea that you look in one direction and you can see waves crashing off the rocks, and you look the other and
you see the mountains,
towering mountains above. It's so pretty.
It really is.
Aristotelos with a nitty enough fold there in the hijack, 10-9 suited. Certainly like to see her come in for an open with that type of holding on occasion.
For sure. Yuma on the button, just over 20 big blinds. Ace 10. You can go a couple of ways with this. You can obviously bring it in for normal raise. If you don't want to raise call, you can just shove it. You certainly shouldn't raise fold a hand this strong. So I think that's what he's thinking about. He's going to bring it in for a normal raise.
Yeah, if you come in with the open here, I guess if it goes raise, you get away, and if it goes re-raise, you get it in.
Yeah. And
of course, you get to proceed against a big blind defense range with a pretty decent hand. And
yeah, Reichenstein has approximately the same stack. This is a rather ugly hand.
Do you think he's considering the light shove here?
I think he might be. This is just such an ugly hand. If you shove, even if you get called, you get to realize your equity. Playing a hand king like king 5 off out of position is going to get you into difficulties more often than not. He might also just go for a clicky.
Wow, that is what he's done there. He's gone for a clicky 3-bet to 110k.
Yeah. This is quite good, because if he can fold this hand and he's given up very little if he gets shoved on, it looks very strong, and it's not going to get flatted very much. So yeah, this is interesting. He's basically kind of using the king as a blocker there.
Yeah, some wily short stack attack here from Reichenstein.
Now he'll quickly fold his hand. Yep, he knew exactly what he was doing there. He risked 110 to win 40, 80, to win 90. So if that's going to work even half the time, close to.
And he had 20 of it committed anyway, so it was really 90 to win.
Yeah, true, 90 to win 90 actually. Yeah, so it was exactly, if that works more than half the time, it's a profitable play.
And it looks very strong.
It just looks ridiculously strong, yeah. And there is a lesson there for people. Like, I sometimes hear people say, oh, well, I folded because they look ridiculously strong. Good players will make weak hands like king 5 look ridiculously strong.
That's the job.
Yeah, don't overfold. Don't overfold those spots. So we probably have 1 or 2 more hands left before the break. That hand took a while.
After we move from here,
Aristoteles
on the break we move.
asking the floor staff if they'll be moving from the feature table, and as David said earlier, they will be, because a new feature table will arrive.
Korkmaz with the ace-jack here. And Gavrilovic got exactly the kind of hand that might go for the all-in shove here. It also can flat, folding out of the equation with a hand such as Jack-10 suited. Interesting to see which way he goes. If he goes with 10-Jack for a call, he's looking to basically get some equity and go with it on the flop. Maybe an open-ender, maybe a gutter with overcards, maybe some hearts, maybe a pair. If he shoves it, well, he can exploit some hands that may fold.
Yeah, you can get hands that that dominate you to fold sometimes. You know, Queen Jack might fold. I mean, it is only 13 big blinds though, so I think if you had 20 big blinds, the shove would be a better play. At this stack, that maybe the flat is better.
An offsuit raggy ace might consider a fold as well.
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
Definitely wheel spinning here for Gavrilovic.
Yeah, he's decided. I mean, he's effectively committed here.
So he's sort of chopped his stack.
Yeah.
180k
and quick all in, and he's going to have to call it off now.
So trying to make it look maybe a little bit stronger with the 200k raise, but obviously Korkmaz going nowhere with ace-jack. He has the dominating hand. He will felt Gavrilovic. If Gavrilovic doesn't find some hearts, a 10 or something straighty.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Not the worst of starts for Gavrilovic.
Gutter, backdoor, flush draw.
That's a bad one.
That's a bad one, yeah.
Are we about to say goodbye to Papi Gavrilovic here in 84th place?
Needs a 9 or a 10, and we will, and we do indeed. We lose Gavrilovic. He played the pre-bubble phase very, very aggressively. Didn't really work out for him. He ended up being short-stacked and having to get through the bubble. That was a reasonable spot to go with. Did absolutely nothing wrong there.
Everything is about time.
But we do lose him.
So we've seen a few bust outs in this post-bubble period already. I think we've played maybe 3 or 4 hands and we've seen 4 or 5 bust outs. Expect the attrition rate to be high
No, I mean how much more
for the next couple of hands and obviously for the next level or so.
The average. I mean.
Dara and I predicting we get down to around about
1.5.
25 players, something in that vicinity today. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe we'll get down to 20. Great structure this. Hour clock throughout.
We have to move our chips.
Fal is going to open here, but he's opening into the Djangos of Juma.
Yeah. Yeah, Juma with the, what's he got, 20, can't do maths anymore. 28 big blinds. They both have roughly the same stack as well.
They do. This could be trouble for Fal. I kind of like maybe flatting the kings in this spot. I do live dangerously in this spot sometimes, Dara.
And then you complain about the Djangos when they get
And then I
cracked.
give out about them, yeah. That's sort of part and parcel. At least you get a good story.
Yeah.
Rebez facing a 3-bet here.
Yeah.
The ace-8, certainly
I think
nothing to write home about.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages of the 3-bet. Had he flatted there, the ace-8 was coming in as well.
So awkward here for Fal facing quite a small 3-bet. I like the sizing with kings, obviously. Also with this stack, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, he can go. All three options are in play here. I mean, the fold would be quite nitty, but if you think the opponent is on the tight side, you can certainly let it go. Flatting just to set mine and see what happens is also an option. And shoving wouldn't be terrible either, because if you think your opponent has light hands that he will fold, and you add that to all the times you know you get to flip against ace king, ace queen, and then even if you're on into kings, you'll get there some of the time as well. So all of the plays are viable. He's gone for the middle one, let's call it that, just calling.
Yeah, 250k in the middle now. Stack to pot ratio roughly 2-to-1. And the kind of board that will keep Fal interested here. He has a good shot, straight flush draw. He has a pair just under the 9.
Yeah, he actually has a gutter to a straight flush, so this is as good a flop as he could possibly hope for without having
just
hit his
all
set.
in, interestingly, so an over bet of the pot.
this
2x.
is-
So obviously Juma just hating that texture
Yeah.
and just thinking, I want to shut this one down.
Yeah,
Fal can't really be behind anything. Like we see there, he's actually 52%. He is the
Yeah.
favourite, even though
Yeah.
he's behind right now.
yeah.
But problematically for him, he'll be working out, well, how often am I up against kings with the king of clubs? That's the problem. Queens with the queen of clubs.
Yeah.
They're the hands you're not in good shape against.
Yeah, the clubs. Yeah, your club draw won't be good. Well, it'll be good more than half the time, but not always.
Yeah, it feels like Juma may balance this overbet shoving range between hands like that contain the ace or king of clubs, maybe ace king with a club, and
Yeah.
these pairs that don't have a club and are looking to protect. He does get the fold.
That's the fold. I think they might have showed each other their hands.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, by deploying the overbet shove there, probably found the only way to shut down the hand at
Yeah.
that point.
Yeah.
I think the chips were going in. Otherwise, with that, we bid you a farewell. We will have a new table in just 10 or 12 minutes' time. Grey Cork Maz, well, he made some great progress there, 2.2 million. Orthodoxu, 2.1 million. Katerina Aristotelos, still my favourite.
Yeah.
Still the absolute talent on show here. She's brilliant to watch. And yeah, when we come back, we will have a new group of players. Yuri Reichenstein, very, very good pro, Dara. He's only got 12 bigs now, needs to work, as do many of these people here. We talked about the sort of the rich and the poor a couple of days ago. Very much so after a long bubble like that, there will be this concertina effect. There will be people who have benefited from that bubble, and there will be some very short stacks about. It's why we've seen some bust outs recently. How do you think the next block is going to go?
Yeah, Yuri needs to double up now. He did get active on the bubble and just after the bubble as well. It didn't work out for him. It doesn't always. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. The other players are all more comfortable. They can sort of revert to playing reasonably normal now. We're in for a more sedate passage of play, I think. The short stacks have no reason to hang around anymore, but the other stacks have no reason to step out of line too much.
Interesting stuff. Well, look, do join us. Stick on the kettle. We are going to be back in 12 or 13 minutes' time. We would love to see you back here. It will be myself and Ali Najad for the next 2-hour block. We are here for day 3 coverage. Please come back soon.
that way. But it's a hand which flops well, and you don't really mind too much if lots of people come in.
Well, both players have missed. Aristotelos, even on a wet board, middly card such as this, never one to be a shrinking violet here. She is going to fire out a probing 15%er. Cork Maz with the backdoor flush draw, 1 over card. Doesn't have a lot going on, but for that price.
For that
sort of
price,
can't
yeah.
Really, we're playing limit poker right now.
Yeah, he is in position as well, so he gets to see what he does on the turn.
Well, he has more 8x than she does, but neither player will really have that many.
Yeah, he's now picked up a bad gut shot. It'd be interesting to see if he fires out now, recognizing that she tends to auto c-bet and then not bet the turn when she doesn't have it.
Yeah, tough spot for Aristotelos now on this texture. Giving it some thought. Plausible that Cork Maz would have all the sets here. Certainly have an 8. Could certainly have a draw of some sort, which has a lot of equity if she is good. So probably on balance, I think this is a release by Aristotelos, but she is ahead, and it would show maybe the correct amount of adhesiveness.
I think her face really, let's see what she's thinking here. She does suspect larceny here. This is the kind of board where he can be betting just because it's his board, but at the same time you're in an uncomfortable spot because he's probably going to fire again on the river, and do you really want to call down with Jack, Ace Jack?
Looks like she is finding the call, Dara. This is very bold.
Yeah, I mean,
we've been fooled before by her bringing the chips into hand. Oh, what a great call at this point. Now, as you said, Dara, can she follow it up with some cagey river play? Well,
they're both playing the board now.
This is an interesting river for sure.
Very interesting river, yeah.
Is she going to come out betting? Kind of interesting to maybe go for a bet here. No,
She does check, and she gives them that kind of like, please check behind look. Her hand actually probably makes the best possible bluff catcher, blocking as it does Jack 10 and Ace 10.
Oh, he's going big, Dara.
But he is going, yeah. Once you're checked to on these spots where either a 5-card flush or a 5-card straight gets there, you kind of have a free roll on the bet big to try and get somebody off a chop, because it's very unlikely that they would check themselves.
Horrible to be calling knowing you're only ever chopping.
Yeah.
Carving out what is half her remaining chips here for a call.
Basically went pot size. Yeah, this is because you're calling for a chop here, so
I guess she's trying to figure out what 10x would have bet the turn that called the very small flop bet and not raise it, and then fire the 1/3 bet turn, piecing that together.
pocket 10s I think might play like that.
Yeah, pocket 10's a good read. 10-8, probably.
It probably
not
has
too
to be
many combos
not
of
too
that.
many combos.
Calling
It probably has
free.
to be 10-8 suited.
Yeah. Unlikely that he goes this sizing with a set, but maybe. I think it's unlikely though.
Yeah, she really does look suspicious here, but this is a horrible spot to be in.
Yeah, and rightly so. The line is a little fishy, it must be said. There are hands that would take this line, but there aren't many. So I think she's sort of calculating that all in, and also realizing that, you know, she's only going to get 100 back.
Yeah, yeah. The risk to reward here is poor because you're not trying to win the entire pot. You're only going to get half the pot.
No open.
Yeah.
So you have to be good 66% of the time here.
Call.
In the end, she
Wow.
does call. Yep.
Then
No, he shows the hand she chops with, so
Yeah.
A good read on the situation, but that was
I love the
heart and mouth stuff.
I love the
Dara.
hair flick afterwards there. Yeah, she was very really. Yeah, she was really in the. One of David's writing pieces is up. Piece he wrote on WPT, and David's up for Twitter Personality of the Year.
That's the bath picks there. I'm pretty
The
sure that's
bath
the bath
picks,
picks.
yeah.
Bath picks took it over the top there.
Yeah.
People were just like, wow. Keep them coming. Slide into my DMs.
Have I missed anything? Oh, you're up for Broadcaster of the Year as well.
You're very modest there because I think you're up for every single one of those categories yourself.
I'm not up for Twitter Personality. Clearly, I have no personality. I think
You've lots of personality, just obviously not in
I just
cyberspace.
don't express it on Twitter.
Yeah, you keep it for the real world.
Yeah. So we have a hand here, blind on blind. Aristoteles has raised and 3x. No, she's just min raised actually, which is quite interesting with small blind. I mean, Foul can't really fold for this price. He does cover her as well, so he can actually put a good bit of ICM pressure on her here if he wanted to. But given how sticky she proved last hand, she played. He's decided he's just going to call and see what happens.
And it's a very nice hand to play in position, actually.
Yeah, no 8-7 suited. Now they both hit the 7. He's in trouble with his kicker. Obviously, he does have some ways to improve apart from the 8-5-6 would make him a straight, but
One orbit penalty, Misha.
there's no real reason for him to raise here, I don't think.
Nothing.
No, I imagine he would have used some board textures to try and take it away from Aristoteles, but now he seems to have gone smack bang into the middle of his hang-on range.
Yeah, now he has improved in the sense he's picked up a gut shot here. The board looks a little bit scarier for her.
In her spot here, do you go for another small bet or do you go for a check call there?
I think I'll go check call now. I'm not sure there's enough worse hands that can call us the second time. And particularly with the ICM, I think. Yeah, but I do like this bet.
I love this river bet.
This is a great bet. This is just basically a blocker.
Yeah, she's targeting weaker 7s and 4x. Also, maybe, just maybe, a 6 makes sense as well. He could be in there with the 6-5, the 6-3
Yeah.
as a float on the flop.
Yeah,
so
I think once he
there's enough to
once he
target.
checked behind, she realised, well, he'd never check a king. So he probably most likely has a 7 or a 4 since he called the flop bet. Or he has a draw, which is not going to pay anyway. So might as well get value from the 7s and the 4s.
Yeah. And some of those draws contain a 6 Dara, which now might get tempted too.
Yeah, and if she checked, he might bet big with his missed draws. So this bet is dual purpose. It can get called by worse hands, as it looks like it's about to, and it can stop him from bluffing big when he's missed his draw.
And absolutely no doubt of where she stood in the hand. She
Yeah,
slaps
no,
that
she
down.
knew she had the best hand there.
Really well played.
Yeah, I think she's a really good.
In any category this year, just somebody who really stood out to you this year is a sure thing. Angela Jordison is mine for breakout.
Angela
She's been a
Jordison
star.
seems fairly obvious breakout. Caitlin Comiskey is up for a couple of awards as well.
Great shout, great
and
shout.
I thought she absolutely, yeah, she was amazing this year. Just so funny, her content. They're the ones probably that stand out the most for me.
Yeah, I would actually have picked the same too.
Yeah.
Oh, trouble on the horizon
Oh,
for
Lord.
Noha here.
Oh, Noah's going home unless he finds a queen.
Yeah, he's 4x'd here. Obviously, gone for the larger sizing. Kleiper looks down at the big ones.
Yeah.
And
I'd like to see a call here. There's enough of the stack in already, I think. And he might induce somebody in behind, but he has gone for the 3-bet.
Yeah, I like the way you're thinking there, Dara.
I mean, she's definitely not playing the 5-3. Let's see if there's any hand that might have been tempted if he had just flatted. I don't think it would have made any difference. No, the hands behind were all very mediocre.
So, Noha is going to need
Has he
to
gone
see
all
one
in?
of the red ladies here.
Has he gone all in? Yeah, no, sorry. He had, well, obviously went all in because he was 3-bet. And he's going to get the very bad news that he's up against the aces.
Yeah, rough spot here for Noha.
Rough spot.
He would have been looking down at those queens thinking, oh, finally an opportunity to get back into this tournament. And, well, that's all but shut the door here, running King 10.
King 10, that's it, or Queen Queen.
10 king.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
so you're saying there's a chance.
Little sweat.
I'm saying there's a 9% chance.
Never easy.
Never easy. Until the river. Never easy.
I wonder if
No.
that kind of situation will arise at the poker table and
Thank you.
nobody at the table says never easy. I feel like
It's
that just
it
has to be said.
Must be done.
Yeah. Don't have to face the all-in decision. When two big stacks play against each other, it's much less of a factor because really the stacks have to be threatened by the end.
Right.
If they can't get all in normally, then there's not that much difference. Medium stacks against big stacks, often the big stack can threaten by sizing up. When the big stacks play against smaller stacks, they will get more folds to small bets. So all the situations are really complicated to the point that myself and Barry will write a whole book on them at some point. But it's so complicated, and there's so many sims you have to run to try and identify the heuristics and the patterns that it's going to take us a while. So we've kind of kicked it down the road a bit.
Well, interesting spot brewing here. Dara Aristotelos from early position has opened up the ace-queen offsuit, and Todorita can go both ways here. He could flat and try and navigate this one, but with only 20 bigs and against a wily opponent such as Aristotelos, he might decide to just go with it here. He does.
Yeah.
So he's not quite shoving, but he is putting almost all his chips in.
Yeah.
Although it is 300, he has counted.
Yeah, do it. I mean, this is 20 big blinds, and he's going to have all those problems post-flop that we just talked about.
Yeah.
He's going to be looking at one or two overcards a lot of the time. Have to make a decision in a spot where, as I said, he's going to have to be good more often than normal. So the best thing to do is to just stick it in here. It's not comfortable because he doesn't have any blockers. He's not blocking any of the bigger pairs. Ace King is also almost certainly going to call. Ace Queen seems to be right on the line, and she is giving this a lot of thought.
Yeah, no question she calls with a better hand. Jacks would be getting in here against him. Ace King would also. So Ace Queen and nines feel like the tank decisions maybe. Nines is possibly get in as well, so maybe Ace Queen and eights. So Aristotelos in the tank here with one of the cuspy ones.
Yeah, it's a lot of her stack as well. Like if she calls here and loses, she's sort of in the danger zone where she can't necessarily get to the bubble. On the other hand, she's not immediately at risk in this hand, and if she calls and wins, she has the kind of stack that can potentially attack the bubble. So this feels really close.
Yeah, flipping the perspectives here from her vantage point, she will be thinking, well, how many ace jacks and king queens are in the range? And if there's a few of them,
you have to think about the hands that you're actually in great shape against. If she could see his hand, she would fold because you don't want to be flipping at this point. But she's hoping, she's considering the possibility he could have ace jack here. Yeah, that's why she's made the call. Could have ace jack, could have ace 10, could have king queen. She's in a flip now. He's flipping for his tournament life. Katie asked if we're in the money. We're not, Katie. We're 16 from the money at the moment. 89 paid, 105 remain. You can see she's not actually happy about the situation.
It's a huge moment for her now, and I have to agree with you, Dara. On balance, I think I might have let this one go, feeling like it would drag me into the danger zone.
But she has hit her queen, so he's already taking his microphone off. This is neck level stand up.
Wow. I think
if he hits his 10, they're going to have to mic him up again.
He has to break our stuff, and then maybe he goes a step further at that point.
Yeah.
No, very unlucky there.
Very unlucky. Yeah. I mean, he got it in well ahead, 57%. But it seems to be the kind of culture where people don't hold back their opinions.
Ari Kleiper is going to bump this one up under the gun. Perfectly reasonable with this holding, but wow, Barney right in behind here with big slick. I wonder, given the fact that Kleiper covers, if he would ever consider flatting a hand like this against an under the gun open, keeping in the hands he dominates, and playing a little bit more cagely, give it the risk premium a foot.
Yeah, I would like a flat here because when you 3-bet this hand, you just get the.
Oh goodness me!
God. Now actually the pot's gotten bloated as well.
Well, luckily for Barney, perhaps the fact that he did 3-bet now, I agree with you, Dar. I would have liked a flat there, but if it had gone flat and then squeeze, he may well have promoted.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Merit Western Poker Series Day 2, where a very protracted bubble finally burst We are live from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casino. Did I mention that already, David? I like to be a little redundant when it comes to plugging the property, given that I spent this morning enjoying all that it had to offer before coming into work. Ali Najad alongside David Lappin, and here is your feature table with blinds of 10 and 25,000 in this $3,300 buy event. Some real easy breathing is upon us, is it not?
Well, yes and no. There are a few short stacks. I think that vicious bubble, I suppose it went on maybe 13, 14 hands, has meant a sort of a concertina effect with some of the stacks. We do have a few big stacks here at the feature table, but we have 4 or 5 very short ones too, and they'll be keen to get busy or hit the rail.
Yeah, generally at this point you do see a lot of those folks who are hanging on for dear life make their move far more simply than they would have otherwise, yeah?
Yeah, I mentioned to Dara in the last segment how there was sort of a tendency for this post-bubble bust-out bonanza of sorts. He made the counterpoint that with ladders about and a kind of greater level of sophistication in the average poker player these days, it doesn't always happen quite the same way anymore. I think he's probably right. I think players do recognize that, well, if you sit tight and wait for the post-bust-out bubble bonanza with your 7 or 8 bigs, maybe you'll get a ladder jump as well.
But obviously, it is a far cry from 7 or 8 bigs to the sort of stack that you're going to need to be able to work your way toward hopes of a final table or a much bigger payday, as we see a raise and take it. Familiar face in, is that Ivanov there? Did I spy?
Yeah, and your favorite, Smush, is back.
Smush is back.
We had a lot of love for Smush on the feature table late last night. He is one of those players that really did get crippled by this protracted bubble. He ended up, I think, with around about 10 bigs when the bubble burst. He hasn't found a spot yet, so he's just got 5 bigs now. Never easy for those guys to find spots here.
Oh, and what a lovely hand to wake up to for Basel Khabaze from Syria. 2 kings off of a stack of 615,000. He will come with a min raise.
Yeah, plenty of players behind with reshovable stacks. This a table of short stacks relatively. I would actually anticipate this block we lose 2 or 3 people and bring in 2 or 3 fresh faces. Interesting to be thrown a feature table with a low enough average stack. And there we see poor old Smush, 3 big blinds in the small blind with the really ugly 5 deuce.
Yeah, you can feel the struggle here for Smush. He hates to give away the blinds, but truly the 5 deuce performs so poorly.
Yeah.
And, you know, you fold here and you've got free hands all the way around to the big blind, and chances are you're going to get something better than 5 deuce. So takes his time.
Yeah, I think half an eye on the clock there. We are going to do a ladder in one spot, I suppose, for him. May as well lock up that extra 600 or 700 bucks, whatever it is.
Sure.
Before he flicks in those 3 chips in the next orbit, like you said. Although Krakow here with a worrying sort of hand given the confrontation, and this could spell a degree of trouble.
2 queens and a 10. Certainly not the sort of flop that's going to help Krakow save money with this smothered king 10. Queen of spades interacts nicely for some backdoor prospects. Facing the follow-through of 40,000 downsized from the open. And very much not going to be so big that he cannot continue. So another 80,000 sliding into the middle. And what a dynamite turn card this is. The 9 of spades. Krakow with tremendous equity acquired. Now a jack or a spade would give him the best hand. Check back from Kabaze, playing the pot control, and the jack on the river. It is a chop. I mentioned Krakow would have the best hand, but it would be the same hand Kabaza has. As it is now checked to him, and with the king high straight, certainly we would presume value is going to be pursued.
Yeah, Krakow doesn't have ace king in his range, so he has to check it and likely call here. Obviously, boats are possible as well, so I don't think we're ever going to see a raise here from Krakow. Would seem a little dangerous.
Yeah,
And
call is very much the compulsory action.
Kabaza a bit unlucky there. Obviously, when we see the matchup, that was a rather dirty run out.
And a rather dirty look also from Kabaza, who is wondering why the poker gods have done him that way. Could be worse, I suppose. Could have been a spade.
Indeed.
Really dodging a bullet. For king 10 of spades to chop with two kings is pretty fortunate for Krakow.
There's the ace.
Yeah, I come here.
Matan Krakow hailing from Israel.
Would have been jack of spades for a straight flush.
Good luck.
Small blind 10 or 15?
10. Hello, bro.
I'm always fascinated by the stark contrast between those who make it to the inside of the bubble and those moments leading up to the bursting of the bubble in terms of the weight that gets lifted off of the field, regardless of how deep your stack is. Obviously, you're not necessarily concerned about not cashing when you're deep, but there's also just that serious phase that kind of creeps up and then dissipates a bit, and then back to work we go once a lot of these short stacks determine their fates, whether they spin up or exit stage left.
I know.
New arrival here, making himself comfortable. It is Raful with the ace-jack suited.
Maybe not.
Looks like he gets straight into the mix here. He does, with the raise.
Kind of a cavalier approach to it, too. He was like, you know, people thought maybe he didn't know it was on him, or he was taking a little too long to unrack his chips, and then suddenly very slick 155 delivered into the pot for a 3-bet. Now the ever attractive queen jack of spades for 2 bets, sure, but David, for 3, these sorts of hands have real problems.
The telltale glance at the board there, revealing this to be one of those. I'll take 20 seconds off the clock here.
Yeah.
Hopefully someone busts on an outer table. I am going to have to find a spot soon. I'd rather there were 80 left than 81 when that happens.
I mean, look, obviously from the fair play standpoint and the desire to keep the game moving, these moments can be a little bit aggravating for players who aren't faced with that sort of short stack cobbling.
I think it's always a matter of degrees. I think a few seconds, like we just saw there, perfectly fine. You don't want to see it become egregious.
Yeah, I mean, there are those that will actually press the edge to the point where a floor man has to stand by the table and constantly put a clock on that player, and they will then use the maximum amount of the clock, and obviously it'll get under people's skin, and perhaps even that's some of the desired effect for those sorts of guys who aren't necessarily in the spirit of the game, but within the boundaries of the rules as they stand here and now today. Not sure what exactly could be done to prevent that sort of thing. The shot clock, the advent of that, obviously, is of some assistance, but in a massive MTT, it's just a tough thing to try to utilize.
It's interesting what you say there about the spirit of the game. The only sport I ever played at any serious level was cricket, and actually the spirit of the game is codified into the laws of cricket, that it's sort of part and parcel of what makes you a cricketer, is that you do abide by a spirit of fair play. Yeah, of course, in plenty of other sports, there isn't such a thing. You sort of have the letter of the law, and people will gleefully march right up to the line of it.
FIFA sort of prides itself on the idea of fair play, but as we've come to witness and experience, not always executed in that manner. And looks like 2 10s are ready to execute here after the min raise and flat. Certainly a squeezable holding on the button, no less, for Matan Krakow.
Yeah, he's more than happy to get in with Ivanov here. Ivanov only playing 15, 16 big blinds. 10s will be absolutely more than happy to commit. When it finally gets round, though, one feels Ivanov going for an early position steal lets this one go, and Karim will have a much more complicated decision before him.
Ivanov.
Oh, quick fold.
Very readily folds his ace-10, and yeah, the 2 9s didn't make a meal of it, did they?
No, not at all. Not fancying playing those 9s out of position to a squeezer there. Quickly releases. I thought he would have given it some thought, but maybe he has all that thought done in his pre-game.
Sure. 1.7 million now. What a lovely spot to find oneself in. At this phase of the tournament, relative to the field size to start and the fact that we're on a day 3, in terms of depth, do these stacks feel right about where we would anticipate them to be? A little shallower than what we're accustomed to? A little deeper?
I think we're right bang on when you look, as I have done through the Poker News coverage of all the stacks and all the different tables. This table's a little different. This table's a bit more unique in the sense that we have a couple of short ones, and that really does change things for the big stacks. The guys will maybe be looking at an average of something in the region of 50 big blinds right now, but in reality this table's got some very big stacks and some 10, 12, 15 big blind stacks. So in reality the big stacks are playing the effective.
We've even got some 3 big blind stacks, but it's finally time for Smush as the black 9s.
And he would be delighted to see a hand this good. He would have commit with any paint, any suitedness, connectedness would probably have come in as well. So to have a hand as strong as 9s is a bit of a gift from the poker gods here, with Stefanov hot committed to any bet.
Yeah, the Jack 3, he's got to be a customer as he seeks to ruin Smush's day. You can just see the dread sort of.
There are 80 left now, so he has secured the ladder jump at least.
Like always.
Some gallows humor.
And to the flop we go, and a 3 there, but no aid behind it. Backdoor hearts loom. Obviously anti-sweating a jack or a 3 for the time being is Smush. Turn is clean. And he's just praying now is not one of those 11% that Stefanov wins the pot.
I folded those.
So a double with cheese in the form of the small blind and the ante.
Stefanov with just 285k. A crucial pot for him as well. He would have liked to pick up those 7 bigs.
Yeah. Kind of lost in the, perspective, the angle that we took on it from Smush's side is Stefanov really
Same blind.
not being so deep that he could disregard. But as you mentioned, he was priced in. Now finds himself the second shortest stack behind Hadioglu. Smush still at the bottom in need of some help. 2 7-figure stacks in Krakow and Raful, the newcomer. That slick little 3-bet picked up a pot for him upon arrival. And the big stacks love keeping those short stacks around, do they not?
Well, yes and no. Obviously, with short stacks trying to outlast one another with pay jumps looming, yes, it is in their interest. But actually, they're a little bit irritating, I suppose is the best way of putting it, because they would probably prefer to get about the business of playing some 30, 40, 50 big blind poker, but they're not really able to do that on a table such as this one. very much forced to play the effective stack of the majority of the players who have 20 big blinds or less, and therefore they're in a little bit of a short stack ninja affair.
Ace King for Kabazet on the button. Takes a beat before raising it up. Did Stefanov have an ace there?
I think he
the
did.
Small? Looked like a baby ace.
Even off, really looking to see a flop here and flop equity, but 2-3 is going to be the kind of hand that gets you into trouble with that one. You're only going to flop bottom pair and bottom ends of straights, that type of thing. A good release, even in his perilous situation.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of flops where you can feel very comfortable, you know, bar trip deuces or threes or a wheel. Even two pair has some real vulnerability to it. Well, we began with over 750 entries in this $3,300 main event of ours. Down to just 80 players. Current payouts are $5,150, a $620 pop from the 88th through 81st payout band. And while it may seem nitty at times to be, you know, trying to nurse your short stack, stall, whatever, to get that little pay ladder, when you think about it in terms of relative to the buy-in, that's a real jump, that $620. And, you know, over time, these sorts of little ladders will definitely add up. Not suggesting that you put two queens into the muck because, you know, you're trying to secure $620 and you're not sure, but obviously.
Well, there can be the most profitable clicks you make in a day. Coming from the online world, my stock and trade was mass multi-tabling, and when you mass multi-table, you know you're going to be doing something in the region of maybe 1,000 clicks an hour, maybe more. And you think about the profitability of each click, each movement of the mouse, each movement of the finger. And if a 15-second stall online could remove a player on another table and get you a $7 pay jump in the context of maybe a $50 online tournament,
right.
That was one of your most profitable clicks that day.
Yeah.
And you expand that to a much bigger scale here. These guys obviously playing for far greater sums of money and invested in one tournament at a time, but same principle applies here.
No doubt about it. As we see the 7-8 suited of Alper Kerim from Turkey, defending the big blind and coming up empty on the king high board. Can't say the same, of course, for Basil Krakow. Forgive me, for Matan Krakow. 40K follow through with top pair. And that's that. Well, did you get out and do anything this morning before coming to work, David, of note?
I actually had a great sleep. I left you guys to bring it home last night, and I took myself down to the pool bar for a couple of cocktails. I furiously did that thing that poker players do from time to time, which is just stare at Skyscanner and hotelbookings.com and work out the next leg of the journey. And yeah, but it was a very nice setting to do it in with a strawberry margarita in hand.
There you go.
And actually had a great sleep. I think the couple of drinks acted as a nice nightcap, and woke in time for breakfast and then straight in here. So no, didn't get to use the facilities, but like to have breakfast in the other hotel. There's a number of hotels on the property because it forces me to have a walk.
Right.
Which is good.
Move. Sedentary lifestyle of a poker player or commentator, for that matter, does require some effort.
Indeed.
When it comes to staying active. Did see a number of players in the gym earlier today as I was down in the spa. My form of circuit training kind of involves, you know, stopping the steam, then the hot tub, and then the, you know, had a Sultan Hammam this morning. I got to tell you, it definitely felt like Turkish royalty.
Is that the one where you get beaten with branches?
Now, that's the Russian iteration, I think, with
Okay.
the eucalyptus steel.
Yeah.
Here, they scrub you. And it's amazing you haven't commented on the glow of my supple dermis this morning. Or afternoon, I should say, because I was well scrubbed before I came into the booth here.
This is the one that they use an egregious amount of suds then, is
Yes.
it? Okay.
Egregious is, you know, come on, it's all perspective. David, I felt like it was an adequate amount of suds for someone of my stature.
I have had this done once, actually, now that you mention it. It is ringing a bell.
It really is cool. I wonder, you know, way back in like Roman times, we see Krakow raise and take it with the ace-deuce suited, if I wouldn't have flourished just based on the bathing rituals. Those were tough times, though. You think the bubble's rough. You're having to be a gladiator.
My missus was on to me about 4 years ago. I joined a gym nearby where we live in Malta. And I used to go to that gym diligently, daily, on a daily basis. And she noticed no meaningful change in the shape of my body after about 6 months. Finally, I had to acknowledge that. I sometimes use the bike for a little while, maybe a little bit of light weight training, but pretty much lived in that jacuzzi and that sauna.
Oh, yeah. Weird how that doesn't amount to any weight loss. Do they have a smoothie bar as well? You can live at the smoothie bar. That'll get you in trouble. Jack 10 suited here for Khabaze, and he may have a customer in Stefanov who has 2 red 7s here. About, what do we call it, 15 bigs?
Yeah, I think this might get in here.
No, this is 12 bigs. And sure enough, they are all being sent into the middle. Pretty annoying for Khabaze because you really do want to take flops with a hand like this, but at the end of the day, you also recognize off of 580,000, Jack High is Jack High and belongs in the muck, which is exactly where he puts it. Little rebate for Stefanov after doubling smush.
Great result. Irksome one for the 10 Jack suited there, which has very close to the right equity against the reshove, but very much puts you in that spot where, you know, committing those chips and yes, maybe almost getting the right price, maybe getting the right price against some villains to do so. But if you lose that one, which you will often, you're right in the mire and yeah, preferring to keep the weapons afforded by his current stack. Lets it go. Talked a little bit about that yesterday with Darrow Carney about how certain stacks are easier to play and actually are more advantageous to play in a tournament context. And yeah, very much part and parcel of the consideration when you think about calling off for a portion of your stack is what weapons do you get if this goes well and what do you lose if it does not?
Sure. I liken it to being the general of an army, each one of your chips being a soldier, and do you really want to send them into this battle? Do you think that they're going to come home or not? King 9 suited for Matan Krakow. Up front. Perhaps demonstrating some of the luxury of having that 1.8 million to operate off of. And he is going to get 3-bet by Kedem's ace-3 suited.
Showing a nice amount of game here with the 30 big blind stack, trying to leverage against the big stack here, who will be aware that he's raising off 30 bigs.
Smush looks pained every time he has to fold, doesn't he? He's got that just, give me something.
Suitedness and connectedness make this tempting, but yeah, pretty low down on the opening range to begin with. I like the fold.
And Kedem's not exactly on a short stack here where you can kind of afford to hit a piece of the flop and then go with it. He's got almost $1 million to start the hand, over $1 million rather. And also when you're getting 3-bet as the up front under the gun raiser, you do begin to narrow the range of your opponents. I would say it's toward the bottom of what we would expect Kedem to be 3-betting with there. But those baby-suited aces have really come into favor to utilize for those sorts of 3-bets, blocking a lot of the ace-X and performing fairly well. Some board coverage with the dangler.
Absolutely the right category of hand if you are going to pick it there. You want to go with the fairly polar range with your 3 bets in those situations. Doesn't serve you well to depolarize. You want to have the blocker, you want to be blocking the 4 bets. And if you do get called, as you said, Ali, the suitedness favors. Even off, almost certainly to commit here, he does.
Jamming for 295,000 with the ace-10 suited. All straightforward and standard fanfare.
And Smush
see
again.
how painful the queen-9 is for Smush. Not very, it would seem.
He's wearing his heart on his sleeve, or maybe on his mush. His smush.
Every one of these little pickups for the blinds and antes buys you an orbit's worth of breathing room. Let somebody else cover the cost of your stay. And you will find players who will just kind of recognize not necessarily the urgency, but the need to not be taking on water aboard the vessel and kind of stay ahead of the always creeping blinds, just nipping at your heels, it would seem. Cabeza now with aces. He's already had kings. Did have to chop that one.
I like that moment where we know before he does.
Oh, yeah. He's not letting on, is he?
No.
Pretty good poker face on that one. How do you like 9-4? Yeah, Smush is like, come on, anything. Uh-oh, real problems now.
Yeah.
Well,
Zeki Soyirgaz.
there is precisely no escape hatch here.
I mean, look at
How much you play?
the depth, 530K, he's checking.
Surgaz is going to have8%, 7% to survive in this tournament.
Or not? I will interesting our.
Is that Smush in the background? Certainly not the focal point here, as Soyirgaz looks to chart a course. And he is going to jam. Obviously a snap call from Cabeza, and the worst of news is going to be delivered.
Yeah, an audible groan there by Surgaz.
Yeah, can't blame him, can you? You always think to yourself, aces and kings aren't out there. Maybe queens.
Suits are live as the one silver lining.
Yeah, that's going to be irrelevant on a queen high rainbow board, unfortunately. And just 2% from this point forward is Zeki Soyirgaz. The 3 of clubs on the turn, ices it. He draws dead against the aces, and just a defeated feeling there. But hold your head high, sir. Didn't do anything wrong.
No, absolutely not. You would have gotten in a far worse hand than ace-king for all the cheddar there. Very unlucky to run into it in that occasion. They're going to do a countdown here. The stacks are close, but we don't usually get these things wrong, and we think he's covered by one big blind.
Yeah, pretty certain that he was. But it does give us an opportunity to look at the updated chip counts, and we see Cabeza joining the 7-figure club with almost 20% of the chips here at this feature. Things kind of coming into focus. Smush is definitely going to need to do something sooner than later. Obviously, we're far from a final table, but some of the concepts do still sort of apply to each individual table in terms of procedures.
Yeah, we talked about the creeping ICM factor in the first segment there. Obviously creeping all the way to a very significant moment at the bubble. The air is somewhat let out of the risk premium considerations once that bubble is burst, but faster than most people recognize or realize, they creep back up again ever so slightly each and every bust out until we get to the final table bubble. It's always a factor. ICM is always, always, always a factor in tournaments. It can never be disregarded. It's never going to be a cash game until it's heads up.
Right. $372,800, the official first place payout. 6 figures for second, third, and fourth. 274, 168, 124 and change, respectively. But for the time being, we are awarding $5,150 per player. And that's exactly what
Now you are in game, right?
Mr. Soyirgaz is collecting.
You get bad hand.
Nothing interesting around to Dioglu, who has an ace-5 in the hijack. We'll lay it down. Smush! He doubled with 2 9s, now he's got 2 10s.
Yeah, and very likely to get called again, shoving just 5 bigs. So maybe, just maybe, the hangdog exterior of Smush is going to see a happier day on the horizon.
Somebody seems to be out there streaming the two of us on their mobile. In comes the 125, predictably.
And it's also an okay result when you get it through facing no resistance with 10s. He gets to pick up 50% of his stack there.
No hand, by the way, is infallible. Even kings against king deuce, which, as memory serves me, is the biggest disparity pre-flop that one can have between two holdings. It's not over till it's over. You gotta sweat that full run out. $77 remain now. King 8 suited. Adioglu's been pretty disciplined. Not stepping out. Continues to be the case here. Back to the doldrums for Smush. 9-5 offsuit into the muck, and an ace on the button for Chabeze. I think he wanted to peek there at Stefanov's stack depth before deciding how much to open to. He goes with 50. Suited connector here for Ivanov. Price seems right to me off of 305,000. Oh. Did he say all in? Wow.
Yeah, deciding to use the fact that the suited connector in this sort of middle portion of the board will almost never be dominated. So if it does come up against the ace-king offsuit, ace-queen offsuit, that call, he will have 40%. If he does happen to run into the really big hands, he has the kind of hand that cracks them once in a while. So decides to go that way. I agree, Ali. Slightly surprised. I thought he might just flat and try and make a piece, but deciding to go the other way here.
Yeah, taking the aggressive line. Unfortunately for him, Kabaza is just too deep to start folding the ace-9s, and even further misfortune on a 9-high flop. Only one heart out there. And Ivanov is just 10% from this point forward. Does he get help on the turn? Yes. Gut shot, straight draw available. So 4 5s in the deck. One of them are going to need to show up on the river here to keep the Russian alive. And they don't. The Jack of Spades spells the end of the road as Kabaze continues to compile chips and claims a victim in young Vladislav Ivanov. Played well during the time that we watched him out there. David was rather impressed. Showed some gumption there with the 6-7, taking the initiative. I don't think we would regard his choice there as a mistake, more a function of his discretion.
Yeah, I think it depends on the button opening range. If you feel like you're up against a tighter guy, I certainly think flatting is the better way to go. If you're up against a looser guy, obviously there would be a bigger gap between the raises and the calls. So going for it with the 7-6 would make more sense. Yeah, definitely it could go either way type of spot.
Oh, it's gone. Okay.
It's funny because a lot of times I assign a looser opening range to the big stack at the table.
It's too expensive.
And as such, I think to myself, okay, we can target. But then you forget they're the big stack at the table, and they can kind of afford to maybe be a bit liberal in terms of looking you up.
Another short stack, faced with another close one there, the ace-5.
Don't call me, please.
I'm survivor. I think one outer.
Smush might want to just savor a few tender moments with this king-9 offsuit before, I imagine, sending it into the muck. It's quite a bit better than most of what he's had to fold. There it is. Another ace-9 for Kabaze. Makes it 55,000 to go. Oh, red queens in the big blind, and this is exactly what Kerem was hoping to see.
Yeah, Karim, we saw open, or sorry, 3-bet the ace-3 just a moment ago. Clearly somebody who has a wide 3-betting range in these kinds of situations. Interesting to see now how Kabaza responds. Maybe that has been something picked up upon over the course of the last few hours these guys have had together. Kabaza obviously has a big stack here, but it's tricky with the ace-9. That 9 is a little bit pesky. Ace-10 certainly feels like a call. Ace-9 might just lack the connectivity required.
And interesting to kind of observe the distinctions between that spot and the one that preceded it with the ace-9 in terms of the choice to fold.
I love my big blinds. Little marker put down there.
Benim yaptım. Zorluğun masasına gittim. Ebem sikildi. 500.000 çip verdim. Başka birinde şurada. İyi onun durumu fena değil.
So, as predicted, Ali, this table providing a lot of short stacks at the beginning was almost certain to produce some bust outs and some new faces thereafter.
Well, the ace-9 really starting to become prevalent. See how Smush responds to it. Looked for a moment like he was going to deploy.
I am almost certain that was going in if we weren't sitting atop another ladder jump. 72 left, 71, I think, is the next jump.
Efforting a definitive response for you here. The
And
next pay up end is indeed 71 to 63, where players will earn $5,975, so an $825 ladder is available.
yeah, the direct impact of that is in this exact moment, and maybe for just the next 5-10 minutes or so, there's an immediate reason for Smush to maybe carve away, shave off the worst hands he would be willing to shove under no additional ICM pressure. I'm pretty sure ace-9 is a shove in that situation, so that is the reasoning, I believe.
Okay. I know.
In this battle of the blinds now, neither player connecting.
Ace-10, 6, 2 clubs. Going high is best. Board pairs on the turn. Club draw obtained for Kerim.
He also has some showdown here with the queen in a limp pot. Interesting to see if he'll go for an equity denier. That's what he does.
Uneventful, but always nice to be dragging chips as opposed to passing them across the felt.
Yeah, Kareem has had a very good start to this feature table. Picking up quite a few chips uncontested.
Page jump arrived, yes, can we show?
And a direct acknowledgement that the pay jump has been unlocked there by Smush.
Big money.
Yeah, he's keeping a real eye on those ladders, isn't he?
He definitely factored that into his ace-9 fold in the last hand. Turns out he could have maybe spent 30 seconds and then gone with it and made that ladder jump. What will the poker gods bring him in this crucial next orbit?
Look.
They've offered a modicum of salvation on a couple of occasions, the 9s and the 10s, to the short stack Smush. So we see
And Stefanov with the king-jack offsuit is decided to draw a line in the sand.
Yeah, I like this shove. He has a good bit of fold equity here with 14 bigs, 13 bigs. Keeps his head above water. Roughly $1 million the average stack now. I don't think we have more than a couple of people rocking that stack on this table. Smush tossing in those anti-chips. A large proportion of his remaining stack. Great character, Smush.
Excuse me?
Really is. As these short stacks give way and we start to see some absorption, the poker will kind of return to a more standard and customary variety. Right now it's a very specific phase, I would say, that requires some technical prowess, but to be fair, it's any phase of a tournament requires that, but the flow is a bit disrupted, dare I say, by awaiting the fates of these shorties.
No, you're absolutely right. I think fundamentals get tested out when you're shallow in a much more significant way. Essentially, the game is a bit more technical at lower depths. And yeah, even though some of these players have quite big stacks, the presence of the short stacks around is sort of forcing them into a more technical breed of poker. I think that's a very good observation.
Ace-6 suited for Smush here in the big blind. With already 50,000 invested and 135 behind. He is going to make the call and always wary of what he's up against.
Stop go on the cards, I think.
Oh, he isn't going with. You're right. He did just flat and now hits the 6 on a 7-high board. One that doesn't rate to have connected with Krakow's open.
Thank you.
Will he be willing to jam?
It's funny now, having connected with the 6, he may be tempted to check it over to his opponent, feeling he's committed no matter what, and even if more cards come, that's okay. They're going to come anyway. Wondering now if actually by stop going he could convince an opponent with Queen Jack suited to fold, and that mightn't be a good outcome.
Yeah, the Ace Queen is going to call as Smush goes with it, and he's going to get a look at just how fortunate he was to end up in front here. Just 3 queens to be dodged by Smush. No back doors to worry about. Oh my goodness. I almost feel personally responsible for this. Smush now needs a 6.
No!
Oh,
what?
And it comes in!
You gotta be kidding me! Wow.
Incredible.
I love this game.
We all do.
Wow.
What a run out.
Any good 3-outer deserves a 2-outer in response, does it not?
I think I put like 6.
Wow.
Yeah.
What was that?
Wow. Малышка. Будем дружить дальше.
Some appreciation going the way of the dealer there, I feel.
Deservedly so.
She found a heart-stopping way to deliver the good news.
Didn't she?
Smush. And I, for one, am very happy to see Smush stick around. He's great value from a TV perspective.
Oh, yeah. King, Queen suited here on the topic of value. Certainly one to go with for Kedem here. 55K. No takers around the Smush.
هلا انا عم بحكي معك على التليفون بيكون شغال الميكرو.
Smush has the trappings of a man who really has been through the poker ringer. He's run the gauntlet. Grizzled, weathered.
Seen it all.
Really has.
I love this game. So good.
Well, who wouldn't after that? Big, beautiful 6 was produced. Kind of a heart-stopping moment for him, too. Giving you an update on the largest stacks remaining in this field, which is 71 strong, David. Alexander Chernikov has 3.7 million.
Wow.
And he's not alone. Sergei Efimov, who we actually had a chance to observe at one of our featured tables, also with 3.7 million. Newcomer to our featured table with ace 10 is Aksu, who makes it 60,000 to go. A little north of the generally adopted 50 or 55. And Raful with the king-queen suited. Three bets to 145,000. Hadioglu's been so disciplined. Now he's got these 2 nines off of sub 200, David. One would imagine he'd like to go with it, but in the face of an open and a 3-bet, in particular Aksu, who he doesn't have a lot of data points on, you know you're in kind of treacherous waters. Nevertheless, moves all in. He knows Raful's always going to be a customer, given that he's priced.
I like this, I got to say. I think you can't wait around too long. Nines are just too good. Yes, it's unlikely you're not getting into a flip at best scenario, but you're getting into a lot of flips. And really importantly, there is a lot of dead money out there. You actually just need to be 36, 38% given how much you're committing to this pot. Yeah, I think this is a great recognition of all of those factors. There's also the dream scenario here where Aksu shoves a hand like ace king and gets Raful out, and then there's even more dead money in the middle. And then it's a pure triple up on the card. So no, I think this is great from Hadioglu. We see here Krakow has a decision here. He's got the ace queen in the small blind, and obviously the full shove, the 195k shove from Hadioglu is only 8 bigs. So Krakow wondering if he could overcall and navigate from here. I don't think he can.
Really would be ambitious. An open, a 3-bet, and a jam in front of an ace-queen offsuit in the small, with an active side pot that would potentially be involved between he and Aksu or Raful, should they either experience a flat or potentially call a re-raise.
There are some great scenarios for Krakow here, and actually this is one of them. But there are a lot of not very good scenarios for Krakow. And actually what I think we're going to end up having is 3 players with a dry side pot. Yeah. Aksu out and Raful utterly priced in.
Yeah, Krakow just flatting, though, is clearly of some concern to Raful. The hand class in the range that we would expect him to do so with really skews quite mighty.
Yeah, I don't anticipate these guys betting liberally into the dry side pot. I think we might be checking this one down in a lot of worlds. It's all very awkward. 695 in the middle. Amazing spot for Hadioglu. He's got 43%. We see, given the cards that have been removed, as well as the cards in both of these players' hands, he has a bit of removal working in his favor. He's got to sit tight, though, and watch the board play out.
Jack, Jack 5, 2 clubs. Krakow does check it.
Raful pondering a response to a bet that doesn't come, and a 10 of clubs.
Yeah, now Raful has made the flush after checking back. Going to be pretty heavily under rep, too. Krakow might presume that any pair, any 2 clubs would have at least posed a small question.
Interesting spot for Raful, whether he chooses to juice up a side pot here to bet on at the river, or if he decides to play a little trappily, just check it back. I think he has to put some chips in. I think he has to probably put something around the 150 mark, something small. Makes life very tough for the ace queens and ace kings that are potentially in Krakow's hands. Also guarantees himself some value against hands like queens and kings that may have taken this line.
Sort of overlooked here is the fact that Hadioglu's 2 9s is really in dire straits. Needs a jack or a 9 on the end.
So well executed here from Raful. Wants to put a side pot in play that he can bet into on the river here. He has a very strong hand on this board.
Pick the right size to keep Krakow invested with the 2 overs and the gut shot, clubless. Coming up empty and on the river, he will check. Raful will certainly get busy betting it.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to go big here. I think he's going to almost treat it like a completely separate pot and maybe bet something like 3/4 of it, maybe full pot of it, around the 150, 200k mark. It feels like he's targeting a hand like ace king for a cry call, maybe a pocket 9s for a cry call. That's the target hand in mind. As played, it doesn't feel like his opponent has a jack, so he can't be too greedy. Does go 290 though, so he does overbet the side pot, but obviously relative to the main pot and the total pot, this is reasonable. Krakow created a very wonky spot for himself here. Hadioglu, when the hands are shown down, will be very sad had the ace-queen isolate shoved in that spot. He'd have got out the king-queen,
yeah,
and he would have held. So
good luck, everybody.
Collateral damage of that play is the absence now.
I mean, the fact that Krakow even flatted was probably less frequent than folding, so the isolation 4-bet was really going to be with minimal frequency deployed by Krakow there. Hadioglu, the casualty of that particular battle and the beneficiary, of course. One king, queen suited is the late arrival to this table. Really making his presence felt. That one played out a little bit unpredictably in terms of Krakow's choice to participate, and clearly the line taken by Raful.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the play from Krakow, I got to be honest. I think he created a very murky situation for everybody at the table.
Yeah, himself included.
Yeah.
First and foremost, dare I say.
Back on the horse, though. We've been stretching, Ali, for some Western phrases, trying to incorporate some famous Western movies into the commentary where possible over the last few days. Just thought I'd bring you into the fold on that. if you, we've had a Magnificent Seven, we had a Hateful Eight. We've had...
Love that.
We had players walk away with fistful of dollars.
Sure.
And a few dollars more.
Two 5s and a 4 here in the heads-up battle between Krakow, who suffered a bit of a wound in that last pot. Self-inflicted, one might say. Went to work from the button with the 10-8 suited. Khabaza with the ace-7. How curious will he be? The answer is somewhat, as the Jack of Diamonds is a welcome sight for Krakow, who would have preferred to have taken it down on the flop, but now has enough equity to potentially put some more out there.
Yeah, good semi-bluffing spot here. Obviously, Krakow betting that flop with a view to getting folds from a few better hands, a few queen high, jack highs that might have let it go. Also aware that there were barreling cards. This definitely one of them. Love the sizing here from Krakow.
Yeah, 135,000 into 215. A7 really in the wind.
Nicely played. I may
Yep.
have been a little critical of the ace queen in the last hand, but I think that was very, very well played hand.
Redemption. Coming obviously through a proxy.
Must be a Western called Redemption. You must have got one in there.
Oh yeah, inadvertently. So a look at the chip counts as the blinds creep up to 15 and 30,000. Makram Habib, newcomer. 72 bigs, over 2 million in chips. Raful, obviously that king-queen suited, doing right by him. Krakow third, and two other seven-figure stacks in Kabaza and Kerim. Kind of a tale of the haves and have-nots, so to speak. There's, you know, the sub-20 stacks and then the big seven-figure plus boys.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Obviously no ugly players out there. Maybe some ugly stack sizes, but all dealing with handsome men, this feature table.
Hedging, are you?
Just, well, a lot of them are bigger than me, and I don't need an escort to be taken from the booth later.
Ace-Jack for Raful opens to 65,000. Stefanov in the big off of 325K. Ace-6 really would be ill-served to get sticky there. So he does fold. Had a little mustard on it. I'm not sure whether or not Raful gave him a glimpse of that ace buried. Had the ace-6 called, it may have very well been a tombstone moment for him, if you will, David.
Nice.
We're playing for the home team here in this Western Poker Series, are we not? Queen 10 up front for Smush. Declining. Aksu will accept the gift. Definitely don't want to be picking on the playground bully, so to speak, when you got that massive deep stack in the big blind.
Ace queen or ace king? I was wondering. Mostly ace queen, I guess.
Maybe. I stand. Big pass.
Thank you.
The lad's still mulling that three-way encounter.
Mr. William and
Smush, 11 bigs, remains patient.
Number 5 card. William and Robert.
Queen Jack now for Habib.
Hello.
Ace King for Khabaze, going to be the right kit to contend with this 65K Open. How does he want to approach it? Obviously, there's kind of a fear the Reaper element to picking a fight with 2.1 million.
A very small 3-bet.
Perhaps a function of the depth of Habib's stack?
Sorry.
It's definitely non-standard to go this small. He's basically clicked it, and I think Habib will be a little confused by that. Clearly priced in now with Queen Jack. Would have certainly expected to see something more in the region of 165, 170, given the stacks and relative positions. Wow.
Ace, King, 10. Where on earth did we find this flop? It's the nuts for Habib and top 2 for Khabaze. Is there an escape in his future?
Perhaps a club on the turn, a jack or a queen on the turn could save Khabaze, but if these guys choose to get a lot of chips in here on the flop, and Habib every reason to raise in this spot. Obviously, it's a board that favors the 3-better. He's considering whether he wants to lay a trap or whether he wants to spring that trap now and try and bloat this pot versus a deep stacked opponent who could remember have a hand like aces or kings with his line, even 10s. So not necessarily out of the woods with Queen Jack, but very much in pole position. What do you like here, Ali?
You know, the 2 clubs and the lack of a club in Habib's hand is obviously slightly pesky, but I don't think we can fear monsters under the bed, David. I think here you really recognize that much of Khabaze's range, given your stack depth, suggests that he has hit this flop rather hard, and I like allowing him to maybe barrel further, but obviously this raise to 425,000 is not going to draw a fold out of Khabaze, so not sure there's anything that you can do wrong with the Queen Jack here, and I like the sizing.
So tough for Khabaze here. Straight away, he will be considering whether his opponent would raise a hand like ace 10 or king 10.
Right.
And probably discounting that somewhat. He will be wondering whether there are any flush draws. Oh, well, there we go. He just makes it very quick and painless. He rips the plaster.
Yeah. And who can blame him? And this is just such a cold deck here, David. Really dire straights. 2.7 million plus in the middle. Pot of this level without question. Pot of the last few levels. It's my guess. Ace or king needed for Khabaze. Instead, it's an 8 of clubs, and he is clubless. So that is of no consequence whatsoever. Will he be able to fill up on the river, or will Habib emerge as an even further chip leader? The king.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
I'll tell you what. I don't speak whatever language it was that Habib was muttering there, but I suspect it was on the less savory side of the spectrum.
27 buy-ins worth of chips.
That was surreal.
Oh, that is a brutal, brutal beat to take. That hurts. That hurts so bad.
Wow.
You are just one card away from being the chip leader in this tournament, or there or thereabouts, 3.7, 3.8 million, whatever it would have left you with. An incredible shot at making a run towards this final table. Remember, average stack of the final table will be something around the 3.5 million mark, maybe 3.5 million.
What an absolute gut punch there. 4 outs, 1 time. You think you're in the clear.
Oh, it's disgusting. Oh, I feel it from here. I feel for him. Hard to reset after that now as well.
I'll tell you what, conversely, Khabaza is thinking to himself, that's justice. Ace-King is supposed to beat Queen-Jack. What are you doing out there with that hand?
Yeah, he doesn't seem like a man who has any sympathy for his fallen comrade there.
Just look at that newly minted stack, David.
Wow.
My goodness. Real bloodshed there.
Well, one wonders if the dealer will remain unforgiven.
Not her fault. It's just dawned on me, Lappin, what you've done there. You slid one in under the radar. Unforgiven. Classic Western.
One of the best. One of the great ones.
Contemporary, but classic. And Habib still reeling, no doubt, emotionally from the disappointment of flopping the nuts and then being showered on the river by a full house.
60.
This is going to look steamy. It's going to look hot under the collar. There's just no doubt about it, especially given his affect after he lost the pot, standing up, taking a bit of a lap, clearly angry, rightfully so. But will anybody feel like tussling?
Ciddi misin? Ne çabuk elendin ya. Elenmiş. Ya 1 milyon yakın çıktı oldu.
Raful
Bazen şimdi
going to take a spin with 3-5, flops himself backdoor hearts and a gut shot. Decent bit of equity against the ace-queen.
And a
check back from Habib, who picks up the Broadway draw. You spy something?
This is a bit of emotion there from Habib.
Sure. Gonna want to be careful, though, about kind of wearing it on his sleeve, David, because when there's blood in the water, the sharks do circle, and wolves tend to hunt chips.
The absolute best thing he can do now is emotionally reset to the fact that he actually has almost an average stack. He can take a body blow of that cruel nature and still have pretty close to an average stack in this tournament. And if someone had offered him at the start of play yesterday an average stack with 60-something players left, you would take it.
You think so?
And you have to try and do that. Obviously, we're human beings. We journey through tournaments. We experience a sort of a sense of momentum, even if it is illusory. We get tossed around by the deck.
Sure. Whipsaw effect.
But if it is at all possible to just sort of look down at the next hand and the stack you have in front of you and the position you're sitting in and just treat every hand as a separate event, that is certainly what the best thing to do is.
Так, смотри, подожди, нет,
Khabaze, 10-9 suited, feeling pretty swaggy, but unfortunately, he's going to step in it here as Stefanov with pocket tens will be heard from. The full haul, 310K, 250 more for Khabaze to call, which is going to be less than 10% of his remaining stack. He did make that call with ace-9, but that was button big blind, different scenario.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be considering Stefanov likely to be light here, I think he'll be considering the number of ace jacks, ace queens, and ace kings that actually 10-9 is in pretty good shape against. It's a very, very good price. Poor old Smush here, obviously eyeing up that 62-player pay jump, as he's been shamelessly acknowledging of. This is close. This is actually fairly close.
Yeah, Khabaza sizing it up.
I think if this was 9 bigs, it would be a call. I think 11 bigs is a fold. 10 bigs, it's actually pretty tricky.
Oh, but he's going to play some roulette here.
Great result for Stefanov.
Yeah. I mean, just look at the disparity in terms of equity going in to the flop. Dreamy for Stefanov. King, queen, 7. So far, so good, but you see that wry smile on Kavaza's face. Tethered to the gut shot and backdoor hearts.
Oh.
Now the heart draw added, and look at the expanse of outs along Kavaza's hand. Oh my God. When you're hot, Lappin.
Catching the 310 to Yuma, Stefanov.
Oh, wow.
Hits the rail.
Sure does. My goodness.
That one was gratuitous.
The Undertaker. Khabaza. 310 to Yuma was low-hanging fruit, but I liked it.
And far more importantly for Team Smush,
Talk to
62 players are left.
Yeah.
Ladder achieved.
Nine five suited as the show must go on. Not even a moment to eulogize Stefanov's 210s there. Kid him shoots it up from the cutoff. Raful feels like he smells something afoul. Strangely enough, Raful's name does contain a foul. As we see Smush waking up with 2 aces. Patience really has been rewarded for the Lithuanian.
Wow. Shamelessly ladder hunting over the course of the last hour. The poker gods have kindly delivered 9s, 10s,
yeah,
a 6 in a spot where he was dominated, and now pocket aces.
Look at him tanking. You know, this has been sort of customary for him. Everyone might be thinking he's about to fold because he's always milking the clock, but instead the all-in finally does come.
Yeah, and Kareem on the pure steel here can let this one go even for this price, I think. Smush did a fair job at selling that maybe he was at the lower portion of his range.
Sure.
Maybe a pocket 2s, 3s, and 4s representation would serve him best in this situation. Kareem getting a good price, but not a pretty hand.
Mr. Serkan Sven
Needs to be about 35% with no risk premium, so you could suggest maybe that number would be a little higher, 37 maybe, given there is a little ICM about right now.
I mean, he knows Smush's hand has got this 9-5 absolutely smashed. But he's wondering if the gamble is worth it. Ultimately decides it isn't. Can't blame him whatsoever. Smush does not flash the aces.
I know.
Unlucky you.
I know.
Lucky him.
I love this guy.
What do you have?
Ace 5.
Ace 5? You're upset with
Not
ace 5
quite
again?
ace 5.
What can I do?
After I put you are upset.
What do you have?
9-5 suited.
Ah. And you open with such a? Why you don't gamble?
Well, no sooner did we talk about the big stack in the room, Alexander Chermanov, than he shows up here at the feature table. A number has been called, and that's going to be a rather unwelcome sight for Khabaze, who
You can see it in half an hour.
was kind of playing bully all alone after winning 2 massive pots, but now stands in the shadow of the cardigan.
It's a nice cardigan.
Looks cozy.
I like the patches, very professorial.
Academic chic, dare you say? Chernikov, 10-9, immediately announcing his presence. I suspect that man's been operating at that wavelength for some time now, wherever his table was. Habib with the ace-king flats him. So immediate acknowledgement, perhaps, out of the big blind of that boss stack of Chernikov. Deference and respect being shown. Both of us a bit surprised, though, especially considering Habib felt a little steamy after losing that big one with the flopped nut straight.
Possibly aware that Chernikov wouldn't have seen that and decides in this instance to keep in all the weaker hands. Maybe felt like there was too many folds if he was to have 3-bet.
And there's just a beautiful display of Chernikov's luxuries as the big stack. Flops the open-ender. The ace-king simply check folds.
Yeah, played as a trap hand there out of the big blind ace-king. Certainly is a low-frequency way to approach a hand of that nature. Clearly keep in the dominated hands of his opponent. Be very under-repped, basically be able to have parts of the board unexpected. But then when you do get the board like the Jack 8-6 or whatever it was, it's hard to continue. And I suppose credit to him, he didn't get married to the hand's value.
No, sure
in any way,
didn't.
shape or form.
Fought clean, so to speak. Jack 3 outside of the range of ambition for Chernikov.
Yeah, good. No bad.
Khabaze. Got a walk there, did he?
Oh.
He did.
Very nice. Maybe no more.
I don't have. What kilo?
Потом разберемся.
It appeared that Smush and Chernikov are establishing some early camaraderie. And there we are again, David.
I think they're taking a little peek under the hood of what their opponents have been playing with. They might do that on mute going forward. Just in deference to us having to listen to our own voices.
Yeah. Kedem with Queen Jack, willing to try his hand at what proved to be a very costly holding. Last time it was tabled. baby suited connector out of the small blind here. No interest. Aksu will defend with king 9. So to a flop we go. 9-9-8. Beautiful stuff for Aksu. And 2 overs with the gut shot along with backdoor diamonds could very well find Kerem continuing to stay interested. Does not follow through though, David. And promptly hits the 10.
Yeah, I like the idea, Karim, with the check back flop, obviously plotting a delayed turn bet. But now, well, bonanza.
Very much so, David, as you continue to check off Westerns from your list. Who can fault Aksu for leading for 85,000 here?
Yeah.
Once the raise comes in, though, you do begin to grow concerned about a hand that was so big on the flop that it wanted to check back. Stuff like 8-8, maybe even some 9-8 that was suited and getting out of line, and Karim moves all in for 860. Was a snap call there? Sure was.
Yeah, nothing they could do there. That turn was pretty cold for Aksu. And I think, barring a board pair or a king, we're going to say goodbye to Aksu.
Does have plenty of outs.
There's one of them.
Indeed. 9's full of 8s on the end, and these bad beats are coming fast and furious. That's not a Western.
Well, the dealer showing an extraordinary propensity to deal a 2-punch turn river to...
Yeah. Don't fall asleep before the entire board is out there, is the moral of this story. This is something else. Do you watch any of these sort of true crime deals that's out there, really popularized genre of late? They've got that spray that they use to determine whether or not there's any blood spatter under a black light.
Okay.
Don't bring that stuff to this table. I'll tell you right now, there's some real trauma that has gone down on this felt.
It's just blood splatter that is detectable by such a
Well,
light.
David, I'm sure there are other, you know, fluids that it might react with, but I don't think any of those are present.
Absolutely not.
If we do see some sort of excessive jubilation, perhaps we'll speculate as to whether or not that enters the fold. If it made its way to the felt, though, I'd be greatly concerned. Krakow now with ace-jack, making it 60,000.
Habib seems to have successfully done a reset of sorts.
Yeah.
Still bruised, but maybe emotionally recovered now from what was one of the most brutal beats you're going to see.
Ты здоровый человек или нет, скажи мне? Я уже написал сыну твоему, чтобы ты мне не мешал.
Aksu upgrading to ace-9, but is dominated as he defends from the small. Karim accepts the invitation with 10-9 and promptly flops the best hand on the 10-3 deuce board. Action checked around. The deuce is a very welcome sight for 10-9. Doesn't rate to have harmed his prospects. 2-10 in the middle. And what sizing is he going to come with off of 395? 80,000.
I like it.
Just a little north of third pot. Unlikely to get any customers, though, as Krakow's ace-jack has got the added concern of Aksu behind him, although perhaps Aksu would have done his own bidding at this point if he had any of this from the small.
Yeah, this can be an overbluffed spot by players in the big blind to such action, possibly giving Krakow reason to ponder being sticky there with the ace-jack, but we see there Karim did have a 10 and nice bet sizing as well.
Indeed.
Is it a pelican he's got? It is, it's a pelican. Maybe a Guinness drinker.
It's not a toucan?
Well, maybe it's a toucan. And actually, sorry, it's a toucan that is
How
the
many
Guinness
rainbow
logo.
billed pelicans do you know?
Do you know what? I don't know why I even brought up birds, because that's definitely not. My dad is a bird watcher, and he tried to get me to go bird watching with him as a child, and I'm sorry, Dad. That was never for me.
You know, I don't think my dad's drawn live to getting me to go bird watching as an adult, but certainly as a child, bird watching didn't rate too high. Maybe if it was in the wondrous years, you know, like 6, 7, 8 years old, where I really don't have much else going on. But catch me in high school.
No.
Dad, you want me to do what? Queen 8 has really stepped into it here for Aksu, as he opened to 65,000, and Toucan Kerim is mulling over how he wants to navigate 590K.
Yeah, I definitely think it's hard to construct an induce range here, but it is possible, and probably advised with a hand as strong as queens. He's kind of just gone for a stack chop. And wow, Raful with a much more interesting hand in behind here.
Yeah, the last of the queens is present and accounted for in the big blind. And note positioning. Aksu's button open doesn't have to be a great hand, and as we see, Queen 8 suited is not. Kerim, accordingly, could be 3-betting under the presumption that Aksu is light out of the button, but the sizing from Kerim, which is saying, I'm ready to go with this hand, obviously carries much more weight to it.
Yeah, totally agree. I think had Karim actually just shoved this hand, Raful would isolate, shove in behind without too much regard. But Raful definitely giving consideration to what this stack chop means. Does it mean strength, or is it trying to feign strength? That's the reason for the quizzical look on his face right now. We know Aksu's obviously out of there. Tough spot for Raful here. I think you got to go with it on balance if you just go from a game theory point of view, but clearly there's some humanity, physicality.
Live poker.
Yeah.
He is 1.6 million deep. Can presume that he's going to be playing for the 605. That does represent a good chunk of his chips, and is ace-queen the one that he wants to gamble that big a chunk with?
Again, this doesn't feel particularly close should Karim have just stuck it in here for 20 bigs. Obviously, in a button, small blind, big blind interaction, small blind would be looking for opportunities.
And he does jam, David. Aksu will have the easy fold, and Karim will have accomplished his mission, which is to get all of his chips in there. And he's
Good luck. Good luck, buddy.
really performing well.
I think Raful has done the right thing, but just unfortunately run into it here. Clearly was trying to get himself a read on the situation. Maybe he could have garnered something.
9-4-3 rates as nothing for the ace-queen, which is tugging at 3 aces. Raful, of course, has Kerim well covered. Does not improve on the turn. I'm very afraid of this river, David, just based on historical precedent. And finally, something uneventful in these turbulent waters here at our feature table. Some accounting will be done, but when the dust settles, Kerim will be doubling to 700,000, and Raful will certainly have a stack depth that is plenty playable, even after the carnage.
35.
How much?
35.
Yeah, I honestly feel like that was pretty standard in the end. Raful coming to the right theoretical decision, gave himself a chance to maybe garner some physical information. Maybe there was none to garner and he had to just go with a sort of a solid theory approach of getting it in there with ace-queen.
Round and around we go here at our featured table, where there have been no shortage of pyrotechnics, which is a pretentious way to say fireworks, of course.
We have just got confirmation that we will be playing 10 levels today, and obviously the protracted bubble will mean we go somewhat late tonight. I would predict something in the region of 1 a.m. local time, 11 p.m. in the UK and Ireland, midnight in Central Europe.
Ace-6 goes to work from the button. I presume you saw the film Slumdog Millionaire.
Yes.
David. You remember the game show host?
Yes.
I give you Raful as a doppelganger.
Oh.
To said game show host.
He's a very famous Bollywood star.
Yes.
I don't remember the guy's name, but I'm going to check that look a lot. Yes, I see what you. Yeah. Okay.
Kind of pretty similar look. Anyhow, the matter at hand is Chernikov, the big boss stack from the big blind, defending with Queen 9. Flopping effectively nothing on the paired flop where Kedem has an ace. Barrels 80,000.
Yeah, definitely reasonable to go both ways here. If you're Karim, check back or bet small. Goes for the latter. And
You know, it's interesting with these like standard sized button opens and then you get that board texture. A lot of times you just think it doesn't matter what I have. Everything is just so compulsory, perfunctory almost from the button. Let me just put this little check raise in and see what happens. If you have air, you're going to go away. You know, Queen 9 aside. Of course, we know on that occasion the ace-6 was there, but that felt like it might have been what was on Chernikov's mind in that particular spot.
Yeah.
You've been guilty of that? Just the check raise on, you know, the suspicion, the hunch, totally independent of what you're holding or backdoor equity or anything. You're just like, you know, I don't think you got it.
yeah, I think we're all guilty from time to time of succumbing to hunches of that nature, putting ourselves in our opponent's shoes, which is a good thing to do, but maybe over considering the likelihood that they would just always do something in a certain situation. Jack 10 suited into the muck there in middle position.
Surprised to see it?
I think it's borderline. I think it's okay. Obviously not closing the action. Definitely a callable one. Cut off and button. Maybe in the hijack, not so much.
I think a lot of times you got to have your finger on the pulse of your table as well. If it's one of these 3-bet rich environments where, especially when the squeeze is available, guys are pouncing, you don't want to get in there and torch chips. But I think Jack 10 suited for me is a participant. Smush now in the big with ace-7.
Already a wry smile here as he contemplates his next action. I don't think he has enough chips to go for a raise here, so probably just thinking, oh, I'm calling, and do I want to hit an ace? And oh, this is all so difficult. Maybe I let this one go. I've already smiled and they've seen it, so.
Yeah, Obviously, you're giving quite a bit away in that spot.
Yeah.
Should you choose to flat.
Lucky.
Smush has been so patient. This is the reality of this man, is that he was happy to blind all the way down to 3 bigs at one point.
Yeah.
Got back to 5 or 6, played that stack pretty well. There's a way to play the short stacks correctly. Darrow Carney, who was in the booth earlier on, bit of a maestro with the shallow stacks. Renowned for at least a couple of dozen notable performances where he played a sub 15, 10 big blind stack. I've tried to do it myself, tried to emulate Dara, be a Padawan to his Jedi on a number of occasions. Managed to do it through a main event, day 4, where I never got above 17 bigs and never dropped below 8 for an entire day.
Wow.
And it is a grind, but it's a very satisfying feeling when you come out the other side of a day having done that.
It feels like the kind of spot where you're taking a lot of pots pre and a lot of pots on the flop or folding and never really getting into the deeper streets.
No, absolutely not. You're basically looking for shove spots, looking for reshove spots, and occasionally calling and flopping equity and going with it. It's a grind. There we go, ace-7 again. This time he gets in first.
Well, it's a lot different to be opening versus calling off. Not that he was faced with a call off there. He could have just put the extra 30 in, but once he had his smile and a sigh,
Aces are coming from your pocket.
was always vulnerable.
Ace, ace, ace. Every hand ace.
You should call.
Every hand ace.
Only against you aces.
Okay, I'm waiting for you.
You should call. I had small stack. Now it's a very big problem for you if you lose.
You made a good movie like a Hollywood star.
Not wrong.
I try. My dream was to get an Oscar, you know, but...
You seem like a good actor. Believe me. There was an actor from France, Gerard Depardieu. You seem like him, huh? Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah.
There is a Depardieu quality to Smush. Maybe a thespian in another life.
And he is jamming. I'm a big fan of Smush.
Yeah. Another French actor comes to mind, Arnaud Chevrier. He's definitely got something about him.
He's got this disheveled, endearing
Nice.
effect. And the 2 red 10s pick up an orbit's worth of tokens.
Dare I say a teddy bear quality too.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, if the Academy won't acknowledge him, this stream has certainly fallen in love with him.
Yes, I would like to nominate him for Best Supporting Short Stack. He's the kind of man you can go fishing with and will not complain. You know?
You got very small fish.
Yeah.
You need to throw that one back.
Must be patient. Pocket 6s for Raful. A little north of the min raise. Queen Jack suited, and now finally kind of an interesting spot because Smush is up to 485,000. The kind of depth that doesn't want to go sailing with Queen Jack suited, but might be adequate to take a peek at a flop.
Yeah, I'm curious if he would consider shoving a hand such as this one if the positions were later. I think if this was like hijack button, he might go with it. But yeah, I like your line here, Ali, with a Queen Jack suited in this situation. He can actually navigate post flop with some newfound wealth. And maybe, just maybe, use position and a very sexy hand to good effect.
Oh, not going to happen on this board. 3-3-6, a boat. No waiting for Raful. And mercifully for Smush, he is totally divorced from this development.
Yeah, I wonder if he's putting Smush on some small pocket pairs so he'll actually bet this board, feeling like it's actually a good board for the 7s and 8s of the world to make a call. Luckily for Smush, he wasn't given an opportunity to see a free card that would have given him trouble.
Yeah, certainly would have been a problem, but bet and take it down, as it were.
You'll have full house. Why you bet?
He seems replete with the kind of sage wisdom that we could build a fortune cookie company around.
Yeah.
Lots of Lithuanian proverbs. Ace King suited. Chernikov will activate. Up to 75,000. Smush with fives.
Ooh. Now down to 14 bigs.
Mm-hmm.
May well consider this one. Obviously, Chernikov likely to be on the lighter side. Has juiced it up somewhat to 75 at 2.5x, so slightly better risk to reward.
Yeah.
Fortunately for Smush, who hasn't put a foot wrong, the jacks were lurking behind.
Incredible.
This could be messy.
Yeah, Krakow off of 1.2 million. Deep enough to make a 3-bet. Not lost on him, though. Chernikov, controller of Krakow's fate, has the larger stack. The 3-bet to 210,000.
And should Krakow be 4-bet shoved upon, he will certainly not love life. Chernikov could go either way. Certainly think a 4-bet shove is reasonable. All in is the decision. And now Krakow.
Yeah, scratch of the scalp. Not what he wanted to see, David. And we haven't really had much in the way of data points on Chernikov at Showdown. I don't know that he's actually put them on their backs.
True.
Thus far, so Krakow's got to be wondering. When a guy arrives with a big stack like that, you know, a couple of things go through your mind. This is a really competent, savvy player who's, you know, operating at a high level, or this is a guy who has just been getting into big pots with some reckless abandon and come out on the winning end of it. And might this be another example of him looking to spin the roulette wheel, and my two jacks are in great shape?
I think you're absolutely right. I think that's exactly how we profile people when we don't know them and they just arrive to the table with a big stack. And I think that is the kind of internal monologue Krakow will be running through right now. Also wondering how often this is ace, king, ace, queen, how often it's 9s or 10s. Trying to put that into the computer. Possibly wishing he had just decided to flat the jacks and navigate post-flop now. But I think turning your jacks into a bluff in this spot feels icky. Queens, I don't think we have any question that he goes with it. So jack's very much the problem hand here. I think he's probably going to come down on the side of calling. I think if you 3-bet the jacks, it's probably pretty weird not to call. I think you treat them like an induce in this situation, or you treat them like a hand to flat and be somewhat deceptive and at the top of your range post-flop. It is tough, though, no question.
Really got his eye on Chernikov here, looking to glean anything that would help him form his decision. Queens, kings, and aces are the only hands that he falls to, but obviously, if we presume Chernikov
only
is on 2 overs at worst, we have to fade the full run out. Does he want to gamble?
Yeah, it's pretty close, to be honest. I don't think we'd be mulling queens here, and I actually don't think we'd be mulling ace, queen, or 9s here. So it's like jacks does feel like the problem hand.
Oh, and he's going to put it into the muck.
Papazın o. Sweet. Jack.
Great result for Chernikov to pick up those chips uncontested. He does a little bit of exploitation of the jacks there. Obviously, they were the 55% hand, and there was a lot of dead money in there as well, so a very nice pickup.
Stellar result for Chernikov, although obviously he was ready to go with it.
He made it with king 4. He made it with king 4. On a bubble. Oh, no, good fold. I would fold also.
Smush providing some affirmation.
And again, the 2.5x from Chernikov. He does like this sizing.
Ace 8, disinterested.
Oops, sorry.
Raise and take it. The sailing has been smooth for Chernikov
It was this.
since his arrival. I don't think he divulged that he had ace-king suited in the post-mortem there. As we get our first peek at what will be our new featured table on the backside of the impending break. It includes the likes of Denis Kapustin, Azizjan Rakimov, both players that we've had at the featured table already thus far. Sergei Efimov also among the players.
Yeah, and left of picture there, Luc Bindel, one of our 2 remaining French players in the field. Fantastic operator, Luc, traveling pro. Great to see him on the live stream in the next segment. I'm sorry not to be commentating on him myself, actually, I know him pretty well. But I imagine he will entertain.
$75,000 to go, and at what point are these raises going to begin to feel like they're light? As you and I both know, they have not been. Ace-10, ace-jack, ace-king suited. But Raful has his eye on his seatmate here.
I love the interaction between the players at this table. I think there's a real, like a deep respect, but also a playfulness to these guys.
That's fair.
They're having fun. Raful maybe deciding that this 2.5x needs to be met with some resistance.
Well, ace-7-5 does provide a gut shot to Raful. Of course, far greater provisions for Chernikov's ace-jack in the form of top pair, which promptly follows through for $75,000 after Raful checks it over.
Yeah, if you're going to call the 9-6 pre, you have to find other calls other than when you connect in a very meaningful way. This gutter is enough of it, and I think he will probably make a call. Obviously, the fact that the board is ace-high makes it a little more difficult to navigate. But then on the flip side of that coin, if you do drill your 8 and your opponent has an ace, you might just get a couple of straights. I expect him to come with a call here, but probably proceed cautiously.
How he fold? How he fold this end? He was committed.
Does peel, does not improve though. Checking a second time, and look at the comfort with which Chernikov promptly barrels. And I kind of like the decision to show this one, David, just to kind of leave the table feeling as though this isn't him taking a warhammer to the boys.
I totally agree. Obviously, when it comes to the question of when you show your cards or if you should ever show your cards, I think it's probably useful to show your cards in situations where you're trying to maintain an image and you're not giving away any real information. Like basically all he's done there is say, when I have ace jack, I continuation bet on the ace high board and I bet again when the queen comes fearlessly. That's what we would have all done, but he's just making sure we realize that he did in fact have it on that occasion.
Well, red jacks have made their way over to Habib. They didn't fare too well against our chip leader, Chernikov, but so far, completely different scenario.
Oh, and a unusual large open here from Habib. Not going with the min raise or min raise plus, but actually 4xing. Actually 4.5xing to be exact. Yeah, I little bit head scratchy about this one. Don't know if that was an accident. Feels like it might have been. Haven't seen anything out of the ordinary like that from Habib before, so yeah.
Bit of an aberration. You know, we've touched upon the idea that players do pursue larger sizing when they are true to form, looking to discourage participation behind them. And the jacks really are the sort of hand that ends up in a lot of murky water post-flop. I'll take them, though.
Yeah.
Queen 3 suited on the button for Raful, and he glances over to his left and realizes that while Smush might be a stack he could potentially target given how snug he's been. There is Chernikov between he and Smush to contend with. Nevertheless, ambitiously opens standard sizing. Chernikov doesn't hesitate to fold the king high and should be an over and out with this 10-4 for Smush. Smush might single-handedly be responsible for several minutes worth of dead time before this feature table breaks down. Obviously, the bigger stacks want to play more pots, given the advantage that they have. Folded around to Raful. Cut off Jack 9. Takes a second, looks over at Chernikov. Obviously, if he feels as though Chernikov is looking to open the pot, that will be incredibly dissuasive to him, looking to steal from the cutoff.
Yeah, the chips were in hand.
They sure were. Once you get a look at that, that Jack 9 finds its way to the muck swiftly. And it is a legitimate open from the button, as they've all been for Chernikov. Pocket fours from Krakow in the big with an ace-6. 2 3s and a 7 after Krakow defended.
Bundan çıkarıyor muyuz? Böyle mi çıkıyor?
Aynen. Alacaklar abi direkt.
Chernikov barrels for 100,000. The ace high on this kind of board, David, tends to stay interested, but we'll see whether or not Krakow wants to enter this dangerous affair. The answer is yes. You're nodding your head in affirmation. I think you and I both expect that the call is proper. Unimproved on the turn, though, is Krakow.
Yeah, awkward one now for Chernikov. If check 2, he'll be aware that he is ahead of some ace high, but he'll also wonder if he should start telling a story to dissuade a 7 by the river. I think he can probably take a showdown. Krakow pausing here. Minimum defense frequency deployed here on the flop, but most runouts were going to be ugly for the ace-6. Maybe contemplating what he'll do on different runouts.
The issue here, he's got 735,000. There's 395,000 in the pot already, and he's trying to determine how best to find his way to showdown. Would a block bet here and the river of hyper downsized nature be maybe the path if he feels as though he's going to have to call larger sizes but suspects that his hand is good? It seemed wildly unorthodox.
I checked, yeah.
Oh, he's actually checked.
Ah, okay.
In his mind, I checked.
I checked a while ago. Yeah.
We didn't pick up on that. Nor did Chernikov, who is very happy to take showdown now. We can see that.
Yeah, the check back is a welcome sight for Krakow, and it gets checked all the way down on the river. So I think Krakow got the desired effect there after check calling on the flop. But
I move them or you move them?
didn't get the desired outcome, as we both know. So Chernikov continues to compile chips here as this feature table will find its way elsewhere in the room, and we will welcome in a new grouping. Smush with sub 10 big blinds, really grinding his way through it. The blinds will be moving up to 20 and 40,000 with a 40K big blind ante. So we welcome you back inside our booth. Ali Nejad and David Lappin. A couple of frames in the books under our belt together here. I know you're going to be checking out. Dara O'Kearney's going to come on in, but really entertaining table, wasn't it? And some real bloodshed.
Yeah, I think it's been a story of the rich and poor. Obviously, we saw there Chernikov. He arrived late, but he made up for lost time in a sense. He got busy, managed to get that little exploitation in with the ace-king against the jacks there. We obviously saw Kabaza as well make some good progress through it. On the other side of it, I think the story was the resilience of Smush. Really, maybe dare I add one more before I go? The power of the dog.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, check another one off the boxes. David is clearly in the lead on the Get Western movie titles into the commentary, which has become the theme of the afternoon. We will step aside, though, and return shortly with more coverage from this Merit Western Poker Series main event, Day 3. Keep it close.
He's going to be looking at one or two overcards a lot of the time. Have to make a decision in a spot where, as I said, he's going to have to be good more often than normal. So the best thing to do is to just stick it in here. It's not comfortable because he doesn't have any blockers. He's not blocking any of the bigger pairs. Ace-king is also almost certainly going to call. Ace-queen seems to be right on the line, and she is giving this a lot of thought.
Yeah, no question she calls with a better hand. Jacks would be getting in here against him. Ace-king would also. So ace-queen and nines feel like the tank decisions maybe. Nines is possibly get in as well. So maybe ace, queen, and eights. So Aristotelos in the tank here with one of the cuspy ones.
Yeah, it's a lot of her stack as well. Like if she calls here and loses, she's sort of in the danger zone where she can't necessarily get to the bubble. On the other hand, she's not immediately at risk in this hand, and if she calls and wins, she has the kind of stack that can potentially attack the bubble. So this feels really close.
Yeah, flipping the perspectives here from her vantage point, she will be thinking, well, how many ace jacks and king queens are in the range? And
Yeah.
if there's a few of them,
You have
then
to think about the hands that you're actually in great shape against. If she could see his hand, she would fold, because you don't want to be flipping at this point. But she's hoping, she's considering the possibility he could have ace jack here. Yeah, that's why she's made the call. Could have ace jack, could have ace 10, could have king queen. She's in a flip now. He's flipping for his tournament life. Katie asked if we're in the money. We're not, Katie. We're 16 from the money at the moment. 89 paid, 105 remain. You can see she's not actually happy about the situation.
Huge moment for her now, and I have to agree with you, Dara. On balance, I think I might have let this one go, feeling like it would drag me into the danger zone.
But she has hit her queen, so he's already taking his microphone off. This is neck level stand up.
Wow, well, I think
if he hits his 10, they're going to have to mic him up again.
He has to break our stuff, and then maybe he goes a step further at that point.
Yeah.
No, very unlucky there.
Very unlucky. Yeah, I mean, he got it in well ahead, 57%, but can't really blame her or not. And it seems to be the kind of culture where people don't hold back their opinions.
Ari Kleiper is going to bump this one up under the gun. Perfectly reasonable with this holding, but wow, Barney right in behind here with big slick. I wonder, given the fact that Kleiper covers, if he would ever consider flatting a hand like this against an under the gun open, keeping in the hands he dominates, and playing a little bit more cagely, given the risk premium a foot.
Yeah, I would like a flat here, because when you 3-bet this hand, you just get the...
Oh, goodness
oh my
me.
God. Now actually the pot's gotten bloated as well.
Well, luckily for Barney, perhaps the fact that he did 3-bet now, I agree with you, Dar. I would have liked a flat there, but if it had gone flat and then squeeze, he may well have come over the top with the ace-king.
Yeah.
Now to a cold 4-bet, he might actually feel as though he's not in good shape.
The Hollywood has started already. He's looking very Hollywood uncomfortable. It's like, oh really? There's a what? That's a raise, and there's a 3-bet. Oh no! What do I do with my pair of 8s here now?
Well, Kleiper's hand will shrivel up considerably by the time it gets round to him. Now facing a 4-bet 250k. Korkmaz putting in a full third of his stack here, clearly meaning business. Barnia will have a decision too. I think when it gets back to him, he might feel as though he is flipping at best versus the range. Not sure Ace Queen does this too often. Oh,
but the Ace King is
he's just snap goes all in.
Snap moved all in, and
no other race.
Would I like him to give that a bit more consideration? I got to say, Darren.
Yeah, that seemed very, very. I'm not folding this hand. I'm all in. He will be left with 100k if he. No, he won't. He's covered. So he is in bad shape here.
Yeah, very bad shape. Korkmaz did cover by about 100.
3% chops if it comes running straight cards, but that's it. No, he's dead now, and that was. Not
an easy situation to navigate from Barney. I wonder if a lesson will be learned there about the relative strength of Ace King.
I think he was already learning it there.
His friend Luke Bindell have 830k and 1.2 million respectively.
Oh, that's good. I was actually talking to those two gentlemen after play yesterday, and they were both in good shape.
Yeah, well, they continue to build towers as we speak. Yashin Kontush, a familiar face from the stream yesterday. He's up to 985k, but here is the one to watch, Dara, and we have a serious one to watch. Dominic Panka is about, and he's got 1.9 million.
Wow, I didn't realize Dominic was here.
Sorry, can I have
Okay, so
some
to
vodka?
answer Aurelia's question about the payouts on the final table, the first player eliminated on the final table, ninth place in other words, will get 37,300. The first pay jump is 12,000, and then the pay jumps rise around that rate until the top four. The top four places are 124,000, 168,000 for third, 274,000 for second, and 372,800 for the win.
They've done it again, Dara.
You're not talking the cut.
The gap between third and second is bigger than second
You're
and first.
super excited.
You're right, yeah.
Please, Americano.
That must be a feature of tournaments here.
Tournaments here.
That's remarkable.
They like a cagey three-handed game.
And Americano.
Can you bring me
That is...
I take 1/7 more.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
No, I haven't either. But it's clearly part of the formula. Now we can confirm it wasn't
Not this time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Aurelia
you stay
says,
in the
thank
line."
you, I'll pray for my dad.
I hope it's...
I take 8 also.
So here we have the all-in. Mustavov, having lost a lot of his stack last hand, is in trouble here.
Yeah,
He's going to need a 7.
Or that board to pair once again.
Ace queen and the button, huh? Easy poker.
Well, a 5, an 8, or a 7 for him to survive. A 2 is no good.
We lose him. He's been very talkative, very pleasant at the table. But
Have fun with this guy.
And with that, we break a table. 99 now remain.
so we probably have 1 or 2 more hands left before the break. That hand took a while.
After we move from here,
Aristoteles
on the break we move.
asking the floor staff if they'll be moving from the feature table, and as David said earlier, they will be, because a new feature table will arrive.
Korkmaz with the ace-jack here. And Gavrilovic got exactly the kind of hand that might go for the all-in shove here. It also can flash, folding out of the equation with a hand such as Jack-10 suited. Interesting to see which way he goes. If he goes with 10-Jack for a call, he's looking to basically get some equity and go with it on the flop. Maybe an open-ender, maybe a gutter with overcards, maybe some hearts, maybe a pair. If he shoves it, well, he can exploit some hands that may fold.
Yeah, you can get hands that that dominate you to fold sometimes. You know, Queen Jack might fold. I mean, it is only 13 big blinds though, so I think if you had 20 big blinds, the shove would be a better play. At this stack, that maybe the flat is better.
An offsuit raggy ace might consider a fold as well.
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
Definitely wheel spinning here for Gavrilovic.
Yeah, he's decided. I mean, he's effectively committed here.
So he's sort of chopped his stack.
Yeah.
180k
and quick all in, and he's going to have to call it off now.
So trying to make it look maybe a little bit stronger with the 200k raise, but obviously Korkmaz going nowhere with ace-jack. He has the dominating hand. He will felt Gavrilovic. If Gavrilovic doesn't find some hearts, a 10 or something straighty.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Not the worst of starts for Gavrilovic.
Gutter, backdoor, flush draw.
That's a bad one.
That's a bad one, yeah.
Are we about to say goodbye to Papi Gavrilovic here in 84th place?
Needs a 9 or a 10, and we will, and we do indeed. We lose Gavrilovic. He played the pre-bubble phase very, very aggressively. Didn't really work out for him. He ended up being short-stacked and having to get through the bubble.
Right bang on when you look, as I have done through the Poker News coverage of all the stacks and all the different tables. This table's a little different. This table's a bit more unique in the sense that we have a couple of short ones, and that really does change things for the big stacks. The guys We'll maybe be looking at an average of something in the region of 50 big blinds right now. But in reality, this table's got some very big stacks and some 10, 12, 15 big blind stacks. So in reality, the big stacks are playing the effective.
We've even got some 3 big blind stacks, but it's finally time for Smush as the black nines.
And he would be delighted to see a hand this good. He would have commit with any paint, any suitedness, connectedness would probably have come in as well. So to have a hand as strong as nines is a bit of a gift from the poker gods here, with Stefanov not committed to any bet.
Yeah, the Jack 3. He's got to be a customer as he seeks to ruin Smush's day. You can just see the dread sort of.
There are 80 left now, so he has secured the ladder jump at least.
Like always.
Some gallows humor.
And to the flop we go, and a 3 there, but no aid behind it. Backdoor hearts loom. Obviously anti-sweating a jack or a 3 for the time being is Smush. Turn is clean. And he's just praying now is not one of those 11% that Stefanov wins the pot.
I folded those.
So a double with cheese in the form of the small blind and the ante.
Stefanov with just 285k, a crucial pot for him as well.
Creeping blinds, just nipping at your heels, it would seem. Cabeza now with aces. He's already had kings. Did have to chop that one.
I like that moment where we know before he does.
Oh, yeah. He's not letting on, is he?
No.
Pretty good poker face on that one. How do you like 9-4? Yeah, Smush is like, come on, anything. Uh-oh, real problems now.
Yeah.
Well,
Zeki Soyirgaz.
there is precisely no...
Hello and welcome back to day 3 of the Merit Poker Series main event. There you can see this is our feature table. At the top of the charts we have Edouard Barce again with 102 big blinds, Luc Bandel from France 75 big blinds, Sergei Efremov just behind with 72 big blinds. The other players at the table are Abraham Passe, Denis Kapustin, Hamoud, and we have 2 short stacks. My name is Darrow Carney and I'm about to be joined by Ali Najad, and we will take you through the next 2 hours passenger play.
That RFID. Oh, where is it? Yeah, here, right here. Corner in this corner.
Okay, somebody's hiding. It's Ninja. Oh, sorry.
So action on Passe, he folds, round to Rakimov on the button. He's very short stacked. He's one of the 2 short stacked players I talked about, just under 9 big blinds. He has the Queen 8 suited, which is going to be a shove. And the other short stack wakes up with an ace in the small blind. Very bad ace. He would prefer to be getting it in first with this hand, but he might still call it off here. Having to think about this. He only has 7 big blinds. He decides to let it go, and Luke in the big blind will let the 5-4 go. So good result there for the Queen 8. Picks up 2.5 big blinds.
Same thing. I had a small pair.
Overcut.
I had a very similar. Force. No, not a pair. I didn't have a pair. Just similar to what just happened before the
A7.
Less, even. Off. Maybe if they were suited, probably.
Flip.
Yeah.
So we get things back underway here at our featured table, where we have a bit of a ninja on our hands, Dara, in the form of Hamoud.
Indeed, yeah. The Jack
Under
9
cloak.
suited here.
You have like 1 million?
Yes.
Thank you.
Lays down the Jack 9 suited. Kapustin with the pocket sixes. Surveys the landscape. Decides to take a pass.
Yeah, interesting, but he had an awkward stack for that hand. 25 big blinds. Bit too early and too much to shove with sixes, and at the same time not necessarily the type of hand that could withstand a 3-bet. I think that's why he let it go. Passe in the next seat, though, more than happy to open the ace-queen suited, 1 seat later and more chips.
Very straightforward. Now Dashti with the king 10 suited on the button, flats. Efimov looks down at 10-7 offsuit, Dara. The price is right, but is the hand a qualifier? He decides no, was dominated. Does well.
Yeah. Yeah, that hand plays much better heads up than three-way. And three-way, you are obviously twice as likely to be dominated.
King Jack 5 here as the ace queen is turned into a Broadway gut shot and backdoor hearts.
195.
Top pair for Dashti is well in front.
All in.
A jam
Yeah.
from Dashti with his final 200,000.
And a quick call. So Dashti almost a 3-1 favorite here to hold.
Eight of spades now taking some outs off the board. And a backdoor flush for Dashti, who performs well. And Passe will pass chips over.
Didn't I tell you that?
Good folks.
See? What did I tell you?
I like the look on that man, Dashti. Looking smart, dapper here at this featured table.
Very much so, yeah. Obviously feeling good too, came back short, but gets the immediate double.
No regrets for the last
Yeah,
calls.
no.
Got him, Dashti.
I almost never regret anything I do. Whether right or wrong, I did it. Learn from it. Not, yeah.
Playing
So
under the
that's
Kuwait
why
flag.
I don't want to. When he told me I should shove, I knew it. I should not. I knew it. Not to do it.
First opportunity I think I've had to cover him at one of our featured tables, though we do have some repeat offenders in Azizjan Rakimov and of course Passe, along with Mr. Kapustin and Sergei Efimov. Three Russians in the fold here. Rakimov playing under the Uzbekistan flag. Now Luke Vincent Bindel, not at all a stranger to yourself and David Lappin, the traveling French pro, as I understand it.
Indeed, yeah. I was actually talking to him last night after we finished commentary, chatting briefly with him and his friend Maxine, who final table bubbled the warm-up, having been chip leader. Two very accomplished French pros. And Luke told me they both had big stacks and had high hopes for today, and Luke has added to that since then.
Yeah, closing in on 3 million in chips. He puts 90,000 of his tokens out there on the strength of this ace-queen. Barsegian with queen 4 is dominated, but is going to defend. Does pick up the lone flush draw in this tandem. Really not a great flop for Bindel, but we'll see whether or not he will have the opportunity to try to take it away. How do you feel about the defense with queen 4 for the extra 50,000, Dara?
It's extremely marginal. You can defend super wide, obviously, but really the worst type of hands are that type of high card, low card, no connectivity, no suitedness. It's just you don't really flop very well. Even on this board where he's flopped a flush draw, he's not going to feel too excited about the 4 high flush draw.
Right about that.
Bindel now recognizing that he has showdown with the ace high. Barsegian, if he realizes that Bindel's check signifies that, should recognize that his queen high has no real showdown and might decide to bluff the river now.
2 streets of checking behind him does suggest that this pot is up for grabs.
Yeah. Yeah, Bindel almost always has the type of hand that he has when that happens, ace high or king high. Bindel has an interesting spot here because he can't fold all of his hands in this spot, so he has to find some calls. It's quite a small bet too, so it's believable that he's doing this as a sort of a eke out some value with a 5, a 6, some hand like that. And
yeah, ultimately the queen 4 does manage to bluff through Dara, but I think the point to make there is that his sizing looked like it was milky, looked like it was on the heels of a kind of hand that was targeting an ace high.
Yeah. I tried to online it.
Yeah, Bindel's range was reasonably face up by the river, ace high, king high, and the size was interesting there because a lot of players, when they go to bluff in that spot, they go big, but you don't have to go big. The small bet was very believable.
Mr. Alexander and Alex. Holden 550, sit over. Alexander and Alex.
Queen 10 now for Bindel.
This figures to be an open as well. Any Broadway type hand you can open from the cutoff.
Bindel, by the way, on Hendon Mob only showing 8,300 in career live cashes.
I think he's one of that recent generation who played online, came up during the pandemic. There was very little live poker for 2 years in Europe during the pandemic. So most of us look like we took 2 years off, or most of the recent players who rose through the stakes online have almost no record.
2 8s for Efimov came along from the button and have been outflopped as they look up at 2 overcards and a jack high board. And Bindel taking the check line here. Efimov keeps it clean with a check back, and things get uglier for him. Conversely, much more attractive for Bindel as he picks up a hard draw and an open ender.
Yeah, he figures he can check call this hand. It's definitely strong enough to check call. And if he bets, he's not really going to get action from too many worse hands. So that's why this has gone check, check.
Queen is kind of an ugly development for Bindel on the river as it puts a four-liner on board despite the fact that he makes queens and tens.
Yeah, it kind of demotes his hand, really. He's losing out to an ace, which is quite likely. A 9 is less likely, but the question is does FMO want to turn his hand into a bluff now? He's really not beating very much at all, even though he has a pair of eights, so, and that's why he's decided to bluff.
See Bindel furrowing the brow here, trying to piece it together. The flat pre, 2 streets of checking, and now we come out swinging for 75,000.
Yeah.
And boy, good sniff here on the Frenchman.
He finds the call there. I think the problem with FMO's line there was that if he had just ace high, which is turned into a straight on the river, the story he's essentially trying to sell on the river, he probably would have taken a stab at it on an earlier street as a bluff. When he checks twice, his hand very much looks like the type of hand that he had, a pair with showdown rather than an ace. Also, a lot of his aces that connect with that board, ace king, ace queen, would probably 3-bet pre-flop. So his line just didn't really make sense. Contrast with the previous hand, where the bluff line made perfect sense for the big blind in that case to have had something that was on the board.
Doroshkov looks down at king, queen off, and off of 800,000.
Nice.
We'll raise it up. He adopted 80K minimum sizing. Now Kapustin in the big with an ace-jack. As this raise almost got all the way through. Not that Doroshkov would have minded company. King-queen certainly decent enough to take a flop. Ooh, and it looks like a 3-bet from Denis Kapustin as he poses a question.
255.
Yeah, Doroshkov only has 18 big blinds behind. He's the effective stack. Kapustin doesn't have much more than that, but he figures that ace-jack is strong enough to 3-bet, even against the relatively early position opener for this stack depth.
100.
Doroshkov getting his bearings here. Really a clickback of sorts, Dara. What is the purpose if we suspect that the numbers are going to make it so that almost everything is going to stay in? We just want to take control of the betting from this point forward?
Take control, yeah. Possibly induce a light shove from something like ace-5 suited that we're doing particularly good against.
Well, Doroshkov makes the investment and finds paint on the flop. Unfortunately, not the type that he has. As advantage Kapustin, top pair, top kicker, really dynamite texture for the 3-better pre.
Yeah, he's going to love this flop. This is better than an ace coming on board. He's a top pair, top kicker in a spot where it's almost always the best hand now. The only question is how does he proceed. He's gazing across again at the stack of Doroshkov because that's the determinant factor here on the sizing. In these 3-bet pots, you can go very small, particularly on a very static board like Jack 6 Deuce Rainbow. Taking a long time here to consider his sizing.
Longer than we might have expected, dare I say.
Yeah.
Finally, the 130 comes in. Doroshkov with the easy fold.
Yeah, he bet exactly 1/3 pot. I think he could have gone even smaller there. He could have gone as small as 20% of pot.
He says some of the cards are marked.
Marked. From the reflection, I see it. I don't know.
Get a clean deck.
Appears that Dashti is
I've seen not only one, I've seen two.
concerned about some
I don't know if they're significant, like ace or something, but look at the
indentations.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah,
yeah.
they're dented.
Yeah, that one's marked.
Yeah, see, many of them. Like,
Very good.
With the lights, it's very.
with the lights.
Well, throughout the course of play, the deck can take some abuse, so we'll see whether or not we can get a fresh deck brought over to the table. In the interim, we'll give you a look at the current state of affairs here at our feature table, where Edouard Barsigian is presiding over an over 4 million chip deep stack, Dara. And as we look at poker news, we find that to be the second largest, that of Alexander Chernikov, who was at the feature table prior to you entering the booth, up around 5.65 million. Currently the only one bigger than his, but we're starting to see some attrition in the field, and as a result, those stacks will start to become a little more robust, a little bit deeper. But the hour-long levels really nip at the heels of all of the short stacks, kind of put a lot of pressure on them to avoid being gobbled alive by the ever-increasing blinds and antes.
Yeah, we have 4 stacks sub 20 big blinds there, and only 2 other stacks apart from the chip leader who have more than 30. So even though those 3 players are very deep against each other, it's relatively shallow for most of the players against at this point of the tournament. 30 big blinds are less effective. And Rakimov finds a hand he's more than willing to commit all of his chips with. Ace Queen for 11.5 big blinds.
Fairly standard fanfare. Will there be any customers available?
And he gets it
Appears
through.
not, yeah.
Yep. Which is always nice when you only have 11.5 big blinds.
Sure. Rakimov had a really memorable pot that he played yesterday, where on a 4-liner board with the backdoor flush, he made that big call with just, I believe, top pair, right? It was a jack.
Yeah.
Or maybe
Jack
do
10,
something with your luck.
his memory serves
so.
me. And
Yeah.
was sort of the talk of the feature table from that point forward.
Yeah.
What camp you fell in, the advocating for having made the call or having considered it reckless? Nevertheless, he finds himself here, which is more than we can say for the opponent that he called against, who ended up being shown the locker room. Now Ghanem Dashti. Going to work with an A7 offsuit up front.
Yeah, this is very, very loose, particularly off this stack. When you have 14.5 big blinds, every blind is very precious, and he's coming into the field here. He does have the ace blocker, but so many pairs to get through.
How much is your stack?
I don't know. About 500.
Okay, thank you very much.
2 black 9s for Edward Barsegian, the big stack at the table.
Thank you.
Also playing under the Russian flag.
Yeah, his hand is strong enough to commit against the short stack, even under the gun +1. So he may bump it up now here and be quite happy to call off if necessary. That's what he's done. He's gone for the small bet here. That's all he needs to do because of the stack size of the opener. It's enough to commit.
You fold it?
Under 55.
This is the problem of
How much is there?
opening this hand with the entire table to get through.
180.
It's just too likely that somebody else has a hand they can do this with. Getting phenomenal price.
And when they do it, Dara, the fact that you were up front, and in spite of that, they are 3-betting you, means you've got added pressure if you want to proceed. And the A7 truly becomes far weaker than it was to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got a way weaker hand than he's supposed to have. Because of his stack size, there's not going to be too much light 3-betting. So there won't be too many folds if he decides to shove. So that if you're opening hands all the way down to A7, there's just too much of a gap between the hands that you're happy to go with and the hands that you have to fold to a 3-bet.
No resistance as Barsegian hauls it in.
One shy, please. Thank you.
Oh.
This time he lets it go. Similar tempting type hand, but without even the ace blocker. King 9 has less merit as an open.
10-8 suited now for Efimov among the big stacks at the table. Did torch a bit with the pocket 8s on the river. Unsuccessful bluff attempt against Bindel. Barsegian now with pocket 3s.
Brutal for the watchers. This table needs a personality. It's not going to be me, but like...
Excuse me?
This table needs a personality. It's brutal to watch.
Yeah,
But
it is.
I'm not doing it.
What do you want to do?
Someone be entertaining.
We can do like side bets if you want. Gamble on the side.
Well, Hamoud has decided to jam with pocket 6s, performing very well against Barsegian's 3s.
Yeah.
Should he get a customer out of Edward, I somehow doubt that he will.
Yeah, we can do that. I don't care.
Yeah, this is a good spot. He knows that chip leader is likely to be opening super wide
something
here.
private on the side.
His 6s are more than enough to jam with fold
But
equity.
that's entertaining for us. It's not entertaining for the watchers.
Yeah.
Nice of Luke Bindel to worry about
They
the
can make
people
money.
watching at home and what he is characterizing as the lack of personality at the table.
I also like how he recused himself from any culpability for that by
Absolutely.
saying, I'm not going to be the one. I'm not a candidate to
Yeah.
drive the personality
Being a
side.
Robocop is out.
Yeah.
Should be more fun, relaxed.
I'm not sure why Doroshkov is
Agree.
thinking here. Maybe they're near a pay jump and he is stalling for that.
Well, they are at 54 remaining players.
Bit later in the day.
I used to do that, but it gets me into trouble. Like, it gets me into trouble. So that's why I keep quiet. I try to keep quiet.
I'm an incredible lightweight. Like,
I suggested a few things you can now. Maybe the rest can do something.
Yeah, he's made the call. You can't really blame him. He's getting a very good price here. There's going to be a lot of 2 overcard hands in the range.
Yeah, he could be off to the races against that sort of stuff, but as it were, he is in very bad shape. And Doroshkov indeed is looking to work his way into a pay jump. That's why he was stalling. 53rd will pay $8,445. 54th, just $7,005. And the Jack-Jack-9 board does not help Barsegian, nor does the turn. Hamoud is clean. His 2 6s looking good.
Thank you.
And holding all the way down on a texture that certainly would have been very scary.
Yeah.
Had he not jammed and decided to flat and face further barrels.
Jack.
Nice development for him.
8 outs on the turn.
Pull something good.
What?
You pull something good. You're waiting for a jump.
And right away,
I'm half
players
French,
zeroing in on Doroshkov's delay.
Half German, half Israeli.
Interesting. More Israeli or more German?
What do you think?
You sound more Israeli.
Yeah.
Once again, I'm going to call the players waiting to start 25. 15 orbital them. Your table is table number 4. One more call for Osman, Valerie, Victor, Andre, Valentin, Teres, and Alex. Gentlemen, who are ready to start on table 4, please take your seat.
Small suited connector is sent home by Bindel. Efimov, by the way, Dara, looks like the kind of guy that's trying to observe you for law enforcement while you're having a day in the park.
Right?
You know, just kind of got his earpiece in, keeping an eye on your whereabouts.
Yeah. So Hamoud now with his recent gains has got the kind of stack he can do more than, he's got more weapons now, he can open this type of hand.
Maybe next year.
But he's decided to let it go.
And wise to have done so as Abraham Passé with pocket aces in the cutoff. Oh, and Azizjan Rakhimov on the button off of 450,000 Dara.
This is going in, I think. And he's going to get the very bad news that he is in terrible shape.
Sure feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, he moves all in as expected.
Well, hang on. It
Or has
seems
he
like he's left himself a little bit back. And walk us through, as this is very standard sort of procedures, but more often perhaps at a final table where we have big jumps available. But why has he kept the 55,000 back?
We are on a pay jump here. And yeah, I thought he might have taken longer there before calling, but I guess it would be fairly blatant to try and pretend he had any decision there.
Yeah, I mean, Rakhimov's never going away.
No.
But it is sort of in case there's multiple jams behind him that he leaves the 55,000 there to
I think that
allow
would
them
that
to
would be
battle.
the case on a final table. I doubt it's the case there. I can't imagine him ever folding just for the pay jump. It's hard to believe he'd leave himself with just one big blind, having put in 10. I genuinely thought he would take longer there. It can just be to confuse people as well. You don't have the all in front of you, so they can think it's a normal 3-bet. Or if you're as blatant as David Lappin, I saw David Lappin do this once, leave one big blind behind, and then when his opponent jammed, he sat there for 3 minutes before he made the call and secured a pay jump in the meantime. But
interesting. As it were, though, the 2 sevens felled
Good detector.
by the 2 aces, and suddenly we are at just 50 players remaining, Dara, so the pay jumps have been secured as the payout now is, as mentioned, $8,445, which is where it will stay all the way through 45th place.
okay, yeah. If the pay jump, if the player elimination happened before it came back to him, that would explain the speed of the call. He would have looked up at the clock and knew that he was no longer on a pay jump, so there was no need to stall. Had the clock still read that they were on an exact pay jump, he probably would have toughed it out and waited however long it was until somebody at the table called clock on him.
With Rakimov's departure, the table carries on. It's the unrelenting nature of a tournament as we work our way toward the final table. Doroshkov now with pocket nines off of 535. Sounds like he's declared all in, and there it is. It's official from the button. And nothing to
Where are you from?
compete with out of the blinds. Young man cobbling.
You still live there?
Telegram?
Hmm?
Telegram?
No, you live there. You live in Russia or do you move to...
No, I'm used to moving my chair a bit, but
Yeah, it's kind of sliding.
yeah. It's hard to do subtle chair movements.
Yeah, because it's carpet.
Friends there, like in Thailand now or Turkey. Never been to Montenegro yet.
Ace-9 suited for the big stack up front. Min raise. What's the chatter out there in streaming land, Dara? So obviously we take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate those of you who are streaming this day 3 coverage, whatever platform it may be on, of this main event of the Merit Western Poker Series.
Yeah, the talk from Luke Bindle of trying to get his table mates to be more entertaining, that's caused some amusement in the chat. Aidan Quinlan says, what a comment. It's interesting how he essentially accused all of his table mates of being boring, but then said that he was going to do nothing to liven matters up. It's next level needle, I think.
He's got a lot of problems to identify, just not a lot of solutions to offer.
Yeah.
Queen Jack offsuit in the big blind now for Efimov. Inspector Efimov, as it were.
Inspector Efimov, yeah, he's suspicious here. They're very deep against each other, over 60 big blinds, so there's lots of play in this.
King 7-6 doesn't really yield too much play, though there are some backdoors available for Efimov. Not exactly the sort of flop that Barsegian's in love with. Ace-9 of spades adrift.
Yeah, he's really not connected with this board in any meaningful way. But he is the pre-flop progressor. He has the stronger pre-flop range. There's a high card on there, so he's going to bet out and pretend he has the king. Efimov has quite a few backdoors. Backdoor diamonds working for him, and he can obviously hit a straight involving the queen, the jack, and the king, but he gives it up. Doesn't want to get involved against the aggressive chip leader.
Yeah, 110,000 gets the job done. Such a good feeling, Dara, to have the big chip lead and have a table that is sort of staying in line, falling in rank, so to speak, not actually trying to tussle with you.
Yeah. Yeah, it is for sure. He gets to open a lot of pots. He'll win a lot of pots like that where where he opens. There's just a big blind defend, and then there's a check fold.
Disinterest all the way through to the small blind. Kind of inconvenient for Efimov to have to be on the direct right of the chip leader.
He has a terrible seat, yeah. Absolutely terrible. He probably is limping most of his range here, given the stack
You live
depth.
in the States? Or in
Malta.
Malta?
10-8 suited is a hand you can certainly limp call.
See if Barsegian will charge any tariffs. There's our answer.
Yeah. Does have a pretty strong hand blind on blind. King 9 figures to be the best hand.
My brother used to work like for Kuwait TV.
It's a large raise as well. He's gone for 3.5x. That should
Then he
force
takes
Efimov to fold some of his
What
range,
if
but whether that
he-
includes
what if
10-8
with-
suited
what if with-
remains to be seen.
Okay,
It shouldn't
counter
really. 10-8 suited is a very pretty hand. Plays very well,
But you
even
went
out
to
of position,
academy.
blind on blind.
Efimov pays the added price of admission and flops himself the good side of the open ender and middle pair, but he's up against top pair.
180 degrees. Like that.
Checks with the flow of play. Not a terrible flop for Barsegian, obviously, but the coordinated nature of the board, coupled with the limp call, might come together to create some concerns.
Yeah, this very much connects with the typical limp call range. That will usually include more middle cards than high cards or low cards. So really this smashes that range. It makes sense to bet a small amount here and just fold out the complete whiffs, but you don't necessarily want to commit too much chips on this board.
Efimov calls the 105,000, promptly binks a jack, good for the straight. Barsegian draws dead.
There's a case to be made for leading out here because the board, which already favoured him, now favours him even more after the check bet call line on the flop. So, yeah, he's leading out here because Barsegian should be checking behind a lot on this board, and Efimov wants to cut off that opportunity.
Police in the US is quite something. They're very intimidating.
Barsegian can't fold because he has top pair on the flop still.
You know, like when you
He
get
can't
stopped
just
in
give his
Europe
opponent
compared to
a
stopped in
straight
the US,
because it
very
came in.
different experience.
This is
US
quite a
it's
small
always
bet too. He
scary.
sized it really small.
I mean, I get that, you know, I
Not
get
much
that
more
they're
than
ready
20% of
for,
pot.
like for that situation because sometimes it is. In
So
Europe
this
it
should get
never
called,
is.
and then
If you're not a criminal.
the river will be interesting.
I think it's the guns.
Well, what sort of hand would be willing to check call and then lead on this particular turn card that the King 9 is ahead of, and this is a trap card on the river potentially? Kings and 9s for Barsegian.
Yeah, it's such a good board and such a good turn card for Efimov that he could actually lead quite a lot of hands, that some of which even the 9 are ahead of. He could lead an 8 or a 7. He could even lead a 6.
It's a discussion where nobody will ever get convinced.
So he doesn't necessarily have to have King 9
they
beaten.
would be already.
Now this
Stats
is
don't lie, but some people just
this is a matter of what sizing Efimov wants to go for here.
They're not going to change it. Bravo. Huh?
Again, he's gone really small. So he's basically, and a quick call because we obviously can't fold 2 pair. He didn't really give Barsegian a difficult decision there. Had he gone bigger, it would have been a lot trickier for Barsegian. But once he bets that small size, which actually could just be a blocker with a worse hand than King 9, Barsegian realizes raising is just completely off the table, but he can't fold either. So very, very standard call.
Nice work there from Efimov
in
to
Europe on a traffic stop. People don't ask you to keep both hands on the wheel and approach you with their hand on their gun. You know, it's a lot more relaxed. Like there's almost no chance that you have a weapon. I understand why they're like that. Not speaking about abuse and other situations, but like, you know, I understand why interactions with them are not chill. You know. But it's not a good experience. Never is.
Bindel taking the opportunity to politicize the affair as he talks about the traffic stop culture in the United States. I actually just recently got pulled over and given a speeding ticket for going 5 miles an hour over the posted limit.
Wow.
After, I want to say, a decade and a half of not having been pulled over.
Yeah.
To be fair, I feel like I'm all too happy to take that ticket as opposed to the ones that I didn't get issued when I was driving far more aggressively than that. As we see Dash D aggressively opening with the ace-queen suited, though I suppose it's all standard. It is Efimov with the two jacks on the button, however, who we've got our eye on.
I saw the other
Yeah, I'm
day a
surprised
guy shot
Ashley didn't
himself
just
at
shove this
Rio.
hand.
Like,
He only has
yeah,
10
like
big
he went into
blinds
the public bathrooms, shot himself in
behind,
the head with an AR-15.
but I guess he's trying to induce action here.
Got it in the door.
And he's going to
But,
get
yeah.
it.
I mean, it's not a handgun, it's an AR-15.
Yeah.
3-bet inbound to 180,000.
Let's find better topics.
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, Bendal's conversational partner doesn't want
Yeah.
to debate gun control laws and police standards in the US.
Suicide anecdotes.
So Dashti will put the rest of the
Might be
chips
that
in here.
guy who shot himself in the head.
He should do anyway.
Okay.
Wow, has he just called here? Are we going to see an old-fashioned stop and go?
The
Not
long
clear.
stock one thing.
It's not clear at all the way Dashti is playing, but he's
Oh.
definitely putting the chips in now, and Efimov will be paying him off.
He sure will. What a dynamite development this is for Dashti.
Oh,
You
yeah,
wonder whether
that
or not
guy.
he's going to try to check. No. He's just going to move it in.
Yeah.
Awkward for Efimov, but obviously he must.
Can't be afraid of
take
the
a
one
peek.
over card, so he lost a flip. That's essentially what happened here. It just happened in a rather unusual manner.
Not over yet, Dara.
That's true. Maybe I've tempted fate here.
Turn is clean. Now all Dashti needs to do to collect this over 1 million chip pot is fade a jack, which he's done.
My lucky hand is second time.
He ranks pretty high up in there with, in the lucky hands.
Suited. I mean, I wasn't greedy. I didn't go all in. I just said, have a look.
Have a look.
I don't think anyone would have considered it greedy.
No. Have a look.
To
See
have
if we hit a race or a queen.
Moved in with the ace-queen suited, yeah. Whatever makes you feel comfortable,
Dinner
sir.
break after next level, right?
Yes. I usually don't have dinner, even though I'm starving, just because I need all the blood for my brain rather than my stomach.
Eat some sweets.
This is my weakness, sweets. I'm telling you, like at night, I just like magically go to the fridge. All the sweets.
Telling his table mates he has a sweet tooth. Something I very much relate to.
As do I. And there is no shortage of sweets, by the way.
No,
For those
no.
that have yet to travel
Yeah.
to the Merit Poker Room, there is a lovely spread that they maintain throughout the course of the day and refresh with all manner of Turkish desserts, some light meals as well, just to keep everybody nourished as they're out here doing battle. More than I can say for a majority of the card rooms that you and I have played in.
For sure.
That is
For
for
sure. Yeah, no, the food here is something special.
Complimentary as well, it bears
Yeah, that's
noting.
myself and David were bemoaning this. As poker players, we are conditioned to try and maximize EV, and when something is free, the more of it we consume, the more EV we feel we gain. So,
The only thing you're going to end up gaining is stones.
correct. Yeah.
Ace Jack for Efimov here in great shape against this Dashti Open. Did lose some soldiers a pot to go with the two jacks. Looking to reclaim perhaps.
And he decides his hand is strong enough to 3-bet here.
Upstairs to 180. This is starting to look familiar.
185.
Given that he peeled with the ace-queen very shallow, I think we can expect him to do the same thing here. Just call and see, as he told his neighbor.
So Dashti makes the further investment and flops himself The second nuts with a redraw to a royal.
His strategy of look and see is working out for him, and Efimov has hit top pair, so this pot is going to get bigger.
There are worlds in which on occasion Efimov may elect to check back and play pot control, however,
yeah,
given the lack of a heart in his hand.
Yeah.
This is not going to be one of them as he fires 110,000. Let's see whether or not Dashti is willing to exercise patience, because the check call here can oftentimes look like a heart draw.
Yeah. Yeah, this he sized it really small. This doesn't even fold out one heart hands on this street, but he folds out hands that have no heart. So essentially he's asking the question here, do you have a heart? The answer is yes, but unfortunately for him, he has two hearts.
Blank looking turn, the 5 of spades. Dashti checks again. Wouldn't fault Efimov for barreling once more here, Dara.
Yeah, just to charge those one heart hands. There are more one heart hands in Dashti's range than flushes. But he might also think that with only one card to come, there's less need to protect / deny equity to those hands. It's a tricky spot. The monotone boards are notoriously difficult to play. And that's why he's checked behind there. He has showdown, and now it's hard for Dashti to get paid. If he checks, Efimov 100% checks behind. If he bets, it depending on the size, Efimov might get away.
680 out there, 770 behind, and 125,000.
He's gone for the really small bet, and this can be a blocker, potentially with a worse ace. Doesn't have to be a heart. It's a very small bet, but I think the question Efimov is asking is how often does he actually not have a heart? It may not be very often at all. Most of his hands that have no heart fold the flop.
I like the discipline there.
Yeah, that's super discipline there. He worked it out. Even though he was getting an amazing price, he figured Dashti must have the heart.
Kind of that consumer reflex of if it's too good to be true, it probably is.
You know,
Yeah.
Yes, Akiki.
The river saved him there because he was putting Dashti in a lot of one heart
I
hands.
thought I saw him earlier at a table today, but maybe
Had the
it
river
was you. Was he
bricked
still-
out, say a black 9, he was almost certainly paying.
He's still playing?
I think so.
Okay, so maybe it was him.
Wonder if Dashti comes with the same sizing in the event that a heart does not roll off.
They need
At
to
least
bring,
the
Yeah,
let's bring him on
that
the
would be a
future
good question.
table. He's fun.
He is fun.
Thank you.
Ace-8 suited now for Bindel. Min raise open. Well, Hamoud avoids the lure of his ace, but I'll say in the big,
Yeah.
getting a discount. Can't do the same, and outflops the ace-8 with bottom pair and the ace of clubs at work.
It's an interesting board. It's extremely dynamic board. Apart from the flush draw, there are two open enders available. 8-7 and 5-4, both of which will be in the big blinds range. And the 9 high board is the type of board you might want to size up on, because if you have top pair, there are so many bad turn cards for you. Any overcard, you can be have been outdrawn by overcards, and any undercard will make a straight for somebody, straight or a trips potentially. Now this is a much better card for Bendel. He would bet some king highs on the flop. Passe would not have too many king highs. This is why we see him loading up chips. He's going to try and put pressure on the lower part of Passe's range, which will include a lot of draws, and the hand he has 3x.
How meaty is this?
Yeah, this is nice.
350 into 340.
Yeah.
Full pot plus.
Yeah. This line makes perfect sense. He's basically telling the story that he has a king, which he bet on the flop because his king high might be good, but he wanted to get folds, and now that he's hit his king, he's going bigger.
Yeah.
And he gets the fold. That's great sizing by Bendel. Great board awareness there. King is a texture changing card, which very strongly favors him.
I saw it.
بالعكس اخيرا
I didn't see it 0 times.
لان بين انا من الاول
It was your first?
عندي كله.
I think so, yes.
There's a lesson there for people at home. When you get a very good card like that on the turn, you can size up. If he'd gone for another small bet, he wouldn't really have given the big blind a difficult decision. He would just come along with his bottom
There's
pair.
a lot of street poker.
Yes, yes.
Earned himself the fold,
Yeah,
courtesy
I
of
saw
the
some
sizing
street
there.
things.
Yeah.
I think it might have been really only a 9.
That
He might have
continues.
been willing to continue
Yeah.
there, or better, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, because even the draws are no longer getting the price. So unless it's a very strong combo draw, clubs and gut shot or open ender.
Our last 5 minutes of fame, I guess.
Is it just 1 hour?
I don't know.
45 players
I imagine
remaining.
they until next
2.
break. Yeah, it's
Here
2
on
hours.
it's a
day
break and
3
then
of the
come back.
Merit Western Poker Series main
No,
event.
we have break after the next level.
Yeah, I know, but we will be feature table or
I don't
someone
think
else.
so. No, I think they do like 1 period and then.
Yeah, that's why I said last 5 minutes of
Next
Well, no,
bust
they
out
still
is a
have
pay ladder, by the
1
way,
hour
of
and 5 minutes. We have
over
another level after.
$1,400.
same, not someone else.
No,
Sure?
Pit jumps are getting
you have 2 hours. Okay.
spicy now.
I imagine so.
Passe has moved all in from the small blind. I think Doroshkov, I mean, his hand is a call, but as you just pointed out, they are on the pay jump. So
we could see him stall.
We could see him stall for as long as it takes to somebody to call clock on him. He has that look of a man who's already actually decided what he's doing, but he's waiting.
Yeah, got his eye on the tournament clock.
Yeah.
The rest of the field appears to have their eyes on him.
Yeah, I think some of them suspect what he's doing, but this is part of the game too.
Within the guidelines.
Completely. It's more of a thing online, to be fair, because there's no social pressure online.
Right.
Live, it's more difficult to sit there with your
So
entire
obviously
table
now
glaring at
everybody
you.
is going to message us on our phones and we can't answer.
Yeah.
But David and I used to stake players together, and I remember one player who was observing me play saw me do this on pay jumps online, and they asked me why I was doing it for very small pay jumps, $5, $10, and I said that actually David told him that we had worked out once that this made us an extra $20,000 a year.
My daughter still awake.
It all adds
So
up.
everybody will know I suck in 10 minutes or so.
If he sits there and waits for somebody to bust and calls, and then he gets unlucky and busts, he's made himself an extra €1,400.
Do you wait for 44?
Yeah, somebody's asked him, "Are you waiting?"
Yeah.
And he gives a shrug. He doesn't even deny it. And he'd probably get some sympathy from his table, but past a certain point, they'll get impatient and somebody will call clock.
Looks like he's prepared to take it to that.
Yeah, he's waiting for clock to be
length,
called,
yeah.
or somebody, or the clock to change essentially down to 44. It is very, very socially awkward to have to do this.
Time.
Yeah, time has been called now, so he's going to have another 30 seconds, minute once the floor staff get there.
I would do the same in like a few seconds.
There's still some time.
Like, I don't care.
So the floor has arrived. He asks the question the floor always asks. Has a reasonable amount of time already been allowed? The dealer will confirm yes, and then he'll be given his countdown. And he'll probably wait till the last second.
30 seconds from now.
So he has 30 seconds. Maybe the clock has changed. He makes the call immediately.
Ooh. Still showing 45 in the field per our count right now, but Doroshkov doesn't bother to milk the extra 30 seconds and makes the call. Has Passe covered and has him notched as well. So in a wonderful spot here. To the flop we go. Couple of diamonds making things even better
Jack 8.
for Doroshkov, unfortunately for Passe.
Yeah.
He is 9 hunting.
He has some kill cards now.
5 of hearts keeps him alive. Board could double pair for a chop here. As you note, the equities don't add up to 100%.
Yeah.
That's also a path to an escape. Instead, it's a king high flush on the river for Doroshkov.
As he stacks his chips, just looking quickly at the chat, Victoria Savina says, great commentary, guys. Thank you, Victoria. Glad you're enjoying it. We have over 330 on the channel now.
I stand corrected. I think I kind of navigated that call as though Doroshkov had Passe covered. It was indeed the inverse.
Yeah.
Sorry, nothing personal.
You can get up.
Yeah, that's why he took so long.
Oh, we have one more level.
He knew that he would.
I'm so hungry that I cannot think of something
That he was
else.
going to bust if he lost that hand.
That's why I was like 2 hours, whatever.
Your stomach refuses to believe that there's another level before dinner.
My.
It's a very friendly table there.
But
at least this side of the table. The right side, as we look at the screen, they're all chatting.
Affable bunch.
Yeah. We even saw Passe, even after he realized what Doroshkov was doing, was saying, I don't mind. You can take your time.
Yeah.
I would do the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think players sympathize with the position that he's in.
Yeah.
And if they were in that position, they too would be navigating the same manner.
5 or 6 years ago, I was coaching a player called Alan Widman, who was 5-time World of Warcraft champion, who was transitioning to poker. And he found himself very short in the bowl of the World Series main event. And he asked me for my advice, and my advice was take as long as you can every hand to stall into the money. And he found it impossible to do. He said, he was sending me a message saying, my table are all telling me this is unacceptable. I feel absolutely terrible. I don't think I can do it. And I said to him, like, what do you care about more? The approval of 8 players you don't know and probably will never see again, or that 15,000 that you lock up?
Yeah, it is socially uncomfortable, obviously, and things can get egregious, but it is in bounds, as we alluded to. Dealer push on the way, blinds at 20 and 50,000 with a 50K big blind ante now, further diluting the short stacks. As Smush appears to have returned to the fray. Doroshkov with the double sits in 5th. Boss stack still belongs to Barsegian. Really kind of a broad distribution here. Not a clear cutoff between big and small stacks. Maybe the one between 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, that's the biggest for sure, but they are quite close together, which means there's a lot of different dynamics at play. you could be one of the shortest stacks, but there are other guys who are very short as well that you can put a bit of
Yes.
pressure on.
Cards.
King Jack suited for Hamoud.
Yeah, this is definitely good enough to open. Blinds have gone up. Big blind now 50k, so his stack has been been reduced from 25 big blinds to 20 big blinds, which makes this a trickier spot. 25 bigs, you're definitely just opening. At 20 bigs, you're starting to do some open shoving. Passe is interested here with the Queen Jack on the button.
Flatting. Dominated.
Yeah, he's now, that was a major setback for him. He's all the way down to 12 and a half big blinds. Didn't feel the hand was strong enough to go with, but wants to see what happens on the flop.
Dashti joins the party from the big blind, and the King 9-7 board is all Hamoud.
Yeah.
Dashti's check over to the masked singer, who croons to the tune of 200k.
Yeah, he sized this quite large for a multi-way pot, over half pot. Unlikely he's going to get any action given the size. The gut shot of Queen Jack is not going to hang on to that size.
Follow through, gets it done, and there is the pay jump realized. As 44 remain. $9,885, the current payout. Another jump won't be seen until we get up to 35 players remaining.
Yeah, we seem to get through those two pay jumps pretty quick. Didn't seem that long ago you were telling me that they were on the pay jump in the 50s before we got to the one in the 40s. But we do have to lose 20% of the field before the next pay jump, so this one might take a bit longer.
Efimov under the gun with the two black sevens. Opens.
Fours folded quickly there because he was just in no man's land. It doesn't play well against an under the gun open. If you flat and try and hit a set, you can get squeezed behind. So you're better off releasing those pairs.
Not going to lose Luke Bendel with
No.
King Queen in the big blind, though. Certainly not for 50k more.
No. And he does cover his opponent, so he doesn't have to worry about getting pushed around post flop.
Defends, but comes up empty on a Jack 8-4 board, which contains two overcards to Efimov's sevens. You'll remember the pocket eights that he had against Bendel's Queen 10. Tried to turn him into a bluff on the river unsuccessfully, and that was a bit of a blow to his stack, which at the time was hovering near 3 million. Now, off of 2.2, action is checked over to him.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at the check. Some people at home might be surprised by the check there, but really you're only getting action from better hands if you bet there. So he decides to take a street out.
Bit of pot control.
Yeah, it's an old-fashioned idea, but it still has its merits in certain places. And he's trying to get his hand to showdown now. He will call a bet, I'm pretty sure.
10 is a pretty poor card for the sevens here, but you might imagine that the straight draws of the world might have gotten busy on the turn.
Yeah. Yeah, Bindel actually thinks he has showdown here as well, and he does. There can be some suited connector type hands. So FMO played that one very, very cautiously. That was also a function of the fact that Bindel had the bigger stack. He really didn't want to get check raised at any point.
You don't think it was PTSD?
Maybe there was some of that going on too, but...
I remember being in position against this guy. It didn't work out well.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't mean on the river or any street.
No.
No, all the way out.
Yeah, on boards like that Jack 8-4 where there are a lot of gut shots and straight draws and your opponent absolutely can have them, it makes sense to have a big bet strategy and a check strategy rather than just range betting at a smaller size. Your value hands need to be pretty strong, and sevens doesn't qualify for that. And at the same time, your bluffs, you want them to be pretty weak. Typically, they'll be gut shots themselves, and then you move everything else into the check category. That's something which has definitely changed over the course of my career. Back in the day, we were far too worried about what we call protection, and as soon as you thought you had the best hand, you had to bet it.
Yeah.
Game is much more nuanced these days.
I remember those days. Queen deuce in the small blind for Bindel. Hand class you touched upon as being oh so poor. But he will limp.
Yeah, Efimov seems quite a cautious player, so when you have a cautious player in the big blind to your small blind, you can probably limp close to 100%.
King, queen, 8, middle pair for Bindel.
Yeah, interesting spot for Bindel. You can go two ways. You can bet for value here and get called by worse. But your hand is not particularly vulnerable if it is the best hand right now as well. You have an absolutely terrible kicker, so you're losing to any king and any queen realistically. So out of position, it's prudent to just take the check call line. Efimov, having bet the absolute nothing but backdoors on the flop, has actually turned a pretty good card for his specific hand. Not necessarily great for his range, because most of his ace-x he would have raised the limp, whereas Bindel would absolutely limp some aces to protect his range. So the question is now for Efimov, does he fire again? No, he doesn't. I like that decision, because a king or a queen is not folding on that turn card.
Did pick up the Broadway draw, which obviously doesn't come home.
Yeah. I think Bindel's hand still functions best as a bluff catcher, but the other opportunity would be to make a really small bet and try and get called by an 8. Efimov, I mean, he knows he has to bluff to win this hand, but it really wouldn't be a credible bluff, I don't think. And Bindel seems to be the type of player who hand reads very well. Yeah, and he does check behind because of that. He recognized that it just wouldn't be credible as a bluff on the 4. There were other cards he could have bluffed. But
Took his one shot at it, Dara.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Obviously Bindel connecting as strongly as he did. Didn't get through. And Bindel really has been getting the better of Efimov in all of their exchanges.
Yeah.
Tough customer.
Very tough customer, very tough player. You could see that he's well versed in the online streets.
And those are streets where one can cut their teeth very effectively. You get a tremendous number of hands in a much shorter span of time than the old schoolers.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of really good players come from France, and it's because online poker is so big in France. It's absolutely booming in France at the moment, and live poker now, post-pandemic, is also booming.
I remember playing at the Aviation Club on the Champs-Élysées in France. Definitely had a colorful past. That
yeah, Porrick Parkinson
club.
told me, I've never been there, but Porrick Parkinson told me some stories from there.
I managed to elude the particular evening where masked marauders on motorbikes infiltrated the place and really conducted a Hollywood spec heist.
Yeah.
By all accounts, I heard stories about players hiding under the table and really just hoping that they wouldn't be targeted with all the chips that they had. It was really the casino cashier was the only place they sought to.
They knew where the money was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in Berlin at the EPT when there was the famous robbery.
Yeah, I remember those videos. That was remarkable.
I wasn't actually in the room. I was sleeping. I bussed the main event the previous night, but my wife had gone downstairs to use the internet, and she was there when it happened.
Was she the videographer?
No, she was.
Record?
She was off at the side using the computer, and then she heard running and screaming outside. She came out to investigate, and one of the cleaning ladies told her it would be prudent to go back into the computer room.
Yeah, probably. To put it lightly. Would not be prudent to fold here if we were Barsegian with the ace-9 and the stack that he has. Opened to 110,000 on the button from Bindel. And not only is he not going to fold, but he is going to ask a question as he shoots it up to 370,000.
Yeah. Recognizing here that Bindel has been very active recently. Now, we know he's had legitimate hands most of the times he's raised, but Barsegian doesn't necessarily know that. Ace-3 suited is an interesting hand. You can go a couple of ways with this. You could turn it into a light 4-bet, or you could just call. They're both very deep against each other. Bindel, they're over 60 big blinds deep, so you can absolutely peel here. I think that's probably the option he's going to take. He asked for the amount, and he has made the call.
Got one brewing here, over 800,000
Yeah.
in the middle. Big blind versus button and a lot of depth as they both will play off of roughly 3 million.
Barsegian looks very uncomfortable here because he's sitting there with a not great unsuited ace, and he's out of position to a very good player. This is why you don't actually do too much 3-betting from the big blind typically with this type of hand. It plays fine as a call, and when you do 3-bet and get called, you just have to play the hand out of position in a bloated pot.
Ace-Jack-6, both players find top pair. Now Barsegian's hand is best, but he's obviously concerned.
Yeah.
So he does check it over to Bindel, who might very well think that Barsegian's hand class is pocket pairs that cannot beat an ace and have not improved.
Yeah, there's not a lot of point in betting this hand against that class, so he could very well go for the check here, or he could go for a very small bet just to clear out equity. But he has gone for the check, and I definitely like this because Barsegian is the pre-flop aggressor. He still retains all the stronger aces in his range, and it's actually a little bit suspicious when he checks because he's going to bet most of his whiffs and represent the ace. So quite a lot of his range now is stronger ace-X.
Checks a second time here, despite improving his kicker to a jack. Same story for Bindel. As it stands, the players will chop, courtesy of the 6 pairing on the turn.
Yep. Barsegian might go for a small bet here just to freeze the action on the river. He feels a lot better about the jack because his hand is actually drawn level now with a lot of Barsegian's aces. Gone for a tiny bet here. Quarter pot roughly.
Obviously the ace-9 isn't going to be going anywhere.
Not too much will fold to this bet, but this bet is really not designed to get folds. It's designed to buy a check on the river.
Barsegian's call produces a deuce of diamonds on the end. I'm not sure either player suspects a flush draw is in one another's range, so...
No. Most of Barsegian's flushes would contain the ace of diamonds, which is on board. So he definitely doesn't have very many flushes here. Bindel, similarly, if he had something like 6-5 of diamonds that he's opened pre-flop, he would probably just fold that to the 3-bet. So neither of them have too many flushes in their range here. Now Bindel might go for a small bet here, targeting specifically the Jack X. It's a close spot here between just check, because there are not too many hands that will call a value bet or try and eke out a little bit of extra value against a pocket pair like queens, kings that just didn't like the ace on the board, or a jack, king jack.
$1.25 million already out there. And this is the mark of a professional, in my mind, Dara, is his willingness, in spite of the size of the pot right now and the relative kind of vulnerability of his hand, he is still looking to carve out prospective value.
Yeah, absolutely. Once Barsegian checks the river, Bindel almost certainly rules out ace king, ace queen. So he figures he's chopping it worse now, and this is essentially a free roll to try and get an extra 260k of value
from a call from Barsegian, obviously.
From a hand like kings or queens.
Didn't mean to cut you off, sorry.
Not at all, no. They both play their hand really well there. It might seem that it's weird that they're betting such small sizes, but there was a lot of logic there.
Yeah. And the sort of logic that is displayed by players who really have some keen awareness in terms of post-flop play.
Yeah.
That sounds.
Shanta. Just done.
Flop was check.
Yeah, Qasim.
Yeah, some of the other players are analysing the hand back in their head now. It's always good to pay attention in these spots because you get free information on how players are playing, which can help you in future if you get into pots against them.
I think the cat's very much out of the bag with respect to Bindel being among the toughest of customers here at this featured table, and high aptitude probably being associated more so with Barsegian's spoils than simply good fortune at this point, as he demonstrated.
From St. Petersburg.
Okay, I see.
Table rebalancing has pulled Hamoud away from the feature. And Dashti looks at king, queen. Raised to 100K. No takers. He'll be all right with that.
Yeah. When you've king high, getting the blinds is always a good result.
Just trying to tread water and hopefully at some point do a little swimming are the shorter stacks in the field at this point. Dashti already having enjoyed a double. from Kuwait. Really, all parts of the Middle East represented here.
Yeah.
A lot of Eastern Bloc representation. A disproportionate amount of Lebanese and Turkish players. Obviously, proximity having a lot to do with that.
Yeah, the number of Lebanese I encounter anytime I play in mainland Europe always, it's striking to me because they don't have a very big population. I think their population is roughly the same as Ireland, 3 or 4 million. But there's a lot of Lebanese players.
Famous street there, Novioski or Novoski. The main
Nevsky. Maybe Nevsky.
The writer, right? He's a writer.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. How do you say it? Nevsky. How do you say it?
Nevsky.
Little Rosetta Stone, live edition going on.
It's not right.
It's not right.
It's not a writer.
He's not a writer? What is he? A story?
No.
It is one of the things I like. I enjoy the most about playing in Europe. Just you run into people from almost every country in Europe.
Pinamayo or you don't know? Można? Można writer. He's famous. That's it.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Look at this from the small blind. Kapustin flexing and going to 3x, mind you, which is absolutely appropriate.
Yeah, that's because of Passé's stack size there. Passé had just over 10 big blinds. So the way Kapustin is going to construct his range there is he's going to do that, what he did there with his really strong hands, aces, kings, queens, ace, king, etc., to try and get his opponent to shove. He's going to shove almost everything else below that, and then the really weak hands are going to be used to balance the stuff at the top. They're so weak that even if he puts in 3 big blinds, if Passé shoves, he can happily fold.
Sochi or anywhere.
Pocket 8s for Dashti. Min raise. Parsegian in the cutoff with the baby pair. Not interested.
No. Dashti didn't have enough chips to make set mining massively profitable there, and he had a few players behind who have reshove stacks who would just see the additional 2 big blinds that he put in as more juice, more reason to shove.
Yeah, the implied odds are capped when your effective stack is
26 big blinds in this case.
Yeah, not near where you want it to be.
No.
Ace 10 for Smush in the big.
Yeah, I think
he's really been grindy, nursing a small stack all day. And he's going to jam.
Yeah, the all-in is the standard here.
Should be a call from Dashti.
Yeah,
we're not coming.
Yeah, you can't really raise a hand as strong as fold a hand as strong as ace 8, pocket 8s to a 10.8 big blind shove. But he's thinking about it. He's a very unorthodox player, Dashti. We've seen him do some strange things already. So
he has the affect of being thoughtful. Our concern is that we're not sure what sort of thoughts are going on.
Yeah, he's doing a very good impression of somebody who is thinking deeply. But this is not a spot that requires any thought. You should know what your call-off range is to an 11 big blind shove.
Well, our intention is certainly not to be gratuitously critical, as there.
No, he does make the correct decision in the end. It doesn't matter how long you take.
Oh, and kind of aggressive delivery of
that was
said call, wasn't it? Why does he seem disgusted? He's in the lead here.
Yeah.
Granted, by just 6% heading to the flop, but the lead nevertheless.
Guess he was hoping for an under pair or at least an undercard. He doesn't.
Well, Jack 9-5 and the 8s are still in the lead. Smush's fate hanging in the balance.
Yeah, the Lithuanian is going to have to find an ace, a 10, or some running cards.
And there's the ace from space on the turn.
Absolutely impassive. No reaction. It just is what it is.
No, this is a grizzled veteran who knows he needs to fade the 8 on the river before he reacts.
Before
there it
he
is.
Celebrates. Yeah.
I always find it awkward when the fist bump is solicited by the man who's doubled through you.
Yeah.
As though you're in the mood. Like, listen, I'm great, good for you.
Yeah, I'm
in
really
case
happy
you didn't
for
notice,
you.
540 of my biscuits are on your plate
Yeah,
now.
I'm the guy who lost out. Fist bump with the other people if you feel like
Yeah,
it.
exactly. You got 2 guys, one on your left, one on your
Yeah.
right.
But good double up there for the Lithuanian. Lithuania is another country, small population, a lot of really top class poker players. It's a country with a very good educational system. They produce good logical thinkers, and that shows in poker. They punch way above their weight in poker.
If I'm not mistaken, they also do so when it comes to basketball.
Basketball.
A number of really
They are the one European country where basketball is way bigger than football. Basketball is the sport that they're terrible at football.
Okay.
But they're really good at basketball. They've come like 3rd and 4th.
I don't remember ever seeing a match with the Lithuanian national team on the pitch.
Yes. No, they love their basketball.
And their poker.
And their poker, yeah.
Dash D now with just south of 900,000. Jack 10 suited, oh so pretty.
And when you have that stack, you certainly get to play it.
Open to 100. Oh, 2 kings awaiting young Doroshkov from St. Petersburg in the big blind, no less.
Yeah.
Off of 1.1 million now. The mission of Course Dara is to determine how to get these chips into the middle.
Yeah. Been extremely impressed by this young Russian. Great presence at the table, great patience. He's had a stack which has handcuffed what he can do, but he's done it perfectly. He had the awareness of taking his time on the pay jump to secure the pay jump before he put his chips in. He looks like he's taking everything into consideration here. The fact that he stalled previously, the players might actually think he's doing the same thing here now. And that might encourage Barsegian to do something rash.
Well,
yeah, time's been called already, and that one really was very fast because they think he's stalling here.
Well, we're at 39, and the next jump is at 35.
Yeah, it's not.
All in.
Well, wow, this is a big shove.
Yeah.
You see the snap fold.
22 big blinds. He couldn't really construct a credible normal 3-bet range, so his only other option was to flat and take the risk of being outdrawn.
You know, it's funny because in terms of balance, we do need to have some flats with some frequency. However, every time we do so and then we end up losing that pot to a hand that we presume might not have continued to our 3-bet, we instantly regret it, and we tell ourselves we're never going to do that again.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's a very memorable event when you get your king cracked, and that's much more memorable than all of the other smaller events, like when what just happens when we shove and they fold, or when we flat and we win 1 bet post flop. I think in that spot, aces absolutely you would want to flat to protect your your calling range. But kings, you don't really mind too much if he folds. You've picked up 4.5 big blinds, which is 20% of your stack. So Kapustin, who has also been quiet of late, finds a hand that qualifies as an open.
I'm always happy to just pick up the blinds in the ante money with Queen Jack.
Yeah.
Almost home. Got to get through Dashti, and it would appear that he's going to do so. Oh, wait a minute. Queen 5 offsuit, and Dashti wants to dance. Dominated. And unimproved on an ace-9 deuce board. Same story for Kapustin, by the way. But has the benefit of positioning control.
Yeah, this is very much his board as well. The ace-high board strongly favoring the opener compared to the defender. Dashti is too shallow to be too creative with too many hands in this spot, so a small bet should get the job done here.
$60,000, and Dashti rifles his hand into the muck. Passe has discovered the joys of Turkish tea, apparently. Might have been his second cup.
Nice. I'm starting to wonder if Passe is related to my wife's one of my wife's closest friends, whose name is also Passe and does look actually quite like him facially.
I was actually like,
I didn't like the second one.
I had very slight doubts about how much you had on the turn, but I think I was correct.
I didn't like the ace-3. The ace-3 I didn't like.
Yeah, that was... I'm not sure I liked it either.
Barsegian, sixes, raises again. And, you know, a lot of times when you are the big stack and you start to open these pots, even if it's with legitimate hands, when you've been 3-bet and you've folded, you kind of have that compromised table image. And people, they have an eye on that, and they wonder whether or not they can take their shot at picking up a little gift-wrapped 100K in the event that they wanted to 3-bet. And Dorozhkov with a couple of deuces on the button.
Yeah, I think that's one of the crucial differences between online poker and live poker. Live people make fairly big judgments based on tiny sample sizes. As you said, you open one hand, get 3-bet and fold. People immediately notice that and think, oh, that's a guy I can 3-bet now because he'll fold. But the reality is the sample size is never big enough, and you should have hands that you're opening to fold. And you know, if you do open and get 3-bet and fold, it should just be the case that you just happen to be in that part of your range where that's what you're supposed to do. But then again, live players are often more unbalanced as well. So sometimes there are guys who genuinely are folding too much. In fact, we identified Dashti as a player who that's almost certainly true of, because he opened ace-7 off under the gun.
Now, second pair on a 10-high board as Bindel came along, closing the action from the big blind and outflopping both of these pocket pairs. See how Barsegian elects to proceed. Looking up at the 2 overs.
How much is it?
Bindel appears a bit befuddled by the sizing. 140,000. The deuce is easily laying it down. Certainly seems fine to me. 370K in there.
Yeah. I guess multi-way. Yeah, it's fine. But
Oh, sorry. No, that's correct.
Just before this hand started, as Bendel's table talk was largely about the fact that he was struggling with some of the live stuff, like keeping track of chip stacks. So I think he's being very deliberate about all of his decisions, making sure that he has the stack. Online players get used to just, you look at the screen and you know exactly how much your opponents have. Live, when you're inexperienced, and as you pointed out, he doesn't have much of a hand and mob at this point, that's a new skill you have to learn.
Yeah, there really is a lot that those of us who have been playing live for a long time take for granted in terms of potential pain points or, discomforts, or perhaps the other way to look at it is things that you take for granted when you play online, like all of the chip counts being right there in front of you at all times.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I took 2 years off from live because of online too, and my first festival back, I suddenly realized I'd forgotten a lot of the stuff.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten that I had to carefully count chip stacks of everybody and keep track of all that stuff.
Well, nothing careful about this. Barsegian blasting ahead on the turn after the 4 pairs with a bet of 600,000.
This is a very interesting bet. This
almost full pot.
I'm not sure what he's representing here. The 4 is not really his card. And it's not a dangerous card if you have a value hand. It's not like if you're sitting there with kings, you're thinking, oh my god, a 4 come, I have to bet really big. Yeah, Bendel looks suspicious there, but there wasn't too much he could do against that size.
Yeah, the issue is obviously the potential big barrel on the river that you could be facing from Barsegian, and so he does acquiesce.
Yeah, I'd love to know what Barsegian was thinking there. Did he just think, I have the best hand here and I don't want to get outdrawn? That's actually possible.
Yeah, maybe a queen-jack.
Yeah, he's worried about queen-jack. He's worried about all the overcards.
Jack-7. I mean, closing the action for just one big blind from the big, there's a pretty broad range of hands that Bendel could have. But, it's mergy. Maybe you think you're protecting the 2 6s, and maybe you're targeting better hands as well.
If you can get the 8 to fold, it's a great result.
Ace-8, no less.
Yeah. But then, when you face these difficult spots, and Bendel was put in a very difficult spot there, where you really don't know what your opponent's strategy is, that's pretty much when you lean back into game theory, and you just call at the top of your range, and you fold the bottom of your range. And that's why Bendel's folded fairly quickly. An 8 figured to be one of the worst hands that he would have check called on the flop. So I think had he had a 10, he would have buckled up and called, but he was willing to release the 8. Now, we saw him limp a very weak hand before. And
Queen Deuce, was it?
It was Queen Deuce indeed, yeah. And he's done exactly the same. So he clearly feels that FM Mob won't put him under as much pressure as a lot of other big blinds would.
Well, function of perhaps the fact that Bendel has him covered, not to mention that FMOV has come up short more often than not when squaring off with Bendel. On this occasion, he elects to 3x with the Queen 8.
Yeah,
does so to success.
He found out there that FMOV is not going to just always check behind. It's a fairly significant mistake if you're the big blind to just always check behind when the small blind limps, because then they get to limp absolutely everything. You do have to pressurize the limps to some degree. You don't want to overdo it, but you absolutely have to do it sometimes. But then, you know, Bendel only lost half a big blind there. It's no big deal.
And sort of half a big blind in order to get through the gateway to potentially all of FMOV's chips in the event that, you know, you're able to to bust him when you have him covered. Feels like a pretty prudent price to pay.
Yeah.
Kapustin has been largely quiet.
Yeah.
Kind of bobbing and weaving, picking a spot here and there.
Yeah. Yeah, we did see him open the Queen Jack. It's mostly been a case of he's just been pretty much card dead. But the other players at the table may not necessarily realize that, and they might think that he's playing tighter than he actually is. Now, Dashti is a man who likes to put chips into the pot if he sees an ace.
Well, when it's coupled with a suited 4,
yeah,
certainly
perfectly legitimate here. The only thing I would say is that he's very short here. He only has 12 big blinds behind.
You prefer a shove?
I think a shove, yeah. I think I do prefer a shove. You'll get some better aces to fold. Ace 6 probably won't call you off. Ace 7 won't call you off. You'll get lots of hands. Pocket 2s won't call you off. And King 5 won't call you in the big blind.
Parsegian knows the upside is limited here.
Yeah,
That might have something to do with the fold.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Particularly ugly hand as well, King 5. You're not even going to feel good about hitting your king.
Right.
But he does the old... that mouth gesture I always associate with a guy who's very relieved. You
The lick of the lips?
The lick of the
He
lips.
will
It's
draw
like,
and,
phew.
burn it. Little by little.
We'll come back.
Always worth looking at the reaction of players after everybody is folded. That's the time when they feel they don't have to hide anymore and they actually give the most honest information. 6-3 as they call it, or as Tommy Angelo called it.
Smush. 11 bigs. Doesn't think that ace is adequate up front.
Yeah,
Can't blame him.
Too early for that hand. Lindell not tempted by the really bad king. Efimov shouldn't really be playing the 9-4 off. If he is, it suggests he's got close to 100% range on the button, which used to be there all the rage back in the day, but it's not as advisable these days. But it'll work unless somebody... Kapustin has a hand he can certainly defend here. Giving this a lot of thought for... Wow, that is too tight. Sorry. Yeah, okay, now I understand the open. If the big blind's going to defend, is going to fold a hand like 9-6, you can open any two.
Wonder whether or not it was on Efimov's mind that he perceives Kapustin as being a little bit too tight out of the big.
Yeah, yeah, no, I think it was for sure. I was surprised by the open, but then when I saw the 9-6 folded, I thought, okay, well, that's why he opened. And that's the problem as well with not defending your blinds. You basically you're giving people the go ahead to raise you really wide.
Might as well hold up a red cape.
Yep, say I'm going to fold far too much of my range, open any two, and it's going to be profitable.
That's probably what's making the dent.
No, not me.
No, by mistake, of course.
Yes.
Unintentional.
Usually
But when you, yeah. Or
not always by accident, but yeah, usually it's that.
Yeah.
Kapustin maybe overfolding out of the big, but out of the small with the Jack 8. Let's see how he approaches it.
Yeah. I mean, Passe is short here still.
All in.
Yeah, the all-in play here is the standard play.
Does Passe have enough kit to make the call? King Queen.
King Queen, easy call.
Qualifies.
Yeah. Yeah, Kapustin is quite unusual because he's the same player who raised the 4-2 from the small blind, which I thought was a very good play. As I said at the time, he should construct his range by raising the top, shoving this type of hand, Jack 8, and also raising junk like 4-2. So he certainly understood that spot, which makes the 9-6 fold all the more surprising.
6-7-8, and Kapustin has outflopped Passe. Abraham's fate hanging in the balance, needs improvement. The Queen of Spades is working, but no longer as the board pairs on the turn. And it is 6 outs once for the Israeli to double and stay alive. Can he do it? No. The 3 of clubs will draw the curtain on Passé's efforts here, but not before giving him a payout just shy of $10,000.
Did he just miss the pay jump there? It's 35 now.
Oh, if it was 35, then he picks up 11,535. Forgive me.
He was 36. I think there's 35 left now.
Oh, okay. He snuck right in. Oh, he's 36.
He's 36.
Yes, then absolutely. It was 9,885 that he wins, and everybody else gets the pay jump to 11,535.
So I guess he wasn't aware of that because he made the snap call. He didn't learn from his former neighbor of taking the maximum amount of time to secure the pay jump.
Okay, thank you.
May or may not have mattered, but obviously it is a free roll at the pay jump to stall in that spot.
Absolutely. And his tournament basically swung on those 2 blind-on-blind confrontations where the first case he shoved the king 9 into the king 10 and didn't get there, and that left him short. He never really recovered from that. And then his neighbor to the left had a very standard shove from the small blind. He had a very standard call, and he got unlucky.
Black 9s for Dashti now. No stalling required here.
No.
Well, Kapustin on the button with a couple of 4s. Might he be interested?
Yeah. Dashti's stack is effective here, and it's only 18 big blinds.
No. I mean, yeah.
So he might
It's your
think
turn.
against that
I know,
stack
I raised.
he can commit with pocket 4s.
How do you think
There
that
is
he's
no
going
small
to
blind.
read Dashti
Only big blind.
immediately speaking up to kind of advise Kapustin, who asked, did everybody folded, but a lot of times it feels a little over-enthusiastic.
It does,
like,
yeah.
Wait a minute.
It's yeah. It is one of those classic tells that when your opponent is giving you a lot of information, being very friendly, it's usually because they want you to fold. Whereas if he's sitting there with aces, he'll just keep his mouth shut and let you draw your own
5,
conclusions.
6, 7, maybe around 8.
Yeah, but he's being nice enough to even count out the stack. And Dashti, it's a tricky spot. Against a normal opponent, there's not much to think about there, but we have seen Dashti do some unusual stuff like raise ace 7 off in early position. And he's presumably aware of that now.
So the 4s do find the muck.
They want to flip.
Smush with a dramatic release of the king 3.
Yeah.
Deuces?
Huh?
Pocket deuces?
Something.
Something is good.
Yeah. I was happy he was counting and
I pictured Dashti riding a bike with a basket on the front and a fresh baguette somewhere in the French countryside.
He looks very Gallic, yeah.
It
does indeed.
Stylish.
Okay.
А?
Okay.
Ну просто, говорю, по истории. Метки делаем отсюда.
Looks like a guy who knows where the nearest museum is. He's on the guest list to the gallery openings.
Yeah.
Cultured.
Well-rounded, cultured individual.
Yeah.
Knows his food and wine as well.
Yeah. Pick out a good bottle. Deuces into the muck, by the way, there for Bindel.
Yeah, absolutely the right decision. this is one of the differences you see between the online players and the live players. The online players are very clear on their ranges in every spot. The live players do have to think, oh, I've got a pair. Am I supposed to open from here? So Barsagian's picked up the very pretty Jack-10 suited. Smush in the small blind actually has the dominating hand here, but it's a little bit too unconnected for him to be interested. But Doroshkov will be calling the big blind, I think.
Ace-2 suited, certainly a candidate. Off of 1.1 million, he will head to the flop. And it's not the flop he had in mind. All black 9 high.
Yeah.
2 overs on the open-ender, though, for Barsegian.
Yeah. If you're Doroshkov, you're thinking everything about this flop is wrong. It's the wrong color. It has no ace on it. Barsegian has checked back because this is very much the big blind's board.
Yeah. That board does pair on the turn. Third club as well. Wonder if Doroshkov's going to
sense
the opportunity.
Yeah, I think he will. This is very much his board and has become now. He thinks he's bluffing here, but it is a good spot to draw out a bluff. You can get better aces to fold. And this is showing good awareness here. Good hand reading, good board reading. Now, Barsegian is open-ended, so I don't think this bet will get the job done, but it might pay dividends on the river.
Lack of a club is a bit of an issue for Barsegian because obviously the 7 or queen of clubs would be less welcome in terms of outs.
Yeah, it's a bit mucky now because he could be dead already.
Yeah, if he's up against a flush or a full house, he's drawing dead. I think those thoughts are swirling.
Yeah. And on these boards where the flush comes in, there's a crucial difference between whether the ace of the suit is there or not. If the ace of the suit is there, that reduces greatly the number of flushes that the opener has. But on any board that has 3 of the same suit, the big blind will tend to have more flushes anyway, because they're going to defend almost everything suited, whereas the opener's not going to have stuff like 9-4 suited.
So Doroshkov able to take it down there as we feast our eyes for the first time on our upcoming feature table, which will be on the backside of the dinner break, and included in the field a return for Edgard Raful. Maxim Shilov also there, as is Alexander Chernikov, the big boss stack in the whole field for some time. Matan Krakow. Basil Kabaze. Going to be a lot of repeat offenders at this point with only 35 left in the field.
Yeah. Of most interest there is Dominik Panka, the Polish phenomenon.
The only rule is
it's not disrespectful, I think, to the other players in the field to say that he is almost certainly by far the best player remaining in the field.
Not by rule, but by convenience.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have a chance to see him at work.
And we're also going to see Maxim Shio, who is the close friend of Luke Bindel. I was chatting to both of them after play last night, and as I said at the time, they both had bagged up big stacks and were feeling good today. They're both still there. Maxine was the chip leader or second in chips coming back to the last day of the warm-up with 19 left. It didn't work out for him on the day. He didn't set a foot wrong, but it just didn't work for him on the day, and he ended up final table bubbling. But another deep run for him.
I like the Russian language. Very nice.
A lot of times I feel like players who bubble on the final table, in particular if they do so on something that wasn't the shortest stack in the field but actually had some depth to it, it's the hallmark of some real fight and kind of more so the product of being a pro and kind of recognizing the opportunity before you if you have a really tightened up field to get after it, and you
Yeah.
know, the risk reward is there.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good friend of ours, Andy Wilson, who recently won WPT Florida. He was very much like that. People used to joke that he always came 11th, even if he had the chip lead with 18 players left. But it was because he had that sort of attacking approach. But he wasn't trying to just scrape onto the final table. He was trying to get there with a stack, and he was always going. It was always going to pay dividends at some point. It was the least surprising thing to the UK poker community when Andy took down that big WPT in Florida.
Well, I know that there is a school of thought that suggests that the tournament is won not at the final table, but in the stages leading up to it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Button open from Doroshkov. Nice execution with the ace-deuce suited moments ago. Here he is going to work on Bindel's big blind.
Yeah, Bindel defends the 6-5, which, again, that's standard. Again, this shows like an online player knows that this is a defend, whereas not too long ago we saw a player have a long think and eventually fold 9-6.
He has flopped middle pair to hop in front of Doroshkov, who's straddling that 10 of clubs.
Yeah, this is a board where you can fire out a range bet because the deuce in particular doesn't connect very often with the big blind defending range. He's going to fold a lot of his deuces. Similarly, the 5, a lot of 5x will fold. 6-5 or maybe 5-4 are definitely the worst 5s that Bindel defends. So Doroshkov has bet, but Bindel won't be folding his middle pair. And he makes the call. 10
Board
on
pairs on the turn.
That's a very good card for Bindel. It greatly reduces the likelihood that Doroshkov has a 10. It effectively promotes his 5 to a much stronger hand than on almost any other turn card. Doroshkov has not improved. Yeah, this is a good check back by Doroshkov. He recognizes that he's not getting much to fold, and because he checked back, he got to see the river.
Yeah, and that river puts him in front, courtesy of the Jack of Hearts, Stara.
Yeah.
Now with 620,000 in the middle, might there be a bit of a block bet coming from?
There could very well be a block bet now, yeah. Try and get called by ace high. Block bet has to have two characteristics to function. It has to be possible to get called by a worse hand, and you certainly can here. Ace high will call you, and it also has to serve the function of avoiding a bigger bet if you check. Bindel retains all 10x in his range, whereas Doroshkov doesn't. Therefore, that would have been another reason for the block bet, but Bindel has decided his hand plays best as a bluff catcher. Doroshkov will get paid here if he sizes this correct. This looks good enough to small enough to get called. Really impressed by Doroshkov, I have to say. Great presence, great stack awareness.
I thought he might get a little bit more ambitious on the river, try to make his hand look a bit more like a bluff.
Yeah, no, I think he knows exactly what Bindel has and what he's targeting. He's targeting a 5 or a deuce. And Bindel's putting a lot of thought into this. He hasn't made the snap call. He's very uncomfortable here. He's asking himself, would he really bluff here? Give him a lot of credit here for putting this thought in. Most players would have just flicked in the chips by now going, it's not a very big bet.
I'm not going to take the whole dinner break. What? I need to think a bit, but it's not going to last the whole break, don't worry.
Я думал, уже все.
Yeah, he's very, very uncomfortable.
Understandably. I mean, the sizing is really annoying too. Getting 4 to 1.
Getting 4 to 1.
I have a pretty good hand.
You hate to be on the wrong end of a dairy farm.
Yeah. He says I have a pretty good hand, and that's exactly what he has. A pretty good hand here. I think something that might be creeping into his mind too is that Doroshchev might actually go for value with a 5 to this size, and he's not beating any 5x. Doroshchev could have a hand like Ace-5 or King-5 and recognize that he can go for value at this size.
Wouldn't do it if he was playing the board kicker?
No, I don't think so.
You'd have to be targeting a deuce specifically.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's a really impressive fold. Wow. That's very impressed by that. Again, two guys played their hands perfectly there.
Tell you what, impressive would be a really fair way to characterize
us after break, right?
the body of work that we saw out of Luke Bindell during his tenure here at the feature table, which comes to a close as a new feature table will be coming in on the back end of the dinner break, where the blinds will be 30 and 60,000. So Eduard Barsegian, the boss stack, worked his way up to 3.5 million, and Bindell second in chips, neck and neck with Efimov there. And we welcome you back into our commentary booth. Ali Nishad alongside Dara O'Kearney. Certainly hope you enjoyed that frame of play. And for you, Dara, was Luke Bindell the standout story there, or was it more so some of the other proceedings that we saw? Obviously, the young Vladislav Doroshkov impressed us as well.
Yeah, I think those two players were probably the players that impressed me the most. Now, it might seem strange that I'm focusing on Doroshkov because he basically had 10 to 20 big blinds the whole time, but he played every spot perfectly. He remained very patient, and he was very aware of all the important considerations. Bindell played absolutely superbly, didn't really put a foot wrong at all, and that last fold was particularly impressive. He saved himself 200,000 chips there in a spot where almost everybody else in the field makes the call.
Something tells me that if these guys are given the opportunity to compile some chips in some spots, they could very well be punching their tickets to the final table at some point tomorrow. But in the interim, they're going to have to cobble away. Dara and I will cut you loose. Players are going to the dinner break, but we certainly have plenty more coverage still to come from the Merit Poker Western Series here in Northern Cyprus. Day 3 coverage continues after the dinner break. Stay close.
He does have to fade a queen or a 10, though. And he does.
Michael.
So he's very, very happy with that start. Got it in bad, but
yeah,
you're allowed to get there.
Yeah, lot of outs for his opponent there at the end. Queen 10, King Jack would have done it as well. Any favourites in any category this year? Just somebody who really stood out to you this year is a sure thing. Angela Jordison is mine for breakout.
Angela Jordison seems fairly obvious breakout. Caitlin Comiskey is up for a couple of awards as well.
Great shout.
I thought she absolutely, she was amazing this year. Just so funny, her content. They're the ones probably that stand out the most for me.
Yeah, I would actually have picked the same too.
Yeah.
Oh, trouble on the horizon for
Lord.
Noha here.
Oh, Noha's going home unless he finds a queen.
Yeah, he's 4x'd here. Obviously, gone for the larger sizing. Kleiper looks down at the big ones.
Yeah.
And,
I'd like to see a call here. There's enough of the stack in already, I think. And he might induce somebody in behind, but he has gone for the 3-bet.
Yeah, I like the way you're thinking there, Dara.
I mean, she's definitely not playing the 5-3. Let's see if there's any hand that might have been tempted if he had just flatted. I don't think it would have made any difference. No, the hands behind were all very mediocre.
So, Noha is going to need
Is he
to
gone
see
all in?
one of the red ladies here.
Has he gone all in? Yeah, no, sorry. He had, well, obviously went all in because he was 3-bet. And he's going to get the very bad news that he's up against the aces.
Yeah, rough spot here for Noha.
Rough spot.
He would have been looking down at those queens thinking, oh, finally an opportunity to get back into this tournament. And, well, that's all but shut the door here, running King 10.
King 10, that's it, or Queen.
10 King.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
so you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a 9% chance.
Never easy.
Never easy. Until the river, never easy.
I wonder if
No.
that kind of situation will arise at the poker table,
Thank you.
and
Thank you.
nobody at the table says never easy. I feel like
It's
that
it's
that just
it
has to be said.
Must be
Yeah.
done.
Yeah. Decision. When two big stacks play against each other, it's much less of a factor because really the stacks have to be threatened by the end.
Right.
If they can't get all in normally, then there's not that much difference. Medium stacks against big stacks, often the big stack can threaten by sizing up. When the big stacks play against smaller stacks, they will get more folds to small bets. So all the situations are really complicated to the point that myself and Barry will write a whole book on them at some point. But it's so complicated, and there's so many sims you have to run to try and identify the heuristics and the patterns that it's going to take us a while. So we've kind of kicked it down the road a bit.
Well, interesting spot brewing here. Dara Aristotelos from early position has opened up the ace-queen offsuit, and Todorita can go both ways here. He could flat and try and navigate this one, but with only 20 bigs and against a wily opponent such as Aristotelos, he might decide to just go with it here. He does.
Yeah.
So he's not quite shoving, but he is putting almost all his chips in.
Yeah.
Although
yeah.
it is 300, he has counted.
Yeah, do it. I mean, this is 20 big blinds, and he's going to have all those problems post-flop that we just talked about.
Yeah.
He's going to be looking at one or two overcards a lot of the time. Have to make a decision in a spot where, as I said, he's going to have to be good more often than normal. So the best thing to do is to just stick it in here. It's not comfortable because he doesn't have any blockers. He's not blocking any of the bigger pairs. Ace King is also almost certainly going to call. Ace Queen seems to be right on the line, and she is giving this a lot of thought.
Yeah, no question she calls with a better hand. Jacks would be getting in here against him. Ace King would also. So Ace Queen and nines feel like the tank decisions maybe. Nines is possibly get in as well, so maybe Ace Queen and eights. So Aristotelos in the tank here with one of the cuspy ones.
Yeah, it's a lot of her stack as well. Like if she calls here and loses, she's sort of in the danger zone where she can't necessarily get to the bubble. On the other hand, she's not immediately at risk in this hand, and if she calls and wins, she has the kind of stack that can potentially attack the bubble. So this feels really close.
Yeah, flipping the perspectives here from her vantage point, she will be thinking, well, how many ace jacks and king queens are in the range? And if there's a few of them,
you have to think about the hands that you're actually in great shape against. If she could see his hand, she would fold because you don't want to be flipping at this point. But she's hoping, she's considering the possibility he could have ace jack here. Yeah, that's why she's made the call. Could have ace jack, could have ace 10, could have king queen. She's in a flip now.
Well,
he's flipping for his tournament life. Katie asked if we're in the money. We're not, Katie. We're 16 from the money at the moment. 89 paid, 105 remain. You can see she's not actually happy about the situation.
Huge moment for her now, and I have to agree with you, Dara. On balance, I think I might have let this one go, feeling like it would drag me into the danger zone.
But she has hit her queen, so he's already taking his microphone off. This is neck level stand up.
Wow, well, I think
if he hits his 10, they're going to have to mic him up again.
He has to break our stuff, and then maybe he goes a step further at that point.
Yeah.
No, very unlucky there. For
very unlucky. Yeah, I mean, he got it in well ahead, 57%, but can't really blame her or not. And it seems to be the kind of culture where people don't hold back their opinions.
Ari Kleiper is going to bump this one up under the gun. Perfectly reasonable with this holding, but wow, Barney right in behind here with big slick. I wonder, given the fact that Kleiper covers, if he would ever consider flatting a hand like this against an under the gun open, keeping in the hands he dominates, and playing a little bit more cagely, given the risk premium afoot.
Yeah, I would like a flat here because when you 3-bet this hand, you just get the.
Oh goodness
oh my
me!
God. Now actually the pot's gotten bloated as well.
Well, luckily for Barney, perhaps the fact that he did 3-bet now, I agree with you, Dar. I would have liked in a flat there, but if it had gone flat and then squeeze, he may well have come over the top with the ace-king.
Yeah.
Now to a cold 4-bet, he might actually feel as though he's not in good shape.
The Hollywood has started already. He's looking very Hollywood uncomfortable. It's like, oh really? There's a what? That's a raise, and there's a 3-bet. Oh no! What do I do with my pair of 8s here now?
Well, Kleiper's hand will shrivel up considerably by the time it gets round to him. Now facing a 4-bet 250k. Korkmaz putting in a full third of a stack here, clearly meaning business. Barnia will have a decision too. I think when it gets back to him, he might feel as though he is flipping at best versus the range. Not sure ace-queen does this too often. Oh,
but the ace-king is
he's just snap goes all in.
Snap moved all in, and
No other race.
Yeah.
Would I like him to give that a bit more consideration, I gotta say, Darren.
yeah, that seemed very, very. I'm not folding this hand. I'm all in. He will be left with 100k if he. No, he won't. He's covered. So
Chilling, huh?
he is in bad shape here.
Yeah, very bad shape. Korkmaz did cover by about 100
3% chops if it comes running straight cards, but that's it. No, he's dead now, and that was.
Not an easy situation to navigate from Barnia. I wonder if a lesson will be learned there about the relative strength of ace-king
I
against
think
a 4-bet
he was
in that
already
spot.
learning it there.
His friend Luke Bindell have 830k and 1.2 million respectively.
Oh, that's good. I was actually talking to those two gentlemen after play yesterday, and they were both in good shape.
Yeah, well, they continue to build towers as we speak. Yashin Kontush, a familiar face from the stream yesterday. He's up to 985k, but here is the one to watch, Dara, and we have a serious one to watch. Dominic Panka is about, and he's got 1.9 million.
Wow, I didn't realize Dominic was here.
Sorry, can I have
Okay, so
some
to
water?
answer Aurelia's question about the payouts on the final table, the first player eliminated on the final table, 9th place in other words, will get 37,300. The first pay jump is 12,000, and then the pay jumps rise around that rate until the top 4. The top 4 places are 124,000, 168,000 for third, 274,000 for second, and 372,800 for the win.
They've done it again, Dara.
You're not looking the gap.
The gap between third and second is bigger than second
You're
and first.
super excited.
You're right, yeah.
Please, Americano.
That must be a feature of tournaments here.
Tournaments here.
That's remarkable.
They like a cagey three-handed game.
And Americano.
Can you bring me around?
That is.
I take 1/7 more.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
No, I haven't either. But it's clearly part of the formula. Now we can confirm it wasn't.
Not this time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Aurelia says thank you. I'll pray for my dad.
I hope it's.
I take 8 also.
So here we have the all-in. Mustavov, having lost a lot of his stack last hand, is in trouble here.
Yeah,
he's going to need a 7.
Or that board to pair once again.
Ace queen and the button, huh? Easy poker.
Well, a 5, an 8, or a 7 for him to survive. A 2 is no good.
We lose him. He's been very talkative, very pleasant at the table. But
Get fun with this guy.
And with that, we break a table. 99 now remain.
so we probably have 1 or 2 more hands left before the break. That hand took a while.
After we move from here,
Aristoteles
on the break we move.
asking the floor staff if they'll be moving from the feature table, and as David said earlier, they will be, because a new feature table will arrive.
Korkmaz with the ace-jack here. And Gravilovic got exactly the kind of hand that might go for the all-in shove here. It also can flat, folding out of the equation with a hand such as Jack 10 suited. Interesting to see which way he goes. If he goes with 10 Jack for a call, he's looking to basically get some equity and go with it on the flop. Maybe an open ender, maybe a gutter with overcards, maybe some hearts, maybe a pair. If he shoves it, well, he can exploit some hands that may fold.
Yeah, you can get hands that that dominate you to fold sometimes. You know, Queen Jack might fold. I mean, it is only 13 big blinds though, so I think if you had 20 big blinds, the shove would be a better play. At this stack, that maybe the flat is better.
An offsuit raggy ace might consider a fold as well.
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
Definitely wheels spinning here for Gavrilovic.
Yeah, he's decided. I mean, he's effectively committed here.
So he's sort of chopped his stack.
Yeah.
180k
and quick all in, and he's going to have to call it off now.
So trying to make it look maybe a little bit stronger with the 200k raise, but obviously Korkmaz's going nowhere with ace jack. He has the dominating hand. He will felt Gavrilovic. If Gavrilovic doesn't find some hearts, a 10 or something straighty.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Not the worst of starts for Gavrilovic.
Gutter, backdoor flush draw.
That's a bad one.
That's a bad one, yeah.
Are we about to say goodbye to Papi Gavrilovic here in 84th place?
Needs a 9 or a 10, and we will, and we do indeed. We lose Gavrilovic. He played the pre-bubble phase very, very aggressively. Didn't really work out for him. He ended up being short stacked and having to get through the bubble.
Right bang on when you look, as I have done through the Poker News coverage of all the stacks and all the different tables. This table's a little different. This table's a bit more unique in the sense that we have a couple of short ones, and that really does change things for the big stacks. The guys will maybe be looking at an average of something in the region of 50 big blinds right now, but in reality this table's got some very big stacks and some 10, 12, 15 big blind stacks. So in reality the big stacks are playing the effective.
We've even got some 3 big blind stacks, but it's finally time for Smush as the black nines.
And he would be delighted to see a hand this good. He would have commit with any paint, any suitedness, connectedness would probably have come in as well. So to have a hand as strong as nines is a bit of a gift from the poker gods here, with Stefanov not committed to any bet.
Yeah, the Jack 3, he's got to be a customer as he seeks to ruin Smush's day. You can just see the dread sort of.
There are 80 left now, so he has secured the ladder jump at least.
Like always.
Some gallows humor.
And to the flop we go, and a 3 there, but no aid behind it. Backdoor hearts loom. Obviously anti-sweating a jack or a 3 for the time being is Smush. Turn is clean. And he's just praying now is not one of those 11% that Stefanov wins the pot.
I folded those.
So a double with cheese in the form of the small blind and the ante.
Stefanov with just 285k, a crucial pot for him as well.
Creeping blinds, just nipping at your heels, it would seem. Cabeza now with aces. He's already had kings. Did have to chop that one.
I like that moment where we know before he does.
Oh, yeah. He's not letting on, is he?
No.
Pretty good poker face on that one. How do you like 9-4? Yeah, Smush is like, come on, anything. Uh-oh, real problems now.
Yeah.
Well,
Zeki Soyirgaz.
there is precisely no escape hatch here.
I mean, look at
How much you play?
the depth, 530k, he's checking.
Surgaz is going to have about 8%, 7%
This
to
device,
survive in
how
this
it's
tournament.
working or not. I will interesting our.
Is that Smush in the background? Certainly not the focal point here, as Soyedgaz looks to chart a course. And he is going to jam. Obviously a snap call from Kabeze, and the worst of news is going to be delivered.
Yeah, an audible groan there by Soyedgaz.
Yeah, can't blame him, can you? You always think to yourself, aces and kings aren't out there. Maybe queens.
Suits are live as the one silver lining.
Yeah, that's going to be irrelevant on a queen high rainbow board, unfortunately. And just 2% from this point forward is Zeki Soyedgaz. The 3 of clubs on the turn, ices it. He draws dead against the aces, and just a defeated feeling there. But hold your head high, sir. Didn't do anything wrong.
No, absolutely not. You would have gotten in a far worse hand than ace-king.
77 remain now. King 8 suited. Hadioglu's been pretty disciplined. Not stepping out. Continues to be the case here. Back to the doldrums for Smush. 9-5 offsuit into the muck, and an ace on the button for Kabeze. I think he wanted to peek there at Stefanov's stack depth before deciding how much to open to. He goes with 50. Suited connector here for Ivanov. Price seems right to me off of 305,000. Oh. Did he say all in? Wow.
Yeah, deciding to use the fact that the suited connector in this sort of middle portion of the board will almost never be dominated. So if it does come up against the ace-king offsuit, ace-queen offsuit, that call, he will have 40%. If he does happen to run into the really big hands, he has the kind of hand that cracks them once in a while. So decides to go that way. I agree, Ali. Slightly surprised. I thought he might just flat and try and make a piece, but deciding to go the other way here.
Yeah, taking the aggressive line. Unfortunately for him, Kabeze is just too deep to start folding the ace-9s, and even further misfortune on a 9-high flop. Only one heart out there. And Ivanov is just 10% from this point forward. Does he get help on the turn? Yes. Gut shot, straight draw available. So 4 5s in the deck. One of them are going to need to show up on the river here to keep the Russian alive. And they don't. The Jack of Spades spells the end of the road as Kabeze continues to compile chips and claims a victim in young Vladislav. As these short stacks give way and we start to see some absorption, the poker will kind of return to a more standard and customary variety. Right now it's a very specific phase, I would say, that requires some technical prowess, but to be fair, it's any phase of a tournament requires that, but the flow is a bit disrupted, dare I say, by awaiting the fates of these shorties.
No, you're absolutely right. I think fundamentals get tested out when you're shallow in a much more significant way. Essentially, the game is a bit more technical at lower depths, and yeah, even though some of these players have quite big stacks, the presence of the short stacks around is sort of forcing them into a more technical breed of poker. I think that's a very good observation.
Ace-6 suited for Smush here in the big blind with already 50,000 invested and 135 behind. He is going to make the call, and always wary of
Stop
what
go,
he's
I
up
feel.
against.
Stop go on the cards, I think.
Oh, He isn't going with. You're right. He did just flat, and now hits the 6 on a 7-high board. One that doesn't rate to have connected with Krakow's open.
Thank you.
Will he be willing to jam?
It's funny now, having connected with the 6, he may be tempted to check it over to his opponent, feeling he's committed no matter what, and even if more cards come, that's okay. They're going to come anyway. Wondering now if actually by stop going he could convince an opponent with Queen Jack suited to fold, and that mightn't be a good outcome.
Yeah, the ace queen is going to call as Smush goes with it, and he's going to get a look at just how fortunate he was to end up in front here. Just 3 queens to be dodged by Smush. No back doors to worry about. Oh my goodness. I almost feel personally responsible for this. Smush now needs a 6.
No!
Oh, and it comes in!
You gotta be kidding me. Wow.
Incredible.
I love this game.
We all do.
Wow.
What a run out.
Any good 3-outer does. Giving you an update on the largest stacks remaining in this field, which is 71 strong, David. Alexander Chernikov has 3.7 million.
Wow.
And he's not alone. Sergei Efimov, who we actually had a chance to observe at one of our featured tables, also with 3.7 million. Newcomer to our featured table with ace 10 is Aksu, who makes it 60,000 to go. A little north of the generally adopted 50 or 55. And Raful with the king-queen suited. Three bets to 145,000. Hadioglu's been so disciplined. Now he's got these 2 9s off of sub 200, David. One would imagine he'd like to go with it, but in the face of an open and a 3-bet, in particular Aksu, who he doesn't have a lot of data points on, you know you're in kind of treacherous waters. Nevertheless, moves all in. He knows Raful's always going to be a customer, given that he's priced.
I like this, I gotta say. I think you can't wait around too long. 9s are just too good. Yes, it's unlikely you're not getting into a flip at best scenario, but you're getting into a lot of flips. And really importantly, there is a lot of dead money out there. You actually just need to be 36, 38% given how much you're committing to this pot. Yeah, I think this is a great recognition of all of those factors. There's also the dream scenario here where Aksu shoves a hand like ace king and gets Raful out, and then there's even more dead money in the middle. And then it's a pure triple up on the card. So no, I think this is great from Hadioglu. We see here Krakow has a decision here. He's got the ace queen in the small blind, and obviously the full shove, the 195k shove from Hadioglu is only 8 bigs. So Krakow wondering if he could overcall and navigate from here. I don't think he can.
Really would be ambitious. An open, a 3-bet, and a jam in front of an ace-queen offsuit in the small, with an active side pot that would potentially be involved between he and Aksu or Raful, should they either experience a flat or potentially call a re-raise.
There are some great scenarios for Krakow here, and actually this is one of them. But there are a lot of not very good scenarios for Krakow. And actually what I think we're going to end up having is 3 players with a dry side pot. Yeah. Aksu out and Raful utterly priced in.
Yeah, Krakow just flatting, though, is clearly of some concern to Rafoul. The hand class in the range that we would expect him to do so with really skews quite mighty.
Yeah, I don't anticipate these guys betting liberally into the dry side pot. I think we might be checking this one down in a lot of worlds. It's all very awkward. 695 in the middle. Amazing spot for Hadioglu. He's got 43%. We see, given the cards that have been removed, as well as the cards in both of these players' hands, he has a bit of removal working in his favour. He's got to sit tight, though, and watch the board play out.
Jack, Jack 5, 2 clubs. Krakow does check it.
Rafoul pondering a response to a bet that doesn't come, and a 10 of clubs.
Yeah, now Rafoul has made the flush after checking back. Going to be pretty heavily under rep, too. Krakow might presume that any pair, any 2 clubs would have at least posed a small question.
Interesting spot for Rafoul, whether he chooses to juice up a side pot here to bet on at the river, or if he decides to play a little trappily, just check it back. I think he has to put some chips in. I think he has to probably put something around the 150 mark, something small. Makes life very tough for the ace queens and ace kings that are potentially in Krakow's hands. Also guarantees himself some value against hands like queens and kings that may have taken this line.
Sort of overlooked here is the fact that Hadioglu's 2 9s is really in dire straits. Needs a jack or a 9 on the end.
So well executed here from Rafoul. Wants to put a side pot in play that he can bet into on the river here. He has a very strong hand on this board.
Pick the right size to keep Krakow invested with the 2 overs and the gut shot clubless. Coming up empty and on the river, he will check. Rafoul will certainly get busy betting it.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to go big here. I think he's going to almost treat it like a completely separate pot and maybe bet something like 3/4 of it, maybe full pot of it, around the 150, 200k mark. It feels like he's targeting a hand like ace king for a cry call, maybe a pocket 9s for a cry call. That's the target hand in mind. As played, it doesn't feel like his opponent has a jack, so he can't be too greedy. Does go 290 though, so he does overbet the side pot, but obviously relative to the main pot and the total pot, this is reasonable. Krakow created a very wonky spot for himself here. Hadioglu, when the hands are shown down, will be very sad had the ace queen isolate shoved in that spot. He'd have got out the king queen,
yeah,
and he would have held. So
good luck, everybody.
Collateral damage if that play is the absence now.
I mean, the fact.
I stand. Big pass. Thank you.
The lad's still mulling that 3-way encounter. Smush 11 bigs, remains patient.
Queen Jack now for Habib.
Hello.
Ace King for Khabaze, going to be the right kit to contend with this 65K Open. How does he want to approach it? Obviously, there's kind of a fear the Reaper element to picking a fight with 2.1 million.
A very small 3-bet.
Perhaps a function of the depth of Habib's stack?
Sorry.
It's definitely non-standard to go this small. He's basically clicked it, and I think Habib will be a little confused by that. Clearly priced in now with Queen Jack. Would have certainly expected to see something more in the region of 165, 170, given the stacks and relative positions. Wow.
Ace, King, 10. Where on earth did we find this flop? It's the nuts for Habib and top 2 for Khabaze. Is there an escape in his future?
Perhaps a club on the turn, a jack or a queen on the turn could save Khabaze, but if these guys choose to get a lot of chips in here on the flop, and Habib every reason to raise in this spot. Obviously, it's a board that favors the 3-better. He's considering whether he wants to lay a trap or whether he wants to spring a trap now and try and bloat this pot versus a deep stacked opponent who could, remember, have a hand like aces or kings with his line, even 10s. So not necessarily out of the woods with Queen Jack, but very much in pole position. What do you like here, Ali?
You know, the 2 clubs and the lack of a club in Habib's hand is obviously slightly pesky, but I don't think we can fear monsters under the bed, David. I think here you really recognize that much of Khabaze's range, given your stack depth, suggests that he has hit this flop rather hard, and I like allowing him to maybe barrel further, but obviously this raise to 425,000 is not going to draw a fold out of Khabaze, so not sure there's anything that you can do wrong with the Queen Jack here, and I like the sizing.
So tough for Khabaze here. Straight away, he will be considering whether his opponent would raise a hand like ace 10 or king 10.
Right.
And probably discounting that somewhat. He will be wondering whether there are any flush draws. Oh, well, there we go. He just makes it very quick and painless. He rips the plaster.
Yeah. And who can blame him? And this is just such a cold deck here, David. Really dire straights. 2.7 million plus in the middle. Pot of this level without question. Pot of the last few levels. It's my guess. Ace or king needed for Khabaze. Instead, it's an 8 of clubs, and he is clubless. So that is of no consequence whatsoever. Will he be able to fill up on the river, or will Habib emerge as an even further chip leader? The king.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
I'll tell you what. I don't speak whatever language it was that Habib was muttering there, but I suspect it was on the less savory side of the spectrum.
27 buy-ins worth of chips.
That was whipsaw effect.
But if it is at all possible to just sort of look down at the next hand and the stack you have in front of you and the position you're sitting in and just treat every hand as a separate event, that is certainly what the best thing to do is.
Так, смотри, подожди, нет,
Khabaze, 10-9 suited, feeling pretty swaggy, but unfortunately, he's going to step in it here as Stefanov with pocket 10s will be heard from. The full haul, 310K. 250 more for Khabaze to call, which is going to be less than 10% of his remaining stack. He did make that call with ace-9, but that was button big blind, different scenario.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be considering Stefanov likely to be light here. I think he'll be considering the number of ace-jacks, ace-queens, and ace-kings that actually 10-9 is in pretty good shape against. It's a very, very good price. Poor old Smush here, obviously eyeing up that 62-player pay jump, as he's been shamelessly acknowledging of. This is close. This is actually fairly close.
Yeah, Khabazit sizing it up.
I think if this was 9 bigs, it would be a call. I think 11 bigs is a fold. 10 bigs, it's actually pretty tricky.
Oh, but he's going to play some roulette here.
Great result for Stefanov.
Yeah. I mean, just look at the disparity in terms of equity going in to the flop. Dreamy for Stefanov. King, queen, 7. So far, so good, but you see that wry smile on Khabaz's face. Tethered to the gut shot and backdoor hearts.
Oh.
Now the heart draw added, and look at the expanse of outs along Khabaz's hand. Oh my God. When you're hot, Lappin.
Catching the 310 to Yuma, Stefanov.
Oh, wow.
Peek under the hood of what their opponents have been playing with. They might do that on mute going forward. Just in deference to us, having to listen to our own voices.
Yeah. Get him with Queen Jack. Willing to try his hand at what proved to be a very costly holding. Last time it was tabled. Old baby suited connector out of the small blind here. No interest. Aksu will defend with king 9. So to a flop we go. 9-9-8. Beautiful stuff for Aksu, and 2 overs with the gut shot along with backdoor diamonds could very well find Kerem continuing to stay interested. Does not follow through though, David, and promptly hits the 10.
Yeah, I like the idea, Karim, with the check back flop, obviously plotting a delayed turn bet. But now, well, bonanza.
Very much so, David, as you continue to check off Westerns from your list. Who can fault Aksu for leading for 85,000 here?
Yeah.
Once the raise comes in, though, you do begin to grow concerned about a hand that was so big on the flop that it wanted to check back. Stuff like 8-8, maybe even some 9-8 that was suited and getting out of line, and Karim moves all in for 860. Was a snap call there? Sure was.
Yeah, nothing they could do there. That turn was pretty cold for Aksu. And I think, barring a board pair or a king, we're going to say goodbye to Aksu.
Does have plenty of outs.
There's one of them.
Indeed. 9's full of 8s on the end, and these bad beats are coming fast and furious.
I don't know why I even brought up birds, because that's definitely not. My dad is a bird watcher, and he tried to get me to go bird watching with him as a child, and I'm sorry, Dad. That was never for me.
You know, I don't think my dad's drawn live to getting me to go bird watching as an adult, but certainly as a child, bird watching didn't rate too high. Maybe if it was in the wondrous years, you know, like 6, 7, 8 years old, where I really don't have much else going on, but catch me in High school?
No.
Dad, you want me to do what? Queen 8 is...
A very warm welcome back to the Merrick Crystal Cove Hotel. My name is David Laban. I will be taking it home tonight. I am joined by Darrow Kearney, my chip race co-host.
Yeah, very much looking forward to the next passage of play. We have a new feature table. We know some of the players on here. Notable that Dominic Panka and I believe Alexander Chernikov is the chip leader in the entire tournament at the moment. And we also have Maxim Shio, another deep run. He's the man who you may remember bubbled the final table of the warm-up, having come in to the last day as second in chips overall chip leader at the table.
Yeah, this is a really spicy table of 9, Dara. I'm very much looking forward to this one. As you mentioned there, Dominic Panka, probably the most well-known of these guys, but Chio obviously making a reputation for himself in this very casino. And yeah, Chernikov's got all the chips.
Yeah.
So this one could be fun. Bit of a concertina here. We've got a couple of shorties. We've got a few in the 20 to 30 zone, and then those 3 big stacks. Chernikov, Panka and Gabrielle. Very much looking forward to this. In case you're joining us late, it is that time of the evening where maybe there are some grinders out there settling in for a night of sit and goes, MTTs, spin and goes, or whatever takes your fancy. This is the Merit Poker Western Series 3K main event. It attracted well in excess of the 500 players required to hit the 1.5 million guarantee. Actually attracted over 700 to produce a prize pool of 2 million. And 89 of those players were paid, and 35 of them remain. Immediately we have an interesting hand, Dara.
Yeah, 14 big blind stack under the gun, ace 10 suited. You could shove this hand, but you can also do what he's done, which is to bring in for normal raise. Obviously, he's not going to get through Cabazet. He presumably will just 3-bet and commit against that stack.
Yeah, and he was obviously on the feature table in the second block today. Got a little bit lucky in that ace-king, jack-queen, huge confrontation, as those of you who've been tuning in will recall. The ace-king 3-bet the queen-jack, and the board came ace-king 10. They got it all in on the flop, and another king on the river meant a huge pot for Kavatse. We see here now he is working with big slicks suited.
Now, Raful only has 9 big blinds, so he'll probably see this as a good spot to put all of his chips in.
Well, lucky Mata not to have shoved his hand in this spot here.
Yeah, he has a very easy fold now when it comes back to him.
Very well played by Mata to go for the more nuanced open off that stack in early position. He will be relieved when he...
Pocket 8s actually was the best hand at the table, but facing that action, open 3-bet, cold 4-bet shove. And Raful's going to get the news. Now, obviously he's only got, well actually he only has 22% here. But he can win 1.34 million, 45 million for just an investment of 535,000. So there's a lot of dead money there. Some chops possible now.
Also had an ace.
I will take it for you.
I had pocket 8.
Raful on his feet.
If I know what they have, I call.
Well, the ace-10 would have found a way.
Yeah.
Had he shoved it in pre.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages of shoving in pre. You can't be bet off your equity.
And we do have a chop, 7 on the river. Both playing 7s and 3s with their ace kicker. Raful lives to fight another day. Darrow Kearney, you were just on a much shorter dinner break than I. That enabled me to have a much larger dinner than you. But
My dinner is larger than yours.
My dinner was a lot larger than yours, and went on for many more courses.
Your dessert seemed larger than my entire meal.
My dessert was, well, see, a friend had arrived and I thought I'd be a gracious host and pick up some extra desserts at the free all-you-can-eat buffet for him,
Yeah.
and then he just left me with all of them.
Yeah, that friend being infamous English grinder burgeroo, Phil Huxley, who you described as one event short of a package.
There is context. There is some context, of which I won't go into right now, but big Phil Huxley fan. We'll have no bad words said. We see Panka there, left of centre in the screen. He is very much the danger man at this table. 3.3 million in live tournament winnings over a career spanning over a decade now. He was, of course, the winner of the 2014 PCA. That was his big result. Third in EPT Malta in 2015.
Thank you.
He also won a 2014 EPT Deauville. That was the period where actually Panka was regarded by many to be one of the best in the world.
Yeah.
It was a purple patch there of about a year where it did seem like he came top 3 in almost everything he played.
Yeah, I played with Panka around that time, and there was definitely an air of menace, let's say.
There sure was. And no stranger to this casino as well. Plenty of Cypriot flags on his Hendon mob, and he was the high roller winner here in 2017. He's rocking the aviators, Dara.
Yes, indeed.
Well, a more hirsute Shiloh featured on umpteen tables during the warm-up. Looks like he's gone clean-shaven for the day that's in it, Dara, main event.
That's right. I knew there was something different about him. That's what it is.
Revealing a younger self.
He looks a lot younger, yeah.
He has 3-bet the ace-queen here to 350k. I'm going to assume willing to commit against Panka, and I would not be surprised if Panka came with the shove here. These guys playing only 26, 27 big blinds effective. Ace-jack suited. Hijack versus cutoff, Dara. He might go for this.
Yeah, he might do. Seems like the right type of hand. That's one of the reasons you 3-bet the ace-queen, to get the weaker aces in. You can also just flat,
well,
even though they're very shallow.
Looks like that is what he's going to do. I guess the suitedness of the ace-jack.
Suitedness of the ace-jack, if you are up against an ace which dominates you, there's only 2 aces left, so it's that much less likely you'll actually hit, and you can get away on a board with no ace on it. But you can also get rewarded by hitting your kicker.
Well, Shio obviously staring at the jack 8-8. Won't be loving having been flatted and now facing this board. Dara's a little awkward for him here. He obviously has to continue his story.
I think a tiny bet here makes sense, just focusing on folding out equity.
And it's fair to say Panka won't be convinced he's good yet, but maybe the low stack-to-pot ratio.
Low stack-to-pot ratio. If he happens to have one of his overpairs, then it's just a cooler. We can't really call with this hand and fold the jack-high board. He also has some backdoor clubs.
Yeah, one would assume that Panka will just flat here, obviously wanting the ace-kings and ace-queens to barrel again maybe on the turn, maybe even some lighter holdings in that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the
but
flat
he's
makes
going nowhere now.
Yeah, no, the flat makes perfect sense there, because if you do raise, you just fold out those hands that you're actually in great shape up against, and you won't fold queens, kings, or aces. So no point in raising there. I think Shio might be well served to just check now. This feels like a spot where he can't get any better hands to fold or worse hands to call.
Yeah, Panka
Yeah.
potentially in here with a hand like 9s or 7s, and they're pretty small portion of the overall range. Does Panka go for value himself now, Dara, or does he try to get one more bluff
I think he
out
has
of
to. I think he
Shiloh's
has to go
range.
for value because ace king or ace queen won't bet when check two, and he has to think that queens, kings, or aces would have put more money in on the turn. So he should have the best hand here now, almost always, and the stack to pot ratio is less than 1. It's very hard for him to have a bluff here. So small sizing makes sense.
What are the natural bluffs here, Darren? Maybe the queen 10 of diamonds, clubs, that kind of thing. It's hard to find
it's
them.
very
though.
hard, and I mean those hands might not even peel free flop this shallow. Yeah, very, very few natural bluffs here.
And tough spot here for Shiloh. Obviously beating those bluffs. He will be aware that he only charged Panka 200k on the flop, so he would have continued with the wide enough range. Maybe worried that he's being taken advantage of here. Looking for some physical information now. Always wise to give yourself a chance of picking something up there. I can't imagine Panka's going to give away too much.
No, he's always worn the sunglasses anytime I've played against him. So I guess that's very much part. He makes the side call there because he could be chopping against ace queen, which went for a blocker on the river. He gets the bad news. And Panka has the reputation of being a very, very aggressive player as well. That often gets in people's heads. They think he's bluffing all the time.
Just 5% of the field remain in this Merit Poker Western Series, 3.3k main event. For these guys this week who decided on the very attractive package being offered, any player willing to do something in the region of 12k in buy-ins, main event, side event, etc., was given free room and board in this all-inclusive resort. And for those who availed of that offer, this really is the big one.
Yeah. So we have an all-in here for 19 big blinds. Fairly standard over a cut-off raise with the pocket eights, and he won't get looked up by the queen 10.
Yeah, Chernikov, it's got to be say, a very entertaining presence on the last few tables. He has built a pretty big stack.
Well, I said he wouldn't get looked up, but yeah, no, he reached for chips, but then did push his cards away.
Yeah, Chernikov and Krakow have been battling for quite a while. Krakow, remember, the player who 3-bet folded the jacks to Chernikov's 4-bet shove about 3 hours ago. Crucial moment in the tournament. Krakow obviously deciding that his hand didn't do so well against the 4-bet range. He decided to live to fight another day, and he is still with us now with just 4 tables left. Panka happy to get in the mix here with the Jack 10-0 from early.
Yeah, he's definitely on the loose side. He's backing himself to make very good decisions post-flop.
you think he's also perhaps tapping into a general dynamic of tightness at the table? Does feel as though these guys are being a little bit more legit.
Yeah, hard to say. We haven't seen many hands yet, but that's possible as well. They've obviously been playing together for a while off stream as well, so.
Yeah, this table being featured for the second time, obviously slightly different personnel from the first time round, but plenty of survivors.
Yeah, the A7 might be tempted to just stick it in now because it is Panka. A7 also wouldn't be a hand that you would always feel great about putting in against an early position raiser, but when it's Dominic Panka, you're going to be ahead more often than not.
Yeah, you'd almost feel like it was a cut-off raise range, perhaps.
Yeah, instead he has gone for the call, which plays into Panka's hands because now he gets to play in position. They both miss, so and Panka takes it down there with a small bet, which is gonna. That's why you're not well advised to just flatten those pots against someone like Panka. You just play into his hands because he's going to win all the pots that you both miss.
Take a chance. Maybe it will be exciting. I will just pass and I will cut.
Okay, so we have an all-in here, which I'll be commenting on my own because David is attempting to kill a mosquito, the biggest mosquito I've ever seen. And he's using GTO Poker Simplified as a mosquito swatter. And Sandra Gal tanking here. It's a 9 big blind shove. He's got king queen. David is now throwing his shoe against ceiling to try and kill the mosquito. And he's swatting at it. He's reminiscent of a young Daniel Day-Lewis in Room with a View.
Good luck.
So he has made the call. He's got the king queen, which is very competitive, obviously, but still behind. He's going to need to hit, or Mata will double up, and Sanjargal will take a big hit. Turn is safe, so he needs a king or a queen, and no king or queen on the river. Mata does double up with the ace.
Happy landing. Happy landing.
ايه ما طمنتنا حتى لو طب القص بدل بده 10.
اجا الموف قلنا لكم انه جيم جايز.
If anyone thinks I'm making up the story about David Gunn mosquito hunting, go to my Instagram story. I have put a picture or a story up there rather.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
He's still on the trail here. If the stream goes dead, you'll know that it's because David basically milled into the equipment. Victoria Savine in the chat says, how can anyone have a read on Panka's statue? Yeah, he's an absolute statue at the table. I can confirm that having played with him. Maxim Shio folding his Jack-6. David has now accepted defeat. He's sitting back down sadly, putting his headset back on. A failed mosquito hunter.
It's like that episode of Breaking Bad where there's a fly in the
Because my parents are American.
laboratory.
It is the biggest mosquito I've ever seen.
It's a giant mosquito, and it is definitely a mosquito because it's bit me twice.
So it's personal.
So it's my blood in him,
Yeah.
or in her actually. It's always a female.
Chernikov really stepping out of line here, opening the 9-7 suited in early position.
Yes, yes.
Probably, oh no, he's just flatted the jacks. And that might bring in Sandragal with the ace-4 suited.
A shame we cannot meet in our country.
David's now wearing his shoe as a glove, ready to swat the mosquito if she shows her face again.
She shows her pregnant belly again. That's why she wants my blood.
So Sandra Girl does make the call. Gabriel now will be tempted even with a hand as weak as 6-3.
I've never seen anyone have any problem with anyone. The poker is the solution for people.
Craig always right. Yep, that is Dominic Panka on screen. On the right of your screen. Not involved in this hand, but has been involved in quite a few hands already on the feature table. So the 6-3 flops a gut shot. The jacks are still an overpair. The 9-7 also has a gut shot. And the ace-4 has a gut shot. So they all have a bit of something here. David made his play there. I'm not sure whether he got the mosquito or not. Almost took out our Wi-Fi.
I think I did it.
You think?
Well,
Any evidence on your shoe?
no. And no blood on my hand. But I felt like my line was good.
It did feel like it was, and she's moving rather slowly because she's very heavily pregnant.
Let's not anthropomorphize the mosquito. So looks like the gutters are going to stick around.
Two of them anyway. The S4 folded. So none of the draws get there, so the jacks will feel a lot better about the situation now. Gut shots, of course, lose their value. Although actually, the 9-7 has become open-ended now. Ironically, he does need a jack, and two of them in Cavez's hands make that less likely. But Chernikov has come out betting. He's betting his open-ender. Cavez still has the overpair to the board.
It's becoming a little uncomfortable, isn't it, Dara?
Yeah. Pushes out a stack of chips that represents a call, and jack on the river would be carnage, obviously. Will Chernikov find the bluff if he misses? Well, the ace is a decent enough card for him, although it's hard to think of what aces he would bet on the turn.
Yeah, it feels like he's sort of repping ace-10, maybe ace-8.
Yeah, it probably has to be ace-10 or ace-8 suited, maybe. Ace-5 suited, ace-2 suited. I guess there's a decent number. Can't be ace-5 well, no. There's only 3 combos of ace-5 suited. And only 2 of the others, so. But he does throw out the bet, and this is very uncomfortable now, but he makes a quick call, makes a correct call.
Huge moment there. Big
Huge,
pot. 4.3 million.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cabeza played his jacks very passively and reaped the benefits.
It was a fishy enough story by the river, wasn't it,
It
Tara?
was. It was just difficult to find the ace-x that took that line. One of the most common misconceptions about poker is that you have to be aggressive, but there are spots where that sort of passive, trappy style actually pays off more. And it's quite a big setback for Chernikov. He lost quite a few chips in that pot.
Yeah, big backward step.
Pocket 6 is in the hijack for the man who just won the last big pot. Imagine he's going to open this. Fours on the button with 22 big blinds. This might be a spot where he thinks he can shove, get a lot of hands to fold, and be flipping a lot of the time when he's called. Can also just call, keep the pot small.
If he was to shove the 4s here, Dara, and it gets back to Kabatsa, is this close?
It's very close, yeah.
I wouldn't be loving it.
No,
It's not a fist pump get in with 6s by any means.
Definitely wouldn't be.
He has just flatted, as you said, Dara. Going to try and navigate this one in position.
Yeah. Yeah, it's against late position opener. 4s becomes less difficult to play in position. You can call 1 on a lot of boards. And then if you flop your set, you can obviously get paid as well.
This might be one of those.
Yeah. Yeah, he has backdoor straight to go with his pair, and this is a board where Cabeza won't have a pair very often.
Is this a spot perhaps, Dara, where Cabeza bets, Sanjurgal does get stationary for one street, and then if Cabeza shuts down, actually he might get it taken off him.
Cabeza might shut down, and you could imagine Sanjurgal then betting, thinking he's trying to protect his hand.
Yeah.
Well, the 2 is a brick.
And it is exactly the kind of card that might induce that type of play. Kabatse may feel as though he has a check. There's no draws, really.
There's no draws.
So if Sanjurgal does go for a bet here, feeling like he's protecting his hand, it may look like a bet trying to get value from a queen more than anything else. When you think about the button flatting range, it would contain quite a lot of queen X.
Yeah, it would do, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think well predicted. He is going to bet here. He doesn't think he's bluffing here. He thinks he's denying equity to hands like Ace-X, King-X.
A fascinating hand so far that we somewhat predicted, even from the pre-flop and that flop.
Yeah, and you have to fold there. I mean, we can see that Sanjurgal has 4s, but you're really only beating 4s and 5s at that point. He can have the queen, he can have the 7, he can have a higher pair than 6s. Power of position there. That's why you can flat pre-flop. You can make that position work for you post-flop.
And Sanjagol immediately with the Django's now.
Cold water and 1 espresso. ابدا من تقريبا يمكن اللي يقولين لك اولو 40 بيج بلايند اذا فتح فلوب حلو بقى ما هو قصه شو القصه اللي معه عم يضرب على الثاني عرفت؟
I don't know how to play them from here. Really? You fold or you play now in this situation?
Fold.
اشكان عمل لي هيك قلت $10 كبيت له اياها. بتعمل بلبنان بس
عايش دبي اشتغل فوركس كريبتو وبلعب.
David's gone back to war with the mosquito.
لقط عيون.
If they can keep the white registration ticket all the time in front of their chips. This is a very important information for us.
بورينج
هيدا هالقد زيد هيدا؟
Player chips.
هيدا جايب هالقد هيك؟
ايه عرض.
So Shio's all in here with the ace-6, but we're up against another ace-6. Oh my goodness. How well does Dominic Panka run? He hasn't just flopped a free roll, he's flopped a flush draw. And Shio is holding his breath here. He wants a black card. Very much wants a black card. It's not a black card, but it's a heart. And you could see it there, he thought for a minute that might be a diamond, but it wasn't. So he gets the chop. Question from Barry Carter: who are the production team behind this? Feels very trite and really good quality stuff. Yeah, it's our friends at Sharehands, and they really are the best of the best when it comes to this.
Oh, they certainly are.
Have Chivas biscuit, full ice cream. Thank you.
So he's still short after that chop pot. He found himself short after losing with the ace-queen to Panka's ace-jack. But he's still alive. So small blind against big blind. These are always interesting spots because of the wide ranges. Chernikov has reasons to bet here, but he decides to check, not wanting to bet his gut shot. Krakow has ace high. He has showdown, less reasons to bet. But he is going to bet. Just try and fold out all the misses. Deny equity here to hands like 9-7 with no club. But Chernikov is not easily deterred. He's hanging on with just a gut shot and not even a club.
Thank you. You can take this too. Yes,
The ace gives Krakow top pair now. Chernikov has absolutely nothing. Krakow probably wants to bet again. A lot of one club hands in Chernikov's range. This bet does make more sense. We can get called by a lot of worse hands now. We can obviously get called by all the cards that are on the board that make one pair. We can also get potentially called by one club hands.
Next big blind.
Looks like they're moving somebody.
Yeah, we need to balance these guys up now. Looks like we're down to 8-handed play. 4 tables.
Question in the chat from Johnny Xan. Where is Krakow from? He's actually from Israel. Quite a lot of Israelis have made this trip. Again, this is a very multinational table. We've Lebanon, Mongolia, Poland, France, Russia, Israel, Saudi Arabia and Syria all represented.
Is it a good sign or a bad sign?
So Raful's under the gun. He only has less than 8 big blinds, 7.75 big blinds. Decides 2s isn't good enough to go with. Gabriel folds ace jack. No, sorry, it's folded to ace jack. It wasn't the pair who folded there. So ace jack suited will be opening here. Panka folds his king 5. Shio folds his 7-6.
And Cabeza gonna defend here most likely. Suited king 7, certainly a qualifier. Gabriel is gonna stab here, it would seem. Chips in hand. And a quick release. King high and backdoors, not enough to tempt Cabeza.
No.
Quick scoot around. That's why you noticed I wasn't
David's gone running off around the room
commentating
again.
for a couple of minutes. There was definitely nothing to do with the mosquito that I've still failed to murder, and everything to do with the fact that I ran around looking at the chip counts as they balanced up there. Edward Barsagian is our chip leader in the tournament right now, 6.5 million. Chernikov, you see on screen. Obviously, he has lost some chips back, but still very much in the mix. Love this guy's name. What a poker name this is, Dara, from Germany. Justice Held.
That's amazing.
That is one of the best poker names I've seen.
I have been enjoying the reports from the PSPC of a player called Moron. It's made for some great headlines like Moron makes 2 pair on river against Haxton.
Oh, Chernikov.
Oh, look at this. Oh, Chernikov. He's drifted back from the.
He's just flatted Dara. Oh, this is.
Oh, he slit the trap here.
This is sneaky.
Yeah, this could bring in Krakow now.
This could bring in a squeeze from any number of people behind.
Yeah, King Jack is the kind of hand you would throw into your squeezing range sometimes. Doesn't play particularly well 3-way.
Chernikov is laying the trap for all of his table mates here. Everyone acting. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Kabatsa has also got queens. These guys have no outs between them, Dara.
This is so cruel. This is so cruel.
He's going to squeeze to about 500 here.
Sanjargal
will just stick it in, and Chernikov's plan, the best laid plans.
And maybe the queens get away then, the second queens.
Yeah, Kabatsa will probably get away somehow. When the overcall comes in, that will look a little bit more transparently like what it is.
Yeah.
No doubt he will try and sell us an acting performance worthy of a GPI award.
Yeah, he pulls back a small blind and piles out a heap of chips.
This is really, really sick here.
And
two queens.
This wouldn't be a good time. Well, actually, maybe the Jack 4 is probably thinking now with less than 6 big blinds and all this money in the pot, maybe I stick it in. Stick in the Robbie hand.
He is considering it. We also may be on a ladder jump, are we, Dara?
No, I don't think we are. Although we could be, I guess. They're probably coming. The last one was at 35. David's really going for the mosquito now. If you hear clapping in the background, it's not actually clapping. We don't actually have a live audience in here applauding our every word. David's examining his hands now and looking very disappointed that there's no evidence of dead mosquito. So now these queens effectively facing a squeeze with less than 30 big blinds. Difficult to see him do anything other than shoving here.
Oh, Chernikov, it is just played into his hands
Chernikov
so
is sitting there going, oh my God. There are literally cash signs going off in his eyes there. And if he sees the two hands, it's just such an amazing spot.
Well, it's a small point, but he would rather get it in against the queens of Kabatsa because he covers both of those suits.
Yeah.
Two live suits in Sanjargal's hands.
You can see three-way Kabatsa is actually dead because he can't even hit a flush. But Sanjargal has two 4-flush draws. And he's doing a very good impression of a man who is
impatiently waiting to fold his hands.
Yeah, just like fold over. He's given this a lot of thought, Sanjargal, to be fair.
Yeah, Sanjargal has to go with his hands. There's nothing he can do.
No,
28 deep. This is
28 deep.
a pretty cool spot actually, because he's probably presuming a lot of 3-bet.
Clock has been called.
He's flatted, Tara.
Oh, he's flatted. And now what does Chernikov do?
Oh, this makes it very, very interesting. I don't think Chernikov wants two hands in here if he can avoid it.
He would love those two hands, but...
But everything else looks incredibly strong. He 4-bets to 2 million, so he does drop the hammer on both of these guys now. Yeah. Well... Wow. Could they both get away?
It's very weird action.
It's so weird.
Very weird action.
But credit to Chernikov for having the bravery to flat these aces and try to light the fuse for some madness.
Yeah, I mean, although I guess if he 3-bets, the Kabatsa just 4-bet shoves the queens. So it's not necessarily even the case that he is going to win more this way. It's just a trickier line.
I wonder how much Kabatsa is thinking this feels like jacks versus this is a trap.
He said all in, so he's clearly in the jacks camp. And now will Sanjargal get away?
Well, we thought one of the queens might get away.
Yeah.
We actually thought it might be the other.
Sanjargal has put in a third of his stack almost with queens, but he really doesn't like this. He's counting a stack to see how much has gone in there.
I think you can let this go now.
Yeah, it does feel like one of them has to have kings or aces.
You've got queens, so putting Kabatsa on queens very unlikely.
The horrible niggling doubt in your mind is that they both could have ace-king. No, he's made a great fold there. Great fold.
And when the other queens are turned over...
He's going to feel so good.
Same hand.
Same hand.
He tells the queens he's dead.
Queens? Yeah. He saved me. Yeah.
He saved me.
I will hold.
Wow, we are about to watch an almost 10 million pot, ladies and gents. Eyes down. 17% is not the real odds here.
No.
It is much closer to...
He needs to hit a straight. He needs to hit a straight. The only way he can get out of this is a straight, or if the a flush or a straight comes on the board.
Mr. Jackie.
for a chop.
Jackie.
Yeah.
He's Jackie.
He can only be saved.
No, can.
Jack them.
Well, he's got 2 hearts. Neither of them have a heart. No, that doesn't help.
No, it's very
not
hard.
sure. Not sure where I'm going with that. He's actually. He's not 8% now, is he, David?
No, the 2 queens would give him 8%. He's actually dead.
He's dead. Yeah.
Huh?
Yep.
3-bet call.
9.3 million in this pot. Chernikov already has
He's doing
a
the
couple of
victory
million
flex.
behind. He is well over 10 million now, ladies and gents.
That is sick. Pure sickness. Aces against 2 pairs of queens. One of the queens actually managed to get away.
You are looking at our new chip leader here in the Merit Poker Western Series 3.3K main event. He's a wrecking ball right now, Darren.
It's a wrecking ball, and one of the happiest men at that table is Sandragal. He lost a third of his stack almost that hand, but he managed to make a great escape.
Yeah, by just flatting the queens in that spot, he got away. If he shoves, maybe Kabetza gets away. A very sneaky trap there by our chip leader.
Tony and Baran. Corner 515, you table open.
They are counting them down. Of course. Yeah, he is covered.
He's covered, yeah. It was pretty close. They had to count down the stacks. What an incredible pickup that is for
You saved me.
Chernikov.
You saved me. He's delighted about that.
Yeah.
As he walks out the door,
that's great consolation.
having done his half 5 million chip stack.
Yeah.
Thanks, I'm delighted. Enjoy your million. I hope you
spin it up.
What a hand.
Chernikov has so many chips, he's having difficulty pulling them all in.
It's going to take a colour up.
Russian bear.
The Russian bear.
Shout out to Alex O'Brien here in the chat. Just got a message from her. She said she managed to snag herself a seat in an online tournament while watching us. We get 5% each, don't we, Darren? That's the case?
I think it's at least 5%.
At least 5. Thanks for tuning in again, Alex. We really appreciate it. Well, I have to catch my breath, Dara. It's sometimes the case that when you play aces trappily, you fall into the trap yourself. Not so that time.
No, it worked out for him that time. To be honest, I think he was always probably getting the queens in there. If he 3-bets, I don't think the queens are going to fold. But high drama. When you started, it's always the case. I thought you were going to say something like it's always the case when you go hunting mosquitoes. You almost miss a cooler on the feature table.
Well, I haven't got her yet, so that moment will come though, Dara.
There is a lot of debate in the chat about whether that was poor play by Kabetza, whether he could get away with the queens. What do you think, David?
It was a very funky situation altogether. I do think he could have got away, if I'm honest, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it is possible. I think when the caller back raises, it does feel like a springing trap.
Yeah.
As much as I do love a trappily played hand myself, I feel like when you do drop the hammer like that with the 2 million,
yeah,
it does sort of give it away a little bit. And and almost like every action you do gives it away a
Well,
little
no
bit.
matter what you do, it's going to
unless you
look
flat
strong, yeah.
again, which is dangerous.
Yeah.
As we see this next hand play out, Sandragal in the big blind with a flush draw, Krakow, top, Panka, bottom pair, top kicker. It could be Panka who bets this. funky amount of equity on this board. Not sure here up against a button flat and a big blind defend. If you want to bet this 3, Dara, do you think he ever does?
Seems a bit. I mean, I guess it's a multi-purpose bet. If they all fold, even if they have nothing, you fold out equity. You kind of take the betting lead, maybe get to see the turn.
I feel when you're as good as Panka, you don't mind beginning a story now, fearless in the context of how you might then follow with more chips later.
Yeah.
When you have that sort of game, I think you can proceed here as he has done with a small bet, looking to maybe, as you say, Dara, a multi-purpose, deny equity from some, but also begin a story.
Yeah, it would be a disaster for him if he hit the case ace, because that would make Krakow 2 pair. Sandrigal has the nut flush draw.
Yeah, no one going away here.
He's moved all in. Okay, so he's decided to play his flush draw quickly.
And Krakow's not going anywhere,
quickly,
Dara.
no, Krakow's not going anywhere. He's got top pair, top kicker.
1-1.
1-1?
Yeah. And something.
Sorry.
Yes.
And the heart hits, and that will be it. Sandrigal gets there.
And the sound you may have heard there is the mosquito being vanquished. I'm actually going to claim the kill because
You stunned him, Dara.
I believe I stunned him. He fell onto my.
You stunned him. He fell
trousers.
onto your lap, and then once he fell on the ground, he tried to move, and we.
Oh,
got him.
he was still moving. Okay.
Oh
fair
no, yeah,
enough.
we got him with the shoe then.
Okay, so mosquito down.
Oh, guys, that feels so good. I feel like normal service has finally resumed. It was preoccupying me terribly there.
Yeah, it really was like that episode of Breaking Bad with the fly. It became the whole purpose, the whole focus of your existence.
No, I have to give top marks to Dara. He did the hand clap that knocked him to his trouser leg, and then once stunned, well, I was sort of like the goal poacher then, Dara.
Yeah.
I was sort of 1 yard
The
out.
Ronaldo.
I was 1 yard out.
Ronaldo flicking your hair at the ball, claiming the goal.
Was a bit like that, I won't lie. Okay, so to catch you all guys up, the flush draw got there. The player who folded the queens has now found a double up.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
he survived somehow.
He's been rewarded. He got back all of the chips that he, with interest there, that he had to fold away.
Oh, I feel so good. I can take my jacket off again.
Yeah.
We did it.
We did.
What a team.
Team effort, team chip race. Available to kill for all your mosquito killing needs.
Raful, all you can eat here, which is not too much, just 5 bigs here on the button. He gets it through though. Handy pickup.
يعني بعد ما قصلك chances. لا والله ما يقصر. أقول لك أنا معي 7
So Chernikov opens up with the queen 10 in early position. Very loose open, but he does have the stack to do it now. Krakow briefly considered shoving queen jack, which would have been in amazing shape in this instant, but not that often. Some very short stacks at the table now. Raful behind has 7.75 big blinds. Can't imagine I think there must be some stalling going on for money jumps now. He's looking at the clock. He has 10-7. He's never sticking this in, so a bit of stalling going on for the pay jump. Pocket twos makes the call though in the small blind. The ace 10-6 is not what you want to see with pocket twos. Expect this to go check bet fold. Although, no, it's actually gone check check. That's interesting. Decision not to bet. I guess he's just trying to take his 10 to showdown against the chip leader. Or sorry, not against the chip leader. The chip leader is taking his 10 to showdown. And he's happy to win the pot with the 10.
The information for all the players and spectators is that our last tournament for tonight in the schedule will be at 9:30, which will be in 15 minutes time, and is a satellite into the high roller.
You can hear the announcement there if you can hear them. The satellite to the high roller.
In the tomorrow high roller. So once again, last tournament.
High roller starting here tomorrow. We'll be covering that on Friday, final table. Chernikov again finds a hand he can open, ace 10 off. Raful has a tempter this time. Jack 8 suited against the chip leader seems to be opening every hand. But I think he'll probably, yeah, he'll wait for a little while and then fold.
להבטיח עכשיו הרמה של 2.3.
And yeah, he makes the slow fold there. David loves to see it. Master tanking.
Just logical.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about tanking in your absence, Dara, when it was myself and Ali in the booth.
We talked quite a bit in your absence as well. Mostly about you, it has to be said.
No, I'm going to have to watch that back now. Basically about the value of the click, that the tank click in that spot in the context of an online tournament, let's say a $50 online tournament, could be a $7, $8 pay jump. It's a very good click in the context of your 2,000 click hour.
Yeah.
That'll be one of the most profitable clicks. Well, it's sort of a version of that, only for a lot more money.
Yeah, we actually saw in the last passage of play when you weren't here, player did that. He left one big blind behind because it was on a pay jump. And I was kind of rooting for him to have to pretend to have a decision with the one big blind and wait for clock to be called on him. But before it got back to him, the pay jump bubble actually went. So he snap called when it came back.
Okay.
But it looked super weird. He basically left one big blind. And I was saying, well, that's because he's going to take his time when it... Oh, no, he's actually
Oh,
snap
he's just
called.
it's fine.
So Krakow again. Raful falls quickly this time. That's interesting.
Yeah, a little inconsistent.
Maybe there's a blind increase coming. I think we're near the blind. Yeah, we're very near the blind increase. So I think he wants to pay the smaller big blind ante.
Oh yes, he cottoned onto that.
Yeah. Or else, are they going on a break? A lot of the players are leaving the table. No, he's come back. So yeah, it may be that.
I think I know what's happening there. They've heard about our mosquito issue and they want to watch.
They're concerned.
They're concerned for us. And they want to check in the booths. Have they dealt with that?
Rumor that two Irish lads who have no idea how to deal with mosquitoes are locked in with a mosquito.
sucks.
So Shio's not stalling, even though he's very short. You might need to have a word with him, David. I have a bit of a story about Shio, actually. So last night after I finished commentary, I sent David a message asking if he was still awake, and he said, yeah, he was up at reception. So I walked from the commentary booth up to reception, and I saw David sitting down talking to Luke, the Frenchman that we had on the feature table last thing, that I knew David was friends with. And I talked to him for a while. He started telling me about a hand that he wasn't sure about. And then I thought, it's very strange that David hasn't said anything yet. I was sitting beside David. So I looked at David, or what I thought was David, but it was actually that man on screen, Maxime Shio.
Handsome lad.
Handsome lad, obviously, yeah. And I think I covered for it very well, because then I asked him, I expressed condolence with him about his warm-up run and asked him how he's going in the main event. I managed to I think I got away with the fact that I basically thought that he was lapping.
Nicely done.
Question from Alex O'Brien in the chat. Would you guys say Chernikov can pretty much open with anything considering his stack size? I wouldn't say absolutely anything. That's too wide, but anything decent, like any suited connector, any pair, any ace, any Broadway hand can be open from pretty much any seat. David's now, I think he's making a movie of the Mosquito being vanquished.
Always making content, Dar.
Indeed.
Ever the content creator.
Yeah, look for that opus on his Twitter. So Sandrigal with the pocket threes under the gun, facing off against a very short stack Raful. What's Raful doing here, flatting? I guess he's just looking to flop equity. He has a little bit of everything. He's got backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, king high. Stack to pot ratio is less than 1. Can't imagine he's checking to call a bet here, so maybe he's giving up. Yeah, Sandrigal, recognizing his size, moves all in, but really the all in is for less than pot because of Raful's stack, and I guess Raful is going to fold his king now.
Yeah.
He had 29% equity, almost the price to call if you could see Sandrigal's hand, but that's only because his king and his 9 are both good as well, and the 3s could even get counterfeited if it came queen 7. Now he's super short.
As we zoom out for a moment, the blinds are going up here, 40-80k with an 80k big blind ante. Alexander Chernikov, well, what a pot that was. He decided to lay a trap, and boy, oh boy, did his opponent fall in. Queens versus aces, we saw that a pair of queens got folded, so it wasn't much of a sweat there. Dominic Panka in second place at this feature table. He's right up there among the highest chip counts as well, 66 bigs, 5.2. At the other end of the spectrum, Shio, Krakow and Raful, Dara, 7 bigs, 6 bigs and 4 bigs. Something's got to give.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 really short stacks there.
And it's a little bit tricky for these guys. We mentioned it on a prior segment. Big stacks obviously want to play deep against one another. These short stacks are a little bit pesky, getting in the way here, sort of maybe keeping some of the big stacks a little more honest, since they will be pot committed.
So, how much is 125, sorry.
Blinds are 160.
Yeah, Gabriel hasn't realized that the blinds have gone up, so he tried to raise to 125. It's now going to be a min raise, I guess.
Yeah, that will just about be ruled a min raise to 160.
Yeah, but 125. Are you sure it's just a call or a raise? Can you call
Oh,
the floor?
Panka's going to be right here.
Yeah, Panka will be right.
Just a call?
It's more than 50%.
125. Big. No.
He didn't actually say the word raise, though.
50,
50-50.
But there was a multiple chips went out, so
50%, 55% больше 100.
no harm to get the floor involved for these small procedural things.
Половина 120,
You love a good floor call.
Love a nice bit of procedure.
160.
It has been ruled 160 now.
Yeah.
I think that's the right decision. Panka
Yeah.
right behind with the same hand. Lets it go. Shio desperate for a spot. Chernikov more than happy to get involved here now with a big stack. Flats the king jack. And again, short stack. Krakow looking for a spot, just 6 bigs, lets this one go. And we may see a pot here develop between two of the larger stacks. Sandragal in the mix here with the ace-9 of diamonds too. He's flopped open-ended. Gabriel is going to take a stab here on a very wet middly board. Not sure I love this bet. Chernikov is going to float, pure float really, and Sandragal with 2.8 million, some newfound wealth. Certainly not going away to this 200k. The question is, does he turn his hand into a semi-bluff? I think calling is probably the best way to proceed.
We're down to 29 now. We're not that far off the 3-table redraw as well. Looks like we might have a new mosquito on the scene. David's sprung into action.
The ace-9 folds, Dara. That's a curiosity for me. Obviously, maybe feeling as though a heart wouldn't have been good. Maybe the 9 of hearts, or the Jack of Hearts, or 6 of Hearts were not clean outs.
Yeah, definitely curious.
I just posted a video called the Mosquito episode of the behind-the-scenes footage from Merritt's commentary booth. I feel like we're about to have a sequel.
Yeah, Revenge of the Mosquito.
Chernikov loving life right now, wielding this 120 big blind stack. Remember, there are 29 players left. Average on the final table will be something in the region of 8 million. He's already got 9. So 4 times average, or thereabouts. Raful does commit with the King 10 now. Obviously 3 bigs. Dire straights here. Feels like Chernikov's open could be on the lighter side. Decides I'll go up against that hand, and there's some dead money. in the mix potentially too. That is going to bring in Gabriel, though, getting a great price here. He can call the 240. It's a closed raise now, so Chernikov only one option, and that's to complete this 40. 840 in the middle. Dry side pot. No great reason to bet into this. Unimproved. Raful jumps into a commanding lead here. We are likely to see him stick around well. He won't want to make 2 pair now. And they do check it down quickly. Raful will have been a little bit fearsome of the ace on the turn, but he's going to get the good news here that he has more than tripled up. 240 becomes 840, Darren. That feels good.
He's dwindled down, but he's been very, very patient, and he gets the more than triple up. So we have more than 560 people watching us on the official channel on YouTube now. If you are watching on one of the other channels and you're wondering why we're not reading your chat comments, we are just following the live chat on the official Merit channel.
But we do still throw you the appropriate amount of love.
Absolutely.
Which is slightly less than the people who went to the official channels.
Yeah.
Just slightly less.
But yeah, if you are on the official channel and you want to ask us any questions or comment on David's mosquito catching prowess, we will try and respond to any chat.
So confirmation there. We will have a 3-table redraw. We didn't do a 3-table one in the warm-up, but that was complicated by the fact that we went to a new day at 19.
Yeah.
I think when common sense wins the day in situations like that, it's for everyone's betterment. Shio, he's got 7 bigs. Queen 10 offsuit here. A lot of poker for Shio this week. 2 deep runs, but it does seem as though disappointment may be on the horizon as a dominating hand, Krakow.
Ilane.
Smallest of silver linings, he isn't covered, but he will be down to just 1 big blind. If he doesn't manage to crack the ace-queen here. Disappointed to see the particular holding in Krakow's hand. Don't blame Shio, obviously looking for a spot. Anything Broadway would do in that situation. Blinds were coming around again. And whoa, well, there we go. A great start for Shio, who has turned the tables immediately. There I was, beginning the first paragraph of his eulogy. Well, was I a little too soon? Queen of diamonds in Shio's hand. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. The cruelest way to go.
Oh.
Krakow. He stood up momentarily. They are going to count it down here. Shio, teased by the dealer. Going to be left with a single big blind now after that. It was looking so good. But alas, the Frenchman. It's fair to say he's played some fantastic poker this week. It's also fair to say that down the home straight he has been a bit unlucky, Dara.
He has been, yeah. Yeah, certainly has been.
Button move.
Is this anti-first or BB first?
He's asking whether it's anti-first or big blind first, which matters now. He's so short here.
Anti-first?
Looks like it's anti-first, which is more bad news for him if that's the case.
So all he can do is win his ante. Is that essentially how it goes, Dara?
Yeah.
So he's got to survive quite a few hands now.
He's already all in with no big blind in front of him. All he can win is his ante back.
And then it will be immediately committed in, well, most of it will be committed in the small the next
Yeah,
hand.
the only thing is, even if he folds down to half a big blind, he can still win the ante anytime he sticks it in the next orbit.
Well, Shio will go to showdown with this Jack 7 offsuit. Krakow likely to contest here. He might even go all in himself for 13, 14 bigs. Knowing that you're going to showdown no matter what changes it somewhat. No fold equity, but obviously you're up against a random hand. And there isn't much to win, Tara.
No.
By virtue of the fact that there's no big blind in play, there's actually far less to win. The risk reward very much sabotaged by that setup.
Yeah, it's there's always a debate over big blind first or ante first. I personally prefer big blind first to avoid the situation where all you can do is win your money back.
Raful unlikely to get involved here. Again, bear in mind the very different risk reward at play here when the ante goes in, no big blind with it, and the small blind. It's not as big a prize, and interestingly now for Sandragal, that may earn Krakow the fold in this spot. Was there more to play for? One feels Krakow goes with a lighter range. Feels a little bit stronger. Will it be just enough to nudge out the dominating hand of Sandragal here? This is very close, actually.
Yeah, it really is. Super close. Almost half his stack. 40% of his stack. How do you feel about your ace 10? Yeah, he lets it go.
I like that fold on balance. We see obviously that in this instance it would have been good, but I do like that fold.
Yeah, so Shio's got 35% here. But unfortunately for him, he can only win back his ante.
And no help thus far for Shio, down to just a jack or a 7.
Got some running straight cards, but that's it. And there's a
There's
7.
a 7.
He's
So
pulled ahead. He may be sticking around a little while longer. And he will.
So, Dara, an interesting spot about to transpire for Shio. He's going to be in the small blind with quite a lot committed, but then there is some value to folding your small blind, leaving yourself very short still, getting a whole orbit in to maybe find a better spot, plus the possibility of a ladder jump, which is a huge result when you are literally sitting there with half a big.
Yeah. I mean, back in the old day with the traditional ante, it was a no-brainer, get in any 2 from the small blind, but with not posting an ante every hand, if he folds himself down to half a big blind, what will actually happen is if when he shoves that half a big blind, he can win the entire big blind ante, and he can win the small blind, and he can win a half a blind from the big blind. So he can actually win the same amount. So he should actually fold any below average hand in this spot.
Yeah, and if there's some protection from a shover, Dara, because there are a couple of shorter stacks about. That's actually quite a good spot to get in behind them.
Yeah, he could get a better spot if somebody else. It's actually better for him if somebody else raises ahead, because then he can win the big blind, the ante, plus the money of the other player.
So this might be that very spot, Dara. Obviously, as mentioned, there could be
I think he's already put the chips in.
He has thrown it in here, so he likes the Jack 10. I think that's correct, to be honest. He's getting the protection from Raful. If Chernikov folds the big blind.
I'm not sure he can put. He can have looked at his cards. If he looked at his cards and put the money in, then he's acting out of turn. I think he put the money in before the cards were dealt. Yeah.
So protection from Raful. Shilo gets it in here. 75k. We see it's an effective quadruple up.
Yeah, and he's got 36% again, so he's as good a spot as he's going to get. Okay, he's hit his jack, but unfortunately for him, there's a king as well. So Raful, who's still short himself, is still ahead, but he does have 5 outs still.
Oh,
And there's, he pulls ahead, but a lot of outs for Raful now. An ace, a king, a queen, or a 5 for the cruelest of counterfeits. But the 7 is safe, and Shio is suddenly...
He's not too far behind where he was a few moments ago.
No. And while he stacks his chips, we have a question in the chat. Kevin Thiel, what are the payouts? Well, at the moment, all of the players are guaranteed $11,535. The next pay jump is at 26, and then obviously the payouts rise slowly till the final table. The first player eliminated on the final table will get 37,000. The next few pay jumps are in the 12,000 region. And then the top 3 has that unusual feature, which we'll talk about in a minute, that David pointed out earlier. Third is 168,000, second is 274,000, and first is 372,000, which actually means that the pay jump from third to second is greater than the pay jump from second to first. The pay jump from third to second is 106,000. And the pay jump from second to first is less than 100,000.
Yeah, it is a curious feature of the payouts here. We saw it in the warm-up. We wondered if it was a glitch in the matrix.
You can see on screen there are 28 players left, so I think there's a redraw when they get down to 27. So if you're short stacked, that's another reason to potentially start stalling.
Yeah, or if the big blind's about to come round.
Yeah. Or if the big blind's about to come around,
you might be free rolling and drawing the button in the next one.
Even if you're not short stacked.
I know.
Yeah. These small edges, considerations of the pro in spots such as this. And please don't go away while they do the redraw. I don't think we'll be taking a break. We will probably just be watching it all happen.
Yeah. Not to make a liar of you, David, but I just had word from the producer that there will be
I think we should take a break, Tara.
17-minute break.
I think we should take a short break.
17 minutes
I think
sounds about
everybody
right.
has probably...
Shio moves all in. The king 9 suited. Can he get the mother of all spins going? Now Chernikov is not going to fold his king queen. So Raful, he might be just stalling here, or he might genuinely be thinking of getting in the ace-4 suited. It's a tricky enough spot. We can see he's actually ahead and he's in great shape. So, what's happened here? Can't see with the player holding his hand in the way. Has he put the chips in? Looks like he might have just made the call. Yeah, he's made the call, so he's very little behind. He's hit 2 pair. He feels very good about his hand now. If he checks now, Chernikov might stick him in, thinking his king-queen is the best, but no, it looks like it's going check-check. I think he probably wants to start betting now. Maybe a small bet here. One big blind I kind of like. Might go with the chip leader into doing something. Now, Chernikov will have to think, well, he would never do this without something. There is no side pot. And he does fold. And bad news for Shio is he's drawing dead. So that will actually be the redraw. We lose Shio on the feature table. Did nothing wrong, just wasn't his day. He just doesn't run well on feature tables, it looks like. Gratuitous house for Raful on the end. Absolutely no need for it.
Sorry to lose Shio there.
Yeah, so seat open. That will be the redraw.
Almost same color, huh? Yes, it's.
These guys will take now a 15-minute break or so while we do the redraw.
You can see there the chip counts. Alexander Chernikov miles out front, 8.7 million. Dominic Panka has chipped up a bit to over 5 million. Gabriel almost 4 million. Sandra Gal 2.7 million. He's really recovered from the queens that he had to fold. Edgar Raful and Martin Krakow are both sub 20 big blinds, but still very competitive.
They certainly are, Dara. And I think we're in for a very exciting passage of play. 24 left, 27 left in fact, and playing down to probably about 2 tables to go, I would say, tonight. It's going to take a couple more hours, but a bit like the warm-up, the attrition was much slower through this phase. We do have some short stacks about, but we do have a lot of deeper poker to be played.
Yeah, we saw there that the only 2 stacks sub 20 big blinds on the table. We don't know what they're like in others, but it probably will slow down now. Maybe get down to 2 tables by the end of the night. We have a bit more of this level to go, and then 2 more levels potentially.
Has anyone in particular impressed you?
The Sandra Gal's fold with the queens was very, very good, and he's prospered since. So he's making the most of it. They're all playing pretty well, has to be said. We're not seeing anybody playing really terribly, and from this point on, how you run is kind of super important.
Indeed, cards often will decide an awful lot. Well, as we said there, guys, 15 minutes or so break. We want you to come back and join us then. We will be taking this one for another couple of hours at least, and we do hope that you will be here to bring it home with us.
Certainly going to call. Ace Queen seems to be right on the line, and she is giving this a lot of thought.
Yeah, no question she calls with a better hand. Jacks would be getting in here against him. Ace King would also. So Ace Queen and nines feel like the tank decisions maybe. Nines is possibly get in as well, so maybe Ace Queen and eights. So Aristotelos in the tank here with one of the cuspy ones.
Yeah, it's a lot of her stack as well. Like if she calls here and loses, she's sort of in the danger zone where she can't necessarily get to the bubble. On the other hand, she's not immediately at risk in this hand, and if she calls and wins, she has the kind of stack that can potentially attack the bubble. So this feels really close.
Yeah, flipping the perspectives here from her vantage point, she will be thinking, well, how many ace jacks and king queens are in the range? And if there's a few of them,
you have to think about the hands that you're actually in great shape against. If she could see his hand, she would fold, because you don't want to be flipping at this point. But she's hoping, she's considering the possibility he could have ace jack here. Yeah, that's why she's made the call. Could have ace jack, could have ace 10, could have king queen. She's in a flip now. Well, he's flipping for his tournament life. Katie asked if we're in the money. We're not, Katie. We're 16 from the money at the moment. 89 paid, 105 remain. You can see she's not actually happy about the situation.
It's a huge moment for her now, and I have to agree with you, Dara. On balance, I think I might have let this one go, feeling like it would drag me into the danger zone.
But she has hit her queen, so he's already taking his microphone off. This is neck level stand up.
Well, I think
if he hits his 10, they're going to have to mic him up again.
He has to break our stuff, and then maybe he goes a step further at that point.
Yeah.
No, very unlucky there.
Very unlucky, yeah. I mean, he got it in well ahead, 57%, but can't really blame her not. And it seems to be the kind of culture where people don't hold back their opinions.
Ari Kleiper Going to bump this one up under the gun. Perfectly reasonable with this holding, but wow, Barney right in behind here with big slick. I wonder, given the fact that Kleiper covers, if he would ever consider flatting a hand like this against an under the gun open, keeping in the hands he dominates, and playing a little bit more cagely, given the risk premium a foot.
Yeah, I would like a flat here because when you 3-bet this hand, you just get the.
Oh my goodness
oh my
me!
God. Now actually the pot's gotten bloated as well.
Well, luckily for Barney, perhaps the fact that he did 3-bet now, I agree with you, Dar. I would have liked a flat there, but if it had gone flat and then squeeze, he may well have come over the top with the ace-king.
Yeah.
Now to a cold 4-bet, he might actually feel as though he's not in good shape.
The Hollywood has started already. He's looking very Hollywood uncomfortable. It's like, oh really? There's a what? That's a raise, and there's a 3-bet. Oh no! What do I do with my pair of 8s here now?
Well, Kleiper's hand will shrivel up considerably by the time it gets round to him. Now facing a 4-bet 250k. Korkmaz putting in a full third of a stack here, clearly meaning business. Barnia will have a decision too. I think when it gets back to him, he might feel as though he is flipping at best versus the range. Not sure ace-queen does this too often. Oh,
but the ace-king is
he's just snap goes all in.
Snap moved all in, and
No other ace.
Would I like him to give that a bit more consideration, I gotta say, Darren.
yeah, that seemed very, very. I'm not folding this hand. I'm all in. He will be left with 100k if he. No, he won't. He's covered. So
Chilling, huh?
he is in bad shape here.
Yeah, very bad shape. Korkmaz did cover by about 100
3% chops if it comes running straight cards, but that's it. No, he's dead now, and that was.
Not an easy situation to navigate from Barney. I wonder if a lesson will be learned there about the relative strength of ace-king against a 4-bet.
He was already learning it there.
His friend Luke Bindel have 830k and 1.2 million respectively.
Oh, that's good. I was actually talking to those two gentlemen after play yesterday, and they were both in good shape.
Yeah, well, they continue to build towers as we speak. Yashin Kontush, a familiar face from the stream yesterday. He's up to 985k, but here is the one to watch, Dara, and we have a serious one to watch. Dominic Panka is about, and he's got 1.9 million.
Wow, I didn't realize Dominic was here.
Sorry, can I have
Okay, so
some
to
water?
answer Aurelia's question about the payouts on the final table, the first player eliminated on the final table, 9th place in other words, will get 37,300. The first pay jump is 12,000, and then the pay jumps rise around that rate until the top 4. The top 4 places are 124,000, 168,000 for third, 274,000 for second, and 372,800 for the win.
They've done it again, Dara.
You're not looking the gap.
The gap between third and second is bigger than second
You're
and first.
super excited.
You're right, yeah.
Please, Americano.
That must be a feature of tournaments here.
Tournaments here.
That's remarkable.
They like a cagey three-handed game.
And Americano.
Can you bring me
That is.
I take 1/7 more.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
No, I haven't either. But it's clearly part of the formula. Now we can confirm it wasn't a.
Not this time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Aurelia
you stay
says
in the
thank
line."
you. I'll pray for my dad.
I hope it's.
I take 8 also.
So here we have the all-in. Mustavov, having lost a lot of his stack last hand, is in trouble here.
Yeah,
He's going to need a 7.
Or that board to pair once again.
Ace queen on the button, huh? Easy poker.
Well, a 5, an 8, or a 7 for him to survive. A 2 is no good.
We lose him. He's been very talkative, very pleasant at the table. But
Have fun with this guy.
And with that, we break a table. 99 now remain.
so we probably have 1 or 2 more hands left before the break. That hand took a while.
After we move from here,
Aristoteles
On the break, we move.
asking the floor staff if they'll be moving from the feature table, and as David said earlier, they will be, because a new feature table will arrive.
Korkmaz with the ace-jack here. And Gavrilovic got exactly the kind of hand that might go for the all-in shove here. It also can flat, folding out of the equation with a hand such as Jack-10 suited. Interesting to see which way he goes. If he goes with 10-Jack for a call, he's looking to basically get some equity and go with it on the flop. Maybe an open-ender, maybe a gutter with overcards, maybe some hearts, maybe a pair. If he shoves it, well, he can exploit some hands that may fold.
Yeah, you can get hands that that dominate you to fold sometimes. You know, Queen Jack might fold. I mean, it is only 13 big blinds though, so I think if you had 20 big blinds, the shove would be a better play. At this stack, that maybe the flat is better.
An offsuit raggy ace might consider a fold as well.
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
Definitely wheel spinning here for
Yeah,
Gavrilovic.
he's decided. I mean, he's effectively committed here.
So he's sort of chopped his stack.
Yeah.
180k
and quick all in, and he's going to have to call it off now.
So trying to make it look maybe a little bit stronger with the 200k raise, but obviously Korkmaz going nowhere with ace-jack. He has the dominating hand. He will felt Gavrilovic. If Gavrilovic doesn't find some hearts, a 10 or something straighty.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Not the worst of starts for Gavrilovic.
Got her a backdoor flush draw.
That's a bad one.
That's a bad one, yeah.
Are we about to say goodbye to Papi Gavrilovic here in 84th place?
Needs a 9 or a 10, and we will, and we do indeed. We lose Gavrilovic. He played the pre-bubble phase very, very aggressively. Didn't really work out for him. He ended up being short stacked and having to get through the bubble.
Right bang on when you look, as I have done through the Poker News coverage of all the stacks and all the different tables. This table's a little different. This table's a bit more unique in the sense that we have a couple of short ones, and that really does change things for the big stacks. The guys will maybe be looking at an average of something in the region of 50 big blinds right now, but in reality this table's got some very big stacks and some 10, 12, 15 big blind stacks. So in reality the big stacks are playing the effective.
We've even got some 3 big blind stacks, but it's finally time for Smush as the black nines.
And he would be delighted to see a hand this good. He would have commit with any paint, any suitedness, connectedness would probably have come in as well. So to have a hand as strong as nines is a bit of a gift from the poker gods here, with Stefanov hot committed to any bet.
Yeah, the Jack 3, he's got to be a customer as he seeks to ruin Smush's day. You can just see the dread sort of.
There are 80 left now, so he has secured the ladder jump at least.
Like always.
Some gallows humor.
And to the flop we go, and a 3 there, but no aid behind it. Backdoor hearts loom. Obviously anti-sweating a jack or a 3 for the time being is Smush. Turn is clean. And he's just praying now is not one of those 11% that Stefanov wins the pot.
I folded those.
So a double with cheese in the form of the small blind and the ante.
Stefanov with just 285k, a crucial pot for him as well.
Creeping blinds, just nipping at your heels, it would seem. Cabeza now with aces. He's already had kings. Did have to chop that one.
I like that moment where we know before he does.
Oh, yeah. He's not letting on, is he? Pretty
No.
good poker face on that one. How do you like 9-4? Yeah, Smush is like, come on, anything. Uh-oh, real problems now.
Yeah.
Well,
Zeki Soyirgaz.
there is precisely no escape hatch here.
I mean, look at
How much you play?
the depth, 530K, he's checking.
Surgaz is going to have about 8%, 7% to survive in this tournament.
Or not. I will interesting our.
Is that Smush in the background? Certainly not the focal point here, as Soyirgaz looks to chart a course. And he is going to jam. Obviously a snap call from Kabeze, and the worst of news is going to be delivered.
Yeah, an audible groan there by Surgaz.
Yeah, can't blame him, can you? You always think to yourself, aces and kings aren't out there. Maybe queens.
Suits are live as the one silver lining.
Yeah, that's going to be irrelevant on a queen high rainbow board, unfortunately. And just 2% from this point forward is Zeki Soyirgaz. The 3 of clubs on the turn, ices it. He draws dead against the aces, and just a defeated feeling there. But hold your head high, sir. Didn't do anything wrong.
No, absolutely not. You would have gotten in a far worse hand than ace-king.
77 remain now. King 8 suited. Hadioglu has been pretty disciplined. Not stepping out. Continues to be the case here. Back to the doldrums for Smush. 9-5 offsuit into the muck, and an ace on the button for Kabeze. I think he wanted to peek there at Stefanov's stack depth before deciding how much to open to. He goes with 50. Suited connector here for Ivanov. Price seems right to me off of 305,000. Oh.
So
did he say all in? Wow.
Yeah, deciding to use the fact that the suited connector in this sort of middle. A very warm welcome back, ladies and gents. I hope you didn't go anywhere for those short 15 minutes or so. My name is David Lappin. I am here with Darragh O'Kearney. We are live from the Merit Crystal Cove Casino, bringing you the Merit Poker Western Series 3.3K main event. 1.5 million guaranteed for this bad boy. 2 million actually in the prize pool. And 89 players paid. 27 of whom are still in the mix now, or maybe 24, Darragh. I do see we've got an 8-handed table, so that is making me wonder.
That's interesting, yeah. I can't believe we've lost 4 players that quickly. Maybe we just lost 2 players last hand, and this happens to be the 8-handed table.
That makes sense. I guess all will be revealed with the number on the top right of our screen any moment now. Delighted to see Dominic Panka stick around. He is always good entertainment. Viktor Ustumov in the mix there. These guys, all the middle stacks, were actually quite deep now suddenly. A lot of those short stacks gone. Luke Bindel, who impressed earlier on. I watched some of the stream over my dinner break. I was watching Darragh O'Kearney and Ali Najad commentate on Luke, and he played superbly well. And then at the top of the leaderboard there, Edward Barsagian, 7.4 million. My goodness, what a stack. And the man whose name I think is most befitting poker, Justice Held.
Justice Held.
6.7 million for Justice.
I suspect that's actually pronounced Justice Helt, because if his name is German, Helt is the German for hero.
Well, it's even more appropriate
Justice
for
hero.
poker.
Yeah.
The Justice Hero. Well, rounding us off there, we see Maroon Jazar. He's also got one of the larger stacks. Yeah, there we see the empty 4 seat. Does appear that we are a little shorter than we thought. $26 left. So yeah, we did lose an additional player. So 2 tables of 9 on the outer tables, and this is the
160.
table of 8.
Yeah. As predicted by who again? Not that it's a competition. So, wow, this is a loose open from Bindle.
Yeah, we've talked about how hands like Queen 10 suited, Jack 10 suited still make nice opens here in early position. Bindel optioning for the 10-9 suited in a similar capacity, and it does get the job done. So a nice little steal from early position there with a suited connector.
Yeah, when he left the table before the last break, he had well over 3 million. So I guess he's taken a few hits since. But he's stacking chips. He's under the gun this hand.
And interestingly, with the 3-table redraw, we see now the time bank cards in play, Dara. They were a feature of day 4 coverage in the warm-up, but I guess with 3 tables left, we want to get them involved as well, sportify the end game a little extra.
Yeah.
Helt with big slick here. Panka right behind with the 7s. Most of the table to get through, but Panka may well decide to flat a spot like this, Dara. Playing 60 bigs effective. Does make the call. Ooh, Barsagian lurking behind. He covers both with the pocket queens. One imagines a squeeze incoming. It's going to be very interesting when it gets back to Helt. Off these stack depths. Looking at the stacks between Barsagian and Helt, it would appear that they are about 85 deep. So can certainly find some routes where they can avoid a huge collision here, Dara.
Yeah.
I wonder if Helt would give any consideration to just flatting the squeeze.
Yeah, this is fraught with danger for both players. They really don't want to get it in flipping at this point for that many chips.
No. Both players hovering around about an average stack on our final table. It would be quite the collision of big stacks should this go 4-bet, 5-bet shove. I feel as though Helt may be very stack aware, situationally aware, may come with a call in this spot. It's difficult. If you 4-bet and get 5-bet, it's a little unpleasant. Remember, coming from relatively early positions here also. Do you think he may come with a low variance call?
I think he might very well do, yeah. Hand like Ace King is fine to play out of position because you basically know what you're trying to hit.
Well, it looks like he's gone the other way. He's pulled back those chips and is coming with a clicky sort of 4-bet to 1.375 million.
That will flush out Panka, and now Barsigan has a tricky spot.
Yeah, neither player loving the situation. Always going to be difficult here without aces or kings. Barsagian getting a great price to flat the queens now, or possibly consider 5-bet shoving them. It's not great. You're not really doing well against the 4-bet induce range.
Yeah, no, if you shove here and get snapped, you are not in good shape at all. So I think he will just flat here.
So
looks
finally
like.
the brakes applied in this hand after the 4-bet. 3.1 million in the middle pre-flop. These guys playing a stack to pot ratio of less than 2 now. Be interesting to see how things proceed. Held out of position with his ace-king, but he does have the betting lead. And an interesting board.
Oh my goodness, this is such an interesting board now because Health has 2 overs and the immediate gut shot and the backdoor nut flush draw. Barsican has the overpair, and this is what our friend John O'Cruth used to call a SETI board as well.
A very SETI board, and if you're Health, I think you're maybe going to feel like surrendering is the wise thing to do in a lot of worlds here to further action, because obviously you're behind 9s, 10s, jacks, queens and kings.
Yeah.
4 out of 5 of which would play their hand.
It's hard to find anything that you're beating now. And the stack to pot ratio is still 2. So even though this is a 4-bet pot, these guys are so deep that we still had an SPR of 2 going to the flop.
Yeah, worrying for Health is the fact that Barsagian squeezed and then called the 4-bet. That feels like 9s through queens an awful lot.
Yeah.
And 9s through queens not going anywhere on a board such as this.
It's a very small bet. It's less than quarter pot, so that probably causes him to stick around for 1 more street.
Yeah, a lot of chips committed here.
If a card higher than a jack comes, he could be in trouble. And now I think if he checks and Barsagian bets up again, he can get away.
Does Barsagian bet again though, Dara? Really, it is reasonable to think aces and kings would proceed in this fashion. They would both be wary of the jacks, 10s and 9s as well.
Yeah.
So Barsagian may be a little worried also. It does feel like if he went for a bet again here, it would be one of those advanced blockers we talk about.
Yeah. But he is reaching for chips.
So looking to deprive the ace-king of
drawing in a time card,
getting to showdown, and possibly extracting some value from the lighter 4-bet, which would be the ace-queen. Admittedly, combinatorically less likely, but still a viable holding. This will get the job done now. I can't see Health hanging on here. He's being told a story that...
I think the only way he continues here is if he decides to turn his hand into a bluff.
Well, that would be interesting.
He's blocking aces and kings. The hands he's most worried about. Well, I guess he's worried about all the sets too, though. Yeah, there's just so much here.
One of the most interesting hands of the tournament so far.
Yeah, you can see they both used time cards already. This is a tricky spot.
Strong ranges interacting with one another on a straighty board. I feel as though Health has better continues than ace-king here.
Yeah, but then again, if it's just under the continuing range, that's the kind of hand you can sometimes turn into a bluff. But he does recognize that he's almost certainly beaten here and gives up in the end, preserves a large part of his stack. Big relief there, big relief.
A lippy exhale from Barsagian. Clearly relieved not to face that shove, Dara.
Yeah. Yeah, he would have hated a shove.
Or even just to get called again, because again, I do feel like aces and kings could have proceeded in that fashion.
Yeah.
Was this used or can I take it back? I'm not sure.
اكيد حدا مترب يعني يا وليد اكيد حدا مترب.
Like you pay for the ones you used. So like once one is up, you owe 1 coin.
Ah, okay,
right?
okay. I thought
so if you throw it out in advance but don't use it, you can keep it. See what I mean? Yeah. It's not obvious, but. Your big blinds? What?
I'm small, you're big.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm drooping.
Well tried.
Yes, what's the shot?
Ustamov looking to get involved here. With that troublesome Jack 10 hand, that irksome hand you mentioned earlier, Dara, and an oft overplayed one at that.
Yeah. It's a fine open, obviously, from the cutoff, but a lot of players overplayed from early position. But it's running into Bindle's ace-king. Bindle will not be allowing him to see a cheap flop here.
All in.
In fact, he's just moved all in.
Yeah, I have expected to see an induce
2
off
points
this
wrong,
stack, but I
roughly.
guess 27 bigs.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an awkward stack because if you make a normal 3-bet, you're obviously happy to call the shove, but you're very unhappy if you just get flattered.
Yeah, I guess out of position, you want to make a larger 3-bet, and then that commits an awful lot of chips. So you may as well put it all in. You would be living dangerously to go for a small raise there, laying your opponent a good price in position. Bindle. He's been workmanlike as well.
Yeah.
Showing flashes of intuition too, I know, from the last segment. Panka certainly getting in the mix here with a suited Broadway. Habib quickly tosses the king-queen out. Another awkward enough stack there, 23 bigs. No, I'm sorry, Habib now on the button. It was a quick fold from the previous player. Habib considering the king-queen. Does release. And Helt with a very defendable pocket fives here. Let's see, 3. Panka likely to continue here.
Yeah. Interesting hand here between two absolute beasts. Panka is well known. Halt is one of those beasts who flies under the radar. Massive online winner, plays under the name Taxi Driver. And he has quite a few live results as well. These two guys will know each other very well. I believe Justice's background is in applied mathematics, and he has done some coaching content with Fedor Holz.
Jazar 2.5ing here in early. Sanjargal not interested in the Queen 10 of Hearts. Which brings action around to the button. Bindel, suited ace.
That's 180. 200.
I like round figures.
I like round figures.
I don't know if he's talking about numbers or...
Curvaceous ladies.
Indeed.
Or maybe both.
Nothing wrong with either.
Yeah, absolutely.
Panka defends the 10-6 diamonds. Definitely Jazar's range more so here. I like to see a bet here even though he's looking at 2 overs. And it will be on the way. Looks like he's lining up quite a few soldiers here, 250. He likes round numbers, Dara.
He does like around the numbers. And it gets the job done. No point 278 hexing for him.
We're entering an interesting phase of the night now. We took that short break for the redraw. Completing this level now, it should only take another 15 or 20 minutes. The guys will then go on another 15-minute break, and then we will have 2 straight hours until the end of the day. That will bring us up something relatively close to 1:45 a.m. local time. That's coming up to midnight in the UK and Ireland, 1 a.m. in Europe. Burning the midnight oil. And for that reason, my co-host and I have decided on a injection of caffeine.
Indeed. David is always great at doing the coffee runs.
Talk to me a little bit about caffeine, Dara, because as an ultra runner, I know there was a strange period of time in that world where it was actually a banned substance.
Yeah, it was banned generally in athletics for quite a while because it is quite the performance enhancer. In fact, it's a bigger performance enhancer for distance runners than a lot of drugs which are on the list. But it's such a commonly used drug. There's always been this debate about, I mean, can you really ban it for runners when everybody else can use it? For most of my career, it wasn't on the banned list. And what we used to do is we would deliberately come off caffeine 6 months before a race so that the effect would be even greater on race day. But for most of my cousin Sonia's career, Sonia O'Sullivan, one of Ireland's great distance runners, it actually was on the banned list. And Sonia was a bit of a coffee fiend. She really suffered having to come off coffee just before competition.
I'm now drifting back to an unfortunate Sonia moment where I'm wondering if the caffeine got the better of her. That joke might be only for our Irish audience.
We're not going to explain that one, but I know exactly the incident you're referring to. Yeah, caffeine is wonderful because it's great and it has largely positive effects on health. There's no real downside.
Darren now shilling for Big Coffee.
Yeah, I'm in the grip of Big Coffee. We're looking for a new sponsor for the chip race, and we're open to Nescafe or any of the coffee giants.
No, not Nescafe.
1-6.
So Bindle bringing it in here with the King Queen suited. Very nice hand to find.
10 minutes break. 10 minutes break after this hand. And chip race by 500 chips.
Don't know if you can hear the announcement there, but the TD has just announced a 10-minute break after this hand. That obviously brings us up to the end of the level. There will be a chip race. We are also down to 24 already, so
Yeah, Dara, we're entering that period, a concertina period, if you like, where we're going to play short-handed, shorter and shorter until we get to 18. Then we'll go back to 2 full tables and then short again.
Yeah.
On the way. It does test the overall skills and short-handed abilities of the players through this phase.
Absolutely, yeah.
Often a phase of the game that whittles out some of the tighter players who've run well to get this far, pressurizes them in a way they haven't been pressurized yet in the tournament.
Indeed. At the risk of reigniting the movie debacle from yesterday when David just started gibbering out the names of Colin Farrell movies, Ben Stafford says health has a touch of the Teddy KGB about him in that jacket.
It's not wrong. Well, we see there Bindle obviously happy to bet his blockers in some sense, but also just...
Yeah, he got the message now that he's...
wanting to take a stab on his board, but Jazar...
Yeah,
well,
Jazar gave him the answer. No, buddy, might be your board, but I have the hand this time.
So Teddy KGB, huh?
Yeah. Boner O'Connell says, spits coffee out. I had the exact same thought as Lappin. So, yeah, that story is widely known in Irish circles. Maybe we're not taking a 10-minute break, are we? I thought I heard the TD announce it, but looks like we might be continuing. We are indeed.
More than just the jacket, Justice does resemble a
He
young
does
Malkovich.
resemble him. Yeah, very much so. As he stretches out there. Maybe reaching for a, what was it?
Oreo cookie.
Oreo cookie, that's it, Joe.
That's how he randomized.
Yeah.
He broke it, and if it went one side, he'd randomize.
Yeah.
Miles ahead of his time.
Miles ahead of his time, he was Teddy KGB.
Pay the man yummy. It's quite a boss look, I have to say.
It is, yeah. Yeah. It's a, you don't mess with me.
We actually had the pleasure of Brian Koppelman on the show roughly a year ago. Got to ask him about some of the goings-on on the set of Rounders back in the day. Brian, the writer of the film, but a writer who very much was on set in a way that writers often aren't, mainly because I suppose the world of Rounders was a world he was very familiar with and something they were very keen to portray as authentically as possible.
Yeah.
That underground New York poker scene of the late 90s. Do check that episode of the Chip Race out. It's a highlight from our back catalogue.
Yeah. The GPI award-winning podcast, The Chip Race. I thought that was part of the name now.
I'm occasionally capable of a
Little
soupçon of modesty.
A little bit of humility.
But then I ruined it by saying soupçon.
Yeah.
Which is a very unmodest way of...
Yeah. If you're going for
modesty.
sort of your man of the people credentials, maybe avoid words like soupçon.
Used them off.
You are very much the Niles Crane of the Irish poker world.
Sitting here beside the eminent Darrow Carney, who I knew before he was eminent. I knew him when his eminence was merely imminent.
How much was the bet?
That is an actual Fraser reference there, just for any fans of the show.
Excellent. Ooh, that's really.
Niall said that to Fraser.
Impressive. Niall said it too. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that is a very Niles thing. I don't remember seeing that line. I had a period where I thought I was actually living with Fraser because my wife was watching the show literally non-stop and repeat, and I could just hear that voice all day long as I worked.
Honestly, one of the great shows.
Yeah. Speaking of Fraser Crane, another guest, frequent guest on the show has been Jennifer Tilley, and Jennifer made her first splash as Fraser's ditzy girlfriend.
That's right.
In Cheers.
And turned up in the show Frasier as a different character later on.
That happens quite a bit with the sitcoms sometimes.
Yeah.
If you go back and look at them, you go, wait a minute, that's that other bigger character from later with a slightly different name.
Yeah. Habib with the Django's.
The Black Kings under the gun. 23 big blinds. You're just going to raise here and hope somebody bumps it up behind. You can get it in.
He is going to go for a mini plus here.
That will not interest Bindle as he bins his 9-6.
Oh,
that was a little bit belabored, maybe.
that was hard work.
That limped to a very unsatisfying conclusion.
St. Jargal with the 7-8 suited will defend as he should.
Yeah. And exactly the type of hand you want to have against kings. You can see he's actually got 22% here, more than queens would have. And he's increased to 25% because he's flopped a pair. The ace on board won't impress Habib either. He's got the backdoor flush draw with the king and obviously backdoor straight draw, but I guess he's just going to range bet this.
Yeah, Habib's going to fire out something quarter-ish, and St. Jargal will presumably call one street here, even though absolutely, like you said there, Darrell won't be loving.
Yeah, he hates this board as well.
The board.
With bottom pair. This is a particularly bad board to have bottom pair on, but he does have a backdoor flush draw as well, and some backdoor straight draws, so he's not necessarily relying on his 8 being good or improving with an 8 or a 7. Ooh, this is bad news for Habib.
Yeah, it will probably go check in a lot of worlds.
He picks up the nut flush draw to go with his kings, but yeah, there's not a lot of reasons for betting. This is much more Sandragal's card.
Yeah, just
Jack
enough
9
showdown and a draw to a pretty good flush is.
Yeah, so many hands are improved by this. Obviously, there's the flush, but also Jack 9 and 8-7, the hand he actually has. And now I think Sandragal has to go for value after the check on the turn.
Yeah, and it's going to put Habib in a tricky enough spot depending on sizing, one feels.
Yeah. If Habib stands back and thinks about the hand, if Sandragal comes out betting, he'll find it very hard to see what he's ahead of. He's losing to an ace, he's losing to spades, he's losing to Jack 9. 8-7 is probably not one of the hands he's considering uppermost in his mind, but there are lots of other hands. It doesn't have to be 8-7. There's lots of other ways he's beaten here.
Yeah. St. Jargal clearly targeting a hand like Ace-Jack for some calls.
Yeah.
That would be the target hand in mind.
Yeah, he went on the bigger side here. This definitely doesn't look blockerish.
Yeah, and it's hard to release those beautiful kings, but that you must do sometimes.
It's very hard. You just have to sit back and think, like, what am I actually beating here now?
Yeah.
Spades got there, Jack 9 got there. I was always losing to an ace.
So important not to get married to a hand. Clearly, its relative strength utterly diminished on the flop. Coordination increase on the turn makes it even less palatable. And yeah, I think when he realizes he's way far enough down his range to release, and it's a great fold.
Good fold, very good fold.
Because it can be hard to be disciplined in a spot
very,
such
very
as
hard
that.
to be disciplined, yeah. The so-called hand funeral, you have to just kind of accept that your hand is dead. But not to profile, but it's often the case with older gentlemen like myself that we feel we're getting pushed around by the younger guys, and we make stubborn calls in those spots. So, yeah, that was an impressive fold. He basically just looked at the situation and worked out that he was beating absolutely nothing.
When will I have to start using phrases like older gentlemen like myself?
Last year.
Ouch. I made stubborn calls.
You have certainly made stubborn calls.
Since the beginning of my career.
You have made more stubborn calls. In fact, we used to call you Choo Choo Lappin. You were such a calling station. You're not as bad these days, it has to be said. And you're capable of the hero fold, which was definitely not in young Lappin's arsenal. So we don't see Bindle's second hand, but given that he's raised, we've got to assume it's either a jack, a 9 of the same suit, or an ace. He is under the gun, or a 10 obviously.
Or a cheeky 9.
That was the first one I said.
Yeah, I'm going back to it. I feel like...
Yeah, I said a 9, a jack, a 10, or an ace.
Yeah.
The jack, 10, and 9 would all probably have to be the same suit, but any ace would suffice.
It can be fun to play a hand such as this. Unfortunately, we don't get to...
Yeah, he just gets it through.
Proceed with the... What's he got under the hood?
Indeed. I think it probably wasn't Doyle Brunson, though. The old 10 deuce.
Quick bit of trivia, Dara. Why is it called the Doyle Brunson?
Doyle won WSOP main event with that hand.
Twice.
Twice, yeah. Twice with the same hand. Which kind of shows how far ahead of the curve Doyle was, that he realised that heads up you had to play a hand as weak as 10 deuce.
Indeed.
Believe he made a house on one occasion.
That's right. Phil Galfond made a little video recently where he talked about who the greatest player he ever played against was, and he said for a long time in his career he always would have said it was Ivy, but in the last few years he's been in a game, a mixed game, a very big bet mixed game, 17 game mix with Doyle in the mix, and he said Doyle was probably like the third or fourth best player in a game that generally had about 15 to 20 people all coming in at different points. And he said that that was the most impressive thing to him, that somebody who is well into his 80s now could still come in, not be the biggest winner in the game, not be the best player in that game, but still be punching and winning.
Competitive, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it's hard to argue against Doyle being the greatest of all time, because we've seen Phil Ivey obviously as a crushing 20-year-old, 30-year-old, etc., but we don't know what 80-year-old Phil Ivey will be like, and I suspect he won't be as good as 80-year-old Doyle Brunson.
Yeah, Doyle's longevity is something rather special. Taking poker through all of the eras, really, certainly any of the ones that are in memory.
Yeah. Question from Patrick Winterbottom. Have either of you ever played with Doyle? I'll let you go first, David.
No, I haven't.
I played with Doyle briefly at an Irish Open. Actually, the first Irish Open I think I ever played. Paddy Power, the sponsors that year, brought him across, and I was briefly at his table. He didn't last very long from what I remember. So Bindle, this must be the new thing now. Bindle, there's something wrong with Bindle's, one of his boxes. We're not seeing his second card. But Halt, the Austrian beast, takes it down. Or Teddy KGB, as the chat are dubbing him.
Looks like the clock is just ticking down. Dealer gets the riffle in just in time.
Yeah. And Justice seemed to glance there too and get his chips out pretty fast too. He wants to pay the smaller ante. It's really made it more important these days, if you can at all. Well, it's not just the big blind you're paying, but it's the ante as well for the entire table.
Yeah, I think we're going to stick with these guys after the break, because obviously we've only had them together for 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Makes sense not to change it round.
Yeah, and it is a super interesting table.
It's a great table.
We've got Panka and Helt, who are genuine world-class players. We have Luke Bindle, who's an up-and-comer. And everybody else is quitting themselves as well.
Leaders and players in the main event finish when you're on, and you have your 15 minutes break, and we're going to count the chips on the finish.
475.
Barsagian caught with his hand in the cookie jar there.
I'm not sure.
As we finish out the level, you can see there most of the players already departed. It's only a short break, so do come back to us pretty quickly there, guys, please. 10 million for Barsagian. Jazar with 6.2 million. Dominic Panka 5 million. Justice Health 4.5 million. Obviously, he took a bit of a body blow there in that big hand versus Barsagian. That's actually the hand I want to ask you about before we go, Dara. It was an interesting spot there, the ace, king, queens. It ended up being a 4-bet spot. That hand, very much the highlight of that last passage of play, and it could have got very nasty.
It could have got very nasty. They could have got it in pre-flop, obviously. They both put the brakes on. Well, actually, no, sorry. Barsagian put the brakes on after the 4-bet. 4-bet pots, I mean, they're very exciting to rail, but actually the ranges are so narrow that the decisions can be a lot simpler. I remember talking to Daniel DeVoris about this, and he said that people shouldn't really be afraid of those pots because the ranges are very narrow. They're big pots, and that puts a lot of pressure on them. But yeah, I think they both played their hand perfectly afterwards. Health, in the end, worked out that he was ahead of absolutely nothing. His only real option was to turn his hand into a bluff, but against Barsagian, it's a high wire spot. He still had loads of chips after he folded, so he decided, no, I'll just let this one go.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, a SETI board there, the Jack 10-9, he could have been running straight into it had he made the move.
It could have been actually a house in the end, so yeah.
Indeed. Well, look, exciting hand. I expect more exciting hands. We have a melting pot of talent at this feature table. Please do join us again in about 12 or 13 minutes' time. Don't go away.
Can you? You always think to yourself, aces and kings aren't out there. Maybe queens.
Suits are live as the one silver lining.
Yeah, that's going to be irrelevant on a queen high rainbow board, unfortunately. And just 2% from this point forward is Zeki Soyergaz. The 3 of clubs on the turn, ices it. He draws dead against the aces, and just a defeated feeling there. But hold your head high, sir. Didn't do anything wrong.
No, absolutely not. You would have gotten in a far worse hand than ace-king.
77 remain now. King 8 suited. Adioglu's been pretty disciplined. Not stepping out. Continues to be the case here. Back to the doldrums for Smush. 9-5 offsuit into the muck. And an ace on the button for Chabeze. I think he wanted a peek there at Stefanov's stack depth before deciding how much to open to. He goes with 50. Suited connector here for Ivanov. Price seems right to me off of 305,000. Oh. Did he say all in? Wow.
Yeah, deciding to use the fact that the suited connector in this sort of middle portion of the board will almost never be dominated. So if it does come up against the ace-king offsuit, ace-queen offsuit, that call, he will have 40%. If he does happen to run into the really big hands, he has the kind of hand that cracks them once in a while. So decides to go that way. I agree, Ali. Slightly surprised. I thought he might just flat and try and make a piece, but deciding to go the other way here.
Yeah, taking the aggressive line. Unfortunately for him, Kabaza is just too deep to start folding the ace-nines, and even further misfortune on a 9-high flop. Only one heart out there, and Ivanov is just 10% from this point forward. Does he get help on the turn? Yes. Gut shot, straight draw available. So 4 5s in the deck. One of them are going to need to show up on the river here to keep the Russian alive. And they don't. The Jack of Spades spells the end of the road as Kabaze continues to compile chips and claims a victim in young Vladislav. As these short stacks give way and we start to see some absorption, the poker will kind of return to a more standard and customary variety. Right now it's a very specific phase, I would say, that requires some technical prowess, but to be fair, it's any phase of a tournament requires that, but the flow is a bit disrupted, dare I say, by awaiting the fates of these shorties.
No, you're absolutely right. I think fundamentals get tested out when you're shallow in a much more significant way. Essentially, the game is a bit more technical at lower depths, and yeah, even though some of these players have quite big stacks, the presence of the short stacks around is sort of forcing them into a more technical breed of poker. I think that's a very good observation.
Ace-6 suited for Smush here in the big blind with already 50,000 invested and 135 behind. He is going to make the call and always wary of what he's up against.
Stop go on the cards, I think.
Oh, he isn't going with. You're right. He did just flat and now hits the 6 on a 7-high board. One that doesn't rate to have connected with Krakow's open.
Thank you.
Will he be willing to jam?
It's funny now, having connected with the 6, he may be tempted to check it over to his opponent, feeling he's committed no matter what, and even if more cards come, that's okay. They're going to come anyway. Wondering now if actually by stop going he could convince an opponent with Queen Jack suited to fold, and that mightn't be a good outcome.
Yeah, the ace-queen is going to call as Smush goes with it, and he's going to get a look at just how fortunate he was to end up in front here. Just 3 queens to be dodged by Smush. No back doors to worry about. Oh my goodness. I almost feel personally responsible for this. Smush now needs a 6.
No!
Oh, and it comes in!
You gotta be kidding me. Wow.
Incredible.
I love this game.
We all do.
Wow.
What a run out.
Any good 3-outer does. Giving you an update on the largest stacks remaining in this field, which is 71 strong, David. Alexander Chernikov has 3.7 million.
Wow.
And he's not alone. Sergei Efimov, who we actually had a chance to observe at one of our featured tables, also with 3.7 million. Newcomer to our featured table with ace-10 is Aksu, who makes it 60,000 to go. A little north of the generally adopted 50 or 55. And Raful with the king-queen suited. 3 bets to 145,000. Hadioglu's been so disciplined. Now he's got these 2 nines off of sub 200, David. One would imagine he'd like to go with it, but in the face of an open and a 3-bet, in particular Aksu, who he doesn't have a lot of data points on, you know you're in kind of treacherous waters. Nevertheless, moves all in. He knows Raful's always going to be a customer, given that he's priced.
I like this, I gotta say. I think you can't wait around too long. Nines are just too good. Yes, it's unlikely you're not getting into a flip at best scenario, but you're getting into a lot of flips. And really importantly, there is a lot of dead money out there. You actually just need to be 36, 38% given how much you're committing to this pot. Yeah, I think this is a great recognition of all of those factors. There's also the dream scenario here where Aksu shoves a hand like ace king and gets Raful out, and then there's even more dead money in the middle. And then it's a pure triple up on the card. So no, I think this is great from Hadioglu. We see here Krakow has a decision here. He's got the ace queen in the small blind, and obviously the full shove, the 195k shove from Hadioglu is only 8 bigs. So Krakow wondering if he could overcall and navigate from here. I don't think he can.
Really would be ambitious. An open, a 3-bet, and a jam in front of an ace-queen offsuit in the small, with an active side pot that would potentially be involved between he and Aksu or Raful, should they either experience a flat or potentially call a re-raise.
There are some great scenarios for Krakow here, and actually this is one of them. But there are a lot of not very good scenarios for Krakow. And actually what I think we're going to end up having is 3 players with a dry side pot. Yeah. Aksu out and Raful utterly priced in.
Yeah, Krakow just flatting, though, is clearly of some concern to Raful. The hand class in the range that we would expect him to do so with really skews quite mighty.
Yeah, I don't anticipate these guys betting liberally into the dry side pot. I think we might be checking this one down in a lot of worlds. It's all very awkward. 695 in the middle. Amazing spot for Hadioglu. He's got 43%. We see, given the cards that have been removed, as well as the cards in both of these players' hands, he has a bit of removal working in his favor. He's got to sit tight, though, and watch the board play out.
Jack, Jack 5, 2 clubs. Krakow does check it.
Raful pondering a response to a bet that doesn't come, and a 10 of clubs.
Yeah, now Raful has made the flush after checking back. Going to be pretty heavily under rep, too. Krakow might presume that any pair, any 2 clubs would have at least posed a small question.
Interesting spot for Raful, whether he chooses to juice up a side pot here to bet on at the river, or if he decides to play a little trappily, just check it back. I think he has to put some chips in. I think he has to probably put something around the 150 mark, something small. Makes life very tough for the ace queens and ace kings that are potentially in Krakow's hands. Also guarantees himself some value against hands like queens and kings that may have taken this line.
sort of overlooked here is the fact that Hadioglu's 2 9s is really in dire straits. Needs a jack or a 9 on the end.
So well executed here from Raful. Wants to push.
And back now for the home stretch of day 3 of the Merit Western Poker Series main event, live from Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort and Casino on the beautiful island of Cyprus, Northern Cyprus to be specific. Ali Najad here to usher you through the end alongside none other than the inimitable David Lappin, who's been hunting mosquitoes here inside the commentary booth, if we're being honest. And here's a look at your featured table with the blinds at 50 and 100,000, David. It is Edward Barsegian, who has almost 10 million in chips. Short stack will belong to Waleed Habib. And go on, talk to me. You were around for the last couple of hours. What'd you see?
Yeah, I just want to say he's really impressed Barsegian. Got into a very, very difficult, complex 4-bet spot. We talked about it there just before the break against Justice Held. Justice Held, one of the real beasts in the world of poker, sort of secret beast. Huge online winner, huge live winner. And yeah, proper force here. We also have Panka at this table and Bindle at this table. So we've got 4 of the best players left in this field, all sitting around the felt together here. Not the easiest of table draws for these guys.
I was just thinking they're probably not thrilled to have to be banging around with one another at the same table. Luke Bindell was particularly impressive during the few frames that I watched him operate, David. I think some of that was alongside you. As we see Justice Held, 7-4 suited, limping from the small blind. Panka with 9-5 will check back, and the manner in which he checked back already suggests this is a guy who's very comfortable in the live arena, sort of reminiscent of the pros that play on the high roller circuit, that folded arms right on the rail, tapping of the forearm. King, Queen 3, and Justice just going to probe here, ask the question.
Yeah, great hand with which to do so. He obviously had backdoors there, connecting with the 3 slightly, a couple of hearts, and then obviously 7 high, having no showdown. Perfect for the limp stab strategy, which he deployed well there against Panka. We see there the time box.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to explode, is it?
You know, it does have very much the incendiary look of a Hollywood prop. This, of course, is designed to keep the pace of play brisk. Jazar with 10-7. Understandably disinterested. Sanjargal. Also uninterested.
Every time I see it, I keep thinking of the TV show 24. Did you watch that?
You know,
back in
it's
the day?
so funny. I was going to bring it up, but I felt like it was so far in the past that we'd be dating ourselves if we brought it up.
Love a bit of Kiefer Sutherland.
Love a bit of Donald Sutherland, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, well, not true.
Love a bit of pocket aces if we're Panka. Here in the small blind, Dominic, the Polish undercover kind of sneaky super pro, right? Like, do I have that right? Was it Dara that was?
Helt is the sneaky super pro for sure.
Okay.
No, Dominic is the Wunderkind turned Wunder, slightly older, 20-something.
Not so sneaky pro.
Dominic utterly dominated a period from 2013 to 2015 on the live felt. A PCA win, an EPT 3rd place.
Yeah, get my signals crossed between him and his counterpart.
Deauville EPT high roller victory as well. There was just a couple of years where it felt like Panka was in the mix in everything. Justice Health, on the other hand, a bit more of a goes about his business quietly kind of guy.
Dominic appears to be soaking in the moment. Now this is about the most treacherous full name in the entire field. It is Amar Bayasagalan Sanjargal.
Beautiful, beautifully done.
Mongolian descent. It was Botbold, I believe, who was the other Mongolian that we watched on the featured table for some time as well. And, you know, that's just one of those countries that you just never imagine poker would have permeated. But certainly online poker bringing together nations that don't have the luxury of having casinos and card rooms. With those that do, sort of lending to this incredibly diverse field that we see. And Panka's King 8 goes to work to great success. Back-to-back pots being hauled in by him. Any themes emerging over the last couple of hours of play that you were watching with Dara?
Well, the first thing I would say is the pace of play has been tremendous. Something we noticed in the warm-up was once those time cards were introduced, they started being not necessarily deployed, although they were on occasion, but everyone was using their 30 seconds, looking at those ladders that exist obviously within the last 3 table space. That hasn't been happening. These guys much more keen to get down to business and get more hands in per hour, which is great to see. But I think the story really right now is how it is the cream rising to the top. There is a few very, very talented players left in this one, and it is shaping up.
Fairly creamy pocket jacks here for Habib. And he is going to jam for almost 1.3 million, about 13 bigs.
Oh, tough spot for Bindle.
Very tough. 2 black 8s.
Can I have accounts?
I suspect Bindle is profiling Habib as one of the tighter remaining players. And maybe for that reason, and of course the very good reason that the entire field are stacked behind pretty much, these 8s are cuspy and let goable, to be honest.
I suspect we're going to see him hit the muck. Luke has been really spot on with a lot of his situational awareness, and sure enough.
Bravo.
Ace 10. Perhaps a little more difficult off of 6 million to let go for Jazar. We'll see.
Yeah, it feels like a hand that's very close in the big blind. Maybe foldable here again in the small.
No, I don't like him.
And, well, Ustamov has the same hand, so I said it was close in the big blind. Well, we're about to see how close. Ustamov, conscious probably of Habib, willing to go a snag lighter because of the big blind ante about to roll round. I think Ace-Jack is a mandatory call here. Ace-10 does feel very, very close. A huge factor in this one, I feel, a point raised on an earlier broadcast, was calling off the 1.2 million here and losing will drop you into the sort of 25 big blind zone. A very difficult stack to play, actually.
But whenever we decide to make a call with a hand like this, we do need to ask ourselves how often my hand is going to not be dominated. How often am I going to have a couple of overcards maybe to a pair? And I think it's a little bit player dependent.
He does call.
But ultimately, Ustamov does make the call. Habib proudly brandishing 2 red jacks, and you see some consternation on the face of Ustamov, who
I had the same.
has 1 overcard. And now is being told that another ace-10 is already in the muck, so that is certainly disheartening news.
Or the reverse juju.
Ace-king-5, and now the disheartening feeling is passed along to Habib, whose tournament life hangs in the balance. But suddenly, the queen on the turn, adding outs. We know 2 10s are spoken for, so he's got 2 10s and 2 jacks. But the 2 jacks are no good because that would give Ustamov Broadway on the river. The 4 of spades will seal the deal.
Yeah, the news of an ace-10 being folded became bad news for Ustamov. Suddenly became very bad news for Habib going to that river.
He traded the jacks for 10s in an even swap there. Once the queen rolled off, and Ustamov all too happy to dispense players and work his way closer to perhaps a final table appearance. And Luke probably thinking, good thing I didn't play eights.
Indeed. A nice escape there by Bindel. He
was
has been
never
something
losing
of a
sleep.
Houdini.
Yeah, a little bit. But I mean, you know, a little bob and weave, a little bit of good timing, but also just the product of, as Dara was putting it, a guy who has spent so much time cutting his teeth online in a highly technical manner, understands exactly, you know, what he's being called upon to do with specific hand classes and specific situations. That sort of comfort is being exuded when he is operating out there.
Yeah, a guy who's been in the lab, so to speak, as well, a product of the new wave of solver learning, someone who's adapted really well to that and has probably used those training methods to sharpen his already very good game even further in the last 4 or 5 years. Darren made a great point to me toward the latter half of 2022. He said, these lockdowns that we obviously all endured together as a world, these lockdowns have forced a lot of people into the online world, a lot of live pros not able to do their traveling, not able to cut their teeth, or not to cut their teeth, but to battle it out in the normal manner. And some of them cut their teeth with the solver stuff. Some of them decided this was an opportunity to sharpen up their games in a way that they hadn't, I suppose, being forced to stay at home. This was a way that they could invest in their futures.
Yeah.
And some of them didn't. And it was very clear when everything opened back up again and those first live stops, people were showing up, new men and women, and some people were the same old person who really didn't use the time well.
And obviously the fact that so many people did use that time well left those who didn't really behind the curve.
Absolutely.
I remember very early on in my poker career, as we see Ustamov opening with the ace-10 suited, having a conversation with some peers and being kind of told, look, poker is one of those things where the vast majority of people are gravitating toward it as a product of just being lazy. They, you know, they don't really want to work hard, hence they're trying to just play poker. Now, granted, this is well before the advent of solvers and whatnot, but there was always effort to be put in, and there was always information available out there to seek out. And you could always tell the people in the room who were taking it seriously enough to do so, and you could see the consistency with which they were getting results versus the others who didn't want to be bothered.
Yeah, there are a couple of, in some people's minds, contradictory qualities that become a good poker player. Aggression and patience is a combination that becomes a good poker player, often not found in the same person. The other one is confidence bordering on arrogance and humility at the same time. You need to be confident, almost to the point of arrogant in your own game and believe and have the conviction in your own game to execute, but also be humble enough to realize that the game is always improving and everyone's always getting better, and there are always a new breed of player coming up behind, trying to stand on the shoulders of giants. And if you're not humble enough to realize that the game that won you so much money maybe a year or two ago may not be the game that wins you money next year.
Right.
And it's, again, hard to find those two qualities in the same people.
It's a really astute point, David. And the game is ever evolving. And you look at somebody like Eric Seidel, as we see Ustamov here targeting Panka's open with the queen jack suited from the cutoff, who has really spanned several decades where the game is just completely different than it was when he began, when he was out there at a main event final table with Johnny Chan, and yet he continues to perform and continues to get results. You recognize that he is always acknowledging its evolution and looking to stay on the bleeding edge and put in the work and the time needed to stay sharp. Even the best of knives get dull if you don't, take them to the stone. And look at this. You want to talk about sharp. Panka somehow sniffing out that Ustamov had something that wasn't going to be able to take this sort of heat, and the 4-bet promptly earns him the chips. He made that look far too easy.
That was a very boss move from Panka. Ace-5 suited, the perfect light candidate for that move, but never easy to pull the trigger. Very impressive stuff. You wonder if he did pick on something physical as well.
Yeah, these are the things that we don't know. Now Ustamov with ace-king, raising again. And I always find these situations intriguing because, others might be identifying this open as being a bruised ego product after the 3-bet got 4-bet. As we can see, it is anything but.
Interesting to see how Held proceeds here.
King 6 suited in the small. By no means a compulsory holding.
Wow.
And this is very ill-timed, and the size is fairly significant in relation to the 4.3 and change that Justice Held started with, and now Panka is woken up with 2 jacks in the big. This is going to get very spicy.
Yeah, and when Panka 4-bets here and it comes back to Ustamov, he will actually be thinking to himself, wow, if ever there were 2 guys who could be at it behind me here with the 3-bet and cold 4, it's these 2 boys. And I think Ustamov will rightly put it all in here and maybe, just maybe, race with Panka. Panka won't love calling it off against the 5-bet.
No, he sure won't.
So it will be interesting to see what happens then. But obviously 1.6 million of his 6.4 committed here, a quarter of a stack, and Ustamov is shorter. Ustamov will only be charging 3 million more. Oof, this is an interesting one.
Yeah. Hops and barley, Lappet, as we got one brewing.
How much?
Held the snap fold.
Yeah, Panka just needs 30%, I think, to justify a call here. Obviously, there is a risk premium with 19 left, so maybe he feels he needs 35, 34, something of that region. He'll be rating his own abilities to some extent as well, maybe wanting a slightly bigger edge to justify a call off too. Arguably the best or second best player left in this field. But what a price he's going to be laid here. There's no light hands in this situation, I'm pretty sure. So Panka basically has to do the maths in his head here, putting his opponent on a range of queens plus an ace king.
4 million.
Jacks obviously don't do great against that range, but for a very attractive price,
Well, I mean, can we really narrow it down to queens, kings, aces, and ace-king at this point?
I think so.
Well, if that's the case, 3 out of those 4 hands have us devastated, and the one that doesn't, we're going to have to fade a full run out against for all the chips, essentially. And if that's the case, do the jacks not maybe feel more comfortable being slid into the muck along with 1.6 million in losses as opposed to potentially a much deeper wound? So, Panka.
In the end, it was just too appealing a price. I completely agree with Ali there that against that range, you're not in good shape.
Yeah.
But that hand was complicated by Health's 3-bet. There was
Sure.
dead money involved.
Sure.
There was some of Panka's own money involved, quite a lot of it, in fact.
This one.
Good luck, guys.
King of hearts.
He'll be pleased to be in front, and he stays in front on the 10 deuce board. This is a massive, almost 10.5 million chip pot. It is Ustamov who is all in and at risk, and now the bell tolls as the ace-king has 6 outs once. The king of clubs was already in the muck, so it's actually 5 of them, and the 9 of spades makes it official. Ustamov is out.
A huge moment in the context of this tournament.
best pre-flop
Dare I
day
say,
so
there is a new sheriff in town now,
Not
Dominic
your best
Panka,
pre-flop day so
maybe
far.
the best player
I'm working
with
on it.
maybe the
Yeah.
biggest stack.
Unsurprisingly.
I mean, there are people even less lucky than you.
Well, it has been an incredibly fruitful few hands here for Dominic Panka. Just look at that, climbing right on up to almost 12 million in chips, a whopping 120 big blinds at 50 and 100,000. And really, that collision there could have gone either way, David, but in the end, Panka finding the call, was in front, not by a wide margin, mind you, but he did hold as we welcome you back inside the commentary booth here at the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casino. Ali Nishad and David Lappin. Going to be going to a quick redraw here, I understand, for the tables. Won't take too long, just about 10 minutes, I'm being told. So we will take a quick break, step aside. When we come back, we'll pick up where we left off. And it is so far the Dominic Panka show. We'll see if that will continue, if he maintains his place here at the featured table. Don't go anywhere. More from the Marriott Western Poker Series after this.
Even on a wet board, middly card such as this, never one to be a shrinking violet here. She is going to fire out a probing 15%er. Cork Maz with the backdoor flush draw, 1-over card. Doesn't have a lot going on, but for that price,
For that
sort of
price,
never
yeah.
really. We're playing limit poker right now.
Yeah, he is in position as well, so he gets to see what she does on the turn.
Well, he has more 8x than she does, but neither player will really have that many.
Yeah, he's now picked up a bad gut shot. It'd be interesting to see if he fires out now, recognizing that she tends to auto c-bet and then not bet the turn when she doesn't have it.
Yeah, tough spot for Arstatilos now on this texture. Giving it some thought. Plausible that Cork Maz would have all the sets here. Certainly have an 8. Could certainly have a draw of some sort, which has a lot of equity if she is good. So probably on balance, I think this is a release by Aristotelios, but she is ahead, and it would show maybe the correct amount of adhesiveness
I think her face really. Let's see what she's thinking here. She does suspect larceny here. This is the kind of board where he can be betting just because it's his board, but at the same time you're in an uncomfortable spot because he's probably going to fire again on the river. And do you really want to call down with Jack, Ace Jack?
Looks like she is finding the call, Dara. This is very bold.
Yeah, I mean,
we've been fooled before by her bringing the chips into hand. Oh, what a great call at this point. Now, as you said, Dara, can she follow it up with some cagey river play? Well,
they're both playing the board now.
This is an interesting river for sure.
Very interesting river, yeah.
Is she going to come out betting? Kind of interesting to maybe go for a bet here. No,
she does check, and she gives them that kind of like, please check behind look. Her hand actually probably makes the best possible bluff catcher, blocking as it does Jack 10 and Ace 10.
Oh, he's going big, Dara.
But he is going, yeah. Once you're checked to on these spots where either a 5-card flush or a 5-card straight gets there, you kind of have a free roll on the bet big to try and get somebody off a chop, because it's very unlikely that they would check themselves.
Horrible to be calling knowing you're only ever chopping.
Yeah.
Carving out what is half her remaining chips here for a call.
Basically went pot size. Yeah, this is because you're calling for a chop here, so.
I guess she's trying to figure out what 10x would have bet the turn that called the very small flop bet and not raise it, and then fire the 1/3 bet turns, piecing that together.
Pocket 10s, I think, might play like that.
Yeah, pocket 10's a good read. 10-8, probably.
It probably
not
has
too
to be
many combos
not
of
too
that.
many combos.
Calling
It probably has
free.
to be 10-8 suited.
Yeah. Unlikely that he goes this sizing with a set, but maybe. I think it's unlikely though.
Yeah, she really does look suspicious here, but this is a horrible spot to be in.
Yeah, and rightly so. The line is a little fishy, it must be said. There are hands that would take this line, but there aren't many. So I think she's sort of calculating that all in, and also realizing that, you know, she's only going to get 100 back.
Yeah, yeah. The risk to reward here is poor because you're not trying to win the entire pot. You're only going to get half the pot.
No open.
Yeah. So you have to be good 66% of the time here.
Call.
In the end, she does call. Yep.
No, he shows the hand she chops with. So
Yeah.
a good read on the situation, but that was
I love the
heart and mouth stuff.
I love the
Dara.
hair flick afterwards there. Yeah, she was very. Yeah, she was really in the agony, but she was staring at him throughout. So it was basically and 25 of that K is Jack's Inter money. So we ran into Jack at breakfast this morning. He told us he was going off to reg the 1K. He'd broken his personal record, fired 8 bullets at this one, and not bagged.
And then always fold. That's the rule. Look at him, always fold. Put first, then fold always. Doesn't matter. As long as you fold, doesn't matter.
Jack made the journey here from Tbilisi. Is that where he's based these days?
I'm not sure Jack's based anywhere. He's kind of like a nomad. But yeah, Tbilisi is one of the many places he does put his head down for a while.
That hand again, ace queen, suited variety this time for Orthodoxu. He is maybe our biggest stack, certainly one of the top two.
Like it, yeah. But Kleiper has a big stack too, and I think also probably has a relative in the chat. Aurelia Kleiper says, "Go Ari Kleiper."
Well, Kleiper has gone for the 3-bet here on the button over Orthodoxu's cut-off. Seems pretty reasonable.
Aurelia says, I've watched now from a different channel and was wondering where is the chat. Yeah, we are just keeping an eye on the official channel on Merit Poker, even though
Yes.
this is another
No,
channel.
I
So if you're
wasn't
on one
here.
of those other channels and you're
Did I go
wondering
walk?
why we're ignoring your comments, we're not. It's just that it's only the official channel we're watching.
Orthodoxu with a mandatory call here to the button 3-bet battle of the ace-x. There will be ways to win for Kleiper even when he misses. It's going to be difficult for him now, though.
Does have the gut shot though, so
Could check this one back maybe if it's checked to him. Could be reasonable.
yeah. I don't think it will. Oh no, it was checked. You're right, yeah. But he's decided to go ahead and bet.
So continuing his pre-flop story, Orthodoxu second pair, top kicker with that backdoor flush draw. And well, that backdoor flush draw is halfway there. Orthodoxu will be going nowhere to a second barrel here. Kleiper maybe shuts down. It is a very wet board for the open defend to
I think
3-bet range.
once you get called,
You were kind of trying to clear out the pocket eights and
yeah,
weren't you?
just check and try and hit your gut shot.
Kleiper wheels spinning here, wondering if there's a decent number of hands he could get to fold to the second barrel. There are some.
There are some, yeah. But he does check, which I like.
Oh, and he gets there. And he gets there in a way that has also got Orthodoxu there. This spells trouble. Oh, this spells big, big trouble with that check.
Yeah, this is gross. Because he even has the 10 of clubs.
Action card
this
here
is
on the
horrible,
river.
yeah.
Could not have thought of a better card.
Love how Orthodoxu has played this. Finally that river check.
And Kleiper unlikely to get away. As you said, Dara, that 10 of clubs blocker, and he has the nut straight. It's not just the 10, but the ace 10.
The nut straight, the blocker to the flush. This is...
Cannot get away here.
Is terrible,
this is a must call, and Harry Kleiper is going to lose half a stack in this hand.
Yeah.
One of our big stacks, Kleiper, up against our biggest stack, Orthodoxu. Well, the rich, about to get an awful lot richer, does make the call, hoping to see a 10 in his opponent's hands, maybe even ace 10 as well. Gets the bad news. Well,
yeah, I mean, that's just a really unfortunate run out for him there. His daughter in the chat.
And back after a short break here with continuing coverage of Day 3 of the Merit Western Poker Series main event from Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Alinejad and David Lappin, and not a whole lot of others left in this particular tournament. We really just lost an astounding number of players in a very short span of time there, just before the break. And in the exchange, David, I said, you know, all the shorties spun out, and you said, and some of the big stacks too, as we saw Dominic Panka emerge as a force, courtesy of eliminating Ustamov, who tried his hand with the ace-king. So many people meet their maker with a hand like that. And to be fair, a lot of people meet it with 2 jacks. It really was a sort of a classic race situation. And you get another look here at the chip counts at our featured table. Sergei Efimov will be the short stack, sub 10 big blinds. Expect to see him looking for a spot to get it all in. And then, of course, we'll see just how abusive the big stacks seek to be, with the luxury of being able to get these middle stacks to really tighten up. Some pay ladders are obviously still available.
Yeah, interestingly, you reflected there on the Jack's ace-king hand. I said that maybe the range was only queens plus an ace-king, and with all the money, all the dead money in the middle, did Panka have the right price? Well, it took me a couple of minutes with pen and paper. I did it the old-fashioned way. What probably Panka did in his head in less than a minute, but he needed 30%. He probably perceives his edge versus the field here, meaning he maybe needed about 32% to be comfortable. You add on the risk premium of the ICM of a situation such as this. If he was to bust, or if he was to lose, he would have been very short and likely to bust before the final table. Probably placing it around 33-34% required. And if you combinatorically work out how many ace-kings there are and how you play against them and how you play against the queens, kings and aces, he had 35%.
Just enough. So, of course, the right decision settled upon as we see Luke Bindel willing to jam from the small blind with a queen-jack. Catches Barsegian out of line with king-deuce on the button. So relieved to be able to haul in some chips to stave off those blinds. He will enjoy the button on this occasion. $17 players left at present. $19,155. We'll go to 17th and 16th place. Then the pay ladder up to a little over $22,000 as we work ever closer to the $372,000 first place prize. Jack deuce suited appears to be strangely creating some pause. Could be just looking to scrub some time.
Yeah, I think with some of these shorter stacks, we are going to see the 30 seconds used on each decision. It doesn't make for great TV poker, I accept, but you got to understand these guys pay their own buy-ins. That's their money in the prize pool, and if they are allowed 30 seconds, they can take 30 seconds. If it does mean a small edge against perhaps the faster moving other table, you kind of understand it.
Raise and take it for Bindel. Back-to-back pots now for him. While we do have a lot of experience at this point, not just here at the feature table, but of the remaining field, David, there certainly are some candidates to really have some ICM blow-ups that always make for interesting outcomes because the pros are not accustomed to dealing with that. Nothing implosive about Efimov's shove with two jacks, of course, over the top of Panka's open.
No, but reflect back on, what, just 2 hours ago? Efimov was our huge chip leader.
Yeah.
I think he had something in the region of 8-9 million when the next nearest had 6 or 7. So we don't know quite how that happened.
Yeah, it wasn't at the feature table that he managed to find some downward trajectory.
Yeah, a lot of familiar faces, as you would expect. Obviously, we're down to the last two tables. A lot of these guys have featured in our coverage already. Panka getting a very good price here.
Queen 10 finds the muck. Efimov all too happy to collect the coveted Panka bucks. Those are tough ones to come by.
They sure are. And a signal of intent there that he would open the Queen 10. Oh, here we go. Maybe some action out here. Yeah, we have an all-in, Ali.
It would appear that way. Not immediately clear what the holdings are. It's not an all-in. Okay, we've just got a pot in progress. Looks like went check, check on the flop from what I could gather. It might be one player all in and two other players on the side checking down is the vibe that I'm getting.
One of them looked really bad.
This is deuce. The other one is ace. That's the mark.
What is the mark?
Not quite sure what's going on there, but does seem to be intriguing. 4 staff required. Possibly an accidentally mucked hand.
I want those 45 seconds of my life back, if I'm honest, David. I don't know what the hell was going on, but it couldn't have been as exciting as what we're seeing here with Jack 10 suited, some proper card graphics, a raise to 200,000, and then a 3-bet from King Jack suited, performing very well against the Jack 10. Making it 600K.
Barsagian can certainly consider a flat with this sort of hand. It's tricky though, often dominated. It does seem as though he might have waited his 30 seconds there as well.
So nice pickup there for Doroshkov. I've been really impressed with this young man, David. I'm sure you have as well. And I remember he kind of had to grind his way up to where he is now. Just some tough spots. Also remember him with an egregious tank looking to ladder. So clearly that was off of a fairly short stack that he was behaving in that way. Just as held now.
Teddy KGB.
Yeah, the tracksuit. Min raise with the ace-jack suited. And a delightful pickup here for Bindell, the king-queen suited.
Of course, we don't know how good a full ring player Teddy was.
That's true. We only ever saw him play heads up. We do know that he was shit when it came to tells. Ring or heads up, if you're twisting Oreos at your ear, we know you're nutted. Was it ace-9 against 2 aces and McDermott folded? Is that what that was, or
no,
what did he do?
That's the hand that got him.
Oh, that's
in
the hand that
in
got
the
him
early
that
scene,
time.
yeah.
Okay, right.
That's
What
the
did
hand
he
that
fold to the Oreo twist? For those that are scratching their temple, by the way, wondering what in the hell David and I are on about, it's the movie Rounders. You might be the only person listening on the stream that hasn't seen it.
Yeah, the early scene when he goes broke for 50K with the boat under boat and then has to drive Kanish's van for a year afterwards to build it back up.
9-8-5 here, as this is very much Held's board. Nevertheless, he isn't going to follow through against Bindell. Decides to check it, David, and why with 2 overcards and the nut flush draw would you not try to bet and take this pot right here and now? Do you really have concerns that Bindell's range advantage exists on a 9-high board?
I think it's kind of close, actually. Obviously, you can represent the overpairs. You can probably have all the sets as well, but Bindell will have hands that connect with the 9-8, and your nut flush draw is a hand that can always continue. It's got showdown. It can improve to the nuts.
Well, it's got no improvement upon the arrival of the deuce of clubs. And for Bindell, having been called with just naked king high on the flop, he is going to be a little bit concerned about Held simply respecting the board texture, but actually having a pretty good hand. I mean, even the overpairs can approach this pot in this manner.
Yeah, I think Held has basically decided that he has an excellent hand with which to call 2 streets and actually a very bad hand to call river if tripled into. So that appears to be his preferable route. The other way you can go with this hand is to turn it into a semi-bluff now when the stacks are a little shallower and your hand doesn't have as much equity, so therefore becomes a nicer amount of equity to shove. So yeah, I could see it go both ways here. If he is reading Bindel for strength, he can call and then fold unimproved on the river. He's been sticky enough at that point with ace. Wow. Oh, I'm really surprised by that.
That is shocking, but credit to Luke Bindel for barreling again with the king, queen of hearts. 560 deemed too much, but that really, to me, and the look on your face suggests that we are in agreement on it, David, was just a poorly played street there by Held to check fold. I mean, the deuce was completely inconsequential.
Yeah, I'm finding that one very hard to process. Now, what I will say is Justice Helt, one of the top players in the world, mark my words.
Right. Tough to take issue with what he's done.
So there is always a tendency when you're in the commentary booth commentating on such a player that you give them credit for a thought process that maybe you're not having access to and maybe is above your head. And I am trying to figure out what that might be. But yeah, just the raw power of the ace-jack nut flush draw over cards in that situation makes me somewhat confused. I've got to be honest.
I'm going to take the over on somewhat. I am downright baffled by what we just witnessed there.
It's sort of how you would play ace-jack with one diamond.
Yeah, not the nut flush draw on 2 overs. I mean, look, we could maybe suggest that one could go either way on the flop. He chose to check it. But on the turn, I think objectively in particular, given the check on the flop, I think we need to at least call the river. We're drawing to the nuts. And if the price isn't right then and there, you do have some implied odds. Well, we're going to have to talk to that man about what was going on in his mind on the turn once given the opportunity, because I'm sure the chat is going ballistic.
Yeah, I imagine they are, actually. I'm going to have a little check and see what reaction we have gotten to that hand. As I said, Justice Helt, a top player, but that was a confusing one.
Very much so.
And don't get us wrong here, we're not getting sticky to the notion that the result of the hand was that he actually had the best hand right now and getting too married to that notion. I'm playing it as if
Oh yeah, no,
I don't
it has
see
nothing to do with the fact that he was up against King Queen suited. As it stood, Ace Jack was good. I mean, he could have been up against the nut straight for all I care.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, pocket fours have chosen to open, and Ace Deuce out of the small folds. Marcigian now with Jack Deuce suited. Not deemed adequate. Is Ernestas Degtiariovas takes it down. If there's one thing about calling a stream out here in Cyprus, it's that you will be tested when it comes to your capacity to pronounce names. If you can run this gauntlet, you're able to